Chapter 1. If death is the conclusion. Do you have any wishes? I desire a healthy body, so that my father, mother, and brother can lead a normal life. No, that's not right. It would be better if I simply did not exist. Better off without me. Then, do you have any dreams? Well, I wish to become a doctor. Why? There's no particular reason. Humanity is just too fragile. A jarring sound pierced her ears, and her consciousness began to fade, as if she were plunging into an endless ocean, unable to breathe or struggle. She thought she might be dying, which seemed rather good, as she would no longer burden her family. Her brother could continue his studies. Opening her eyes from the darkness, Jiang Yuan was momentarily blinded by the glaring light, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes. To her dismay, her limbs felt unfamiliar, as though they were strangers to her. Had her resuscitation left her paralyzed? Her vision seemed clouded, and she pondered whether it would have been better to simply succumb to death. Squinting, she surveyed her surroundings. Was the hospital truly this dreary? Had her failed resuscitation resulted in her being sent home to await death? Yet, she did not feel particularly uncomfortable. Surely, she hadn't lost all bodily sensations. Aining, go check if your sister has woken up. The woman's voice was loud, nearly causing Jiang Yuan to flinch. Aning, could it be that she had been reborn? Surely, a rebirth couldn't resolve the ailments she had carried since birth. Was this not a vicious cycle? Got it, came the youthful response. Jiang Yuan's mind went blank. What was happening? Through her blurry vision, she saw a small figure with two pigtails bouncing into the room. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of envy. She had been lying in bed for over a decade, never having bounced around like that. The girl poked her cheek and shouted towards the door, "Mother, sister is awake." That voice certainly confirmed their mother-daughter relationship. Wait, could it be that she had actually traveled through time? A bitter smile crossed her mind. She had indeed been whisked away. Suddenly, a flood of thoughts surged into her mind, causing Jiang Yuan's body to stiffen, her head to throb painfully, and then she fainted. Before losing consciousness, she heard the girl's voice calling out, "Mother, sister has fallen asleep again." In her dreams, she floated in a pitch-black world surrounded by countless brightly colored orbs of light. She reached out to grasp them. The orbs danced away from her grasp, eluding her for what felt like an eternity. Finally, in her impatience, she lunged at one, only to find herself plummeting downwards, the sensation of weightlessness jolting her awake. Her body felt utterly fatigued, and her mind was foggy. What happened? Had she truly crossed over? What did crossing over even mean? 5 years flashed by in an instant, and Jiang Yuan now found herself frantically fleeing in the yard, pursued by a girl wielding a broom, shouting, "Jiang Yuan, if you have the guts, stand still. If I don't hang you up and beat you today, I won't be called Jiang Yuning. Do you think I'm foolish? Just because you said to stop doesn't mean I will." Jiang Yuan clutched her backside, her face scrunched up in pain. As she ran, she glanced back, utterly oblivious to the people in her pad hat. At least there had been no one when she had just stepped out. In the next moment, she realized her mistake. She should have been more aware of her surroundings. Jiang Yuan was sent flying several meters, her mind spinning as she sat on the ground, clutching half her head. Jiang Yuning dropped the broom and hurriedly pulled Jiang Yuan up, brushing the dirt off her, and then playfully smacked her backside a few times. "That's what you get for running around. Look what you've done. Now apologize to Tang San." Jiang Yuan pouted, on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry, Tang San. I didn't mean to bump into you. It's all right, I wasn't looking either. You'll just be on my way." Tang San stood up, dusting himself off, and picked up the scattered wild vegetables from the ground, walking home as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yuning observed Tang San's frail figure and the chubby Jiang Yuan in her arms. They were peers, yet worlds apart. "We're going home," Jiang Yuning stated, firmly taking Jiang Yuan's hand and dragging her back. This would inevitably lead to a scolding. Jiang Yuan recognized Tang, since she had heard he moved to their village the same year she was born, his father being the only blacksmith in the village. However, his father drank heavily, leaving all the burdens on Tang San as he grew up. Jiang Yuan found it incomprehensible how such parents could neglect their child, forcing such heavy responsibilities upon someone so young. Ugh, her family was considered affluent. In Shenghan village, her father worked in the city, and her mother sewed to contribute to the household. Whenever her father returned home, he would bring delightful treats. "Let's take some food to Tang San." Anan bumped into him today, Jiang Yuning said, pinching Jiang Yuan's ear, her irritation evident. Tang San, being so small and thin, elicited a sense of pity. "Honestly, Jiang Yuan, if you don't pay attention, I'm going to hang you up and beat you." Jiang's mother frowned, tugging at Jiang Yuan's other ear. It was almost a combination attack, but Jiang's father, feeling sorry for his foolish, troublemaking daughter, hurriedly rescued her from the grasp of the two housekeepers, and the two embraced, looking pitiful. Stop playing the victim, get up and deliver the gifts. Fine, fine. No need to be so fierce. Even the big yellow dog at the village entrance would run 2 miles at the sight of you. Jiang Yuan mumbled under her breath, rubbing her reddened ears as she rummaged through the house for some food to place in her small basket, being pulled along by Jiang Yuning toward Tang San's home. By the time they arrived, dusk had begun to settle, and in their eagerness to deliver the goods, they had forgotten that arriving at this hour was somewhat disrespectful. But having come this far, they could only proceed with their delivery. Tang San's home was, to be frank, the most dilapidated one Jiang Yuan had ever seen in the village. She simply could not comprehend how Tang San's father had allowed their living conditions to deteriorate to such a state of utter chaos. Seeing Jiang Yuan hesitating to knock, Jiang Yuning steeled herself and knocked on the door. To be honest, she already regretted it. Tang San's father was notoriously fierce. Is Tang Bo here? Inside, Tang Hao paused mid-drink, glancing at Tang San. Tang San quickly understood, setting down his work to run to the door. Upon seeing the 2 sisters he had encountered earlier that day, he was puzzled. What brings you here? My sister bumped into you today. I'm truly sorry. So we brought some things for you. Jiang Yuning awkwardly explained, feeling that Jiang Yuan certainly needed another scolding. Tang San observed the small basket in Jiang Yuan's hands, filled to the brim, and the young girl struggled to hold it, her face flushed with effort. He averted his gaze and replied in a neutral tone. There's no need, it was not a significant matter. 2 young men, hang out with the sister. Jiang Yuan set the small basket down, shaking her reddened hands. Please accept it, I specifically chose some delicious treats. Jiang Yuan pointed at the basket with her chubby little finger, her expression earnest, making it hard not to believe that the contents were indeed delightful. Who is it? Came Tang Hao's drunken voice from inside. Tang San hesitated, but ultimately accepted the basket. His father did not welcome outsiders, but he knew that if he refused, the 2 girls would undoubtedly linger. Understood, he'll return the basket tomorrow. Thank you for bringing it over today, Tang San politely expressed, lifting the basket, which was indeed a bit heavy for a 5-year-old. After closing the door, Tang San carried the basket inside. Tang Hao glanced over. What's this? Tang San suddenly realized he had no idea what the 2 sisters' names were or where they lived. But he surmised that since they had bumped into him earlier, their home must be nearby. Thus, he replied to Tang Hao, it was a pair of sisters from the village who brought this over as an apology for bumping into me. Bumped into you? Was it the Jiang family girl? She's the only one in the village who walks without looking, Tang Hao remarked, taking another swig of his drink. Tang San twitched his mouth, thinking that the girl had quite the reputation. Yet, her plump and soft demeanor was undeniably endearing. Placing the basket on the table, Tang San unpacked its contents, which appeared to be the young girl's snacks, stuffed full of various flavors and types, clearly selected by her as delightful treats. Digging deeper, he discovered a bag of rice and a piece of meat, likely contribution from the elders in the family. No wonder it felt heavy. It seemed the little girl must have exerted herself to bring it over. Thinking of the way she had struggled with the basket, her face flushed. He couldn't help but smile. Indeed, such adorable things were a source of joy. Much like the large orange cat at the village entrance, if Jiang Yuan were to discover that someone likened her to the lethargic orange cat that lazily lounges at the village entrance, she would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of stomping her feet in outrage. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at the items scattered across the table and casually grabbed a handful of snacks to indulge in. Tang San sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of bitterness as he placed the rice and meat on the stove. He turned back, leaving some snacks on the table while stashing away a few in the cupboard. Typically, their family could never afford such luxuries, and Tang Hao would certainly not have treated him to any. It could be said that this was perhaps the first time in both his current and previous lives that he had the opportunity to enjoy such snacks. He popped a piece of candy into his mouth. The flavor of orange was overwhelmingly rich, and upon biting into it, he discovered a sweet orange filling, reminiscent of what that little girl adored. At the crack of dawn, Tang San had prepared porridge and, clutching a basket, he was ready to head out for training, intending to return the basket to them as well. To reach the mountain, he had to pass by the Jiang residence, otherwise, he would not have encountered Jiang Yuan on his way back. Excuse me, is this the Jiang residence? Tang San inquired as he stood at the entrance, observing Jiang's father, who was preparing to leave. Ah, you must be Tang San. Jiang's father scratched his head, having had no prior interactions with the Tang family, and he noted that Tang San appeared rather emaciated indeed, far too thin. Yes, I'm here to return the basket, Tang San replied as he handed it over. Thank you for bringing it back. Jiang's father accepted the basket, and they exchanged a moment of silence, both lacking the gift of gab. Just then, Jiang's mother pushed Jiang's father aside with a stern tone. Get back to work. She then turned to Tang San and said, You must be Tang San. This is a cake I steamed myself. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Take it. My dog dragged her sister up the mountain. If you happen to see them, please call them back for a meal. Tang San stood there, momentarily dazed, holding the warm, soft cake in his hands. Ah, thank you, he managed to reply. Tang San nodded, and Jiang's mother smiled and nodded in return. You go ahead and keep busy. With that, she walked back into the house. Tang San, still somewhat bewildered, instinctively began his ascent up the mountain. Since his arrival in this village, he had endured an abundance of malice, children ostracizing him and adults looking down on his family. Besides the village chief, few treated them with kindness. The warmth of the cake in his hands left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Upon reaching the mountain, he indeed encountered the two sisters. The younger sister was bent over, diligently digging at something, while her sister merely watched, showing no intention of assisting. Tang San approached them, as he had promised to help. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was unearthing a medicinal herb, and her method was surprisingly adept. Tang San's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but wonder if this sister, too, hailed from another world, much like himself. Are you both digging for medicinal herbs? Tang San inquired. Jiang Yuning rested her chin on her hand, appearing bored for quite some time. Upon seeing Tang San, she replied indifferently, yes, she has loved these things since she was little. Our family has bought her quite a few books. Oh, then she must be quite clever, Tang San mused, feeling a brief sense of disappointment. He had hoped to find someone akin to himself, only to realize that this girl had self-taught herself through reading. Nevertheless, it was evident that she possessed some innate talent. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yuan looked up. Ah, it's Tang San. Yes, indeed. Aunt Jiang asked me to call you both down for a meal. Tang San recalled Jiang's mother's request and hurriedly conveyed it. We'll just finish digging this up, and then we'll head home, Jiang Yuan said, wiping the sweat from her brow, as the soil proved particularly stubborn. I can help you and know how to do it, Tang San offered. Jiang Yuan cast him a skeptical glance, but ultimately handed him the spade. Tang San worked much faster than Jiang Yuan, swiftly unearthing the medicinal herb in just a few strokes. Jiang Yuan gazed at him with sparkling eyes. She had accumulated a wealth of knowledge about herbs since childhood and had longed to share it with her sister, who could never comprehend. Now, encountering someone knowledgeable in this field felt like discovering a kindred spirit. Excitedly, Jiang Yuan patted Tang San on the shoulder. You know about this too? Tang San nodded modestly. I know a little. Oh, then you should team up with me. We can dig together, and my father will take them to the city to sell. He'll share the earnings with you. Tang San hesitated momentarily, but considering his own circumstances, he eventually nodded in agreement. He had contemplated digging up medicinal herbs to sell, but it was evident that no one in the village would engage with him. They had no knowledge of these herbs to them. They were merely weeds that grew on the mountainside, devoid of any value. The effort to sell them would not yield much profit and required a long trek. Yay! Jiang Yuan exclaimed, raising her hands in delight. Jiang Yuning let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking this should prevent Jiang Yuan from pestering her incessantly. Had there been someone to engage Jiang Yuan, she would have surely cried out in despair. 3. She aspires to be wealthy. Jiang Yuan and Tang San agreed on a time, rising early with eager anticipation. Initially, she had intended to wake her sister, but her sister nearly slapped her awake. She simply could not rise. Were it not for her concern that Jiang Yuan might get lost on the mountain, she would have preferred to sleep until noon. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan abandoned the idea and waited at the crossroads for Tang San. "I'm over here," Jiang Yuan called out, waving her hand as she spotted Tang San from a distance. Tang San jogged over to her. "Here, I brought you breakfast. After all, you're teaming up with me, so I can't let you go hungry," Jiang Yuan said, thrusting a bundle of food into Tang San's hands with a hint of pride. Actually, you don't have to." Before Tang San could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuan interrupted him. "Let's head up the mountain, don't waste my time. I'm determined to become a wealthy woman, and one day I'll throw gold soul coins at my sister." Tang San thought to himself, what a splendid ambition. He tucked the bun into his coat. It was wrapped in paper and warm, dispelling the morning chill against his chest. Jiang Yuan swung her little basket, glancing around with curiosity as her two small pigtails bobbed in sync with her movements, creating a rather amusing sight. "I don't even know your names yet," Tang San remarked as he walked alongside Jiang Yuan. He had deliberately come out early today, planning to train after gathering herbs. "I'm Jiang Yuan, and my sister is Jiang Yuning." "Does Jiang Yuan mean, may you be safe?" Tang San mused aloud. "That's a lovely name." Jiang Yuan, adopting a serious expression, shook her head vigorously. "My mother said I was quite the noisy child when I was young. This was her way of telling me to be quiet." Tang San could not help but chuckle. It truly resembled something that Lady Jiang would be capable of doing. Jiang Yuan seems to possess a remarkable talent for foraging medicinal herbs, although he has yet to realize it. As they journey together, Tang San guided Jiang Yuan to the foot of the mountain before returning to commence his training. Upon his return, he found the buns had cooled. Yet a sense of joy enveloped him. Perhaps this is what it feels like to forge friendships, especially with someone who shares similar interests. Tang San's spirits remained high as he placed 2 of the 3 buns Jiang Yuan had gifted him into Tang Hao's bowl. "Father, it's time for breakfast," he called as he entered Tang Hao's room, waking him from slumber. The air within was thick with the scent of alcohol, an assault on the senses. Tang San opened the window, allowing the morning sun to pour in. Tang Hao, displeased, shielded his eyes with his arm. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed. "Where did these buns come from?" he inquired. "Jiang Yuan gave them to me," Tang San replied. With a dismissive snort, Tang Hao devoured the buns in 2 bites, washed them down with a gulp of porridge, and then retreated to his room, slamming the window shut behind him. After a brief silence, Tang San quietly began to eat the remaining buns and porridge. They had grown somewhat cold. Perhaps he should have warmed them on the stove beforehand. His days spent foraging herbs alongside Jiang Yuan gradually enriched his existence, transforming it from the once monotonous routine. Occasionally, the Jiang family would invite him for dinner, and he would ask Jiang's father to procure some provisions to help support his household. His father never questioned the source of the money, perhaps understanding his unspoken thoughts. Tang San had always believed life to be a series of simple, unremarkable events. He merely changed his surroundings while continuing to hone his skills in concealed weaponry. Yet, in this life, he found himself blessed with family and friends, which was quite delightful. It was only when the village chief approached to inform him about the awakening of martial souls that he recalled the existence of martial souls in this world, and that he was already 6 years old. However, he doubted he would awaken anything remarkable. Year after year, not a single person in the village had shown the ability to cultivate. "Yuan, have you ever considered what martial soul you might awaken?" he asked. "Eh? Are you referring to what the village chief mentioned yesterday? My sister awakened the same satin martial soul as my mother. I still have no idea what mine will be. It will either be a pansy or satin, I suppose," Jiang Yuan nonchalantly remarked, expressing her disinterest in the matter. In her view, cultivation seemed rather a waste of time. "Is martial spirit hereditary?" Tang San inquired, genuinely perplexed by the topic. "Indeed, it typically descends from one of the parents. By the way, do you think anyone could inherit both?" Jiang Yuan suddenly posed a rather whimsical question. Tang San shook his head, finding himself even more baffled. "Never mind, in our little village, if someone can cultivate, we can just look at our parents to find out," Jiang Yuan pouted, knowing her own parents were ordinary folk, leaving little room for hope. Tang San recalled his father and found himself in agreement with Jiang Yuan's sentiments. "I won't be able to gather herbs tomorrow. I have to attend the martial spirit awakening. I'll wait for you at the crossroads," he said. Jiang Yuan picked up her small basket, glancing at the time and preparing to head home. Tang San nodded, bidding farewell to Jiang Yuan before returning to his cultivation. The following morning, Jiang Yuan and Tang San arrived together at the house designated for the martial spirit awakening, where 7 or 8 children were already gathered at the entrance. "Inan, hurry up, you're the last one," called out a chubby boy standing on the far right. Waving to Jiang Yuan, she quickly urged Tang San to follow her over. Jiang Yuan is quite popular in St. Soul Village, for she possesses an exquisite beauty that naturally attracts children who prefer to play with those who are pleasing to the eye. Even if Jiang Yuan is accompanied by the one they disdain, Tang San, they can only sulk in silence. "Greetings, I am Su Yuntao. I shall now facilitate your awakening of martial souls. Children, please come forth." The little ones, like tender shoots, lined up from left to right and stood in formation, revealing their palpable nervousness as they fidgeted with their clothing. Su Yuntao retrieved several stones from his bundle, arranging them in a circle before taking his position at the front. "My martial soul is that of a lone wolf, a level 26 great soul master. If you dedicate yourselves to cultivation, you too can achieve greatness like mine." As he spoke, 2 radiant circles of white and yellow light ascended, and at that moment, his form began to transform, gradually taking on the visage of a wolf. Jiang Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, questioning whether becoming a soul master would result in such an unsightly transformation. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from pursuing this path? Tang San, mistaking her reaction for fear, gently squeezed her hand. Jiang Yuan shook her head at him. Although Su Yuntao observed their subtle gestures, he couldn't help but feel that these children were unlikely to achieve greatness. "Come forth from left to right," he instructed. As the first child took the stage, Jiang Yuan grew increasingly disinterested. Each child lacked spiritual power, wielding nothing but the useless blue-silver grass or farming tools. She sighed inwardly, resigning herself to the reality that she had Tang San, her companion in pursuit of wealth. Life stretched ahead, filled with myriad possibilities. And she need not confine herself to the identity of a soul master. A comfortable existence sufficed. Soon, it was Tang San's turn. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as he manifested a blue-silver grass in his hand. Jiang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Su Yutao also exhaled deeply. Realizing that this journey would yield no results, he handed over the soul power testing crystal ball, harboring no expectations whatsoever. The crystal ball emitted a blinding light, prompting him to blink in bewilderment. Could it be that someone possesses innate full soul power in the form of blue-silver grass? Run quickly, there is something foul. This is quite difficult for me to articulate, Su Yutao said, gazing at Tang San with a complicated expression. Tang San returned the look, puzzled by the situation and wondering what could be so difficult to explain. Su Yutao took a deep breath and slowly remarked, to think it's innate full soul power. He genuinely felt inclined to question whether the crystal ball was malfunctioning. Upon inspection, however, it appeared to be functioning properly. What is innate full soul power? Tang San queried. Perplexed. Innate full soul power means starting with level 10 soul power, allowing one to acquire soul rings. Yet, you possess a worthless martial soul like blue-silver grass. Su Yutao said, his emotions in turmoil as he gestured for the next person to step forward, feeling utterly exhausted and yearning to return home and rest. Jiang Yuan extended her hand, feeling something surging within her right palm. As she opened her eyes, a black flower emerged in her grasp. A black pansy? Had it mutated? Su Yutao gazed intently at the flower in Jiang Yuan's hand. He handed over the crystal ball, and as she placed her hand upon it, the same radiant light filled the room once more. Su Yutao found himself questioning his reality. Had time truly reversed? How could two worthless martial souls possess innate full soul power? Even if they had mutated, it should not be possible. One a wildflower and the other a weed. Yet they both possessed something. In all honesty, he was too fearful to report this situation, apprehensive that his superiors might suspect him of fabricating achievements. Trembling, he collected his belongings, silent as he processed the events, merely issuing a certificate before departing. He was blind, incapable of seeing anything at all. Jiang Yuan observed Su Yuntao's peculiar demeanor, tilting her head and spreading her hands towards Tang San, indicating that it was not her concern, and it had done nothing wrong. Although the spirit hall had not extended an invitation to them, their ability to cultivate still required the village chief's approval. They were aware of the disparity in social status among soul masters, dictated by the presence or absence of soul rings. To cultivate yet choose not to would be deemed irrational. Jiang Yuan and Tang San approached the village chief, Grandfather Jack. Grandfather Jack. Tang San and I are capable of cultivation. That individual mentioned we possess innate full soul power. Old Jack paused momentarily, uncertain, as Tang San was unfamiliar with the circumstances, having recently arrived from outside. However, Jiang Yuan's family, the Jiang clan, had indeed struck gold. A smile spread across old Jack's face. There is only one student assistant position available in the village. Please wait a moment, my dear. I shall go next door to borrow one from the neighboring villages. They surely have none this year. Slow down, Grandfather Jack, Jiang Yuan exclaimed. Watching as old Jack hurriedly scampered off with his cane, she stood there, astonished, sharing a look of disbelief with Tang San. Yet, she would soon be attending school alongside Tang San. Ah, how delightful it was that her little follower was still around. Jiang Yuan held her head high, walking with great pride. The expenses of being a soul master were rather exorbitant, and attending school also required a significant financial investment. Thus, no one particularly mentioned the notion of spending money on education when borrowing was an option. The two parted ways at the intersection, and Jiang Yuan skipped joyfully home, already envisioning the delightful scene of her sister and mother showering her with affection. Your exceptional child. It is I, Jiang Yuan. I have returned. As Jiang's mother passed by, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap on her head. What do you mean by being excellent? It's useless. Hurry and peel the garlic. Why is it always me peeling the garlic? Today it was supposed to be Jiang Yuan's turn. We agreed to take turns each day. Yet you sneakily take away a day, treating her as if she's a fool. Mother Jiang cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, I have prepared chicken for you. Oh. Splendid. Jiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully, bustling over to her little stool, eagerly beginning to peel the garlic in her bowl. Mother Jiang turned around, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The Jiang family was flourishing. They were about to have a soul master, one with innate full soul power. She had never heard of such a thing before. Truly, her child was remarkable, inheriting her wit and charm, clever, obedient, and endearing. Jiang Yuan struggled to peel the garlic with her fingers, revealing her profound disdain for the task. Unfortunately, the chicken could not be stewed and consumed immediately. She had to wait for her father to return. When Jiang's father returned and learned this news, his mind was in a state of bewilderment. He pinched his thigh forcefully. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. And Zai, what kind of martial spirit do you possess? He inquired cautiously. Realizing that if he had known his eldest daughter did not inherit his traits, and if his youngest daughter had also not followed in his footsteps, he would have truly wept aloud. Jiang Yuan extended her hand, revealing a black pansy, its central stamen a vivid yellow, with a subtle hint of purple shimmering within the petals. Alas, my daughter takes after me, but the color seems somewhat off. Jiang's father glanced at the flower in his hand and then at the one Jiang Yuan held. The individual responsible for the awakening of their martial souls had referred to this as a variant martial soul. Jiang Yuan swallowed a piece of chicken and mumbled indistinctly, "Oh, is that so?" Jiang's father, somewhat perplexed, knew little of such matters. He was unable to cultivate and had never delved into these subjects. In truth, apart from the village chief, the rest of the villagers were largely ignorant of this knowledge. Regardless, my daughter is simply the best, he proclaimed, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yuan's hair. Jiang Yuan proudly raised her chin and declared, "Of course, once I become a soul master, I shall hang Jiang Yuning up and teach her a lesson." Jiang Yuning raised his hand and playfully shoved Jiang Yuan's face into the bowl. "Even if you become a soul master, you're still at home. I'll suspend you and teach you a lesson, showing no regard for age or status." "Ah, father, Jiang Yuning is bullying me," Jiang Yuan cried out, her voice piercing the air. "Serves you right," Jiang's mother shot her a disapproving glance. Father Jiang dared not utter a word. His eldest daughter was just like her mother, and he did not wish to provoke either. Jiang Yuning stuffed a chicken leg into Jiang Yuan's mouth, successfully interrupting her spell casting. "When school starts, our entire family will accompany you on your first day." Jiang's father took a sip of wine. Today, he was truly elated. And then there was Tang San, who also possessed innate full soul power. Jiang's father's hand holding the wine glass paused momentarily, and he hesitated to inquire, "Is that testing device functioning properly?" "Of course. It's perfectly fine. That person has already checked it," Jiang Yuan exclaimed in exasperation, wondering how someone could be so unsupportive of his daughter. That's good. Jiang's father patted his chest, nearly experiencing an unnecessary scare. "Then we shall take Tang San along with us. It's fortunate that you two will be at the same school, allowing you to look after each other. I find it rather concerning for you to go alone, but with him around, I feel more at ease. That child behaves like a little adult." "Mister." Jiang let out a deep sigh, as if he were suddenly filled with profound insights. Jiang Yuan shook her head in silence, picking pieces of chicken into her and Jiang Yuning's bowls. It was no small feat to persuade her mother to slaughter a chicken. It was akin to jeopardizing her own life. As her mother would say, the eggs laid by the chicken were more valuable than her. Nevertheless, she had no objections to purchasing ready-cooked chicken from outside, though it could never rival the taste of her home-cooked meals. The sisters enjoyed their meal, satisfied and content, lounging on the cool chairs at the door as the gentle breeze caressed them. After the departure of her companion, Jiang Yuning felt a tinge of boredom at home. Now left alone, at merely 10 years of age, she yearned for companionship in her playful endeavors. Unfortunately, she lacked the innate talent to become a soul master and could not attend school with her sister. To claim that she felt no disappointment would be a falsehood. To assert that she bore no mockery would be untrue, and to deny jealousy would be utterly absurd. Her younger sister possessed a natural abundance of spiritual energy, while she herself could not even cultivate. How laughable it was. Yet, paradoxically, her situation was entirely normal, for neither of their parents had such abilities. Perhaps this was fate. She cherished her sister, and the prospect of her becoming a soul master brought her a sense of pride, did it not? Perhaps, as things unfolded, she might even find a suitable and admirable husband in the future. However, it was premature to entertain such thoughts. If her mother were to discover them, she would undoubtedly put an end to those whimsical notions. Thus, she could only whisper to her sister to keep an eye out for any handsome suitors that might cross their paths. In the tranquil realm of Jiang Yuan, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to that of Tang San, who found himself enveloped in confusion. Tang Hao was hesitant about his son's schooling, unable to fathom the reasons behind his father's occasional distant and sorrowful glances. He struggled to comprehend why his father seemed so indifferent towards him. He had assumed that all fathers were akin to his own and believed he ought to be grateful simply for having a father. Yet, when he beheld the warmth of the Jiang family, a pang of envy stirred within him, making him acutely aware of his own perceived lack of parental affection. "What is your martial soul?" Tang Hao, observing Tang San's downcast demeanor, finally broke the silence. Tang San extended his hand, revealing the blue-silver grass that floated above it. Tang Hao gazed at the plant for a long moment before murmuring, "Is it the same as hers?" He lifted the curtain and retrieved a bottle of wine, intending to retreat into the house. "Father, I seem to possess a martial soul," Tang San declared, raising his left hand to showcase a hammer suspended above it. The instant Tang Hao beheld the hammer, his breath caught in his throat. "The Haotian hammer," he whispered, his eyes welling with tears as the wine bottle clattered to the ground. He rushed forward and embraced Tang San tightly. Son, after years of observing Tang San's actions, which starkly contrasted with those of an ordinary child, Tang Hao couldn't help but harbor doubts. Yet, because Tang San was the child of Ain, he had chosen to raise him. The existence of the martial soul was an undeniable testament to their bond, reminding him of the years he had deprived his child of his rightful love. "Father, I can't hold it any longer." Tang San struggled to keep the hammer aloft. Hearing this, Tang Hao promptly urged him to put it away. Taking Tang San's hand, he finally regarded his son with sincerity. "Remember, you must never reveal your left-hand martial soul to others. Always wield the hammer with your left hand and safeguard your right-hand grasp. Understood?" Tang San nodded solemnly, acknowledging the weight of his father's words. It dawned upon him that his mother's martial soul was likely the blue-silver grass, as Yuan had mentioned that martial souls were inherited from one's parents. As the night passed, although their relationship remained somewhat distant, it had certainly softened compared to the previous suffocating tension, resembling that of a typical father-son bond. Tang San was aware of the camaraderie he shared with the young girl from the Jiang family, recognizing the assistance they had provided him, and he held this gratitude close to his heart. "Tang San, why have you begun forging?" Jiang Yuan, resting her chin in her hands, observed the boy laboring at the anvil with a furrowed brow. A few days prior, Tang San had abruptly declared that he could no longer accompany her in foraging for herbs, claiming he was pressed for time to forge. Initially, Jiang Yuan had presumed he was making excuses to avoid being her companion, but upon witnessing his earnest work, she realized he was indeed forging. "My father asked me to do this. I want to give it a try," Tang San replied, his focus unwavering as he hammered the metal. Ever since Jiang Yuan had arrived, Tang Hao had retreated into the house, overwhelmed by her incessant chatter. Despite her evident fear of him, she managed to engage him in conversation, leaving him exasperated. Only Tang San seemed capable of enduring her relentless inquiries, responding to each one. "But I'm so bored," Jiang Yuan lamented, swinging her legs from her chair. Having exhausted her snacks and with her sister visiting their mother's home, she felt abandoned. The village children only played in the mud or house games, and at 6 years old, she felt too mature for such childish antics. "I'll make something for you later," she proposed. "What will it be?" she inquired, leaning forward in curiosity, only to be gently pushed back by Tang San. "Stay there. Don't move. I'll make something for you to play with, but this is quite hot, so be careful not to burn yourself." "All right," Jiang Yuan conceded, returning to her seat to watch Tang San forge. Eventually, the rhythm of his hammering lulled her into a gentle slumber. Mother Jiang had to make a special trip to fetch her back. "How disgraceful for you, drooling in your sleep." Jiang Yuan instinctively touched the corner of his mouth. "Pristine and clean. You are deceiving me. Clearly, there is nothing at all." Mother Jiang rolled her eyes and said, "Do you believe everything I say? If you go to the academy, will you believe whatever they tell you? Being sold and still paying them?" Jiang Yuan felt somewhat indignant. These were clearly two distinct concepts. However, not wishing to endure a severe reprimand, she chose to remain silent. "This occurs once every semester, correct?" "It seems so. That's what Grandpa Jack mentioned." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. "You needn't bring all your money at once. It's not safe to carry it all. Just take 10 gold soul coins for each semester. Besides, I've heard that soul masters can receive funds from the spirit hall every month." With just a few words, Jiang's mother laid everything out clearly for her. "How do you know that the spirit hall provides money?" Jiang Yuan inquired, looking up in confusion, feeling as though her mother possessed more knowledge on the subject than she did. Jiang's mother cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuan and remarked, "I am your mother. You must attend school, and I need to inquire thoroughly." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement once more. "When the time comes, let your father accompany you. He will take a leave of absence. Ensure he helps you both procure the necessary supplies, understood? And do not allow anyone to bully you at school." She gently patted Jiang Yuan's head. Her concern was palpable. The child was only 6 years old and would be venturing out to school alone. Although she would have Tang San for company, they were merely two 6-year-olds. Jiang Yuan often caused mischief in the village, and she feared that outside there would be no one to indulge her whims. If Jiang Yuan were aware, she would undoubtedly respond with a similar eye-roll emoji. She is no fool. Knowing she cannot provoke someone yet choosing to do so is truly irrational. On the day they were to depart for the academy, both Jiang's mother and Jiang Yuning gazed at the receding vehicle, their eyes discreetly glistening with tears. Sometimes, the thought of not becoming a soul master seems appealing, for it would mean remaining by their parents' side. 6. The priority of martial soul inheritance. Jiang Yuan and Tang San were taken to work by Jiang's father in the morning, conveniently sparing the village chief from making the trip. Jiang's father remained somewhat uneasy, expressing his concerns to Jiang Yuan and Tang San. In an instant, Tang San realized from whom Jiang Yuan had inherited her traits. Indeed, they were strikingly similar. I have inquired and learned that the academy will assign instructors to assist you in obtaining soul rings. Strive to acquire those that are over 100 years old. Should the academy fail to provide you with suitable soul rings of that age, then you must refuse. I shall take you to seek assistance in procuring soul rings at my expense. Jiang's father's words were particularly resolute, primarily because others had learned of his family's possession of an individual capable of becoming a soul master, which had recently led him to make numerous acquaintances. Jiang Yuan nodded earnestly, listening with utmost attention. Tang San, knowing even less than Jiang Yuan, meticulously committed every word to memory. That little Tang. Jiang's father hesitated before speaking. Observing his father's reluctance, Tang San interjected, "Uncle, if you have anything to convey, please feel free to say it. You have taken great care of me, and it is only right that I assist you." Father Jiang sighed, expressing his concerns, "As you both pursue your studies outside, I must admit that both N's mother and I feel quite uneasy. You are aware of N's temperament. I hope you can remain composed and assist in guiding her a little." "That is only natural, rest assured," Tang San replied with a nod of agreement. "Having grown accustomed to indulging Jiang Yuan over the years, then I shall rely on you. Should she prove disobedient, please return and inform me." Jiang Yuan sat on the side, pouting, her life enveloped in a veil of desolation. Mr. Jiang escorted the two to the entrance of the academy, dressed relatively well. They were not overly hindered by the gatekeeper. Upon entering the school, Jiang Yuan threw a tantrum, promising with a dramatic oath, having not eaten meat for a month, that she would take good care of herself, before promptly sending Mr. Jiang off to work. After all, attending school was a trivial matter for her. Soon, however, they found themselves lost and had no choice but to approach someone for directions. "Excuse me, sir, could you please tell us where the administration office is?" Jiang Yuan called out, waving her chubby little hand toward a weathered man with a scruffy beard. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that the young girl was addressing him. "The administration office? Just follow this path and take a left. I can show you the way." Jiang Yuan, whose eyes were initially filled with confusion, suddenly gained clarity and nodded vigorously at the man. "Uncle, you are truly a good person." Tang San, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing he had just received another good person card. It seemed this was not the time for new students. "Were you not work-study students?" The man observed the two little ones, noting that most work-study students who came here wore tattered clothing, with patches adorning their garments. These two children certainly did not resemble typical work-study students. Indeed, what of it? Jiang Yuan thought the uncle's question was rather absurd. What else could they be doing here at this hour if not as work-study students? "We haven't left yet. We've arrived." The man knocked a few times before pushing the door open. "Director Su, these two children got lost. I brought them here to enroll." Director Su looked up at the door, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "Thank you, master. Work-study students, are you? Come in, little ones." Jiang Yuan glanced up at the man. "Master? Does that imply great prowess?" Director Su spoke in a gentle tone, squatting slightly as he extended his hand toward Jiang Yuan and Tang San. Tang San retrieved 2 Soul Hall certificates from his package and placed them in Director Su's hands. Upon opening the certificates, the previously warm smile on Director Su's face faltered, gradually giving way to existential doubt. Innate full soul power? Tricolor violet? Blue silvergrass? Her voice, sharp with astonishment, reverberated throughout the office, laced with incredulity. The man, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted his head and strode over, snatching the 2 Soul Hall certificates from Director Su's grasp. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "It is indeed true. The tricolor violet is a variant soul. Yet I find it difficult to believe that the blue silver grass could yield any mutations, as both are exceedingly common, akin to wildflowers and weeds by the roadside. The absence of a mutation note for the blue silver grass only serves to indicate." "Director Su, could you kindly assist with the enrollment process?" The master endeavored to steady his voice. Instinctively, Director Su proceeded to complete the enrollment formalities, handing uniforms and enrollment certificates to Jiang Yuan and Tang San. The master led the two out, May I have a word with you, young ones? The master attempted to soften his expression, though it only rendered him more peculiar, causing Jiang Yuan's impression of him as a good person to plummet. What is there to discuss? Why should we talk? Jiang Yuan regarded the man, whom she found strikingly reminiscent of her father's description of a trafficker. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaojiang, an academic teacher at this academy, primarily focused on the study of soul-related knowledge. Your soul abilities have piqued my interest, and I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. If that is agreeable? Jiang Yuan cast a suspicious glance at him and reluctantly nodded. Tang San, too, was intrigued by the astonishment others displayed towards their martial souls, prompting him to engage in conversation with the peculiar gentleman before him. The group arrived at a gazebo, where Jiang Yuan shifted uncomfortably, forcing himself to sit upon the stone bench. As for the blue silvergrass, my current research indicates that it possesses no innate soul power, as it lacks any significant potential. You are indeed quite unexpected. However, I surmise you must possess a second martial soul, correct? Jiang Yuan's mind momentarily blanked. What a clever lad. Launching a surprise attack? How could he have concealed a second martial soul from me? When did this occur? Tang San remained silent, his gaze warily fixed on the master. The blue silvergrass is a quintessentially useless martial soul. It is exceedingly difficult to mutate. To be precise, even if it were to mutate, the change would be negligible. I have conducted extensive investigations into individuals possessing the blue silvergrass martial soul, and the majority have very limited cultivation potential, with most unable to cultivate at all. Thus, when I assert that you possess a second martial soul, am I correct? There is no need for alarm. You are not the first individual to bear dual martial souls. You are, in fact, the second I have encountered. Jiang Yuan listened intently, yet she was accustomed to sparring with Jiang Yuning, often nitpicking. She felt that something was amiss with those words. From her understanding, children inherit the most exceptional martial soul from either parent. Jiang Yuning gazed at the master, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Master, the martial soul is inherited from one's parents, correct? Although the master was uncertain of the young girl's intentions behind her inquiry, he nodded and replied, indeed, unless a mutation occurs in the martial soul, any such transformation will only manifest upon the foundation of the parents' martial souls. But why can children inherit only one martial soul from their parents? How's this determined? She pressed. Offspring will invariably inherit the most formidable martial soul possessed by either parent. Jiang Yuning nodded, having received the answer she sought. She sprang off the stool, shouldering her small bundle. Tang San, I'm leaving. All right, I'm coming. Tang Hao was unhorsed. Yu Xiaojiang was bewildered by his own words, hastily stepping forward to stop the child. Little one, what is the matter? Did I say something amiss? Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, You may express your joy as you wish. We must take our leave now, for we still have to go shopping later. I cannot comprehend your words. Nor do I wish to. I am simply hungry. It seems that it is the impatience of a child who cannot grasp the meaning. The master let out a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps when they grow older and gain more experience, he could explain it to them then. He remained quite confident in his own theories. Jiang Yuan pulled Tang San along for quite a distance before sticking out his tongue. Tang San, you mustn't listen to his nonsensical ramblings in the future. That person is a fraud. Tang San gazed at Jiang Yuan, unable to discern what was amiss. He simply followed Jiang Yuan because he had been beckoned. Why do you say that? Tang San inquired, intrigued. Jiang Yuan leaned closer to his ear and whispered. Did he just say that powerful martial souls are prioritized in inheritance? Tang San nodded slightly. Then if your other martial soul is indeed formidable, why does the blue silvergrass still manifest? Have you contemplated this question? This was a query he had not considered before. Indeed, according to this reasoning, if his other martial soul was exceptionally powerful, why would the blue silvergrass appear? At present, there exists only one possibility. The two martial souls must possess a comparable degree of strength for both to coexist, Jiang Yuan analyzed earnestly. But why couldn't it be that they are both of a similar weakness instead? Jiang Yuan cast a look of incredulity at Tang San, remarking, Among those in our village who cannot cultivate, has any possessed two martial souls? Coughing, he acknowledged the validity of his own statement. Yet, he pondered why he, an adult, was outpaced in reaction by a mere 6-year-old child. Indeed, did he, as an adult, fail to grasp the thought processes of the young? Jiang Yuan seems to have an uncanny ability to discover peculiarities each time. However, Jiang Yuan gazed at Tang San with an expression that suggested she hesitated to speak. She gently placed her small hand on Tang San's shoulder and shook her head as she looked at him. Tang San, no matter what I say next, please do not react with excessive excitement or sorrow. Huh? Tang San swallowed nervously, his gaze fixed on her. Considering how powerful your two martial souls are, doesn't that imply that your parents' martial souls are also formidable? Yet, when you observe Uncle Tang's demeanor day by day, he hardly exudes the aura of a strong individual. Well, I mean, hypothetically speaking, is it possible that your father is not truly your father? Tang San listened to this assertion, rendered speechless. It surprisingly seemed to hold some merit. Reflecting on the various moments shared with Tang Hao, he couldn't help but wonder if he truly was not his father's child. If that were the case, would he then be left without a family? Jiang Yuan gazed at Tang San's sorrowful expression and scratched his head. There is another possibility. Perhaps your father is merely pretending. Since you have never seen your mother since birth, it could very well be that her absence has deeply affected him, leading to his current demeanor. Indeed, it made sense. Jiang Yuan clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, realizing why she felt a sense of dread whenever she encountered Tang San's father. It was not that she was timid. Rather, she instinctively sought to avoid danger. Come, let us find my father and ask him to summon yours. Jiang Yuan tugged at Tang San, eager to rush outside. However, Tang San quickly halted her, aware that Jiang Yuan often acted impulsively, her thoughts leading her into hasty actions. Regardless, we still have school to attend. Let us first gather what we need, request leave from the teacher, and then return. Furthermore, Zhang's father would not be absent from work tomorrow. As work-study students, they had the afternoon free to venture out. All right, Jiang Yuan conceded, abandoning her immediate impulse to run out. The two once again made their way towards the 7th dormitory. As they reached the doorway, an unidentified object soared overhead. Wow! Jiang Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape at the sight of the flying item. Inside, a girl with rabbit ears stood on one leg atop a stool, appearing both adorable and fierce. Sensing their presence, she cast a sharp glance towards them, causing both Tang San and Jiang Yuan to instinctively step back. Hello? Jiang Yuan extended a hand in a tentative greeting. The rabbit-eared girl bounded over, inspecting Jiang Yuan with playful curiosity. What a delightful little human, she exclaimed, her nose twitching as she shifted her gaze to Tang San. For some reason, you smell rather appetizing. Tang San replied, that seems rather impolite. Are you newcomers? The rabbit-eared girl scrutinized them, noting that unlike the other work-study students, they appeared less impoverished. Jiang Yuan nodded obediently, fearing that the little rabbit might hop away in fright. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, as in the dance of the dance. I am the head of this dormitory. Is there anyone here who wishes to challenge me? Xiao Wu eagerly flitted between Jiang Yuan and Tang San. If it were any other adorable young human, she might contemplate being a tad gentler with them. Jiang Yuan and Tang San locked eyes and simultaneously took a step back, shaking their heads fervently. Well then, it seems I must assume the role of the leader, Xiao Wu remarked, a hint of regret in her voice, for there was not a single capable fighter among them. You may proceed inside. Jiang Yuan and Tang San nodded in unison, then circumvented Xiao Wu to choose two adjacent beds, placing their belongings upon them. Xiao Wu, we shall go procure some items now. Huh, what are we buying? Xiao Wu looked utterly perplexed, having received no prior indication of any purchases. Aren't you going to buy bedding and daily necessities? How will you manage to sleep at night? In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized just how astute she truly was, and how adept she was at taking care of herself. Isn't purchasing items supposed to cost money? Xiao Wu tilted her head in curiosity. Indeed, how could one possibly buy things without spending money? Jiang Yuan mimicked her gesture, tilting her head in response. Xiao Wu shook her head gently. But I have no money. I can't afford anything. Ah, my apologies. A twinge of guilt washed over Jiang Yuan, for it was common knowledge that the working students came from impoverished families, and she should not have so carelessly posed such a question. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. After all, a single blanket shouldn't cost too much. Observing that there were only the two of them in the dormitory, she finally spoke up, for her kind heart compelled her. How about I lend you some money? Once you obtain your first ring, you can go to the spirit hall and receive a golden spirit coin, and then you can repay me. Although she referred to it as a loan, Jiang Yuan had no intention of asking Xiao Wu to return it. The term work-study students referred to those who could barely cultivate due to their low talents and were thus unaccepted by the spirit hall. They had been in this state for countless years. Wait, we can receive a golden spirit coin? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled at this newfound information. I will go collect it tomorrow and return it to you. Jiang Yuan's delicate face was instantly filled with bewilderment. Are you endowed with innate full soul power as well? Wasn't it said that such a gift is exceedingly rare? She couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed to be everywhere. "Ah, I have seen through it," she exclaimed. "Wait, are you all the same?" Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yuan and Tang San. The members of Class 7 were equally perplexed. Shouldn't there only be 3 individuals with innate full soul power in their school? All of them among the working students? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt that her innate soul power had lost its value. With a sigh, she despondently walked out with her small hands behind her back, heading towards the school gate in the distance. Tang San, observing Jiang Yuan moving in the opposite direction, swiftly pulled her back. Having borrowed money to buy a quilt for Xiao Wu and some toiletries for himself, the two returned with numerous bags. Standing out conspicuously from the other residents of the 7th dormitory. "You seem quite affluent. Why then, do you choose to be a work-study student and invite disdain?" Someone could not help but inquire. Jiang Yuan expressed some disagreement with the statement. "Why are working students looked down upon? Have I eaten from his table? Has he ever given me anything? What right does he have to look down on me? Who does he think he is?" Xiao Wu, resting her chin on her hand, pondered for a long while and finally declared, "Indeed, I have made up my mind. From now on, anyone who looks down on me must pay first." Jiang Yuan, is this what she meant? Never mind. Everyone has their own way of thinking. She ought to respect the diversity of species. By the way, Tang San and I will be taking a few days off tomorrow to acquire soul rings. Could any of you assist us in tidying up? The funds are all yours. Jiang Yuan gazed brightly at the individuals in the dormitory. "Ahem, I can do it." The person who had just raised their hand to ask a question looked somewhat bashful as they regarded Jiang Yuan. Previously, he was the leader of the 7th dormitory and occasionally assisted others. He was indeed in dire need of money. "Very well, my friend, you are truly a kind soul. What is your name?" "You may call me Wang Sheng." "All right then, I shall rely on you over the next few days." Jiang Yuan flashed him a sweet smile, and she knew there were still many good people in the world. "All right, I shall wash up and retire for the night. I need to rise early tomorrow," Jiang Yuan declared, then laid down on the bed, closed her eyes, and swiftly drifted into slumber. This was the first time Tang San had witnessed Jiang Yuan asleep. How astonishingly fast. Jiang Yuan awoke precisely at the moment her mother would have wielded a feather duster to strike her posterior. Surrounded by an unfamiliar and cacophonous environment, she gradually realized that she was outside, attending school, and no longer subject to her mother's reprimands. She selected a deep green dress for herself, feeling quite pleased with her choice, before proceeding to rouse Tang San. As Tang San opened his eyes, he noticed that the sky outside had yet to brighten. Indeed, it was the first time he had encountered someone who was awake before him. Fortunately, he had retired early the previous night. Xiao Wu, disturbed by their commotion, stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes in confusion and inquiring, "Why are you two up so early?" Jiang Yuan turned his head to glance at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Did I wake you? I shall be more gentle." Xiao Wu shook her head. In truth, she had already been quite soft. However, having been alert as a soul beast for many years, her sensitivity to sound was far beyond the ordinary. Coupled with the rhythmic snores echoing from the dormitory, she found it genuinely difficult to fall asleep. "You continue to rest. Tang San and I shall depart first." Xiao Wu lay back on her bed, waving goodbye to Jiang Yuan and Tang San. "You need not practice today. Let us intercept my father midway and return home directly." Tang San glanced at the sky. "There remains quite a while before Uncle Jiang begins his work, does it not? Shall we not have breakfast?" Jiang Yuan regarded Tang San with a look akin to that of one observing a foolish human. "You have a point. Let us proceed." The two soon found their purpose aligned, and beneath the dimming stars that still twinkled in the early light, they discovered a humble stall selling breakfast dumplings. They paid 10 copper soul coins for 2 bowls of dumplings. Jiang Yuan had consumed half of her meal, but found herself unable to continue. She casually pushed the bowl towards Tang San. Tang San drew the bowl closer to himself and sighed, suggesting, "Perhaps you should indulge in fewer snacks and consume more substantial meals." "But this isn't a proper meal," Jiang Yuan replied, rubbing her belly. "Besides, how much can a little child like me eat? I've already gained quite a bit of weight." The villagers affectionately referred to her as Fortune Treasure, a name so conspicuous that she couldn't possibly be unaware of its implications. As Zhang's father disembarked from the village ox cart, it was as if he had stumbled upon his unfortunate daughter. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, ensuring he was not mistaken, yet he still found it hard to accept the reality before him. "Jiang Yuan, did you not go to school? What are you doing here?" His voice boomed like thunder. And without a doubt, in the next moment, a resounding slap was poised to descend upon his daughter's backside. Jiang Yuan, devoid of any sense of urgency, cheerfully waved at her father, exclaiming, "Father, come quickly. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I have something to discuss." Jiang's father approached, striving to maintain a stern expression as he gazed at Jiang Yuan. "What is it? You'd best concoct a reason that I can believe. It's something significant. We need to locate Tang San's father. Father, could you please take us back home? It is indeed of great importance," Jiang Yuan pleaded, tugging at her father's hand and playfully shaking it from side to side. "What is it?" Jiang Yuan frowned, saying, "This cannot be disclosed. It is someone else's secret." Jiang's father, has that drunkard Tang Hao yet revealed any secrets that his daughter has discovered? What secrets are too precious to be shared with the neighbors? Have you all taken leave? Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as she covered her chubby little face, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've forgotten." "Mister." Jiang's expression darkened as he firmly grasped one of them. "Return and request leave at once," he commanded. "Very well, that shall suffice." Jiang Yuan allowed her father to lead her back, her short legs struggling to keep pace. However, it seemed that only she bore the burden of diminutive stature, as Tang San moved with effortless grace. After securing leave for both Jiang Yuan and Tang San, her father finally took them home. Upon opening the door to Tang San's residence, a pleasant realization washed over her. Tang Hao remained undisturbed in slumber. Jiang Yuan stood on tiptoe, propping herself against the bed, pinching Tang Hao's nose. Tang Hao felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, and he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was fierce and sharp, exuding an aura of menace. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then loosened her grip. "Tang San, look, I told you. He deceived you." At this moment, Tang Hao was equally bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be at school? What was happening? Was he dreaming, or were they both dreaming about going to school? No, wait. What had that little girl just said about deceit? Tang Hao turned his head to see his son looking at him with a complex expression, as if he had a multitude of grievances to voice but found himself at a loss for words. "Father, Uncle Tang, you ought not to deceive Tang San, nor should you be such an indifferent father. Tang San is still just a child. My father always says that a father must protect and care for his offspring. Look at you. You've never even told Tang San the truth, yet he has to look after you. How shameless." "Huh?" Tang Hao exhaled a breath tainted with the scent of alcohol, bewildered by the words of the little girl. Jiang Yuan gazed at Tang Hao with an enigmatic expression, declaring, "Uncle Tang, cease your pretense. You are no blacksmith. I see through your facade." Such hypocrisy from an adult. Tang Hao's beard quivered slightly as he retorted, "What exactly do you claim I have deceived him about?" Jiang Yuan sighed and shook her head, her eyes brimming with disappointment. The priority of martial souls is determined by inheriting the strongest from one's parents. The fact that Tang San could possess 2 martial souls only indicates that his blue-silver grass is no ordinary variant, and the other martial soul must possess a similar caliber of quality. It certainly cannot be 2 inferior martial souls. Thus, they must both be exceptionally powerful. This proves that you are far from being a mere blacksmith. You are deceiving him. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the unexpected depth of thought from this seemingly simple girl. "Did Tang San divulge to you the existence of twin martial souls?" Jiang Yuan shook his head, asserting, "No, it was a certain master I encountered at the academy yesterday who mentioned it." "So, do you believe everything others say?" "I do not trust him. He is inept and deceitful. He claimed that Tang San's blue-silver grass is a worthless martial soul, which leads me to believe his research is rather lacking. Moreover, Tang San himself has not stated that he possesses 2 martial souls. What makes you so certain?" Jiang Yuan pouted and furrowed his brows, pondering whether this family was filled with fools. He had not spoken up, yet the master had made a statement that went unchallenged by him. Moreover, he had listened to my analysis without objection. "Do you truly consider me a simpleton like the rest of you?" Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Having lived for so many years, he had once been audacious, yet now he felt utterly speechless before a 6-year-old girl. It indeed seemed rather foolish. "Now speak up. What brings you 2 back?" Tang Hao sighed, tossing the bottle onto the table. "Take us to find the soul ring. I wish to understand what truly transpired." The voices of Jiang Yuan and Tang San resonated simultaneously. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yuan quickly gestured, "It doesn't matter. We can listen to the story first before seeking the soul rings." Tang Hao remarked, "You certainly have a way with calculations," as he reminisced about the past. Tang Hao found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He pondered over his words for a long time before finally speaking. Your mother. She may not be able to see you again. I hesitate to burden you with this information prematurely. I would prefer to tell you later. Is that acceptable? Jiang Yuan waited for an eternity, longing for a slice of melon. She yearned to deliver a spinning kick to Tang Hao's face. Tang San struggled internally, silently nodding. He believed his mother had likely passed away, and his father had made enemies. However, he resolved to refrain from revealing his name in the future, for he had many adversaries. Tang Hao resumed his carefree demeanor. But what if they encountered danger? Jiang Yuan inquired earnestly. Tang Hao chuckled heartily. Ruffling her hair, then use my name, Tang Hao. All right, Uncle Tang. Tang Hao rose from the bed, rummaging through the wardrobe for a black cloak. Come. Uncle Tang will take you to obtain your soul rings. He tucked one under each arm, the morning breeze stinging their faces, making it difficult to open their eyes. Initially, Tang San was oblivious to the concept of a powerful martial soul, but after Tang Hao's demonstration, he seemed to grasp the essence of strength. The master, having heard that Jiang Yuan and Tang San had taken leave that morning, surmised they were likely hunting for soul rings and quickly set off towards the Soul Beast Forest in a carriage. Since they were only seeking century-old soul rings, there was no necessity to venture into the Douluo Forest. The Soul Beast Forest was a splendid alternative. After confirming that no one had escorted 2 6-year-old children there that day, he waited at the entrance. It wasn't until the sun reached its zenith that he vaguely spotted a figure of 1 large and 2 small. Wait a moment. The master called out urgently. Jiang Yuan turned back in astonishment and exclaimed, Is that the fraudulent uncle? Tang Hao also glanced back, feeling a sense of familiarity. The man's face was largely obscured by his hat, and his long beard rendered him almost unrecognizable. Is there something you require? The master was somewhat taken aback by the imposing aura of the individual before him. However, in pursuit of his ideals, he suppressed his discomfort and stated, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and I possess certain insights regarding the martial spirits of the two of them. Might I be permitted to accompany you? Tang Hao's gaze flickered as he realized it was indeed Yu Xiaojiang. No wonder he appeared familiar. This individual certainly held valuable perspectives on martial spirits. Come along then, he replied. Yu Xiaojiang was overjoyed. Jiang Yuan could not comprehend why this deceptive master was allowed to accompany them. However, she was merely a frail and helpless human child, devoid of the power to resist. Show them your token, Tang Hao said in a low voice. Yu Xiaojiang produced a badge and presented it to the guards, who respectfully granted them entry. Tang Hao took one of them by the hand, leisurely meandering through the forest. Yu Xiaojiang found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Yet Tang San began to actively engage him in conversation. Tang San discovered that this individual possessed commendable theoretical knowledge. But when he once again mentioned that blue silvergrass was a worthless martial spirit, all 3 of them frowned in unison. Tang Hao was acutely aware that Tang San's mother was far from an ordinary blue silvergrass. He also recalled how Jiang Yuan had remarked that Yu Xiaojiang was inadequate. Nevertheless, he had no intention of contradicting her. It was preferable for everyone to believe that Tang San's blue silvergrass was merely an ordinary, useless martial spirit. His keen eyes caught sight of Jiang Yuan about to speak, and he quickly covered her mouth with his hand, subtly shaking his head at her. Jiang Yuan blinked, and comprehension dawned upon her. She nodded earnestly, prompting Tang Hao to release her. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Jiang Yuan and Tang Hao. No one contradicted his words, and his dialogue with Tang San became increasingly animated, as he eagerly elucidated any spirit beasts they encountered along the roadside. Tang Hao picked some fruit for Jiang Yuan to occupy her time, as long as she remained silent. As night descended, Yu Xiaojiang suggested, Let us find a place to rest. Tang Hao, perceiving no significant danger in their current location, nodded in agreement, glancing at Jiang Yuan and Tang San. By this point, Jiang Yuan was beginning to feel drowsy, struggling to keep her eyelids from drooping as she trudged along. Upon hearing the mention of rest, her eyes brightened considerably. They found a clearing, and Yu Xiaojiang sprinkled medicinal powder around the perimeter. Jiang Yuan indeed decided to rest here. Her head tilted as she lay down and succumbed to slumber. Tang Hao twitched his lips slightly. Tang San, standing beside Jiang Yuan, contemplated for a moment before draping his outer garment over her abdomen. After sitting for merely 2 minutes, Tang Hao lifted his gaze towards the distance. Something was approaching. He rose and moved forward to await the arrival of the entity. Is that a mandala snake? Without revealing his martial spirit, Tang Hao charged forward and swiftly dealt a near-fatal blow to the mandala snake. Tang San stood by, astonished. Just as Tang Hao prepared to deliver a finishing strike, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly intervened. Wait a moment. What about this tint skill? Easily swayed, tricolor violet. Tang Hao's tone was tinged with impatience. This mandala snake is over 400 years old. If you trust me, it is indeed highly suitable for Tang San's blue-silver grass. Yu Xiaojing spoke with earnestness. Tang Hao's descending hand paused noticeably. What do you think? He inquired of Tang San, seeking his opinion, as it was ultimately his martial spirit. In truth, Tang San's knowledge regarding martial spirits was rather limited. He had only recently gleaned information from Yu Xiaojing, who had been subtly imparting knowledge about the differences in plant martial spirits and the necessity of absorbing related aspects. I think it's worth a try, Tang San replied, eager to experiment, and Tang Hao had no objections, reasoning that if it proved unmanageable, they could simply withdraw. He tossed a dagger to Tang San and, with an air of bravado, ignited a fire pit. Zhang Yuhan felt the warmth and fell into a deeper, more pleasant slumber. Tang Hao gazed at her and sighed. Perhaps a carefree disposition is indeed a blessing. At least she is not foolish. His son, though mature in his actions, is rather rigid, while this young girl, despite her naivety, possesses a cleverness that balances their dynamic. It can be considered a form of complementarity, at least when she ventures out. He need not worry about her being taken advantage of. Zhang Yuan awoke promptly, while Tang San had yet to complete his absorption. She observed Tang San's pallid complexion, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his eyes wide with alarm. Uncle, is Tang San going to be all right? Tang Hao, leaning against the tree and resting his eyes, opened them. This is his own choice. He must endure it himself. One must always bear the consequences of their decisions. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan nodded, seemingly understanding, pondering the implications of her choice between wontons and steamed buns this morning. What consequence would arise from her decision? Perhaps it was simply that her little stomach could not accommodate another morsel. Yet, she mused, she could always eat tomorrow. Shaking her head, she crouched once more before Tang San. It was not until the break of dawn that Tang San finally opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Zhang Yuan's face, nearly startling him to the ground. What is it? Why do you stare at me so? Zhang Yuan shook her head. You look terrifying this morning. Is absorbing the soul ring that uncomfortable? Perhaps I should reconsider becoming a soul master. Tang San chuckled helplessly, reaching out to pat her head. Do not speak nonsense. Rising from the ground, he distinctly sensed a shift in his perspective towards Zhang Yuan. Tang San, you've grown significantly taller all of a sudden. Zhang Yuan gazed up at him, who was now at least half a head taller, her pupils widening in astonishment. Enough of that. I am determined to become a soul master. Once I grow taller, I will return and give Jiang Yuning a good beating, she thought. Her laughter exuberantly wild. Tang San gently tapped her forehead, ambitious. Yu Xiaojing, having spent a sleepless night, looked even more haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Would you kindly allow me to observe your soul skills? Tang San nodded, a golden soul ring illuminating around him as blue-silver grass erupted from his palm, entwining around a nearby large tree. He tugged at it a few times. It exhibited remarkable resilience and bore the unique toxin of the mandala snake. He retracted the blue-silver grass with great satisfaction. It seems different from before, now adorned with patterns, he noted. Zhang Yuan reached out to poke at the leaf, only to swiftly retract his hand. What is this? Why does it feel numb? Tang San, unable to stop himself, could only rub his forehead and promptly dismissed his martial spirit. My blue-silver grass carries the toxin of the mandala snake, which induces paralysis. Cool. I want a spirit ring too. I want to be like you, so I can hang Zhang Yuning up for a beating without needing ropes. Tang Hao couldn't help but cough twice, interrupting Zhang Yuan. While your imagination is quite splendid, you possess a support-type martial spirit. Thus the idea of using it to hang your sister for a thrashing is destined to remain unfulfilled. Zhang Yuan's smile abruptly froze on her face, her expression turning forlorn as she lamented, what meaning does life hold? Tang Hao scoffed lightly, you're lacking ambition. Offended by his remark, Zhang Yuan retorted, and you, the drunkard, what ambition do you possess? Tang San observed that Zhang Yuan and his father seemed to be inherently at odds, prompting him to quickly pull her behind him. Well then, let us continue our quest to find Yuan's spirit rings. The sooner we complete it, the sooner we can return to school. I'm hungry, Tang San admitted. She hadn't had breakfast, merely waiting for him to awaken, and now her stomach grumbled audibly. Tang San rummaged through his small bundle and produced several pieces of dry rations. Admittedly, it was a bit awkward. He had only prepared enough for 3 people and hadn't anticipated that Master Yu Xiaojiang would accompany them. Having conversed extensively with the master along the way, he felt it would be inconsiderate not to share. I apologize. I only prepared enough rations for 3, Tang San said somewhat sheepishly. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that he had come on his own accord, and it was only natural that others had tea prepared for him. You all eat. Don't mind me. That's simply one tea do. I'm not particularly hungry yet. Please allow me to share some of mine with you. He had set aside 2 pieces for himself, never considering sharing with his father, knowing full well that his father would never relinquish any. He divided one of his pieces into 2 portions, offering the larger half to Yu Xiaojiang while he contentedly consumed the smaller one. Jiang Yuan pouted slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. It was, after all, this individual who insisted on following them, yet he was the one sharing their provisions. She glanced at the small cake in Tang San's hand and, without hesitation, broke off a portion of her own to offer him. Yu Xiaojiang observed their actions, momentarily lost in thought, before awkwardly managing a smile. The camaraderie of children is truly delightful. In truth, one could blame Tang Hao for boasting, claiming he could locate this item within 2 days when they had barely brought any supplies. Speaking of which, is that snake meat inedible? Jiang Yuan watched as Tang San absorbed the essence of the soul ring from the carcass. She recalled that her family had prepared snake stew during her childhood. However, this specimen was indeed quite large. She wouldn't feign surprise, lest she appear uninformed. It could be feasible, but we are ill-equipped and uncertain of the flavor we might produce. Moreover, my blue-silver grass absorbs soul rings that carry toxins. All right, enough of this, she interjected. I understand. Let us depart. Jiang Yuan dusted off her clothes and stood up, resolved to conclude their task promptly and seek sustenance. The 3-colored violet is a common flower-type martial spirit. Although it has undergone mutation, my research indicates that it does not possess any particularly unique traits post-mutation. Some may evolve into control types, however. I still advocate for the support role, as the control abilities of the 3-colored violet primarily serve a supportive function. It proves to be quite effective in controlling foes and, when absorbing control-type soul rings, its soul skills can easily become misaligned. Jiang Yuan was filled with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the words being spoken. Is it true that soul skills can easily deviate? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Indeed, a soul beast cannot possess only a singular skill. If you are aware of a specific control skill of a soul beast prior to absorbing its soul ring, the 3-colored violet weapon may prioritize the auxiliary skills of that soul beast in shaping your soul skill, Yu Xiaojiang patiently elucidated. Jiang Yuan felt overwhelmed. Tang San expressed a degree of sympathy. Being a support spirit master has its merits. In the future, I shall fight in the front, while you safeguard me from behind. 11 absorbed the first ring. Jiang Yuan, feeling dejected, lightly tapped her obstinate head. Ultimately, she succumbed to the passive skill of the tricolor violet. Ugh. She would tell her mother to find her a different father when she returned. Yet, even a change of father would not rescue her. She might as well make do with her life. Her father, with his frail disposition, was incapable of self-sufficiency. Well, enough of this gloom. I shall treat you to a delightful meal upon our return, Tang San whispered softly into Jiang Yuan's ear. Tang Hao's ears perked up. Could it be that his young son was already adept at charming girls? The youth of today, he thought, shaking his head, choosing to feign ignorance. But you mustn't deceive children, Jiang Yuan replied in a hushed tone. Tang San nodded earnestly. How could an adult possibly mislead a child? Yu Xiaojiang, absorbed in contemplation, occasionally glanced around before returning to his thoughts. The tricolor violet could indeed complement the blue silver grass, or perhaps the gnarled ancient tree, or even the evergreen bamboo. Let it be the gnarled ancient tree, Tang Hao suddenly interjected. Huh? Is it truly that hasty? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Shouldn't we compare first? It just so happens that we have encountered one. Tang Hao gestured towards a tree nearby, its trunk as thick as a person's, shimmering under the morning light. Indeed. Is it not a fortuitous find? The gnarled ancient tree is quite commendable. I would actually recommend it. While the blue silver grass may possess healing capabilities from its soul skill, though its efficacy is likely minimal, providing only sustained healing, the evergreen bamboo, on the other hand, would likely lean towards defense after absorbing the soul skill. The gnarled ancient tree is predominantly an auxiliary for soul power. Yu Xiaojiang paused briefly before continuing. There exists a legend surrounding the gnarled ancient tree, known as to place one in a life or death situation and then revive, suggesting that upon absorbing this soul ring, one might unlock a hidden soul skill that heals half of one's injuries when on the brink of death. However, This remains merely a legend, unverified by anyone thus far. If no one has verified it, how do you know? Jiang Yuan inquired, her small eyes reflecting a profound confusion. I came across it in ancient texts. It must have some basis, for such records do not simply exist without reason. Jiang Yuan immediately lost interest. Her sister had said that anything not mentioned in the book was deceitful. It was best to regard it merely as a tale. Tang Hao tossed an axe to Jiang Yuan and pointed at the ancient tree with the wooden stalks, saying, "Go, chop it down." Jiang Yuan stared in astonishment at the axe that Tang Hao had inexplicably produced, her gaze shifting to the tree that was thicker than herself. Her lips parted slightly. Questioning in earnest, "Is this a jest?" She pondered the politeness of such an act. Her mouth moved as if to articulate a scathing remark. Yet no words of reproach emerged. She felt her knowledge was limited, her vocabulary insufficient. "Go ahead. I have faith in your capabilities. I have already secured it for you." Jiang Yuan listened to these words, feeling an urge to curse once more. At that moment, she deeply regretted not having read more books. "Go on. What are you waiting for? I've already bestowed upon you invincible power." Tang San, standing nearby, listened to their conversation and thought his father was truly childish. How could he possibly deceive a young child in such a manner? Jiang Yuan reluctantly accepted the truth. She dragged the axe towards the ancient tree of the gallows. And indeed, the tree remained utterly still. Summoning all her strength, she struck the tree, and the axe effortlessly sliced through the trunk, slipping from her grasp and flying far away. It was true, there was indeed invincible power, and she had thought that Uncle Tang was deceiving her. The ancient tree of the gallows crashed to the ground, and Tang Hao gathered the swirling soul power around him, a yellow soul ring emerging. 380 years. Not bad at all. Now, absorb it. Sitting on the ground, he unleashed his martial soul, channeling his power to feel the soul ring drawing it in. Jiang Yuan found a comfortable spot to sit and began to absorb the soul ring. She had heard that Tang San sat through the entire night, which surely must have been quite taxing on him. The soul ring, originally suspended from the corpse of a tree, flew towards her martial spirit. A tremendous surge of power coursed through her, prompting her to regain her composure. The energy circulated throughout her body, enveloping her in a cozy warmth. It was so pleasant that she nearly succumbed to slumber, perplexed by why Tang San experienced such discomfort while absorbing a soul ring. It seemed as though she had merely taken a brief nap when she awakened. However, she was left with an unsettling sensation of something additional within her being. An indescribable feeling that rendered her slightly uneasy, yet she chose to disregard it, attributing it perhaps to the nature of soul ring absorption. "How's your soul skill?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired eagerly, stepping forward. As a mutated tricolor violet with innate full soul power, he harbored certain expectations. "Is it not the restoration of soul power you mentioned? Or is there something else?" "Uncle, do not become overly engrossed in the illustrations." Jiang Yuan harbored profound disappointment towards this individual of considerable stature, observing day after day the absence of earnest endeavors. It was evident that he had not perused any commendable literature. Otherwise, how could he constantly conjure such peculiar notions? From a professional standpoint, his reasoning was flawed. "Very well, since the absorption is complete, it is time to return." Tang Hao entrusted the two to Yu Xiaojiang and departed in another direction. "We must first visit the Spirit Hall to collect the Soul Master's golden soul coin." "Very well." Yu Xiaojiang instructed the carriage to alter its course, and Jiang Yuan along with Tang San alighted at the entrance of the Spirit Hall's branch. "Greetings. We are here for our Soul Master certification. Could you kindly direct us on where to proceed?" The guard at the entrance appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled amiably. "Children, I believe you might be mistaken. No, indeed, we are here for the spirit certification. We have just returned after obtaining our soul rings." Jiang Yuan gently rubbed her belly, still yearning for a meal. Inside, she proceeded straight ahead and then turned left. The guard felt a twinge of bitterness. Such a young child had already become a soul master, while they had yet to attain even 2 soul rings. The two of them followed the guard's directions and arrived at the door, politely knocking before entering. "Come in." Jiang Yuan pushed the door open, only to find an elderly gentleman inside. "Hello, we are here for the martial soul level certification." "Such a young child, is it?" The awakening of the martial soul is not the same as the certification of the martial soul. Jiang Yuan could not fathom why every adult felt compelled to question her words. The only recourse she had was to summon her martial soul alongside Tang San. At such a tender age, could she truly be a soul master? It was utterly astonishing. Upon realizing that the two children were not jesting, he hastily produced the soul power testing crystal. Today's youth are remarkably accomplished. Just yesterday, I encountered a young girl seeking certification. And now I find myself before the two of you. "Ah, would you be interested in joining our spirit hall?" Jiang Yuan and Tang San simultaneously shook their heads. We are already enrolled at Nodding Academy, and it is rather inconvenient for us to visit the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the gentleman who conducted our spirit awakening informed us that we possess inferior spirits. Surely, attending the Spirit Hall would require considerable effort, a feat I am rather disinclined to undertake. Very well, I concede my indiscretion. He placed the testing crystal on the table and examined the results obtained by the two. Tang San, level 13. Jiang Yuan, level 12. You both truly excel. After obtaining their certificates and receiving a gold spirit coin, Tang San led Jiang Yuan to a meal, for he had made her a promise, one he could not forsake. What would you like to eat? Tang San inquired of Jiang Yuan, but it cannot be snacks. Jiang Yuan's words were caught in her throat. As she pondered why Tang San seemed to know her unspoken thoughts, it was disheartening indeed. Then let us have fish, and make it spicy, she declared. A final display of her stubbornness. Very well. Tang San concurred, recalling that in his previous life, he too had an affinity for spicy cuisine. As they entered the restaurant, they noticed two children and felt no sense of disdain. A beautiful waitress approached them with patience, inquiring about their dining preferences. Jiang Yuan placed the order, and Tang San took out a soul coin from his pocket to settle the bill. In bustling small restaurants, patrons typically pay before dining, a practice designed to prevent any potential disputes. Should you go over and inform Uncle Jiang after we finish our meal that you have returned with the soul ring? Ah, you are right. I shall do so after we dine. Jiang Yuan finally recalled the anxious father waiting at home, yearning for his daughter's return. Jiang Yuan savored her meal with great delight, her lips swollen from the spice, yet nothing could deter her from showcasing her enjoyment. How exhilarating! With no one at home who relished spicy food, I felt utterly stifled. Next time, do come find me to accompany you in this culinary adventure. Tang San observed Jiang Yuan, whose forehead glistened with sweat as she indulged. Indeed, children are most endearing in such moments. Have you had your fill? He wiped his mouth clean and took the opportunity to tidy Jiang Yuan's face as well, a gesture that filled him with a sense of paternal pride. I am satisfied, Jiang Yuan declared, lifting her cup and draining its contents in one swift motion before setting it down and proudly puffing out her little belly as they strolled outside. The two ambled leisurely to the workplace of Jiang's father, arriving just in time for noon. Jiang Yuan leaned against the doorframe, peering inside with curiosity. Jiang Yuan observed her father at the front desk, utterly engrossed in his accounts, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Realizing it was futile to expect him to notice her, she opted to approach him herself. Clearing her throat, Jiang Yuan stood before the counter and coughed lightly twice. My dear and Kai has returned, exclaimed her father, visibly relieved. He dropped his pen, emerged from behind the counter, and lifted Jiang Yuan high into the air. You've gained weight and grown taller. Is this the effect of absorbing soul rings? Jiang's father marveled at his daughter, who had indeed grown significantly, nearly matching her sister's height increase over the past year. Indeed. Just look at Tang San. He too has grown taller, he remarked, finally noticing Tang San standing beside them, who had also experienced a noticeable growth spurt. After confirming his daughter's safety, Jiang's father abruptly began to usher her away. All right, it's time for you to return to the academy. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan turned to leave. Having barely had a sip of tea, feeling somewhat shortchanged by the situation, she extended her hand toward her father. Palm up. Give me some money. I want to buy 2 ice pops. Aren't you wealthy enough to purchase them yourself? Jiang's father frowned, contemplating the few private funds he had, which seemed insufficient to accommodate her whims. I have no money. Now be off with you. With that, he firmly guided her out the door, not sparing her a backward glance. Jiang Yuan pouted, recalling how Anzai had thought of him just moments ago, only to dismiss him now due to financial constraints. Such a pragmatic man. Tang San, let us depart. There is no need to converse with this uncle. Tang San found himself mildly amused. The world of children often possessed a peculiar charm. Their exchange back and forth had consumed the entire evening. Ah, you have returned, Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement as she regarded the two newcomers. You're late. Let me tell you, this afternoon someone came to provoke us, and I managed to knock them all down. You should have seen their faces. It was utterly hilarious. What sort of person dared to provoke us? Jiang Yuan climbed onto Xiaowu's bed, her eyes wide with anticipation as she prepared to hear the tale. It was just that group of formal students, each one thinking themselves quite formidable. I dispatched them one by one, leaving them begging for mercy on their knees, Xiaowu recounted, standing on the bed, her hands and feet gesticulating dramatically, imbuing her narrative with a sense of heroic bravado. How impressive you are. Jiang Yuan clapped her hands while seated on the bed, her eyes brimming with envy. She longed to possess such prowess, to strike Jiang Yuning with her fists and kick him with her feet. Merely imagining it was exhilarating. By the way, what was your soul skill during your outing? Xiao inquired. Jiang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. I am a support-type soul master, and my soul skills can restore soul power. It is quite commendable, so why the discontent? Xiao found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of this human child. She had heard that support-type soul masters were quite esteemed among humans, especially considering that this child was a naturally gifted support-type soul master with full soul power. I wish to possess a martial soul capable of knocking someone down with a single punch. Jiang Yuan clenched her fist, lost in thought, her expression appearing adorably fierce. Is that really such a big deal? Come, practice some jiu-jitsu with me. I guarantee that even as a support-type soul master, you will be able to take someone down with a single blow. Xiao encouraged, patting Jiang Yuan's shoulder. She admired this child for sharing her passion for combat. Really? You are truly a good person, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Xiao Wu's legs, unable to contain her joy. Tang San sighed inwardly, silently adding, Good person card 1. Tomorrow, my sister will take you for training, and I promise to teach you until you master it. Xiao Wu assured with a firm pat on her chest. Jiang Yuan gazed at Xiao Wu, nodding repeatedly. This little rabbit was truly kind-hearted. After a long day of walking, she felt exhausted and, after freshening up, fell straight into bed and drifted off to sleep. As long as she retired early, she remained oblivious to any sounds within the dormitory. The following day, Jiang Yuan and Tang San went to cancel their absence. It was their first time attending class in the classroom. The teacher did not immediately delve into topics regarding soul masters or soul beasts, but instead focused on teaching the students to recognize characters. Jiang Yuan flipped through the book and realized that she recognized most of the characters, as her father had taught her and her sister. Tang San was not particularly familiar with the script of the Douluo Continent, so this was a perfect opportunity for him to learn. Jiang Yuan perused through various books and selected one that piqued her interest, appearing quite engrossed. Shonen, it's time for lunch, called Xiao Wu, who displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm at the mention of food. Hurry up, for someone is treating me to lunch today. I will take you all to the second floor. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuan's neck, leaving Tang San to hastily gather his belongings and follow behind. Order whatever you like, Xiao Wu proclaimed, pointing generously at the dishes available on the second floor. Jiang Yuan's face contorted in a frown of indecision. But they only invited you, not us. It seems rather impolite. Xiao Wu found it difficult to comprehend. To her, it did not appear to be a significant matter. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Then I shall inquire for you. Just as Xiao Wu turned, she noticed someone approaching and called out, Xiao Chenyu, I am treating my friend to dinner. Sister Xiao Wu, feel free to extend the invitation without asking for my permission, Xiao Chenyu promptly replied. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at him, feeling as though 3 words were inscribed upon his forehead. Foolish big head. See, I told you it was nothing of great significance. Xiao Wu playfully tousled Jiang Yuan's hair, her soft demeanor reminiscent of an adorable young human, evoking a desire to ruffle her further. Sister Xiao Wu, how come I feel like I've never encountered these two before? Xiao Chenyu remarked, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan and Tang San, both of whom were unfamiliar to him. They took leave at the commencement of the semester to acquire their soul rings. Which is why you haven't met them. Xiao Chenyu's mouth fell agape. He had initially thought that Xiao Wu alone was extraordinary, only to discover there were 2 more, highlighting the stark disparity among individuals. Hello, dear foolish big brother. Jiang Yuan's ears, concealed beneath her hair, flushed a shade of red. She narrowly avoided uttering the words foolish big spender. Greetings, greetings, Xiao Chenyu said with a mournful expression. He should no longer be referred to as big brother, but rather she ought to call him brother. It's time to eat. What would little Inen like? Tang San inquired. You need not concern yourself with me. Tang San took a plate and began to survey the various dining options. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, holding 2 plates, engaged in an enthusiastic discussion with Jiang Yuan about their meal choices. At times, Tang San found himself pondering the peculiar nature of female friendship. Despite having known each other for only a few days, their bond resembled that of acquaintances for many years. Jiang Yuan embarked on her monotonous and tedious journey of cultivation and learning, occasionally practicing judo with Xiao Wu, which left her disoriented and bewildered. Tang San could only prepare various remedies for bruises and injuries. From time to time, he would reluctantly entertain the theories forcefully imparted by their master, fearing she might not heed them, and would tempt her with a plethora of snacks, claiming that if she took notes, she would be rewarded with treats. It was rather amusing. After all, she was already a grown child, and the mango-flavored gummy candy was simply delightful. Together, She and Xiaowu dominated the nodding academy. And Tang San was more than happy to tidy up after their escapades, for there was little choice, given that his child was in Xiaowu's hands. Tang San's life had become significantly simpler: cultivation, learning, blacksmithing, and cleaning up messes. In the meantime, whenever the two were summoned by the academic office for reprimands, he would apologize and bring them back. Jiang Yuan, Xiaowu, hurry up. Uncle Jiang has been waiting for us for quite some time, Tang San said with a hint of exasperation as the two busied themselves packing, only to pause for snacks, sharing delectable treats with one another. The trio slung their respective bundles over their shoulders, and Uncle Jiang had already arranged for a carriage waiting at the entrance, his eyes scanning eagerly for their appearance. Upon seeing them emerge, he quickly took their belongings and ushered them into the carriage. Xiaowu was already well acquainted with Uncle Jiang. Whenever Tang San went off to blacksmith, Xiaowu and Jiang Yuan would be left to their own devices, often taking Xiao Yu out for leisurely strolls. On one occasion, they were caught red-handed by Uncle Jiang, leading to a significant reduction in their range of activities. Your mother said you were coming back so early this morning. She sent me to buy groceries, Uncle Jiang said cheerfully, as the only one among the three with both parents present. A fleeting glance of envy passed between Xiaowu and Tang San. Jiang Yuan had not forgotten her primary objective. She had been diligently studying jujitsu with Xiaowu for quite some time. Her foremost intention upon returning was to confront Jiang Yuning with a spirited challenge, and the mere thought of it exhilarated her. Tang San observed her inexplicable excitement and immediately understood what thoughts were stirring in Jiang Yuning's mind. This aspiration truly exemplified unwavering tenacity. Jiang Yuan's foremost ambition was to confront Jiang Yuning. The distance from Nodding City to Holy Spirit Village was not particularly lengthy, and after a brief bout of playful banter, they arrived. Uncle Jiang, thank you. I shall take my leave now, she said. Very well, do come over for dinner later. Your Aunt Jiang has prepared a feast, and your father certainly has not cooked for you, Jiang Fu remarked while leading Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu into the house. Playfully grumbling, Tang San felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed a similar scene involving Jiang Yuan before. This must be Xiaowu, he mused. Inen has spoken highly of you. You truly are a remarkable young lady. Jiang Mu gazed at Xiaowu and lavished her with praise, as Jiang Yuan had frequently mentioned how much Xiaowu had taught her. Upon returning, Jiang Yuan searched the entire house for Jiang Yuning, exclaiming, Mother, where is my sister? Wasn't she just in her room? Jiang Yuan searched around once more, calling out, Jiang Yuning, where have you run off to? Are you aware that now, upon my return, you dare not show your face? Humph. Now I have the capability to hang you up and teach you a lesson, ha 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 ha. Jiang Yuan's laughter was particularly unrestrained, prompting Jiang Yuning, who initially wished to remain inside, to involuntarily twitch her lips. Stepping outside, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of her head, executing the action without a trace of hesitation. You ambushed me. How utterly unscrupulous. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, clutching her head as a buzzing sensation enveloped her. Still flaunting your arrogance? Still brazenly laughing? Jiang Yuning's calm faade cracked with a series of pointed inquiries, causing Jiang Yuan to retreat a few steps, her expression one of indignation. Xiaowu, taken aback, instinctively stepped back, realizing the truth behind Jiang Yuan's claim of her sister's ferocity. Going to wash up and eat, and you return only to engage in a brawl? What a pair of adversaries, she mused. Where on earth is that boy Tang San? This was Xiaowu's first experience of such a lively atmosphere within a human family, leaving her feeling somewhat reserved. Her knowledge of humanity had been acquired only after her emergence, and having been exposed to it for less than half a year, she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief wait, Tang San finally arrived, and only then did the group commence their meal. Jiang Yuantong took a mouthful of rice and began to boast. Jiang Yuning, let me tell you, I have learned jujitsu and could take on 5 of you. As they dined, Jiang Yuning cast her a glance and promptly fed her a shrimp. Jiang Yuan swallowed hard and began to murmur, Are you afraid to fight me? I knew you were scared, ha ha ha, just like the times you used to challenge me. Jiang Yuning responded with a nonchalant chim, and then proceeded to stuff a piece of pork belly into Jiang Yuan's mouth. Jiang Yuning, allow me to share something with you. Jiang Yuning set down his chopsticks and, in the most serene tone, uttered a most menacing remark. If you do not wish to eat, I can offer you a rather resounding slap instead. Jiang Yuan retracted her neck and began to eat her meal earnestly. Tang San observed this scene with calm composure, continuing his meal, as he had grown accustomed to such trivialities. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yuan noticed her mother carrying a blanket towards the vacant room and quickly exclaimed, Mother, I wish to sleep with Xiaowu. Mother Jiang paused momentarily and replied, Very well. Jiang Yuan regrettably did not manage to confront Jiang Yuning. She felt a profound sense of loss. After all, she had trained for so long, yet when faced with Jiang Yuning, she faltered. It was truly perplexing. Tang San returned home to his busy life after finishing his meal, and before he departed, Jiang's mother thoughtfully prepared a portion of food for his unreliable father, sparing Tang San the trouble of cooking for him later. Initially, Tang San's father seemed to be an ordinary man, but it turned out he was a soul master who took in to acquire a soul ring. During the 6 months that Tang San was away, the Jiang family had been more attentive to Tang Hao. Although they were unsure whether a soul master could starve, they had an instinctive feeling that Tang Hao might. Thus, Jiang Yuning added another task to her schedule, occasionally visiting Tang Hao's home to deliver food and ensure he had not perished from hunger. As Tang San returned home with the meal, Tang Hao habitually accepted it and began to eat. He was unashamed, as he had grown accustomed to such generosity. Meanwhile, Xiao lay on Jiang Yuan's bed, her little legs dangling in the air, her feet swaying playfully. "Your home is truly wonderful," she remarked. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Yuan questioned, feeling her own home was rather dilapidated despite their wealth and reluctance to renovate. "Is your family unkind to you?" she probed cautiously. Xiao gazed vacantly ahead, her head shaking unconsciously. "It's not that. My mother passed away, and I no longer have a home, just 2 younger brothers." "Oh, I apologize for bringing up such a sorrowful topic," Jiang Yuan lamented, feeling an urge to chastise herself for her thoughtlessness. "It's all right. There is no need to feel guilty. It's not your fault," Xiao comforted, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yuan's hair. "Jiang Yuan, come out and serve the fruit." Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yuan flinched momentarily, followed by a wave of frustration. Truly, why did she instinctively react to Jiang Yuning's voice? Here it comes again. Jiang Yuan hastily climbed out of bed, slipping on a pair of mismatched slippers before rushing toward the door. "Why do you wear such a sour expression every day? Is someone indebted to you?" Jiang Yuan leaned in close to Jiang Yuning, their faces merely 5 centimeters apart. Jiang Yuning extended her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Yuan's face, forcefully pushing her out. "I do not mind making you indebted to me at this moment." A vicious and malevolent woman. Jiang Yuan seized the plate and, with a resounding bang, shut the door. Jiang Yuning stood at the doorway, gazing at it for an extended period. She yearned to share a night's slumber with her sister, having not seen each other for quite some time. Her sister had formed new friendships and even referred to others as sister. Alone, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Placing her hand gently against the door, she closed her eyes, yet ultimately lacked the courage to intrude and turned away. The following day, Jiang Yuan rose promptly, slinging her little basket over her shoulder, which had become somewhat small for her, yet no one had thought to dispose of it. Early in the morning was perfect for mushroom picking, ideal for stir-frying, making soup, or stewing chicken. Tang San was, as usual, practicing in his usual spot. Jiang Yuan extended his hand in greeting. "Good morning." "Morning. By the way, hold on a moment. I have something for you." "What is it?" Tang San retrieved a hidden dart and said, "Here, this is perfect for you as a support-type soul master. It will aid in your protection, allowing you to defend yourself without the need to learn martial arts." Jiang Yuan glanced around and ultimately concluded, however, this cannot be used to strike Jiang Yuning. Tang San fell silent and gazed up at the sky. "Indeed. Could you refrain from considering everything as a means to hit your sister? She likely does not desire such fortune." Jiang Yuan blinked in disbelief. "Is that so? She often claimed that my ability to withstand her blows was my greatest fortune. Then why would she reject the fortune I offered her? Absurd." For the first time, Tang San realized just how vast the chasm was between his reasoning and that of a child. In any case, this object possesses the potential to take a life. It must not be wielded carelessly against one's family or friends, understand? It should only be used to strike down an assailant when one's own safety is at stake. Jiang Yuan nodded obediently, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not misuse it." Tang San exhaled in relief, fearing that Jiang Yuan might rush back to duel with Jiang Yuning. Otherwise, he would be the one held accountable. Yet, it seemed that the thought processes of these 2 sisters were anything but ordinary. Make sure to keep it safe. If possible, avoid opening that valve above, for that will prevent your arrows from being released. All right, you can trust me. I will absolutely not tamper with it," Jiang Yuan earnestly promised. Tang San gently caressed her head, saying, "Of course, and it is the best. I have complete faith in you. You would never do such a thing." Jiang Yuan's head nodded more frequently, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Tang San observed that the person had been sufficiently coaxed, so he allowed them to return to their tasks. Upon waking that morning, Jiang Yuan was elated to receive gifts. She pondered whether she ought to return the favor to Tang San. Additionally, there were Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuning. Her little purse felt as though it could barely withstand the strain. After spending an entire holiday at home, Jiang Yuan found herself preparing to return to school. She embraced Jiang Yuning's waist, feeling a touch of reluctance. Wait for my return. Jiang Yuning gazed at her younger sister, who was now nearly as tall as herself. And for the first time in a while, her lips curled into a gentle smile. Go ahead. Her sister was truly different from her. Goodbye. Jiang Yuan waved her hand as she boarded the carriage and departed. Time passed swiftly, and the year slipped away in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yuan held an umbrella, leaning against Xiao Wu as they fanned each other with gentle gestures. I simply cannot endure this any longer. Tang San. Why did you so foolishly agree to master S whims and attend that so-called Shrek Academy? I am sweltering. Xiao Wu's fanning showed no signs of abating, rather. Her movements grew increasingly fervent, yet the gusts she created were merely hot air, offering little more than a psychological comfort to the two. I apologize. It was my oversight. I shall cover your living expenses for the next month, Tang San remarked, taken aback by the distance they had traveled. Alas, I should have taken it upon myself to investigate the academy rather than leaving it entirely to you. This is indeed a lapse on my part. Xiao Wu sat beneath the tree, one leg dangling carelessly while the other was drawn up. Jiang Yuan could only place his hand in the center of her skirt to prevent any inadvertent exposure. Xiaonan, can your second skill alleviate heat? Oh, is that even possible? Her second soul skill was a healing type, and she had never tested its efficacy in addressing the issue of heat. Why not give it a try? Xiao Wu coiled around Jiang Yuan's arm, playfully coaxing him. Jiang Yuan, unable to resist her charming antics, nodded in agreement. As the second ring ascended, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body. The heat within him dissipated, yet a lingering warmth remained. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly urged Tang San to continue their journey, given the remoteness and arduousness of the path. Even the horse-drawn carriages had only accompanied them halfway. It is truly difficult for Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu to fathom the remoteness of their destination. However, from their inquiries, it seems that the academy in question possesses a remarkable reputation. Which prestigious institution would establish itself in such a desolate locale? Xiao Wu carries Jiang Yuan on her back to conserve her strength as they hasten their journey alongside Tang San. When fatigue sets in, the two take turns bearing the load. Jiang Yuan continuously unleashed his soul abilities upon their backs. It is uncertain how long they had been running. Xiao Wu glanced up several times, uncertainly stating, "It seems I can vaguely see a city." Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes, confirmed the sight of the city. Let us hasten our pace. Once we arrive, we can finally rest. Oh, truly. I desire to stay in the finest hotel and indulge in a luxurious bath. Indeed. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu strolled hand in hand through the city of Soto, feeling that it was somewhat superior to their hometown of Notting City. However, it seemed that the academy they were searching for was not located within this city, as indicated by the map. Fortunately, when Tang San agreed to attend Shrek Academy, the master had provided a slight bribe. He gifted Tang San a soul guide belt, allowing the trio to avoid carrying their own luggage. A single soul guide was exchanged for 3 innate full soul powers, demonstrating the master's clever calculations. Only with Tang San, who shared a good rapport with him, would such a favor be possible. Had it been Jiang Yuan or Xiao Wu, it likely would have been dismissed without consideration. Xiao Wu's attention was captured by a lavishly decorated establishment adorned with exquisite roses, her eyes sparkling with delight. No girl could resist the allure of beautiful flowers, especially in a sea of blossoms with walls covered in floral designs. Let us stay there, Xiaonan. Wow, it looks stunning. Let us do it. Tang San, feeling a bit exasperated, followed along, though an uneasy feeling lingered in his mind. He sensed that this hotel was not an ordinary one. Initially, the receptionist appeared momentarily dazed at the sight of 2 young ladies entering, but her expression morphed into a knowing smile upon noticing Tang San's arrival. Hello. Are you here to check in? She inquired. Yes, indeed, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu nodded in unison. Could we have 2 rooms, please? Xiao Wu chimed, raising 2 fingers and flashing a sweet smile at the receptionist. Unfortunately, we only have 1 room available, the receptionist replied, appearing somewhat troubled. However, our rooms are quite spacious and would comfortably accommodate 3. They were all familiar with one another, having shared a dormitory in the 7th dormitory. But the receptionist's peculiar gaze made them feel a tad uncomfortable. That will suffice, Xiao Wu nodded slightly. Turning around, she cheerfully extended her hand toward Tang San, saying, Xiao San, it's your turn to pay. Tang San felt that for the next month, he would merely be a faceless machine for dispensing money. resigned to his fate. He surrendered to the situation. As he retrieved his pouch of gold soul coins from the soul guide, he was interrupted. "Wait a moment," a voice called out, causing the trio to turn in unison. A tall man with golden hair, flanked by a pair of twins, sauntered toward them. Upon closer inspection, one could discern his heterochromatic eyes. "Is there something you need?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. "I believe this room is mine. How dare you occupy it without my permission?" The golden-haired man asserted arrogantly, his demeanor and the sultry heat inciting a desire to subdue him. "How could it possibly belong to you? Is your name written on it?" Xiaowu retorted, livid with frustration. The heat had already made her intolerant, and now this arrogant man had appeared to complicate matters further. "Indeed, my name is written there. This room has been reserved in my name for the long term," the golden-haired man replied, his heterochromatic gaze sending a chill toward the receptionist. "You must be new here. Summon your manager." Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow and tugged at Xiaowu's sleeve. "Let it go. Since it's reserved by someone else, we can simply find another place." She had already consumed 2/3 of her soul power and did not wish to engage in a confrontation under such circumstances, which would render her rather vulnerable. "Not a chance. Inen, you sit aside. Today, I am determined to teach him a lesson and send him packing." Xiaowu was seething with anger, her frustration having accumulated throughout their journey. "How interesting," remarked the golden-haired man with a grin. "Let us do this. If you win the fight, the room is yours. If you lose, you will perform a show to get out." "Fine." Xiaowu's fist cracked ominously as she prepared for the confrontation. "I'll handle this," Tang San interjected. Attempting to restrain Xiaowu, it's not fitting for a young lady to engage in brawls. However, Xiaowu, consumed by her fury, dismissed Tang San with a toss of her shoulder. She was determined to unleash her pent-up frustration today. The manager arrived late, his rotund figure hurrying over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Ladies, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence." The golden-haired man regarded Xiaowu, ignoring the manager's pleas. "Stop your prattling. All losses will be on me." The manager promptly silenced himself and discreetly sought refuge behind the front desk. The golden-haired man gestured towards Xiaowu. "Let that man behind you take my place. I do not strike women, but I have no qualms about hitting men," Xiaowu retorted, launching herself at the golden-haired man with a sweeping kick. He swiftly retreated, inadvertently pushing aside the pair of twins. The wind from her shoe grazed his face. Xiaowu retracted her leg and followed up with a flying kick. The golden-haired man raised his hands defensively before him. Jiang Yuan gazed at Xiaowu, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The man before them appeared to be formidable, leaving Jiang uncertain whether Xiaowu could prevail. The situation was intriguing. The golden-haired man brushed off the dust from his hands, unleashing his martial soul, his distinctive heterochromatic eye strikingly prominent. Xiaowu also activated her martial soul, relentlessly assaulting the golden-haired man. In her fury, she and the man exchanged blows with fervor. It was unclear whether the golden-haired man had initially underestimated her or if his declaration of not striking women had impeded him. Seizing an opening, Xiaowu delivered a powerful kick that sent the golden-haired man soaring into the air. Watching intently, Jiang Yuan and Tang San tensed, sensing the impending climax of the battle. The golden-haired man, realizing the precariousness of his situation, was compelled to forcibly activate his soul technique mid-air. However, before he could complete his technique, Xiaowu's foot landed squarely on his face, pressing down with undeniable force. Jiang Yuan involuntarily leaned back, a sensation of pain washing over her as she observed the scene. In truth, she and Xiaowu could unite to execute an enhanced version of their technique, albeit with Tang San's assistance. A cloud of dust erupted, and fissures appeared on the ground as the golden-haired man's soul skill was barely unleashed, sparing him from further injury. Before he could rise, he was sent flying once more, a sharp pain striking his waist. This was his miscalculation, having underestimated his opponents, believing them to be mere children, especially since they were girls. He had held back. Little did he know he would find himself in a precarious situation. Still arrogant, are we? Xiaowu, hands on her hips, felt her pent-up anger dissipate, leaving her considerably more at ease. Jiang Yuan and Tang San hurriedly approached. Observing the motionless figure on the ground, they exchanged a glance, contemplating whether this could result in a grave outcome. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yuan inquired cautiously. "Cough. I'm perfectly fine," the golden-haired man replied, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood as he propped himself up from the ground. "Perhaps it would be best if you remained still. Xiaowu's soul technique inflicts considerable damage on the body. Allow me to administer treatment first." The soul ring of Jiang Yuan ascended, emanating a blend of black and purple light that floated towards the golden-haired man. The injuries within his body had significantly alleviated, The golden-haired man rose to his feet, expressing gratitude. Thank you, you are quite impressive. Are you heading to Shrek Academy? If so, do mention my name, Daimubai. As they checked into the hotel, the defeated adversary continued to put on airs. Is he all right? Xiao Wu observed the disheveled young man with tousled hair, her brows furrowing and her lips slightly parted, as the corners of her mouth twitched intermittently. Jiang Yuan found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of this individual. However, the room was theirs, so it was best to retire for the night. After procuring the key from the front desk, the trio ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped them, reminiscent of roses. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a variety of rose, perhaps a China rose? Absurd, roses that smell like roses. Nevertheless, they were undeniably beautiful. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, circled the flowers in the center of the room twice. Xiaonan, they are truly stunning. I adore them, she exclaimed, plucking one from its stem to admire in her hand. This must be the allure of flowers that no girl could ever resist. Tang San surveyed the hotel room and suddenly grasped the reason behind the peculiar gaze they received from the front desk staff upon their arrival. This must be a couple's hotel. How absurd. The realization dawned upon him, bringing a wave of embarrassment. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu appeared momentarily bewildered as they examined the flowers repeatedly. Inan, shall we take a bath? There are petals and milk, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight upon entering the bathroom and discovering its contents. Tang San stood in the room, feeling the warmth of the floor beneath his feet. Perhaps it would be best to remove him from this situation. He truly does not belong here, he thought. You two needn't treat him as one of your own. Should I step out for a moment? Call me when you're done? He inquired. Huh? Why go out? Are you planning to shop? Jiang Yuan asked, her head peeking out in confusion. Tang San replied, your innocence makes me feel rather foolish. While you indulge in your bath, I find it inappropriate to remain here. I shall wait by the door. Just summon me when you are finished. Oh, very well, Jiang Yuan conceded, retreating her head. Xiao Wu had already prepared the bathwater, adding milk and petals. Together, they submerged themselves, exhaling a collective sigh of contentment. Indeed, a bath was wonderfully soothing. Jiang Yuan leaned back against the tub, her hair elegantly gathered into a bun atop her head, revealing her round, cherubic face. Xiao Wu, emulating Jiang Yuan, also coiled her long braid. By the way, Xiao Wu, yours is larger than mine, Jiang Yuan remarked, reaching out. Xiao Wu quickly covered her chest. Touch your own, she protested. Oh, come on, I'm just having a little fun, nothing more. If you continue like this, I might just reciprocate, Xiao Wu teased. I'm not stingy. Feel free. Oh, please. After their playful banter, they finally emerged from the bath, as the water had grown somewhat cool. Tang San, having squatted for too long, felt his legs growing numb. Jiang Yuan opened the door and looked at Tang San, who was squatting at the entrance. Tang San, you should take a shower as well. You've been sweating quite a bit. All right. They both lacked the awareness to maintain propriety, rolling around on the large bed until they collided with each other and then rolled in opposite directions. Done, and then, after the bath, I'm not tired anymore. I want to go shopping, Xiao Wu said, propped up on the bed, glancing at Jiang Yuan. It was still midday, not yet evening, making it difficult to sleep. Then let us go out after Tang San finishes washing up. We can grab a bite to eat too. Sounds great. Xiao Wu's excitement was palpable at the thought of going out. When Tang San emerged, the two were still deliberating over what to eat later, and he realized that these two were anything but docile. However, he could not voice his concerns and could only accompany them. They indulged in shopping and snacking along the way, giving whatever they didn't fancy to Tang San. After a round of exploring, the three of them had thoroughly satisfied their cravings for snacks. That shop seems to have a fluctuation of soul power, Xiao Wu pointed at a humble storefront. Jiang Yuan glanced over and suggested, shall we venture inside to take a look? Upon pushing the door open, they found no one in sight. Although it was labeled as a shop, the items within were haphazardly strewn about, leaving it up to the individual to discover anything of interest, as whatever one stumbled upon was all there was to see. Jiang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, and the sheer disarray was truly dazzling. The three relied solely on their instincts to navigate the chaos. Xiao Wu picked up a few items from the top of the cabinet, only to discard them with a sense of boredom shortly thereafter. Jiang Yuan did not behold anything that piqued her interest. In contrast, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering a crystal rich in impurities. Jiang Yuan leaned closer, gazing at the crystal, unable to suppress her disdain. Really? Is this place just a dumping ground for all sorts of things? Can this even be considered a crystal? She picked it up and weighed it in her hand, adding, Surprisingly, it feels quite handy. It would be perfect for cracking chestnuts. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, she was just a child. And such a fine item was only deemed suitable for smashing chestnuts in her eyes. Thus, he playfully mused. Perhaps I should purchase it and bring it home for you to crack chestnuts. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing Tang San's earnest declaration, nodded seriously and replied, Of course. Every time I peel chestnuts, it truly wears my hands out. The individual behind the counter, overhearing their earnest discussion about purchasing his wares merely to smash chestnuts, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that such a task could be accomplished by simply picking up a stone from the street. Yet they insisted on spending money here. Were they all affluent, one might wonder? Thus, he felt no remorse in charging them. In truth, that very stone had been collected by him as well, and he had no notion of its purpose. It was merely tossed aside after being picked up. Jiang Yuan held a stone, glancing around the room. Where is the boss? Is the boss not here? I am here, the boss replied, half-heartedly propped up behind the counter. His sudden voice startled the three individuals. Goodness, boss, why were you silent? Xiaowu exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. The boss lazily adjusted his glasses. Did I not speak just now? Xiaowu was left speechless. Jiang Yuan raised the crystal in her hand and inquired, Boss, how much is this? Without even glancing at it, the proprietor replied, 30 gold soul coins. Jiang Yuan felt a flurry of question marks erupting above her head. What on earth costs 30 gold soul coins? Do you truly wish to comprehend what you are articulating? To purchase one for smashing chestnuts requires 30 gold soul coins. Is she consuming chestnuts or golden nuggets? Jiang Yuan, for the first time in his life, found himself utterly speechless. Boss, do I appear to be a fool? Tang San was taken aback by the astonishingly low price. Was it truly this affordable? The elation bubbling within him was beyond articulation. He yearned to extract his purse and pay immediately. If you wish to buy, then buy. The boss reclined, waving his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage with the group any further. Xiaowu, her temper flaring, snapped back. If you don't want to buy, then don't. Who would care? Tang San, Inen. Let us depart. Observing the group preparing to leave, the boss quickly sat up, attempting to persuade them. Oh dear, the youth of today. It is merely 20 gold soul coins. Is it not primarily a matter of convenience to crack chestnuts? Finding a suitable tool is quite rare. Are you truly certain you do not wish to take this home? It merely requires 20 gold soul coins. Jiang Yuan, 17 achieved Shrek. Jiang Yuan had yet to utter a word. She felt a slight itch in her lower back, only to discover that Tang San was poking her. Her gaze darted to the crystal, which she had just mentioned taking back to smash chestnuts. Years of unspoken understanding allowed her to immediately grasp Tang San's intention. He desired this object? Could it be that it was not as straightforward as he presumed? Jiang Yuan remained composed, though she often displayed a playful demeanor. She took the matter of unscrupulous merchants very seriously. With her hands firmly on her hips and an expression of defiance, she declared, While wealth cannot purchase my happiness, it irks me to be regarded as a gullible fool. Unless you grant me 2 more gold soul coins, 18 in total, a fortuitous number, 888. A symbol of prosperity. The shopkeeper felt challenged for the first time in his years of commerce, encountering someone even more frugal than himself. Nevertheless, even with the 18 coins, he would still profit. After much deliberation, he feigned a pained expression, conceding, Very well, take it. Tang San secretly sighed in relief. He would have willingly spent an additional 200 or 300 gold soul coins for this item. Yet, acquiring it for merely 18 was a testament to the remarkable support from Yuan and Xiaowu. He retrieved his coin pouch from the soul-guiding device, striving to maintain a stoic visage, resembling an emotionless payment automaton. Where did you acquire this soul-guiding device? The shopkeeper suddenly inquired. Tang San glanced down at the device gifted to him by the master, replying, It was given to me by a teacher at the academy. No. It is more fitting to say a friend. Is that so? The shopkeeper's face brightened with realization. Did he recommend you to Shrek Academy? How did you know? Tang San responded, astonished. The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Consider this stone a gift for you. Jiang Yuan regarded him with vigilance, swiftly extracting 18 gold soul coins from Tang San's pouch and tossing them onto the counter. Do not expect us to owe you a favor. Having said this, she took hold of Tang San and Xiaowu and departed. Once outside the shop, Tang San winked at Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu. Let us return now. The three hurried back to the hotel. Could it possibly be something of great value? Jiang Yuan observed the crystal, laden with impurities, and for the first time displayed a look of confusion. It was indeed a remarkable item. Tang San retrieved his forging hammer from the soul guide and placed the crystal on the ground, then struck with concentrated force. As the hotel trembled, the previously murky crystal shattered, scattering fragments in all directions. Yuan, Xiaowu, assist me in collecting these scattered crystals. Tang San called out, prompting the two to quickly begin gathering the fragments. Their collection was swift, but a knock at the door interrupted them. Excuse me. May I disturb you? The three exchanged glances, and Xiaowu placed the crystals in Tang San's hands before cautiously opening the door halfway. May I inquire what the matter is? I wonder if you heard a loud noise just now? Indeed, I did. I am unsure of its origin. Has something occurred? Xiaowu replied without batting an eyelash, thinking to herself that no one would divulge such illicit matters. Very well, we are currently investigating. Apologies for the disturbance. Do rest well. Xiaowu closed the door, and Tang San felt somewhat embarrassed, having not anticipated the commotion would be so significant. What on earth was that noise? Could we not receive some explanation? Xiaowu picked up a crystal and squeezed it, feeling its softness and elasticity. This requires the infusion of soul power. Tang San demonstrated by taking another crystal. As he infused it with soul power, the originally spherical crystal began to elongate until it transformed into a slender needle. Both ends remarkably sharp. Tang San held up the transformed crystal needle. This is known as the dragon whisker needle. Once infused with soul power, it assumes this form. With both ends exceedingly sharp, just a little finesse in throwing it, and once it penetrates the body. He punctuated his explanation by launching the needle onto the bed, whereupon it coiled back instantly, creating a hole in the fabric. And thus, this is the result. He retrieved the needle, which had reverted to its spherical shape, and stored it away. Although it may not be fatal, it will continuously coil within your body. How painful that must be. Jiang Yuan shivered at the thought, goosebumps rising on her skin. She rubbed her arms, yet could not deny the utility of this little item. However, lacking a container, she lamented not being able to acquire a few from Tang San. While her precision with concealed weapons may not rival his, she was confident in her ability to throw such an item accurately. At least you now comprehend the value of this treasure. We truly stumbled upon a fortune, she mused, reflecting on her original intention to merely purchase something for cracking chestnuts. Early the next morning, the three set out while the weather remained cool. However, as they ventured further down the twisting path, their expressions grew increasingly grim, even Tang San's. Tang San, are you certain we are not lost? Something feels amiss. Jiang Yuan remarked, noticing they seemed to be heading towards a village. She found it hard to believe that an academy could be situated in such a remote location. A sense of uncertainty loomed over her. Shall we inquire with someone for directions? Tang San, too, began to doubt his sense of direction. They approached a passerby. Excuse me. Could you direct us to Shrek Academy? The stranger, unperturbed, replied, just follow this road straight ahead until you reach the end. Oh, Xiaowu bit into a carrot, swallowing her disbelief in silence along with it. Shall we take a look? After all, we did acquire a soul guide belt from the master. Tang San felt as though he had sold himself short. As they proceeded, they finally caught sight of a long line of people. Before them stood a dilapidated academy, with the word Shrek Academy hanging above, causing smiles to fade from Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu's faces. They turned in unison to glare at Tang San. My sincerest apologies, Tang San said, feeling deeply remorseful for leading his companions astray. Yet, having arrived, they had no choice but to join the queue. Just as they settled in line, the elderly man at the registration desk rose, 6 soul rings descending around him, startling the crowd. Having met their titled Douluo father or uncle and the 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaowu remained expressionless. This faculty seems quite promising, though the academy itself appears rather shabby, she whispered to Tang San and Jiang Yuan. The elder forcefully struck the table. I have stated that we are seeking monsters. Those aged 13 and below level 21 need not apply. Registration fees are non-refundable once submitted. Remarkable for such an unimpressive place. Their requirements are quite high, Xiaowu mused, stroking her chin, her interest piqued. Shall we register and see? She suggested, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Tang San had no objections, and Jiang Yuan sighed, conceding as well. She felt embarrassed about returning home, having moved from one village to another. With only a single soul guide among them, all their funds were entrusted to Tang San, with many ahead of them having left due to the previous incident. It was not long before it was their turn. Tang San produced 30 gold soul coins from his soul guide and placed them on the elder's table. The elder swiftly tucked the coins away before speaking. Extend your hand for me to examine. Tang San complied, and the elder squeezed his hand. Have you been training some soul skills? Yes, indeed. Now, raise your leg. Tang San complied, as the elder examined his leg, which only elicited a slight ache. All right, you meet the age requirement. Now, release your soul rings. Tang San withdrew his leg, and 2 soul rings emerged from beneath him, while blue silvergrass swayed gently in his right hand. Blue silvergrass can cultivate this quickly? The elder expressed surprise. Yes, have I passed? Tang San replied politely, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Next, the elder did not linger on Tang San. Xiaowu extended her hand, and similarly, her 2 yellow martial souls manifested, her rabbit ears appearing remarkably lifelike. She winked at Jiang Yuan with her pink eyes, making Jiang Yuan's hands itch with the desire to touch her ears. Today, there are indeed quite a few monsters, the elder murmured to himself, noting the 2 successful candidates so far, and anticipated the 3rd would likely follow suit. Yet, the process must continue. Jiang Yuan extended her claw, confirming her bone age before releasing her soul ring. A small black flower emanating dark energy materialized in her hand. Enter. Enter, the elder waved his hand. At that moment, Daimubai, whom they had encountered yesterday, emerged from an unknown direction. Perhaps feeling a bit humiliated after being bested by a young girl the day before, he had refrained from making an immediate appearance. Ah, it's you. Are you also from this academy? Tang San inquired, eyeing Daimubai with curiosity. Given his extravagant demeanor from yesterday, it seemed improbable that he would attend such a modest institution. Could it be that there was more than met the eye, merely masquerading to select students? The 3 exchanged glances, realizing they shared similar thoughts. Indeed, I will now escort you to the 2nd stage, Daimubai said, scratching his nose with a hint of reluctance. A playful voice chimed in from behind, prompting Daimubai to halt in his tracks. It appeared others were trailing behind, and they could afford to wait. How can you be so sure she will succeed? Have you perhaps taken a liking to her? Tang San recalled how he had seen Daimubai embracing a pair of twins as they entered a hotel. Do not speak nonsense, Daimubai retorted. Catching sight of a figure in the crowd, his heart racing as he responded with exasperation. Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of his gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh. So it is not the young lady in front that has caught your eye, but rather the one behind. Indeed, Daimubai appeared utterly vexed by her boldness, as he audaciously proclaimed before such a multitude that he had no regard for his own dignity. As expected, upon hearing this, the 2 young ladies who were still in the process of registering cast a glance in our direction. The girl at the forefront seemed unfazed by the jest, smiling as she waved her hand at them. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu also waved at her. As expected, the 2 girls passed the test. The group proceeded together towards the 2nd challenge. Hello there. Did you all come together? My name is Ning Rongrong, and what are yours? The girl who had just greeted them remained as warm and enthusiastic as ever. Since it was their first meeting, there was no harm in introducing themselves. They might very well become classmates in the future. Jiang Yuan's initial impression of this individual was quite favorable. He exuded the aura of a genuinely good person. Thus, she took the initiative to introduce herself first. Hello, I am Jiang Yuan. Greetings, I am Xiaowu, as in the dance, came the reply. With 2 individuals now presenting themselves, the others felt compelled to join in the introductions. I am Tang San. Eventually, the collective gaze shifted to the girl clad in black, who appeared somewhat aloof. She instinctively turned her face away, avoiding the scrutiny of the group. Zhu Zhiqing, she spoke, her voice as frigid as her demeanor. Daimubai, as the senior, refrained from participating in the introductions, instead scrutinizing the girl, named Zhu Zhiqing, with keen interest. Zhu Zhiqing? Her name invoked memories of a girl he had once forsaken on Xingluo. Had she truly come here? Daimubai averted his gaze and led the group inward. Now was not the time for conversation with her. Observing the lengthy queue before the 2nd challenge, he turned to the others behind him and remarked, I shall escort you directly to the 5th challenge. The individuals in line expressed their discontent. Why should we? Is this favoritism? The crowd buzzed with discontent. Yet Daimubai remained unfazed. Only those with a soul power of level May 25th proceed to the 5th challenge. Do any of you possess that? The queue fell silent at once. How can you prove they possess level 25? One voice protested. Daimubai clicked his tongue, picked up a crystal ball from the table, and tossed it to Tang San. As Tang San infused the crystal ball with his soul power, it radiated a blinding light, indicating he was nearing level 30. He then passed the crystal ball to Jiang Yuan, who similarly elicited an equally brilliant glow, rendering the surroundings utterly quiet. Jiang Yuan passed the crystal ball to Xiaowu, and it emanated an identical radiance. As it was relayed from one person to another, the expressions of those waiting in line shifted from astonishment to numbness. How could they continue to play under such circumstances? Have you finished watching? If so, I shall take my leave. Daimubai noticed the silence and exchanged a brief greeting with the instructor overseeing the second trial before leading the group toward the fifth trial. Wow. How is it that the three of you possess nearly identical soul power? Even among friends, this is quite remarkable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. The inherent differences in soul power and martial spirits typically lead to varying rates of cultivation, yet here were three individuals of similar age with almost indistinguishable soul power. This was undeniably intriguing. Perhaps it is due to all of them having innate full soul power? Jiang Yuan suggested, albeit uncertainly. Ning Rongrong's smile faded at once. Where did these three come from? In this day and age, those with innate full soul power only associate with each other, correct? Why is it that those without it cannot join your camaraderie? Zhu Xing cast a deep glance at the trio's retreating figures before lowering her head in silence. It seemed as though fate had conspired to compensate them for never having encountered innate full soul power until now, presenting them with three all at once. However, the truth was that they did not wish to meet them at all. The group soon arrived at the fifth trial's location. A man with a dark complexion and muscular build held a sunshade, while another reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed and humming a tune. Director Zhao. What brings you here? Daimubai inquired, puzzled. He was supposed to oversee the fifth trial, and as the vice director, his presence was not obligatory. I heard that many have come this year, so I decided to take matters into my own hands, Director Zhao replied, stretching lazily and rising from the rocking chair. Revealing a self-proclaimed amiable smile to Jiang Yuan and the others, Daimubai hesitated, noting that the director was not within the academy's premises. Is that really appropriate, Director Zhao? What could possibly be inappropriate about it? In the absence of the director, my authority as vice director naturally prevails. Besides, aside from a few auxiliary soul masters, how many here could stand against me? Daimubai found himself momentarily speechless, recalling the scene from the previous day when Xiaowu had decisively defeated him. It stung. He had every reason to doubt the academy's surveillance over him. You have an incense stick's worth of time to prepare, Director Zhao declared. Tossing a lit incense stick that lodged itself into the adjacent wall, Daimubai felt a pang of sympathy for them. Mentally observing a moment of silence before hastening to brief them on the situation, the group huddled together, forming a circle. Director Zhao's name is Zhao Wujia, and his martial spirit is the mighty Golden Bear. He is a level 76 soul sage, Daimubai stated, his expression grave. A level of seriousness unprecedented since their acquaintance began. The unmoving king, Zhao Wujia? Ning Rongrong remarked, taken aback that he was teaching at this academy. However, could Zhao Wujia truly fulfill the role of a teacher? Ning Rongrong's expression turned peculiar as some thought crossed her mind. Rongrong, do you know this director? Jiang Yuan inquired curiously. I've heard of him. It is said that when he was merely a soul emperor, he escaped from the pursuit of 16 soul emperors from the spirit hall, earning the moniker Unmoving King as a result. Sounds formidable. But we don't even have a single individual at level 30. How can we possibly contend with him? Jiang Yuan felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She was eager to strike, not to be struck, especially not against someone so overwhelmingly powerful. Let us first introduce our martial spirits, Tang San interjected briskly. Sensing that if the conversation continued, Jiang Yuan might succumb to despair. I shall go first. My martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass. And I am a level 29 control system soul master, currently possessing 2 soul skills, entanglement and parasitism. After speaking, he nudged Jiang Yuan beside him. Oh. My martial spirit is the 3-color violet, and I am a level 29 auxiliary system soul master capable of restoring soul power and providing healing. After Jiang Yuan spoke, Xiaowu continued, I am a level 29 assault-type soul master, with the martial spirit of the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. My second soul skill is a charm-type control technique. I am a level 26 support-type soul master, possessing the 7 treasure glazed tower as my martial spirit, which currently allows me to enhance everyone's strength and agility. A dazzling light radiated from her martial spirit, prompting those present to instinctively close their eyes. In the realm of soul masters, there exists an unwritten rule. When encountering a 7-treasure glazed tower martial spirit, one must be the first to resolve it. A level 27 agility-type soul master named Zhu Xing, with the martial spirit of the Nethercat, remained as aloof as ever, speaking little. Even as discussions about tactics heated up among the others, she quietly listened, refraining from expressing any opinions. After much debate, the group decided to entrust command to Tang San. Time's up. I want to make it difficult for you. If you can endure in my presence for the duration of an incense stick, you shall pass, Zhao Wujia said. Intrigued by the prospect of troubling the soon-to-be students, the group quickly took their positions as arranged by Tang San, with Tang San and Xiaowu in front, followed by Jiang Yuan and Ning Rongrong in the middle. and Zhu Shuqing safeguarding the rear. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth from the ground, lunging directly at Zhao Wujie. With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie severed the blue-silver grass into several segments. Fortunately, it was merely blue-silver grass. Had it been another martial spirit, the damage could have been far more severe. Such a trivial vine. Do you think it can ensnare me? Zhao Wujie boomed, laughing boisterously. Tang San smiled subtly. He had no intention of ensnaring him but was preparing for the next step. The renowned seven treasures were famed for their power. With this soul power as assistance, everyone understood the sheer magnitude of the strength enhancement that could be achieved. Tang San executed a parasitic technique. Zhu Zhiqing launched a thrust, and Xiao Wu delivered a flying kick, collectively battering Zhao Wujie. Ultimately, he was thrown heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust obscuring the scene. Did I perhaps strike a bit too hard? Xiao Wu said, somewhat abashed. I believe this is merely the beginning, Tang San replied gravely, observing the direction in which Zhao Wujie had fallen. How could a soul sage be so easily defeated by a group of children barely above level 30? As the dust settled, Zhao Wujie stood up as if nothing had occurred. I truly underestimated you, he remarked and immediately charged towards Ning Rongrong, with Jiang Yuan as his secondary target. Tang San's pupils contracted as he watched Zhao Wujie's movement, and two strands of blue-silver grass shot forth, creating an afterimage. Just as Zhao Wujie's fist was about to land, Jiang Yuan and Ning Rongrong were lifted into the air by the blue-silver grass. That was close. Yuan, Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted. Received, came the response. The strand of blue-silver grass connected to Ning Rongrong was positioned beside Zhu Zhiqing, lifting Xiao Wu from the ground. Rongrong. Enhance both Yuan and Xiao Wu. Understood. Ning Rongrong commanded, her seven treasure glazed towers spinning as two beams of light flew towards Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Although she could not comprehend why Jiang Yuan, a support, would choose to engage directly, Tang San's numerous strands of blue-silver grass rose from the ground, sweeping towards Zhao Wujie once more. Zhao Wujie dispersed them repeatedly, only for them to reappear time and time again. Jiang Yuan activated his second soul skill, bestowing healing upon the three, thereby ensuring that Tang San would not sustain injuries from the destruction of his martial soul. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu swiftly raced towards Zhao Wujie. Just a few meters away, Xiao Wu suddenly hurled Jiang Yuan forward. Jiang Yuan, exhibiting no semblance of courtesy, delivered a kick directly to the face of her opponent. Seizing the opportune moment, Tang San swiftly pulled Jiang Yuan back, who then, using the momentum, hurled Xiao Wu into the fray. Zhao Wujie, increasingly exasperated by the relentless onslaught of blue-silver grass, found the girl's kicks to be insignificant in pain. Yet the audacity of a strike to his face was altogether intolerable. His temper flared as he unleashed his martial spirit, causing the surrounding blue-silver grass to scatter violently. Tang San's complexion paled momentarily, but under Jiang Yuan's healing, he gradually began to regain his strength. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu retreated to Tang San's side, exchanging a knowing glance. Let us have a bit of that needle from yesterday. Tang San blinked, and they each received 5 dragon whisker needles. Xiao Wu swiftly darted in front of Zhao Wujie, swinging a braid towards him. With her waist bent, Zhao Wujie remained utterly unfazed by Xiao Wu's onslaught, merely observing her playful antics. Jiang Yuan dashed behind Zhao Wujie and delivered a swift sweep to his legs. Truly, he is the immovable Vajra. When he claims to be unmoved, he remains just that. Yet, despite Zhao Wujie's steadfastness, Jiang Yuan does not adhere to the principles of martial ethics. She grasped a crystal in her hand, infused it with soul power, and swiftly launched it towards Zhao Wujie's calf. Instantly, the area where the dragon whisker needle penetrated began to curl as it depleted its soul power, causing the muscles within to contract as well. Zhao Wujie abruptly turned around, and Jiang Yuan flashed him a radiant smile before swiftly delivering a kick to his wound. The excruciating pain diverted Zhao Wujie's attention, providing Xiao Wu the perfect opportunity to execute a flying kick, sending Zhao Wujie soaring through the air. Jiang Yuan, with a swift motion, spun Xiao Wu and propelled her into the air. Xiao Wu delivered a swift kick to Zhao Wujie's abdomen, while Jiang Yuan observed from below, directing her kick diagonally forward. Tang San, utilizing the blue-silver grass, pulled Xiao Wu towards the trajectory of Tang Jiu's kick. Tang San, employ hidden weapons, and ensure our director Zhao remains oblivious, Jiang Yuan remarked with a mischievous tone. There was no alternative. Since Zhao Wujie had chosen to overpower, they would resort to overwhelming numbers. Upon hearing this, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eyes. A concealed weapon shot forth, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu opportunely struck him with a dragon beard needle at the lower back. In truth, had their opponent not been so formidable, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu could have easily toyed with him. However, their adversary's overwhelming strength rendered it exceedingly difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Observing Zhao Wuji's deteriorating condition, Jiang Yuan gestured to Tang San, who understood immediately and used the blue-silver grass to pull both Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu back. Zhao Wuji, now in a rather unpleasant mood, felt humiliated by the antics of these three youngsters. His legs throbbed, his waist ached, and indescribable pain coursed through him. Yet, despite his agonizing plight, he was determined to teach these three children a lesson, to let them understand the significance of respect for their elders. With a fierce demeanor, Zhao Wuji rose from the ground, his soul rings cascading one after another. Jiang Yuan realized that this individual was not one to be trifled with. The trio braced themselves, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing approached the scene. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Jiang Yuan restored the soul power of the others. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's blue-silver grass had entwined itself around several waists. Anger surged within him. They needed to be cautious. Zhao Wuji's fifth soul ring illuminated, exerting gravitational pressure. At that moment, the five individuals found their movements exceedingly cumbersome. I told you, this person can't handle the game, Jiang Yuan managed to utter with great difficulty. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered how Jiang Yuan consistently approached situations with such an unorthodox mindset. Tang San, go ahead and use your hidden weapon to smash him. We shall support you from behind. Isn't it that the incense has nearly burned out? Ning Rongrong struggled to glance at the already extinguished stick of incense. They had been so engrossed in their battle that not a single person had thought to remind them. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Tang San, Director Zhao. The time has come. Zhao Wujie felt as if he had been transformed into a pufferfish, the anger he had just prepared to unleash now trapped within him, leaving him to swallow his indignation. However, he was, after all, a teacher. If he were to resort to violence at this moment, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Thus, he begrudgingly swallowed his resentment, knowing that he would later settle accounts with these little miscreants. Once they entered Shrek Academy, he would have ample opportunities for retribution. Dai Mubai, take these kids to the dormitory. I am leaving. Zhao Wujie hobbled away, determined to seek assistance in discovering what had pierced his body. Tang San quickly called out to him, for extracting the dragon beard needle was rather troublesome, and most people would not discern what it was. Teacher Zhao, allow me to assist you in removing it. Unin and Xiao were still young and a bit unruly. I hope you can forgive them. Zhao Wujie grunted in response, his silence indicating consent as he paused momentarily. Tang San stepped forward, observing the two protrusions, and activated his Xuanyu hand to pinpoint the surrounding acupoints, channeling his soul power to extract the needle. Once the dragon beard needle was removed, Zhao Wujie immediately felt a significant sense of relief. Jiang Yuan, displaying unexpected kindness, administered a healing treatment to Zhao Wujie, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, would he forgive them? Absolutely not. He would remember this grudge. Well then, let us head to the dormitory, Dai Mubai said, awkwardly rubbing his nose to ease the tension. Although he found satisfaction in witnessing Teacher Zhao's plight, it did not diminish his desire to keep a safe distance from Tang San and his companions. Initially, he thought that only Xiao Wu was a bit fierce, considering her status as a powerful assault-type soul master. Such personalities were typically fiery. However, he was mistaken. All three of them were formidable troublemakers. I'm coming. Jiang Yuan turned his gaze upon hearing a sound, spotting an ageless man with a face adorned in white whiskers pushing a small cart towards them with fervor. What is happening? Xiao Ao, where have you just been? Dai Mubai advanced and delivered a swift knock on his head. Do you think I wished to arrive late? I was halfway here when the cart's wheel broke. I had no choice but to seek tools from the nearby villagers. After I finally managed to repair it, they informed me that you had already departed for the fifth gate. Have you not yet commenced? Dai Mubai waggled a finger in front of him. Actually, it is already concluded. They faced off against Teacher Zhao. Really? Teacher Zhao? They appear so vigorous after the match. Did Teacher Zhao go easy on them? At this moment, everyone comprehended that the bearded man before them was, in fact, their senior. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to divulge the truth. No, Teacher Zhao did not engage them. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Dai Mubai solemnly patted him on the shoulder twice. My good brother, trust me. I would not lead you astray. Keep your distance from them. As he whispered this into his ear, Dai Mubai turned, wearing a jovial smile, and continued onward with a few others towards the dormitory, leaving him standing there in a daze. This individual was named Oscar, also a student of the academy. Despite his appearance, he was merely 14, albeit with an unusually thick mane. To ensure that his companions were aware of the situation, Dai Mubai made a point to clarify. Oscar could only nod in acknowledgement. They first visited the girls' dormitory, escorting several young women to rest before proceeding to the boys' dormitory. Each pair of students shared a room. Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan, having developed a close bond, naturally resided together. Why does this place feel even more dilapidated than my home? Jiang Yuan forced a stiff smile. The dormitory was difficult to assess. It exuded a rustic, unadorned simplicity reminiscent of a pastoral retreat. To put it bluntly, the windows let in drafts. There were holes in the walls, the beds were mere wooden planks, and there was a distinct absence of furniture. Perhaps we should call Tang San to arrange repairs. After all, he chose this school, Xiao Wu suggested as she pulled Jiang Yuan out of the room. Fortunately, prior to their arrival, due to the sparse amenities of the 7th dormitory, they had prudently purchased a number of supplies, which they stored within Tang San's soul guide. As Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu stepped outside, they noticed Tang San approaching them. It appeared that the dormitory environments on both sides were quite similar, for otherwise Tang San would not have come over at this moment. Tang San, displaying a commendable sense of initiative, took out a broom and began to tidy the room. He then arranged some furniture and daily necessities, ensuring that everything was thoroughly organized for the two of them before he finally took his leave. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu lounged nearby, leaving the two to contemplate their own folly. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged bewildered glances, finding themselves utterly perplexed. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's lack of favor at home, she possessed a modicum of common sense, for no matter the indifference she faced, her upbringing had not deprived her of basic knowledge. The two shared a moment of mutual confusion, leading them to venture next door to observe how others managed. Tang San had already tidied up and departed, having utilized his martial spirit to expedite the process far more efficiently than if he had done it manually. Thus, when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived, they discovered Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu comfortably seated on the bed, indulging in snacks. Why is there such a stark contrast between us? Ning Rongrong lamented, feeling a wave of dismay wash over her. Did you not bring anything with you? Who would take such things when leaving the house? Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of discomfort, though she could hardly fault others for their preparedness. With a sigh, she turned to Zhu Zhuqing and suggested, "Let us hasten to the city and procure some supplies." In truth, Tang San had ample provisions prepared, yet they hesitated to offer them, uncertain if these two, who appeared to be young ladies, would find them suitable. The potential for awkwardness loomed large. Should they extend their goodwill, would it be accepted? If it were deemed unsuitable, how could one express such a sentiment? Voicing such concerns might lead to an even more uncomfortable dynamic in their future interactions. Thus silence seemed the wisest course. "Unin, are you hungry?" Xiao Wu inquired, rubbing her belly, feeling as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. "A bit. Let us explore the cafeteria and see what delicacies this school has to offer," Jiang Yuan replied. The two linked arms, intending to invite Tang San to join them. "We have already parted ways. Please do not cling to me any longer." Jiang Yuan's ears twitched. It seemed she heard a sound akin to a melodious fruit. After a few steps, the trio beheld a chubby young man entangled with a young lady, who was currently expressing her impatience by shaking off his grasp. "What is happening here?" Jiang Yuan inquired. "Is this a grand spectacle of a breakup, with one party unwilling to leave the scene?" Xiao Wu interjected. "If you wish to part ways, why persist in this relentless pursuit?" Jiang Yuan remarked disdainfully at the chubby fellow. "What are you staring at? Never witnessed a scene of reconciliation before." The young man shot back, glaring fiercely at the group. "How absurd." Xiao Wu shrugged, noting how he clung to her despite their declared separation. To phrase it charitably, it's a plea for reconciliation. To phrase it more bluntly, is it not harassment? What kind of look is that? The young man fumed with rage. "What do you care about my expression?" Xiao Wu retorted boldly, unfazed. The chubby fellow relinquished his hold on the girl and, rolling up his sleeves, approached Xiao Wu with fury. Tang San furrowed his brow, stepping protectively in front of Xiao Wu. He began to seriously question his decision to come here. First, there was Dai Mu by preventing the twins from entering the hotel, and now this young man was embroiled in an unresolved breakup with the girl. "I believe your actions are utterly misguided," Jiang Yuan asserted, shaking her head in disapproval. "Setting aside the notion that a decent ex should act as if they are deceased. Once you have parted ways, what compels you to persist in this pursuit?" Jiang Yuan turned to the girl and inquired, "May I ask when you two parted ways?" The girl, taken aback by the question, stammered, "Yesterday." "Was it a unilateral decision on your part, or did he consent?" He consented. All right, thank you for your response. She then turned to the chubby boy, continuing, you see, your breakup was mutual. Since she has now declined your attempt at reconciliation, it would be courteous of you to refrain from further disturbances. Can you not be a bit more polite? The chubby boy scoffed. What? Are you saying all this to advocate for her to be my girlfriend? You don't look too bad yourself. I might reluctantly consider it. Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed instantly, while Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions darkened as well. They're dear and innocent and endearing. How could anyone dare to utter such vile words in her presence? Xiao Wu, who rarely resorted to profanity, felt an overwhelming urge to punish the individual who dared to speak such filth about it. Fueled by rage, she unleashed a powerful kick, sending the offender crashing against a tree. Wait. Dai Mubai happened to pass by and was taken aback by the scene. He was baffled as to how the rotund boy had provoked these three fierce spirits. What had sparked this sudden altercation? Was there a misunderstanding? Dai Mubai endeavored to calm Xiao Wu's fury. I don't care if there's a misunderstanding. Today, he shall learn the consequences of his words, Xiao Wu declared, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the nearby girl finally reacted, pleading, Stop. He didn't mean it. But Xiao Wu retorted fiercely. Even if he were to craft those words from excrement and consume them, I would still make it so that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Just then, the chubby boy regained his senses and overheard her words, his temper flaring. With a resolute spirit, he activated his martial spirit and retaliated against Xiao Wu. Tang San summoned his blue-silver grass, ready to join the fray. Observing this escalation, Dai Mubai sensed the brewing chaos and hastily instructed Oscar to fetch the dean. Let us talk this out peacefully. No fighting, Ma Hongjun. You're a senior. As the eldest among them, Dai Mubai felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. It was evident that no one was heeding his words. Even Jiang Yuan had released her martial spirit. The academy was not vast, and the dean arrived promptly. What on earth is happening here? Zhao Wujie shouted from a distance, his voice booming. Goodness, are these three troublemakers already stirring up discord so soon after enrollment? His stern gaze fell upon Tang San and his companions. Someone couldn't control their mouth, and now we need to intervene, he remarked dryly. Tang San, now composed, met Zhao Wujie's gaze with indifference. Initially intrigued by the academy's educational philosophies and faculty, he now felt utterly disillusioned. If the so-called monsters were merely allowed to run rampant, then perhaps they were unfit for this institution. It was a grave mistake to allow Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu to witness such behavior. Was it merely a jest? How can one not tolerate such remarks about a delicate young lady? Ma Hongjun glared defiantly at the trio, refusing to back down. Zhao Wujie's frustration mounted. Ma Hongjun's reckless tongue was becoming a liability. Calm yourselves and return to your quarters to reflect, Zhao Wujie commanded, ushering both parties away. He was ill-equipped to handle such disputes, and as the vice dean, he needed to consult the dean for resolution. Unwillingly, Xiao Wu allowed Tang San to lead her away. They were unfamiliar with this environment, and if a true fight broke out, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for them. Back at the dormitory, Xiao Wu angrily shook off Tang San's hand. Why are you holding me back? I want to make that fat boy pay. Here, they are the familiar faces. It would be detrimental to us. We'll settle this score eventually, Tang San explained patiently. And then, let us leave. I truly cannot bear to stay here any longer. Xiao Wu, visibly impatient, cradled Jiang Yuan in her arms and nuzzled her, feeling somewhat soothed. Tang San refrained from countering this time, contemplating the situation seriously. It was now abundantly clear that this was their academy, yet it felt devoid of substance. I'm so sorry, it was my mistake. I promise. No one will bully you again, Tang San vowed gently, standing before her with sincerity. Jiang Yuan truly wished to express that it was of no consequence. However, the current posture was undeniably peculiar. She found herself cradled in Xiao Wu's embrace, while Tang San stood before her, solemnly pledging his vows. Before Jiang Yuan could utter a word, Xiao Wu swiftly placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him. Do not dismiss it as a trivial matter. This is indeed significant. Why should one concern oneself with others' affairs? It is not as if this is the only place to be. Jiang Yuan nodded earnestly, tugging at Xiao Wu's hand to release her grip. I understand. So what shall we do now? Are we leaving? I have no objections. After Xiao Wu spoke, she cuddled her human infant and nuzzled closer. If anyone dares to suggest you become their girlfriend, I shall twist their head off and feed it to the dogs. Tang San inexplicably felt a chill at his neck and could not help but glance back, finding nothing but the gaps between the wall planks. Instantly, He sensed that this place was even less suitable, with such large openings. It would be difficult for the two girls to avoid illness if the wind or rain came at night. I think I should return this to Yu Xiaojiang later. I could have predicted his ill intentions, like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Xiaowu continued to grumble in discontent. Coming all this way only to waste my 30 gold soul coins. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Jiang Yuan could only reach out to gently pat Xiao Wu's head. Tang San, are you all there? Came Dai Mubai's voice from outside the door. The three of them turned their gazes towards the entrance. The dean has returned. He requests your presence in his office. Leaving so soon? Let us proceed. The trio followed Dai Mubai, who had not yet had the opportunity to explore the school. Now, as they walked through its halls, they felt increasingly justified in their earlier decision. It was not that they held the institution in disdain, but rather that a school lacking basic facilities while imposing numerous demands on its students presented a disparity that was hard to overlook. With an enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins, it was a considerable challenge for an ordinary family to support a soul master, and before they even began, they were already down 10 gold soul coins, an amount that represented several months of expenses for a typical household. Tang San stepped forward, cautioning Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu not to act impulsively. He would handle everything. In hindsight, he regretted not having summoned his father prior to their departure, as they now found themselves in a rather passive position. Dai Mubai approached a door and knocked. Dean, Tang San and his companions have arrived. Come in, came a voice from within, one that felt oddly familiar to them, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Upon entering, they were met with the surprising sight of the stone merchant they had encountered during their previous visit, as Jiang Yuan and the other two remained silent. The dean adjusted his glasses in surprise, exclaiming, so it is you three. Indeed, it was quite an unexpected coincidence. Tang San responded politely, I am Tang San. And these are my sisters. The dean, Flander, introduced himself first, revealing his role as the head of Shrek Academy. He had not anticipated that these three children were connected to his old friend, and therefore, his planned display of authority was rendered unnecessary. Tang San's reply was both courteous and distant. He did not even intend to disclose the names of Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Flander sensed this aloofness and felt a twinge of anxiety within him. I am aware of the recent incident. It was Ma Hongjun who spoke out of turn. And I shall reprimand him. No need for that. We sincerely apologize, but we intend to leave this place. Tang San firmly declined Flander's offer, having already resolved to depart. Pursuing Ma Hongjun now would likely lead to trouble for them. After all, it was uncertain whether they would even be allowed to leave later. Over the years, he had learned the intricacies of human relationships by assisting Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu in cleaning up after various messes. Once you step outside, we will depart immediately. I will be waiting for you at the entrance. A voice resonated next to Tang San's ear. It was his father's, and he felt an immediate sense of relief. Dean Flander. I shall refrain from further discourse. We must gather our belongings and be on our way. I trust you will not detain us? Flander found himself momentarily at a loss, as he had indeed contemplated holding them back until his good friend arrived to persuade them otherwise. My father is already waiting for us outside, Tang San reiterated. Upon hearing that Tang Hao had arrived, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, Xiao Wu found it difficult to share in the joy. Her impression of Tang San's father was that of a drunken wretch, someone whom the Jiang family occasionally visited to check on his existence and deliver meals. Tang San's father was here? Flander expressed surprise, as he felt no trace of aura. Either the man was an ordinary person or possessed strength surpassing his own. This was rather concerning. After a few minutes of standoff, Flander reluctantly allowed Tang San to leave. You will go ahead and gather your belongings. I will join you shortly to assist. The group then dispersed. Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong returned at this moment, surprised to see others tidying up. What are you all doing? They inquired. We're preparing to leave, Xiao Wu replied tersely, leaving Jiang Yuan to elaborate. What happened? How could such a significant event occur just because you went out to buy something? They were not close enough to pry into each other's affairs. Before long, the three had finished packing and were heading towards the door. Dai Mubai, having learned of the situation, rushed over. Are you really leaving? Have you thought it through? Is there anything here worth reconsidering? Xiao Wu retorted, her irritation palpable. Dai Mubai felt awkward. She had a penchant for blunt honesty. Upon exiting the academy, they indeed found Tang Hao waiting for them at the gate. Dad. Tang San hurried over. The closer Xiao Wu got to Tang San's father, the more anxious she felt. What is your father's strength? Xiao Wu quietly asked Jiang Yuan. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. He didn't display any soul rings when he assisted us in locating the first and second rings, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. It wasn't her father. After all, there was no need to impress anyone, so why bother asking? Xiaowu's heart sank further. Perhaps it was best for her to leave quickly. Tang Hao glanced at the pale-faced Xiaowu and sensed that she had realized her exposure. However, he had no intention of acting against her, uncertain which of the two might ultimately become his daughter-in-law. While he thought it mattered little, hoping his son would choose whom he liked, he subconsciously wished it would be the girl from the Jiang family whom he had watched grow up, wanting to spare his son from experiencing the same hardships he had endured. Uncle Tang, what brings you here? Jiang Yuan cheerfully bounced towards Tang Hao, pulling Xiaowu along. What could Tang Hao say? He had merely come to check on Tang San, and upon encountering Jiang's father along the way, had been compelled to carry a multitude of items. Now that several young ones were absent from the academy, he had to bear their belongings elsewhere. I'm just delivering some things for you. Go ahead, Tang Hao sighed. He had wanted to deal with that bear of a man, but decided to postpone it, noting it down for future reckoning. Jiang Yuan was filled with joy, oblivious to the fact that Xiaowu was nearly in a cold sweat. Have you decided where to go? Tang Hao inquired, as he had no desire to accompany these individuals on aimless wanderings. Not yet. I want to go to Tiando City, Jiang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Xiaowu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The human child she adored was truly putting her in a difficult position. Tang Hao glanced at Xiaowu, having noticed her expression for the second time, and it was difficult for Tang San to overlook it. Xiaowu's countenance was particularly grim. What has happened? Tang Hao sighed, reflecting on the timid nature of this little soul beast. Did her family not provide her with anything to conceal her presence when they sent her out? He recalled the past. Never mind. Tang Hao decided against pondering this issue further. He rummaged through his soul guide device and produced a small wooden stick, adorned with a red ribbon. He tossed it casually to Xiaowu, saying, "Take this." He certainly did not wish for this little soul beast to bring trouble to the other two. Grasping the wooden stick, Xiaowu felt a mix of anxiety and reassurance. She was anxious because he was aware of her identity as a soul beast, yet reassured by the apparent lack of intent to harm her. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of keeping her confined. She let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuan soon noticed something amiss with Xiaowu. She gently poked Xiaowu's cheek and inquired, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Xiaowu, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so pale." "It's nothing." Xiaowu managed to force a smile. "Are you truly all right?" Jiang Yuan remained skeptical. "Really? All right then, but if you feel unwell, do let me know. By the way, Uncle Tang, what have you given to Xiaowu? Is there nothing for me?" Jiang Yuan gazed eagerly at Tang Hao. "Here, take this," Tang Hao replied, retrieving a sizable bundle from his soul guide device, placing it before Jiang Yuan. He seemed almost anxious that she would refuse, as he gently nudged it towards her. Jiang Yuan retreated several steps, conceding, "All right, you may as well keep it." This burden was beyond her slender frame. Tang Hao, seemingly indifferent, shoved the package back into the soul guide. Observing the interaction between Tang Hao and Jiang Yuan, Xiaowu felt a tinge of surprise. In her memory, those titled Douluos held themselves in high regard. It was rather difficult to comprehend someone like Tang Hao, who appeared so disheveled, yet played with children daily. With her burdens lifted, Xiaowu felt free to accompany Jiang Yuan wherever she chose. Let us first head to Nodding Academy to return the soul guide to its owner. Tang San suddenly felt a surge of indignation. He sensed a betrayal, as if he had regarded this person as a friend, only to discover that they merely intended to deceive him. "All right then, let us go. By the way, Uncle Tang, why don't you hire a carriage?" Jiang Yuan glanced at the long road ahead, a pained expression crossing her face. "Because I lack the funds to do so," Tang Hao replied with an air of justification, showing no shame for his financial state. "You have a child. Shouldn't you consider them a little more? Being an adult without a single coin to your name. Have you ever thought about what you would do if your child were to face trouble and you couldn't produce even a copper soul coin?" Jiang Yuan implored earnestly. Tang Hao exhaled in exasperation. Does he not have his own money? What necessity requires my financial intervention? Does he not earn for himself when he needs something? Jiang Yuan gazed at him, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Just look at this moment. We are burdened with our numerous packages while the soul masters of others seem to have everything prepared in advance. Here you are, undeniably a powerful soul master. Yet you choose to languish in idleness. Tang Hao had grown accustomed to her words over the years, allowing them to drift in one ear and out the other. However, lacking a soul guide was indeed quite inconvenient, especially with three of them. He rummaged through their belongings and handed Tang San a blue bracelet. "This once belonged to your mother," he stated, leaving no room for further explanation. Tang San held the bracelet, momentarily entranced. It was the first time in his life he had received something connected to his mother. I understand, he said solemnly, nodding as he swiftly transferred the item. The bundle carried by Zhang's father was also tossed to Tang San by Tang Hao. As they journeyed, they encountered a merchant caravan, and as a group of soul masters, they were warmly welcomed. These caravans appreciated the presence of soul masters, as it provided them with an added layer of security along their route. Oh, the luxury of not having to walk. How delightful. Jiang Yuan leaned back in the carriage, squinting at the dusk, even finding the time to admire the scenery. Tang San, considering that they had not eaten, rummaged through the soul guide device to procure some provisions, distributing them among the group. However, the fare consisted merely of some dry rations, which triggered Jiang Yuan's somewhat finicky eating habits. Surely Uncle Jiang packed plenty of food for you. Why not take a look? The group carefully unpacked the large bundle, grasping the four corners to prevent its contents from spilling. Indeed, it was filled with Jiang Yuan's favorite snacks, along with some treats that Tang San and Xiaowu enjoyed. Jiang Yuan felt as though her life had suddenly reached a state of perfection. Beside her, Xiaowu occasionally offered her tidbits, while Tang San continued to feed her milk. Observing this scene, Tang Hao could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Are you two raising pigs? Fortunately, Jiang Yuan did not gain weight from the excessive feeding, yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat regrettable that despite consuming so much, she did not put on any flesh. Such a predicament would surely frustrate any pig farmer. Tang Hao sat by the car door, aware that he could not linger in Heaven-Do City for long. Many people knew him, and he had his own matters to attend to. It appeared he would have to entrust these few youngsters to that person. Traveling by car was too exhausting for him. Yet there was a downside. He had to adhere to their pace, which inevitably slowed them down. Considering they were merely an ordinary group of individuals in need of rest and nourishment for their horses. By the time they arrived at Notting City, it was already the following day. The gatekeeper of the loading academy recognized Tang San and the others. What brings you back? Did you not go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? Some matters arose. Could you please open the gate? Sure thing. Tang San ventured alone to find Yu Xiaojiang. What is going on? Why the sudden return? He knew that Tang San was not one to abruptly change his mind about commitments. Some issues have surfaced. I believe our compatibility with them is not as harmonious as anticipated. Tang San handed the soul guiding device back to Yu Xiaojiang. I've come to return this to you. No need to return it. I already gifted it to you. Tang San shook his head. No, one should not accept rewards without merit. Yu Xiaojiang understood that the return of this item signified a clear demarcation in their relationship. He was at a loss as to what had transpired, and Tang San showed no inclination to elaborate. He could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance towards Flender, who had considered sending this valuable gift to his dear friend. Yet within a day, here was Tang San returning and establishing distance. However, it was evident that Tang San was not someone he could afford to offend. Tang San had no desire to linger. After placing the item on the table, he departed. Yu Xiaojiang paced anxiously in his room, ultimately succumbing to a sigh of frustration. Had I known, I might as well have let them pursue their own choice of academy. I could always follow later to join them. Are you ready? Jiang Yuan called out as she saw Tang San emerge, rising eagerly from the flower bed. Let us have some breakfast before we set off for Heaven-Do City. Yay, I've heard there are many delicious foods and beautiful clothes in Heaven-Do City. Xiaowu, let us go shopping when we get there. Jiang Yuan's face radiated with anticipation for the days to come. Absolutely, without a care of being discovered. Xiaowu was practically soaring with excitement. Wow, this is my first time out, and I've met so many kind people. Inan is kind, her family is kind. Tang San is kind, and his father is as well. How can the human world be as terrifying as the tales of the Great Ming and Second Ming suggest? Of course, excluding the Spirit Hall. The two were engaged in animated discussion, while Tang San gently glanced at his rather meager wallet. Never mind. Perhaps I should focus on how to earn some money. Raising a sister is indeed quite challenging. His gaze softened as it landed on Jiang Yuan, especially since caring for a little piglet with a penchant for food was even more demanding. Upon witnessing his son's tender expression, Tang Hao could not help but roll his eyes. There is no hope. He is not at all like his father. He reminisced about the time he pursued Ayin. As they journeyed further towards Heaven-Do City, the visible prosperity of the city continued to flourish. Jiang Yuan leaned against the window, brimming with excitement. Once she becomes a formidable soul master, she is determined to take her parents and Jiang Yuning on delightful adventures. Be cautious. Jiang Yuan leaned precariously out, fully aware that while she possessed the ability to heal herself, a fall would not render pain non-existent. Despite her evident fear of suffering, She displayed a surprising boldness in this moment. Tang San could only grasp the hem of Jiang Yuan's garment from behind, preventing her from tumbling down should she lose her balance. A sudden movement in the grass caught Jiang Yuan's attention, prompting her to squint instinctively. It appeared that something lay concealed amidst the foliage. Shielding her eyes from the sun, she scrutinized the area more closely. "Uncle Tang, I think there is someone lying in that thicket." Jiang Yuan's voice trembled slightly. She longed to express her fear that not only was there one individual, but also a pool of blood surrounding them. Yet, the latter words remained lodged in her throat. Tang Hao had faintly caught the scent of blood, initially indifferent. He was taken aback by the young girl's observation. Compelled by circumstance, he dismounted to assess the situation. Parting the underbrush, he discerned not just one body but several. At the incline, several horse-drawn carriages were stationed, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar faces of the merchant caravan that had escorted them to Sata City. In a mere few hours, the line between life and death had been irrevocably drawn. The cargo in the rear of the carriage remained largely untouched, indicating that the assailants would likely return to finish their grim work. Having benefited from their unexpected journey, Tang Hao resolved to avenge them, considering it a fitting tribute to their plight. Just as he prepared to turn back, he noticed the three younger ones had somehow disembarked. Particularly, the little girl, despite her evident terror, was determined to witness the unfolding events, peering out from behind Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang Hao sighed, uncertain whether to share the grim news with them. After all, they were merely children. Yesterday they had laughed together, and today they faced the harsh reality of death. Yet, as soul masters, they would inevitably confront such tragedies. The merchant caravan had likely fallen victim to bandits on the road, and the violence had transpired not long ago. Jiang Yuan opened her mouth slightly, unable to perceive the gruesome fate of those individuals. All she could see was the blood pooling on the ground and a severed leg. Tang San gently covered Jiang Yuan's eyes, urging her not to look. In the past, whenever an elder from the village passed away, Jiang Yuan would be so terrified that she would refrain from stepping outside for 3 days. Tang San discerned that her fear was not rooted in a personal dread of death, but rather in a profound aversion to witnessing it. Jiang Yuan's face was as pale as death. The image of her animated conversation with them just yesterday whirled in her mind like a flickering lantern, until her thoughts grew increasingly vacant, so much so that she could not recall anything about that merchant caravan. Tang Hao observed Jiang Yuan with a furrowed brow. Noting her peculiar demeanor, it seemed as though a shadow loomed over her. However, throughout her life in Holy Soul Village, no significant events had transpired, and she had rarely ventured beyond its confines. During her time at Nodding Academy, neither she nor Tang San had mentioned any occurrences of note. This was indeed intriguing. "Xiao San, take her back first," Tang Hao instructed Tang San with a meaningful glance. Tang San turned to Jiang Yuan, guiding her away. And only then did he remove his hand from covering her eyes. Jiang Yuan's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, her eyes unfocused, as she allowed Xiao Wu and Tang San to lead her wherever they wished. And then, Tang San called out to her with concern. The sounds from outside seemed utterly inaudible to Jiang Yuan, as if she were enveloped in a void where sight eluded her. She felt as though she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, where a voice incessantly whispered in her ear, "Why haven't you succumbed yet? You are nothing but a burden. It would be better if you were gone. Your very existence is a mistake." Unin, Jiang Yuan. Tang San sensed that something was amiss with Jiang Yuan. Her body was growing increasingly cold. In a state of urgency, he forcefully infused her with the Xiantian art. Jiang Yuan, momentarily disoriented, gradually regained focus in his gaze. "What transpired? What happened to you just now?" Xiao Wu inquired with concern, her hand still enveloping Jiang Yuan's. "Just now? It seems. Nothing much happened," Jiang Yuan replied, withdrawing his hand to cover his face. "Ah, I remember now. I mentioned that the merchant caravan was robbed and many lives were lost, didn't I? Those individuals are truly despicable. How could they commit such wanton slaughter of the innocent?" Jiang Yuan sighed, lamenting the injustices of the world and expressing sorrow for their misfortune. He then climbed onto the carriage unceremoniously. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both refraining from mentioning the earlier incident again. Tang San was somewhat aware of such situations, having heard that individuals often forget traumatic events, yet Jiang Yuan still recalled what had just occurred. Did Uncle Tang say how to handle this? Jiang Yuan leaned against the window, peering out as he queried Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I will go inquire," Tang San signaled to Xiao Wu before approaching Tang Hao. After explaining Jiang Yuan's condition to Tang Hao, he found it difficult to grasp the situation immediately. I will return to ask the Jiang family if anything occurred during her childhood. Tang San nodded, choosing not to pursue this matter any further. He gestured toward the corpses, expressing regret. Had they known such an event would unfold, it would have been better to have them wait and travel together. Their belongings were not yet fully packed, and they would likely return soon. However, they were rather carefree, leaving no one behind to watch over their goods. In truth, someone had stayed. But upon seeing Tang Hao and his group, he fled back to summon others. From a distance, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Tang Hao lifted his head to see a throng of people rushing toward them. They were clad in coarse garments, wielding knives and clubs, with only a few appearing relatively well-dressed and unarmed. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, having no intention of slaying so many common folk in one go. To him, they were merely individuals who had chosen desperate measures for survival. As the crowd surged forward, Tang Hao commanded, "Xiao San, block their path." If he allowed them to proceed, they would likely all lie here. Tang San, utilizing his blue-silver grass, ensnared the intruders within a binding circle. Tang Hao summoned his martial spirit, striking the ground with his hammer, creating a deep crater. "Speak. Who among you is responsible for this? Who is your leader?" The leader of the group scowled, clearly displeased with the intervention of a soul master, as he had previously suffered significant losses due to such meddling. "It's of no concern. They merely gave me a ride yesterday without charge, and I've come to repay the fare," Tang Hao replied coldly, regarding the man before him as insignificant, akin to an ant beneath his foot, yet still exuding arrogance. "What will it take for you to disregard this matter?" The leader spat through clenched teeth, fearing the prospect of being extorted for money. In his eyes, wealth could procure women, hire soul masters for protection, and facilitate criminal enterprises. Money was omnipotent. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Tang Hao, a man who had not profited a single coin in 800 years. Tang Hao, uninterested in further dialogue, raised his Haotian hammer, pointing it toward the crowd. "Tell me who killed them. Who is your leader? Speak, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, you shall remain here." The crowd, once brimming with bravado, now began to panic, realizing their leader was being dismissed with such disdain. They pushed and shoved one another, eager for self-preservation. A few attempted to sneak away, but Tang San swiftly ensnared them with his blue-silver grass. Tang Hao, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly ended their lives with a single blow. Xiao covered Jiang Yuan's ears, lamenting the fragility of human children. As for Tang San, Xiao Wu mused that he could hardly be considered a mere child of humanity. He bore little resemblance beyond physical appearance. Tang Hao eliminated nearly half of the group amid their accusations, leaving only newcomers, while the veterans bore the stains of bloodshed. "You will divide what you have taken and return home to your mothers. Should I discover you engaging in these activities again, I shall disregard whether you were involved or not," Tang Hao declared, allowing Tang San to retract the blue-silver grass. The crowd promptly scattered, fleeing while hastily looting the belongings of their fallen comrades. Once he observed that most had fled, Tang Hao hurled a vial of potion behind him, shattering it upon impact, the liquid within spilling forth, causing the corpses to decay rapidly. Tang San turned back, curious if his father possessed similar concoctions. However, he was taken aback by the peculiarity of his father, who, despite his own oddities, found the 12-year-old child unfazed by the brutality of murder and the obliteration of evidence. Tang Hao sighed inwardly, uncertain of whether this was a blessing or a curse. The path of the child must ultimately be tread by himself. "Let us depart," Tang Hao said as he boarded the carriage, glancing at Jiang Yuan, whose expression remained composed, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The latter half of the journey was uneventful, and upon entering Tindo City, Tang Hao returned the carriage to the rental service. The establishment was part of a chain, making the return process quite convenient. Such rentals did not require a coachman, but typically demanded a deposit, which could be reclaimed along with the rental service's exclusive token upon return. Of course, there were those who failed to return, thereby severing all ties with the rental service permanently. As Tang Hao led the three into Tindo City, his disheveled appearance drew the attention of many, for such a sight was rare in the bustling city center. Jiang Yuan surveyed the surroundings at the city gate, resembling a rustic bumpkin entering the city. She glanced at the advertisements by the entrance, Blue Ba Academy, Commoner School. She committed this information to memory before following Tang Hao as they departed. Tang Hao expressed his concern for their safety in Tindo City, stating he preferred to take them to a more secure location. Although Tang San felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that Tang Hao did not intend to remain in Tiando City, it was fleeting. For Tang Hao assured him he would visit when time permitted. The group arrived at an establishment that exuded elegance and opulence, where the melodious strains of a guqin filled the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Their attire, however, made them hesitant to enter. "Who are you? What brings you to the entrance of my moon pavilion? We do not welcome those who are poorly attired," a man in purple garments remarked, observing the four with a frown that could crush a fly. He felt a tremor in his fingertips, nearly succumbing to the impulse to throw them out. "We seek your lady. Inform her that when the crescent moon wanes, an old acquaintance visits," Tang Hao replied coolly, disregarding the man's demeanor. "Do you presume to see our lady merely upon your whim? The moon pavilion caters only to distinguished guests. Please leave," the purple-clad man retorted. His irritation at Tang Hao's nonchalance evident, though he struggled to maintain his so-called elegance. Jiang Yuan was pulled behind by Tang San, peering at the situation unfolding before her. To be frank, she found the man in the purple attire somewhat peculiar. Why was he making such a fuss about transmitting the message? It was not as if she was seeking him out. He was behaving as if he were the one in charge. What if the person actually knew his boss? How awkward would that be for him? Clearly, he lacked any understanding of social etiquette. Jiang Yuan whispered with Tang San behind her, while Xiao beside them struggled to suppress her laughter. It would be rather impolite to burst out laughing at this moment. The sound of hurried high heels echoed from above, and upon recognizing the visitor, the owner of those shoes paused at the staircase. "How?" Her tone was somewhat uncertain. Tang Hao removed his hat and nodded at her. "It's me." She was a woman of exquisite elegance, her every strand of hair exuding grace. Yet, at that moment, she disregarded her poise, lifting her skirt and dashing forward, ultimately throwing herself into Tang Hao's embrace. The three little ones behind them were left in a state of shock, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Tang San and the others were utterly bewildered. Who is this? Why is she embracing his father? Shouldn't she consider their presence? Had his mother passed away? This seemed rather inappropriate. Perhaps there were hidden circumstances surrounding her death? Tang Hao gently patted the woman's back, helping her to her feet. Turning to Tang San, he said, "Tang San, this is my sister, Tang Yuehua, your aunt." "Ah, aunt." Tang San looked from his father to this absurd aunt, but he obediently greeted her. "Hello, aunt. Is this your child with her?" Tang Yuehua's hands were somewhat hesitant, wanting to reach out to Tang San, but feeling uncertain. "Yes." Mentioning that person brought silence between them. Tang San could not understand why the mention of his mother elicited such a reaction. "Good boy." Tang Yuehua's hand finally rested on Tang San's head, her eyes filled with compassion. "Are you really not going to go back and see her? She's all alone." Before Tang Yuehua could finish her sentence, Tang Hao interrupted. "You know I want to go back. Please don't mention it again. I owe her that much." He continued. "I came here to entrust these three children to you. You don't need to worry about them much. They can fend for themselves. I must leave now. Take care of yourself." "How? Where are you going?" Tears brimmed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. She had thought him dead, only to discover he was alive, yet now, just as they finally reunited, he was leaving again. "We will meet again." Tang Hao waved his hand behind him, departing from Yushin without looking back. Jiang Yuan admitted that she felt exceedingly awkward at this moment. "Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, you truly excel at entrusting your burdens to others." As Tang Yuehua watched Tang Hao's silhouette completely disappear, she realized that her second brother was one who could not be easily persuaded. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she ascended the stairs with her three little ones in tow. Before she could settle them in, she needed to address the events of the day to prevent any rumors from spreading. There were still quite a few who knew of her connection to the Haotian sect, and she had indeed been a bit too emotional earlier. Fortunately, there weren't many witnesses today. "Greetings, have you been waiting long?" Tang Yuehua assumed her usual dignified and serene demeanor, accompanied by a warm smile as she carried a box of pastries. "Little San, might you introduce your two friends to your aunt?" Her tone was devoid of any formalities, and Tang San could distinctly sense her affectionate intent, which eased his somewhat embarrassed heart. "This is Xiao Wu, and this is Jiang Yuan," he introduced them earnestly. Tang Yuehua greeted the two of them with equal sincerity. "Hello." "Hello." Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, accustomed to a more carefree lifestyle, felt particularly restrained at this moment, nervously interlocking their fingers beneath the table. "There's no need to be so tense, nor to feel any burden. It's my brother's unreliability that's at play here. I know you two can handle things well on your own," Tang Yuehua said with a wry smile. "Let us start with some pastries. I'll have someone arrange the meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" The three shook their heads. As they were not from affluent backgrounds, and thus had no such concerns. Which academy are you planning to attend next? Have you given it any thought? Tang Yuehua continued to inquire. After all, her brother had entrusted the children to her, and she couldn't very well be unaware of which academy they would eventually choose. Being new to Tiando City, they were, in truth, quite ignorant of the place. Jiang Yuan turned to Tang Yuehua, setting down the delicacies in hand, and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Blue Bada Academy?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuehua replied, "Ah, the Blue Bada Academy. I have some recollection of it. I've heard that it exclusively admits commoners and possesses commendable attributes. Are you considering attending there?" "Not exactly," Jiang Yuan responded, a polite smile gracing his face despite the awkwardness. "I merely noticed their advertisement at the city gate on our way here." "Is that so?" Tang Yuehua mused. "Nevertheless, it is indeed a respectable institution. However, you could also consider the Tiando Royal Academy. I can facilitate your admission there if you wish. It's worth contemplating." Jiang Yuan glanced around, silently seeking the opinions of Tang San and Xiao Wu, only to see them shake their heads in unison. "We appreciate your kindness, but we prefer not to trouble you. The atmosphere at the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy may not be suitable for us." Tang San graciously declined Tang Yuehua's offer. He was well aware that the resources and faculty at the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy were superior, yet in an institution predominantly comprised of nobility, they might feel out of place. There is a saying, "It is unnecessary to force oneself into a circle where one cannot fit." "Very well. You may make your own decisions. Would you like me to escort you?" "No, thank you, Aunt." "All right." Tang Yuehua, unmarried and without children, felt a certain trepidation in her inaugural experience of guiding children, approaching it with a cautious unfamiliarity. She prepared a room for each of the 3 children, uncertain if they would return, yet she wanted to be ready nonetheless. The following morning, concerned they might struggle to find their way, Tang Yuehua arranged for someone to lead them to the academy. When they reached the vicinity of the school gate, the guide departed, recognizing the significance of the Moon Pavilion even in the city of Heavenly Duel. Although interest from various factions in the Moon Pavilion had waned over the years, it was prudent to maintain a degree of distance in public. "Greetings. May I inquire if your esteemed institution is still accepting students?" "Yes, we are. Though typically at this time of year, there are no applicants. It is unexpected to see newcomers this year. Allow me to escort you." Upon hearing that they were students from the academy, the gatekeeper's demeanor softened with warmth. "We encountered some issues, which caused our delay." "I see. Have those matters been resolved?" "Yes, they have." Jiang Yuan and the gatekeeper engaged in a conversation filled with inconsequential topics. In truth, Tang San and Xiao Wu found it perplexing how Jiang Yuan managed to cultivate amicable relations with every gatekeeper. Even Jiang Yuan himself was unaware of the rationale behind this instinctive behavior. He merely felt an inexplicable significance in fostering good rapport with the gatekeepers, though he later realized he had never truly benefited from it. "Director Yi, are you busy?" "What is it?" Director Yi adjusted her glasses and glanced outside. "These children are here to enroll in our academy. We've prepared the registration area, so I brought them directly. Thank you for your assistance. You may return to your tasks." Director Yi set aside her work, retrieved several forms and a pen from a nearby drawer, and handed them to the trio. "Please fill out these forms first. They consist of basic personal information." The 3 completed the forms swiftly. Upon reviewing them, Director Yi was momentarily taken aback. "I seem to be seeing things. Let me take another look." She removed her glasses, rubbed her eyes, scrutinized the 3 before her, and then lowered her gaze to the forms, confirming her observations, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Would it be possible for you to reveal your martial spirits and soul rings for me to examine?" "Certainly." The trio simultaneously manifested their martial spirits and soul rings, causing Director Yi to remain incredulous. She hurriedly fetched a soul power testing crystal and handed it over. Each ring radiated a brilliant light. "Could you share why you chose to come to our academy?" Director Yi felt a surge of excitement, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. In reality, their academy boasted few students, as the city of Tiando was rife with nobility, while commoners rarely prioritized attending the Lamba Academy. Even when considering advanced soul master institutions, this was primarily due to 3 reasons. First, the prevalence of nobility in Tiando City posed a risk of inadvertently offending someone of high status. Second, commoners lived too far away, with other advanced soul master academies located nearby. Third, the high cost of living in Tiando made tuition fees exorbitant for them. "We saw an advertisement at the city gate." Jiang Yuan replied earnestly. "There's no need to be so sincere," Tang San interjected. It seems we have quite a fortuitous connection. At this moment, Director Yi could only concur, acknowledging that their connection felt serendipitous, as if a mere fraction could have led to a missed opportunity. Welcome to Lamba Academy, Director Yi beamed. With their innate full soul power, the trio was poised to achieve remarkable rankings in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, especially considering their tender age. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles, finding the school significantly more conventional than Shrek Academy, although they were uncertain about the individuals within. The criteria for admission appeared far less eccentric, and the campus environment seemed remarkably commendable. Director Yi was now filled with excitement. These three individuals were undoubtedly the focal point of their upcoming training endeavors. She was prepared to establish a team centered around them and swiftly organized Jiang Yuan and the others, her steps imbued with a light-hearted eagerness as she made her way to the principal's courtyard. Thus commenced the formation of their team as they stepped into the Grand Soul Arena. Jiang Yuan and the other two exchanged perplexed glances at the dormitory entrance. What was the commotion about? Why the excitement? Xiao Wu tilted her head, her ear mirroring the inclination, as she observed Director Ye's hurried retreat, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Yuan shook her head, unable to comprehend. Perhaps this is what strange adults are like. The boys no longer ventured into the girls' dormitory. I retrieved my belongings. And you may take the soul-guiding devices upstairs. Tang San gathered his personal items and ascended the stairs, cradling his possessions. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, clutching their keys, commenced their ascent up the staircase. Their dormitory was situated at a considerable height, comprising a double room. The commencement of this academic year felt rather abrupt, almost hasty. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue in playful exasperation. The absence of familiar faces contributed to a persistent sense of unreality. It seemed as though the school year had yet to officially begin. Let us venture out shortly to familiarize ourselves with the campus, she proposed, her spirits lifting at the thought of exploring the streets. A delightful anticipation danced in her hands as she organized her belongings, eager for the outing. Jiang Yuan felt somewhat troubled. Soon he would attain the status of a soul master, and thus would no longer receive the subsidies. We cannot merely consume our resources without replenishment, he lamented. Xiao Wu's enthusiasm was abruptly extinguished. I was initially in high spirits, but now you have shared such a disheartening matter. This is merely my way of helping you recognize reality, Jiang Yuan retorted. From downstairs, Tang San's voice echoed, prompting Jiang Yuan to rush to the window and wave at him. Swiftly tidying up the room, she hurried downstairs. Why do you look so downcast? Tang San observed Jiang Yuan, her spirit seemingly depleted, even the tuft of hair atop her head drooping dismally. Habitually, he ruffled her hair and inquired, what troubles you? So young, yet wearing a frown? Jiang Yuan placed the soul-guiding instrument into Tang San's hands, then found a seat by the roadside to sit down. Propping her delicate chin in her hand, she began to sigh. How much money do we have left? The thought of being broke makes life a bit disheartening. She mused that this predicament did not seem to be a significant issue. Tang San sat beside Jiang Yuan, remaining silent, patiently waiting for her to inquire further. Jiang Yuan gazed at Tang San with sparkling eyes, inquiring, what should we do? When I arrived, I noticed a bulletin board stating that team members receive an additional monthly allowance. Therefore, if we strive to become team members, you need not worry about your finances being solely an expenditure. Tang San smiled warmly at Jiang Yuan. Her bright eyes rendered her particularly endearing, reminiscent of a tiny hamster. After feeding Jiang Yuan 2 candies, Xiao Wu hurried down to join them. The trio was preparing to venture out for a bite when they spotted Director Yi, accompanied by an energetic woman, approaching the dormitory building. Upon seeing them, the woman's expression brightened with delight. Tang San, Yuan, Xiao Wu. The three stood up at the sound of her voice. Director Yi, is there something else we need to address? Indeed. Please find a place to sit so we can discuss, she replied. Following Director Yi to her office, she continued, allow me to introduce you. This is the dean of our institute, Dean Liu. Greetings, Dean, they replied, surprised to see a female dean who appeared rather formidable. The matter is this. We have decided to form a team with you at its helm. Currently, you comprise a control type, a support type, and a powerful attacker, correct? Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yuan's entire demeanor brightened. Just moments ago, she had been conversing, and now food was being offered to her. With a touch of excitement, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment and shyly inquired, may I ask what the monthly stipend is? She recalled seeing a mention of it on the bulletin board. As she spoke, a flush crept across her cheeks, wondering if it was impolite to broach the subject of money so early in their conversation. However, Director Yi felt no offense. After all, these were children from ordinary families, striving to become soul masters to earn a better living for their households. What else was there to discuss if not the financial aspect? The training endured by the members of the team was undeniably arduous. You will receive a monthly stipend of 30 gold soul coins, he explained, but you must adhere to the school's arrangements, participate in training punctually, and take your training seriously. It is imperative that you do not withdraw midway or drop out, nor should there be any instances of match fixing, should such situations arise. I assure you that our principal is not one to be trifled with. As Director Yi spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, and he instinctively adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Jiang Yuan nodded like a chick pecking at grains, assuring, rest assured, we possess professional integrity. We are committed to our duties. The director, resembling a mascot, made a brief appearance, while Director Yi clearly outlined her arrangements. Jiang Yuan's assurance brought satisfaction to both parties, and Director Yi felt a renewed sense of hope for the future of her academy. If the upcoming Senior Soul Master competition could garner more excitement, their institution would undoubtedly attract a greater influx of students. Are you planning to head out now? I won't disturb you any further, she said, hastily departing with the dean of her academy. The truth was, she was indeed quite busy, especially considering the dean's somewhat unreliable nature. Look, isn't the pillow here? What is there to worry about? Tang San remarked, observing Jiang Yuan's spirited tuft of hair with a smirk. Let us go. Let us enjoy a hearty meal today. The trio meandered aimlessly through the streets. Tang San was also scouting the blacksmith shops within Tiando City, contemplating the continuation of his side business. The Grand Soul Arena? What is that? Jiang Yuan tugged at Tang San's sleeve, pointing towards a building. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to look. It seems like a place for competitions. Should we go in and take a look? Let us check it out, Jiang Yuan urged, pushing Tang San and Xiao Wu toward the entrance. After reviewing the rules of the Grand Soul Arena, they purchased 3 tickets, eager to observe a match. During the day, there were fewer spectators. Such events only became lively at night when the crowds gathered. The trio felt somewhat overwhelmed by the innate soul power surrounding them, as being observed by such soul masters was not particularly noteworthy. After all, both Tang San and Jiang Yuan had initially been labeled as possessing useless martial souls. Jiang Yuan continued to indulge in her meal, much like the others in the audience, gesturing and commenting on those on stage. In her own words, she believed she could do just as well. The individual seated before them could no longer contain his frustration. Were children nowadays truly so brazen? If you think you can do it, then go ahead, he exclaimed, turning sharply to glare at the trio who were so quick to judge. Jiang Yuan gazed at him in silence for 3 seconds before declaring, I shall go. Come, Xiao Wu, let us demonstrate our strength to them. Tang San glanced at Jiang Yuan and then at Xiao Wu, asking, what about me? Jiang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at him. Tang San, you are no longer a child. You must learn to take care of yourself and cannot always rely on others. Tang San fell silent, at a loss for words, and simply closed his mouth. The trio ceased to observe the competition and hurriedly rushed to register. Initially, they presumed there would be certain restrictions on the competition, as they had witnessed many competitors from the second ring. Thus, it appeared there were no limitations for registration. Perhaps anyone should refrain from participating in the one-on-one matches? Although you have learned some grappling techniques from Xiao Wu, she possesses 2 soul skills, which may not be very favorable for you. Tang San suppressed Jiang Yuan's desire to sign up for the one-on-one event. While victories and injuries were commonplace in competitions, he did not wish to see Jiang Yuan harmed. How is it that all of you have drawn lots? Winning a single match earns 10 gold soul coins, and winning 5 consecutive matches grants an additional 10 gold soul coins, while achieving 10 consecutive victories adds 100 gold soul coins. My goodness, how many herbs would one have to sell for that? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. It cannot be that simple to achieve consecutive victories. Tang San gently pushed her chin back and tapped her forehead lightly, attempting to dispel her unrealistic fantasies. Moreover, we shall soon reach level 30, at which point we may face soul masters of level 38 or 39. Don't even mention consecutive victories. It would be a small miracle if we could break even on the registration fee. You make a valid point. Alas, if we run out of money, we shall have to wait for another opportunity, Jiang Yuan sighed, contemplating her financial constraints, which might allow her to defeat 4 opponents with a single punch at that time. Tang San turned Jiang Yuan's head towards the stage where intense battles were unfolding, urging her to observe. Once we have the funds, we must return. Look at those individuals up there. Do they not resemble your practice partners? Jiang Yuan was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sheer audacity of the situation. How is it that there are so few participants, yet so many battles being fought? She pondered. Xiao Wu, feeling rather bored, stifled a yawn. The crux of the matter was that the preceding battles had been dominated by masters, with everyone merely charging in without any semblance of strategy or finesse. It was the kind of chaos that even Jiang Yuan could easily navigate, dispatching a few opponents with little effort. By the way, you all just signed up for the arena competition, didn't you? Jiang Yuan remarked, her gaze growing increasingly skeptical as she scrutinized the rules regarding the prize money. While winning a match yielded a substantial reward of 10 gold soul coins, the registration fee was also 10 gold soul coins. If the competition merely consisted of one-on-one or two-on-two matches, it would merely offset the registration cost. Thus, the Grand Soul Arena stood to profit handsomely from the fees of those who lost. How infuriatingly lucrative. Rest assured, I've already noticed. It is indeed the registration for the arena competition, my little accountant. Jiang Yuan felt discontented with Tang San's words. Were it not for her supervision, these two would undoubtedly indulge in extravagant shopping sprees. One was perpetually acquiring materials for hidden weapons, while the other incessantly purchased clothing and snacks. Who could possibly withstand such lavishness from them both? As for the arena competition, number 37, Xiao Wu, was instructed to prepare herself. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiao Wu was instantly invigorated, radiating newfound energy. It's my turn now, Anin. Be a good girl and wait here while your sister Xiao Wu earns you 100 gold soul coins in one breath. With a buoyant leap, Xiao Wu made her way to the backstage, only to pause halfway, rush back, plant a kiss on Jiang Yuan's cheek, and then dart back to her preparations. Jiang Yuan brushed his face and chuckled, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Is it still quite nostalgic, little Jiang Yuan? Tang San turned his head, observing Jiang Yuan's silly grin as he touched his face, feeling somewhat awkward. An inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into his heart, ever since Xiao Wu arrived. He had the constant feeling that his precious cabbage was being trampled by swine. Xiao Wu is up, Xiao Wu is up, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Tang San's sleeve, urging him to look at the stage. Tang San sighed internally, muttering to himself, such an ungrateful child. A girl over a certain age shouldn't be kept. Go, Xiao Wu. Jiang Yuan cupped his hands like a megaphone, shouting loudly towards Xiao Wu on stage. The sparse audience had its advantages. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's voice, Xiao Wu turned and flashed a sweet smile at him. No matter how one looked at her, she resembled an innocent young girl, yet as the match commenced, her gaze towards her opponent became sharp and fierce. She retracted her right leg, exerting force, and leapt forward to confront her adversary. With a swift flick of her braid, she ensnared his neck, and in his moment of confusion, she wrapped her legs around him and executed a swift throw. Not even a soul ring was released, and the opponent was already off the stage. A decisive victory. Xiao Wu dusted off her hands and tilted her chin towards the host, declaring, "Next." The sheer arrogance of her expression was undeniable. However, the audience reveled in such audacity. They were not there to witness humility and decorum. They delighted in the banter and rivalry. After all, with the arrival of the next contestant, Xiao Wu continued to dispatch her foes with ease. It was only against strength-oriented opponents that she resorted to her soul techniques, breezing through 10 matches with remarkable composure. The audience, initially sparse, gradually swelled with each of Xiao Wu's triumphs. Achieving 10 consecutive victories was a rarity, far beyond the mere number of soul rings involved. Moreover, the 10th match featured a soul master, yet Xiao Wu, having already fought 9 rounds, still emerged victorious in the 10th. For the 11th match, Xiao Wu willingly conceded. She needed a moment to recuperate. Tang San offered her a cup of water, discreetly striving to minimize any contact between Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is amazing. That's 100 gold soul coins, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, poised to rush towards her. Tang San, pulling him back with one hand, calmly advised, Xiao Wu just finished. Let her rest for a moment. You're right, Tang San. You should hurry and sign up, Jiang Yuan urged. The afternoon had progressed, and since Tang San would finish soon, it was clear they lacked the stamina and soul power to engage in a 2-on-2 match. The energy expenditure in such matches was significantly higher than in one-on-one duels. We'll come back tomorrow then, Tang San decided. With school not starting until the day after tomorrow, they had these couple of days free. After watching several matches, it was finally Tang San's turn to compete. Jiang Yuan tilted her head, observing Tang San on the stage. and gently prodded Xiao Wu's arm. Why does Tang San seem so extravagant? It doesn't quite align with his usual demeanor. Has he lost his mind? Xiao Wu bit her finger, stifling a laugh that she had struggled to contain for quite some time. What has got you trembling? Have you lost your senses too? What on earth is happening on that competition stage that has left you all in such a peculiar state? Jiang Yuan leaned back. A look of bewilderment etched across her face. No, I'm merely suppressing my laughter, Xiao Wu interjected, interrupting Jiang Yuan's train of thought. She wished to avoid any rumors about herself reaching Tang San's ears the following day. However, tomorrow, Tang San might indeed hear some intriguing tales about himself from her. The 2 consecutive victories had genuinely astonished the crowd, particularly given that the competitors were merely 2 seemingly unassuming children. Yet, their astonishment was fleeting, after all. This was merely a low-tier spirit power competition, attended by common folk. Despite their current exuberance, akin to a group poised to crash into a wall of excitement, it was likely that they would forget this spectacle in a matter of days. By the time the trio collected their winnings and returned, dusk had already begun to settle. The waning sunlight enveloped them, casting a golden glow that adorned their figures. Jiang Yuan held 2 money bags, each filled with 210 gold soul coins. A smile so broad it seemed almost uncontainable. This windfall felt almost too delightful. Yet it was regrettable that the small city of Notting did not boast a grand soul arena. Otherwise, they too would have relished the opportunity to reap the rewards. Shall we return to eat now? Yes, indeed. What shall we indulge in? I desire stir-fried lotus root. I long for braised pig trotters. I crave steamed fish. I wish to eat. Jiang Yuan swiftly declared the names of the dishes. We 3 cannot finish it all, Tang San protested. If an wishes to indulge, let her. It's the first time we've earned such a sum, he remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who met his gaze with a hint of defiance. Is she unwell? He mused. If there's dissatisfaction, a fight would suffice. Ultimately, Tang San could not resist Xiao Wu's insistence. He inhaled deeply, thinking that if his child were not in Xiao Wu's hands, he would have cast her aside. Did he not have a child of his own? It was rather irritating to constantly snatch someone else's nurtured offspring. After suppressing his frustration for 3 seconds, Tang San exhaled and hurried to catch up. After dinner, no snacks. He admonished Jiang Yuan as he pulled her back. I know, I won't overeat. You've been saying that for years, Jiang Yuan retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue before dashing ahead with Xiao Wu. Although she had boisterously proclaimed the names of the dishes earlier, upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu only ordered 5 dishes. Tang San, is there anything you wish to eat? Jiang Yuan slid the menu before Tang San. As Tang San gazed at the dishes Jiang Yuan had selected, he refrained from ordering anything further. The first delectable meal he had tasted upon arriving in this world was brought to him by Jiang Yuan, and since then, he had often dined alongside her, resulting in their palates being remarkably similar. Very well, if it's insufficient, they could always order more. The 3 of them indulged until they were thoroughly satisfied, leisurely strolling beneath the night sky. I told you not to order so much, yet you still opted for dessert fruits, Tang San couldn't help but murmur to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan absent-mindedly scratched his ear and said, all right, I understand. Why are you acting just like Jiang Yuning? I may not possess the prowess of your sister. If I were like her, you wouldn't dare to retort. For a moment, Tang San found himself pondering whether he had indeed been a tad too indulgent. Jiang Yuan stifled a yawn, as it was nearly time for her to retire for the night. Should I carry you back? Tang San inquired, observing Jiang Yuan's continuous yawns. Jiang Yuan shook her head. No, I'd rather not, for fear that I might doze off on your back and struggle to wake up later. Once I'm up, I may find it difficult to fall asleep again. Tang San, recalling the habitual manner of his childhood, instinctively pulled Jiang Yuan forward, urging her to walk faster. When Jiang Yuan feels drowsy, she tends to remain stationary or slowly meander her way home. Tang San, unable to wait any longer, would then pull her along. Ah. Xiao Wu observed the intertwined hands of the 2 with a hint of disdain. When would her human offspring realize that beside her stood a formidable wolf, far more captivating than her own petite rabbit form? Eventually, the trio stealthily entered the campus and crept into the dormitory, fearful of being caught by the teachers and reprimanded. The Great Soul Arena proved to be a lucrative place. The 3 of them had amassed over 300 gold soul coins in just 2 days. Had they been able to gather a team of 7, they would have eagerly participated. It remained uncertain whether the academy would permit their squad to compete at the Great Soul Arena. Clad in their uniforms, with a blue base adorned with black edges, they exuded a sense of maturity. During the opening ceremony, which gathered around 100 individuals, it was evident that few would ultimately become soul masters. The director of the academy appeared to be a man of few words, offering a few encouraging remarks before handing over the proceedings to Director Yi, who proceeded to outline the arrangements, including the formation of battle teams. Jiang Yuan and his two companions were successfully brought onto the stage, and the trio quickly gained notoriety throughout the academy. Forming a battle team around such individuals and inviting them into a team are two distinct matters. The former essentially establishes one's standing within the team, while the latter merely indicates commendable talent within the academy. Although many may not yet be familiar with these three students, they are indeed fresh entrants. Director Yi, why can these newcomers serve as the core of a battle team? A tall senior stood up, expressing his dissatisfaction. As an experienced student with considerable prowess, he was well aware that the academy intended to cultivate him as a member of a battle team, potentially even as a core member. As Jiang Yuan and the other two exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness lingered in their eyes. This was an inevitable predicament, where there are interests at stake. Disputes are bound to arise. Following the discussion with Director Yi the previous day, the trio proceeded to introduce themselves. Greetings, I am Tang San, age 12. With the martial soul Blue Silvergrass, a control system soul master at level 29. Hello, I am Xiaowu, also 12, possessing the martial soul soft bone rabbit, a power-type soul master at level 29. Salutations, I am Jiang Yuan, 12 years old, with the martial soul tricolor violet, an auxiliary system soul master at level 29. The audience appeared somewhat bewildered, as if an odd sound had wafted past their ears. How could martial souls like Blue Silvergrass and tricolor violet, deemed inferior, be cultivated so rapidly? Surely questions arose, for all three possessed innate full soul power. If there were any uncertainties, they could be discussed later. For now, they should take their leave. Director Yi regarded the trio with increasing satisfaction, noting that even the academy's most senior students barely matched their soul power levels. Among the crowd, though some remained unconvinced, the voices of dissent had quieted. Do you see that tall fellow over there? I have a feeling he might want to confront us, Jiang Yuan remarked, nudging Tang San and gesturing towards the towering figure whose eyes were wide, face flushed, fists clenched, nostrils flaring. If you make your intentions any clearer, he might genuinely charge at you, Tang San retorted, retracting the hand that pointed, clearly wary of being too conspicuous. After the opening ceremony, the trio indeed found themselves cornered by the tall individual. True to Jiang Yuan's nickname for him, the towering figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, forcing the three to gaze up at him. Greetings, I am Tai Long. Before your arrival, I was the strongest in the academy, possessing soul power at level 28. Rather than these trivialities, I place greater faith in my own strength. I hope to engage in a match with you two to gauge the disparity between us. Tai Long directed his attention to Tang San and Xiaowu, refraining from demanding a duel with an auxiliary soul master. This challenge poses no issue. Shall we keep it light? Tang San inquired tentatively. Tai Long frowned slightly, then let it be as you suggest. Xiaowu, upon hearing the invitation to spar, was filled with excitement. News of their impending match spread swiftly, drawing a crowd eager for spectacle. Soon, an indoor training arena was packed to capacity, even attracting a few curious teachers. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu sat on one side, while Tang San faced off against Tai Long. No fool ventured too close, for that would merely invite punishment. Tang San's blue silvergrass entwined as he swiftly shifted positions, delivering a punch aimed at Tai Long's lower back. Tai Long, empowered by his martial spirit, broke free from the grasp of the blue silvergrass. The two exchanged blows, each staggering back several meters. The indoor setting somewhat limited Tang San's soul skills, requiring greater expenditure of soul power to manipulate his blue silvergrass. Although he had freed himself from its entanglement, remnants of the blue silvergrass seeds still clung to him. Tang San, employing his ghostly shadow technique, sought opportunities around Tai Long while evading his attacks. Suddenly, Tai Long's body stiffened as Tang San struck a blow near his liver, a hit that could render one incapacitated. Tai Long's face contorted momentarily, cold sweat breaking out. Though the pain was intense, he sustained no serious injury. Is this how it is? Clearly, he would be a future ally. And Tang San did not wish for things to escalate unnecessarily. You certainly know how to pull your punches, he remarked. Tai Long, clutching his side, recognized his condition. It was indeed not severe, yet the pain was quite unbearable. This lad was quite the schemer. Tang San's gaze wandered. Knowing that as a control-type soul master against a strong attacker, he had to employ some flair rather than resort to lethal force. Continue, and spare me your theatrics. If you don't fight seriously today, I shall insist on battling you daily from now on. Tai Long took a moment to rise, loosening his joints before launching a punch at Tang San. With a sigh, Tang San realized he had to take things seriously, summoning his Shin Yuhan technique. Tang San advanced. They exchanged blows for 5 or 6 rounds, their fists colliding. Gradually, Tang San's ghostly shadow technique brought him closer to Tai Long. In an instant, he activated his entanglement, using his waist strength to deliver a sweeping kick to Tai Long's neck. Tai Long was sent flying several meters away. I say, is that sufficient? Tang San discreetly shook his hand. Brute force was indeed for the reckless, much like Xiao Wu. Continue. Tai Long insisted, rising from the ground and channeling another soul skill. Tang San remained expressionless, questioning why he was being singled out when Xiao Wu was right there. Surely, they could engage in a brawl amongst themselves. He landed a punch on Tai Long's face. Indeed, striking a face brought an unparalleled satisfaction. Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, Tang San prepared to deliver another blow. Is it enough? Do you wish to continue? Continue. Tai Long persevered. Tang San twisted him around, striking once more, and then twisted again to retaliate. Still want more? He inquired, observing Tai Long's battered visage as he crouched beside him, patting his face. Continue coughing. A mouthful of blood spattered out, and Tang San shook his head in exasperation. Yuan, throw him a healing spell. We're heading back. Tang San rose and walked towards Jiang Yuan. Just as he tightened his pants, he turned to find someone gripping his trousers tightly. I haven't lost. Keep fighting. With that, he strained to summon a second ring of power, charging at Tang San like a rebound. In truth, his second soul skill made him resemble a mere punching bag. Tang San was at a loss for words and kicked him away. Why, in a duel of 2, do you insist on targeting me alone? He gestured toward Xiao Wu, feeling quite indignant. Xiao Wu was practically smothering his son. Could they not bring that rabbit down? Are you even a man? If you are, keep going. Picking on a woman is hardly honorable. Tai Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his appearance grim, yet his spirit unwavering. He charged again, only to be kicked away. Again, he rushed in, only to be repelled once more. Tang San even found the leisure to glance at Xiao Wu as she fussed over her child. Enough was enough. He felt a surge of irritation. As Tai Long lunged again, he delivered a swift blow, incapacitating him. Unin, come here, he called to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan promptly dashed over with great enthusiasm. While behind him, Xiao Wu harbored a deep resentment. Just give him a bit of healing. Jiang Yuan gazed at the person on the ground, who had been so thoroughly beaten that they were barely recognizable. She shook her head in disapproval. What a fine young man. How could he be so despondent? Her spirit ring illuminated as she cast a healing spell on both Tai Long and Tang San. The injuries on Tai Long began to gradually subside. However, her healing abilities could only restore him to 50%. The remaining wounds would require Tai Long to recuperate at his own pace. Fortunately, there were no particularly severe injuries. And even without treatment, he would likely recover in 2 or 3 days. Yet, at this moment, he was unconscious, which posed a challenge. Should we leave him here? Jiang Yuan gazed at the frigid floor and the windows that led in the chilling breeze. It felt rather impolite to abandon someone here. A robust individual like him certainly wouldn't succumb to the cold. Xiao Wu curled her lip, thinking that if he insisted on continuously challenging, he deserved to suffer the consequences of his own stubbornness. Let us send him home. He isn't staying overnight, and we know where he lives. 2 individuals emerged from the crowd, speaking cautiously, as if fearful that Tang San might retaliate against them next. Shouldn't we inform the teachers? Jiang Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. No need. Brother Tai Long often had to be sent home directly after sparring with the seniors, and they never mentioned it either, one of them replied. They were unaware if Tai Long usually avoided returning home after getting beaten. Tang San exhaled, relieved that they had finally departed. He truly can endure, he remarked. But I feel like I'm ready to reach level 30. Why don't you take a leave to cultivate? Jiang Yuan suggested. I think we all should take time off to train. It would be perfect for the 3 of us to acquire soul rings together. Our school even has a simulated training ground, Tang San said, grasping Jiang Yuan's hand. The mere thought of sharing a room with Inen for 2 consecutive nights had already left him quite displeased. Inen was such a young child. Yet she was prone to playful antics, even kissing him at times. It was simply inappropriate. Furthermore, they were both girls. There was no outcome for them together. Very well. Jiang Yuan nodded. Coincidentally, a few teachers had gathered to observe the commotion, and upon explaining the situation, the trio prepared to commence their training. Unbeknownst to them, outside, a tempest was brewing. Tai Long, who had been sent back in a daze, was confronted by his father, Tainua, who immediately inquired about his condition. Upon learning that his son had been assaulted, Tainua was ready to storm the school to seek retribution. Although he understood that Tai Long had instigated the trouble, Their family was known for being protective. It didn't seem matter who had initiated the conflict. Retaliation was the priority. Tai Long, aware that his father was going to cause trouble at school, and hearing that the three of them had entered the simulated training ground, breathed a sigh of relief while hastily advising his father to return home. However, as a father, could Tainuo easily heed his son's counsel? Certainly not. Thus, chaos ensued. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temperament, found it challenging to maintain composure as the headmistress under Director Yi's guidance. When someone caused a disturbance in her domain, especially when it was initiated by someone else, her patience wore thin. Although both parties involved were students from her academy, she was still a woman of principle. Upon understanding the situation, she directly dealt with Tainuo. The two father and son returned home in dismay, only to be confronted by Taitian, Tai Long's grandfather. Tai Long held a notable reputation in Tiando City. He could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Learning that Tainuo had been beaten by a woman ignited his fury, leading him to reprimand Tainuo before seeking trouble with Lu Erlong at the academy. By the time Tang San and his companions emerged, the situation had spiraled out of control. Lu Academy head, if you hand over your student, I will pretend this incident never occurred, Taitian proclaimed, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment over the matter, he believed that failing to reclaim his honor would be even more humiliating. I shall not comply. What do you intend to do about it? Lu Erlong retorted, arms crossed defiantly. She was well aware of Taitian's reputation as the leader of the Power Clan and a former subordinate of the Haotian sect, known for his protective nature. However, this was irrelevant to Lu Erlong. He had crossed a line, and she could not allow such insolence to go unchallenged. Jiang Yuan and the others listened as the events of the past few days were recounted. Ultimately, the situation arose from their actions, and Tang San could not simply hide in the shadows. The school gate was already bustling with a crowd. They are all my students. What began as mere playful competition among children has escalated unnecessarily. If you insist on taking this so seriously, I shall not hold back, Lu Erlong remarked, her brow furrowed. She had already extended ample courtesy, not to mention that the Li family had long ceased to be a subordinate sect of the Haotian sect, even if they were. The Haotian sect's current seclusion rendered them devoid of any threat. Despite her apparent lack of support, she had the backing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect behind her. I have merely requested that Dean Lu hand over that child. I simply wish to meet this exceptional youth, Titan stated, unmoved by the situation. Having reached this point, retreat was not an option for him. The humiliation would be unbearable. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temper, would have charged forward to confront the old man had it not been for Director Ye's restraining presence. Dean, Tang San, and the others approached, the crowd instinctively parting to grant them passage. Lu Erlong turned at the sound. What brings you here? Return at once. Do not entertain this shameless old fool. Titan's face twitched at her words, casting a fierce glare at Tai Long and Tai Luo, feeling utterly embarrassed. Tai Long's face burned with shame. Now the entire school was aware of his inability to accept defeat. It's nothing. Tang San offered Lu Erlong a reassuring smile. Although he found the situation quite absurd, he wondered how someone could be so petty. I apologize, Tang San, Tai Long said, his expression teetering between tears and despair. He had not wished for things to unfold this way, but it was unfortunate that his father had witnessed it. You were Tang San? Titan narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto Tang San. Indeed, senior. May I inquire what business you have? Tang San met Titan's stare with composure. Their eyes clashed in an unspoken battle for several seconds before they finally broke contact. The pressure from a Soul Douluo was quite significant, especially for him, who had only just broken through to level 30. Titan internally admired Tang San's calm demeanor. Good lad, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you can endure under my scrutiny for the duration of a stick of incense, this matter shall be forgotten. Jiang Yuan gazed at the elderly man before him, who was trying to assert his superiority, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. How dare he bully us common folk? So you think you're the only one capable of rallying support? At your age, why are you so unable to handle a challenge? It is not as if I have not offered to compete with him. He rushed in, inviting a confrontation. I have repeatedly advised him to exercise restraint. Yet he persists relentlessly, and now he turns the blame on us? How absurd. If you possess the courage, then wait for me to rally support as well. Jiang Yuan was so infuriated that she nearly stomped her feet, but Tang San swiftly covered her mouth. Although he found the words spoken by the other party quite disgraceful, he could not allow Jiang Yuan to voice her thoughts. The adversary harbored a strong desire for revenge, with her limited abilities as a support character. One could only wonder what treachery she might be plotting behind the scenes. Interestingly, Titan was not angered by Jiang Yuan's remark. He found the young girl rather amusing. "Oh, you intend to call for assistance?" Titan chuckled as he observed the unfolding scene. It is well known that Lanba Academy only admits commoners, making this statement rather intriguing. What is this? Is it permissible for him to rally support? Jiang Yuan withdrew his hand from Tang San's grasp, exhibiting an unyielding and obstinate demeanor. "Go ahead and call," he declared. "I shall remain here and wait." With that, Titan feigned a readiness to sit and await the arrival of others. Jiang Yuan could not locate Tang Hao at this moment. Her small lips quivered, threatening to unleash tears. Tang San and Xiao Wu rushed to console her, finding themselves in a state of utter disarray. Perhaps Xiao Wu should seek out Aunt Yuexian, Tang San sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Today, as circumstances were indeed challenging, the formidable feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable were embodied by this Titan. A chill surged within Tang San's gaze. He realized he was still too weak, otherwise they would not be so helpless, and it would not be in such distress. "Do not fear. We shall avenge this grievance one day." Tang San gently caressed Jiang Yuan's head, his voice a soft murmur, audible only to the two of them. Jiang Yuan blinked, stifling her tears. In truth, she was indifferent to the notion of vengeance against the future. She was not the type to harbor grudges for long. However, she could not bear to witness Tang San being bullied in her presence. Lu Erlong was nearly exasperated. Had it not been for the fact that the Li family did not belong to the aristocracy, she would have never accepted disciples from such families, who took advantage of their lineage to act recklessly. Her face darkened, her chest rising and falling with agitation. The onlooking students were dismissed back to their classes, and the teachers returned to their respective duties. For a moment, only Lu Erlong remained to protect Tang San and Jiang Yuan, and the atmosphere grew still. Tang Yuehua arrived swiftly, her expression somewhat peculiar after hearing Xiao Wu's account. Their arrival was rather quiet. They had covered their faces and traveled by carriage to the entrance of Lanba Academy. "Are you the guardians of these children?" Lu Erlong scrutinized Tang Yuehua, whose noble aura was difficult to conceal. However, she could immediately discern that Tang San, Jiang Yuan, and Xiao Wu had no connection to such nobility. Tang Yuehua shook her head. "Not quite. I am merely fulfilling a promise for an old acquaintance. Their elders are unable to come, and I would appreciate it if Dean Lu could arrange a place for discussion." She cast a glance at Titan, her expression complex, then reached out to gently touch Jiang Yuan's reddened eyes. Titan recognized her voice immediately upon her arrival. He was the only one still outside from the Hautian sect. And even more so, he was the younger sister of the current sect master. Connecting this with Tang San's surname, he had no further doubts. The flood had indeed washed over the Dragon King's temple, yet he remained uncertain of Tang San's lineage. Lu Erlong, observing Titan, did not refute him, leading them to a conference room before stepping out. Thankfully, she would not have to deal with the subsequent matters. Just the thought of it felt burdensome. In her opinion, a simple beating would suffice. If one was ineffective, then two would do. Tang Yuehua removed her mask. "Titan, it has been quite a while." "So it has, third miss." Titan replied, still using the same form of address, yet his gaze seemed lost in recollection. "There's no need to call me third miss anymore. I did not expect such a coincidence. I wonder how Titan intends to handle this matter?" Tang Yuehua avoided the title, recognizing that with the current state of the Hautian sect, she was no longer merely the third Mississippi. Since Titan is a child of an old friend, I shall let it be. May I ask to which family this young one belongs? Tang Yuehua bowed her head in silence for a long while before sighing. "He is from my second brother's family." Titan's hand froze midair. Tang Yuehua's second brother. Was that not Tang Hao? Titan's head turned rigidly towards Tang San, young master. His voice trembled, losing the calm demeanor he had just exhibited. "Young master?" Titan staggered towards Tang San, as if intending to kneel. Tang San pulled Jiang Yuan's arm, stepping aside cautiously, his eyes vigilant upon Titan. "Senior, that is unnecessary." Though he spoke thus, the coldness in his gaze showed no signs of abating. He bore grudges. Should one provoke those he cared for, he would remember it all the more fiercely. Titan had just been arrogant with him. Now, upon learning his true identity, his demeanor had completely shifted. Was it a matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, or simply disdain for those of humble origins? Tang Yuehua noticed Tang San's resistance and stood up, approaching him. "This is the Li family, once a subsidiary sect of the Hautian sect, which followed your father. You are indeed my father's. Thus, I feel unworthy. My father never permitted me to inherit anything from him, and I do not consider myself your young master. Therefore, senior, I kindly ask you to retract that title. His father had brought him to Holy Soul Village without ever revealing his past, presumably to keep him from such connections. Yet their current actions only filled him with distaste. Young master, Titan's face bore a hint of sorrow. Where might my master be now? Titan gazed at Tang San with hope and eagerness. I am afraid I do not know, Tang San replied, his tone flat. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at Tang San, sensing that he was merely spouting nonsense. It was evident that Tang Hao had been indulging in drink at home. Tang San gently squeezed Jiang Yuan's soft arm, signaling her to maintain discretion. It's best we take our leave. I'm utterly exhausted from running about, remarked Xiaowu, standing behind Jiang Yuan and Tang San, expressing her disdain for the duplicitous nature of humanity. I wonder if the elder has any further matters to attend to? If not, we shall take our leave, as we need to apply at the academy for our soul rings. Tang San composed himself, concealing any other emotions that might surface. You've reached level 30 already? Such rapid progress, Tang Yuewa exclaimed with delight. Shall I arrange for someone to escort you to obtain your soul rings? Or perhaps, I could lead you myself? Two voices chimed in unison, prompting Tang San to twitch the corner of his mouth in refusal of their kind offers. Although they shared connections, upon closer examination, they were not particularly familiar. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu indulged in a melon, yet they found it exceedingly mundane. Is that so? Well, you may go ahead. Tang Yuewa did not insist. However, the fact that the children were not particularly close to her did leave her with a tinge of disappointment. Before long, she regained her spirits, reminding herself that with time, their relationships would surely flourish. With a soft hum escaping her lips, she departed from the Blue Overlord Academy, gracefully stepping away with dainty strides. This farce did not evoke even a hint of or regarding their impressive identities. Instead, it was imbued with absurdity and trouble, slightly dampening their good mood. Principal. Jiang Yuan knocked on the door of the principal's office, but evidently, no one was present. Ah, it's you all. Are you looking for the principal? Director Yi, returning from his tasks, noticed Jiang Yuan and her companions waiting at the principal's door. Director Yi. We have reached level 30 and wish to acquire our soul rings, Jiang Yuan replied sweetly. Already level 30? I'll take you to see the principal, Director Yi said, a smile spreading across his face, revealing fine lines of joy. The emergence of new soul masters was a significant event for their academy, marking it as a first. Lu Erlong resided in a small wooden cabin nestled in the woods behind the academy, surrounded by flowers she cherished. At that moment, she was watering her plants while humming a cheerful tune. Principal, she called out, turning towards the sound. Oh, it's you. Have you resolved the matter? Yes. It's all sorted. My apologies for the trouble, Tang San said with a slight bow. Although the incident had been instigated by Taiyong, it was indeed a source of inconvenience for the academy. Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively. It's a minor issue. I'm not naive enough to be oblivious to the situation. What brings you here? Before Tang San could respond, Director Yu interjected excitedly. They've reached level 30. Since you seem to have some free time, why not take them to acquire their soul rings? Lu Erlong, considered rather idle by her staff, cleared her throat. All right. I understand. Given that they just emerged from the simulated training grounds, take your time to prepare and rest. We shall set out tomorrow. Opportunities for her to frolic were scarce. Throughout the year, she rarely encountered a student in need of soul rings. Some students didn't require her assistance until graduation. Thus, she had little reason to roam aimlessly, and Director Yi insisted she serve as a mascot for the academy, regardless of her apparent idleness. Having just completed their training, they were quite fatigued, and Xiaowu leaned against Jiang Yuan, allowing her to guide her upstairs. The trio hastily washed up and collapsed into slumber. With soul-guided devices at their disposal, they had all necessary provisions readily available, leaving nothing particularly urgent to prepare. However, Tang San had to exercise caution whenever retrieving items from the soul-guided devices, as he was often at risk of inadvertently producing something bizarre that could lead to his social demise in front of Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan. The following morning, Lu Erlong was even more exhilarated than Jiang Yuan and the others. Where shall we go? Perhaps to the Stardew Forest? It's a bit farther, while the Sunset Forest is too close. Lu Erlong enthusiastically charted their route. Jiang Yuan and the others were in a state of numbness, a stark contrast to the usual demeanor of Dean Lu. It was no wonder that Director Yi only called her out occasionally. Indeed, there are reasons behind every extraordinary occurrence. Do you have any thoughts regarding your soul rings? After his excitement, Lu Erlong finally remembered the matter at hand. No, Jiang Yuan replied, still recovering from her stupor. Initially, Yu Xiaojing had devised a plan for their soul rings, But Jiang Yuan found little motivation in the uniformity of auxiliary skills. She yearned to be a damage dealer. I see, Lu Erlong mused, propping her chin in contemplation, yet unable to derive any clarity. This led her to reminisce about a certain individual, one who had extensively researched martial souls and had been her object of affection for over a decade. If only that person were here. They could surely devise the most suitable soul skills for your martial souls. Lu Erlong's earlier exuberance suddenly waned. Who is this person you speak of, Dean? Jiang Yuan inquired, sensing intrigue in Lu Erlong's expression. Where there is intrigue, Jiang Yuan is sure to be present. Lu Erlong felt her cheeks flush as she noticed the trio's intensely curious gazes upon her. Well, that was my former lover, Lu Erlong admitted, suddenly shy and bashful, resembling a demure young girl. The trio was utterly astonished by this revelation, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Erlong, oblivious to their bewildered expressions, became lost in her memories. Her hands pressed together beside her face, a peculiar blush adorning her cheeks. Though he was not particularly powerful, few could rival him in theoretical knowledge on the continent. Lu Erlong's expression shifted to one of sorrow as she reminisced. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly perplexed. This person seemed remarkably similar to someone they knew. He was so exceptional. Even when the world treated him unfairly, he remained resilient, carving out a niche in his field. Dean Lu, is this person named you? Tang San asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. Oh, you know him? Lu Erlong exclaimed with unrestrained joy. It had been over a decade since she had heard news of him, and she had been waiting far too long. Yet, it seemed as if he had deliberately evaded her, and no matter how fervently she searched over the years, she had found not a whisper of information regarding him. She had gradually started to relinquish hope of finding him. Yes, he was once a teacher at our junior academy. As Lu Erlong expressed her excitement with little regard for decorum, the trio found themselves retreating further into the carriage, tightly huddled together, particularly Jiang Yuan, who was nearly squished between Xiaowu and Tang San. Where is your junior soul master school? Lu Erlong grasped Tang San's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with fervor. In Nodding City. Dean Lu, perhaps you could let me go first, Tang San implored, nearly in tears from the discomfort. Oh, I'm so sorry. Nodding City seems quite remote. Lu Erlong murmured, growing increasingly agitated and confused within the carriage. I must go find him. What if he runs away again? Driven by excitement, Lu Erlong abruptly stood, failing to recognize that they were inside a carriage, and bumped her head against the ceiling, nearly knocking herself out. Hey, what are you doing in there? Came the irritable voice of the coachman from outside. Jiang Yuan and the others repeatedly offered their apologies. The unreliability of this Dean surpassed their wildest expectations. I must seek out Xiaogang. Lu Erlong, seemingly unfazed by the impact to her head against the car roof, appeared oblivious to any pain she might be experiencing. Regardless, she probably could not discern it at this moment. She pulled aside the car curtain, determined to alight from the vehicle. Jiang Yuan and the others were truly at a loss for words. They should never have engaged in this conversation. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu cast a mournful gaze towards Tang San, inquiring about the identity of that person. Dean, we are to acquire the soul ring. The master has remained in that place for at least 6 years. It is not so simple to depart. Jiang Yuan grasped the hem of Lu Erlong's garment, resolutely holding on to this infatuated woman who was utterly lost in her emotions. Lu Erlong took a moment to regain her composure, inhaling deeply several times. You are right. We must first secure the soul ring. After all these years, I can afford to wait. She returned to her seat, suddenly filled with curiosity. Come, tell me what he has been up to all these years. How has he been? Are there other women by his side? The three of them exchanged glances. Confronted by Lu Erlong's eager gaze, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu decisively pushed Tang San forward, as he was the one with a closer relationship with the master. In no time, the carriage was filled with Lu Erlong's various exclamations of surprise. Really? Are you that close? He is that remarkable? I always knew he was the best. Doesn't he have official classes? Your academy truly lacks discernment. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, having somehow produced 2 cotton balls, inserted them into their ears and leaned against the car's edge, succumbing to slumber. Jiang Yuan swayed her head about, her movements unsteady. Tang San gently turned her head, resting it upon his shoulder. Lu Erlong observed them with a knowing expression, one that radiated warmth so overtly that it caused Tang San's cheeks to flush. She would surely suffer from neck pain if she slept like this, and then she would insist on me giving her a massage. Tang San attempted to clarify the situation, but Lu Erlong's smirk only grew more pronounced. I understand. I comprehend entirely. As the dean, I can assure you, our academy permits romantic relationships. No, Dean. We have grown up together. She is my little sister whom I have watched over since childhood. Tang San felt somewhat speechless. Yet it seemed that Lu Erlong had struck a chord. Oh, your sister? I see. I truly understand. Lu Erlong dismissed the notion of sisterhood nonchalantly, her grin suggesting that she was unfazed by the claim. The conversation between them diminished in volume as Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu drifted into a deeper slumber. Upon reaching the Stardow Forest, Tang San roused Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan. We have arrived. It's time to wake up. Really? We're here already? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, blinking in a daze. And then, Yuan, wake up. Jiang Yuan tilted her head, her mind still somewhat hazy. Drifting along with the currents of thought, wherever Tang San swayed, her mind followed suit. She mumbled indistinctly, awakening to the sensation of being half-dragged off the carriage. A gust of wind swept past, and she gradually began to regain her senses. Ah, we've arrived. What a tiresome sleep. Jiang Yuan stretched languidly, inhaling the fragrant essence of the Stardow Forest. Indeed, it was utterly captivating. All right, let's muster our spirits. We must venture forth. Lu Erlong adopted a serious demeanor, clapping her hands. Understood, the trio replied in unison. Searching for soul rings is an arduous task, so the three held no high hopes for their first day. However, Xiao Wu had been inexplicably restless since entering the forest, her thoughts wandering as she scanned her surroundings. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Jiang Yuan inquired with concern, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that this was her first visit to the Stardow Forest, causing her unease? I'm fine, Xiao Wu forced a strained smile, attempting to reassure Jiang Yuan. After wandering for an entire afternoon, despite knowing they would find nothing, a sense of disappointment lingered. People often cling to the hope that fortune may smile upon them, yet the reality is that luck seldom graces their path. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky in its dark cloak, the road ahead grew increasingly obscure. They accepted the fact that their afternoon had yielded no results. Finding a clearing, they set up camp, deciding to rest well that night and rise early the next day to resume their search. Xiao Wu, you've been lost in thought all afternoon. Jiang Yuan remarked, her gaze fixed skeptically upon her. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not. Xiao Wu instinctively retorted, though her eyes betrayed her restlessness. Her hands fidgeted, intertwining as a testament to her unease. If something is troubling you, just say it. Your demeanor is quite worrisome. It was painfully obvious that Xiao Wu was harboring concerns, nearly etching the words "I have a problem" upon her face. I truly have nothing to worry about. Xiao Wu silently prayed her secret would remain undiscovered. Well then, do let me know if you need to talk. Jiang Yuan gently patted Xiao Wu on the head before turning to find Tang San, her hunger and fatigue pressing upon her. By the way, Tang San, why are there two moons in the sky? And why are they red? Jiang Yuan gazed at the sky, where two crimson orbs had appeared above them. There had been no mention of any celestial phenomenon today. Tang San and Lu Erlong looked up in surprise. Xiao Wu felt a pang of anxiety and abruptly raised her head. She knew all too well that what loomed above was not the moon. Had they truly arrived? Why were they so heedless of the warnings? Despite understanding that the other party longed for her, a flicker of irritation surged within her. She dared not imagine the consequences if Jiang Yuan and Tang San were to discover the truth. Their demeanor towards her would surely change. No, it could not be. Who would willingly befriend a spirit beast? It was not a moon, but a soul beast. Run, as Xiao Wu remained in a daze. Lu Erlong struck her with a firm hand. Run. Lu Erlong summoned her martial spirit, positioning herself before the soul beast. Dean, it's a Titan giant ape. We must retreat. We stand no chance. Tang San cried out in desperation. He recognized immediately that this was no ordinary soul beast, but a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. Lu Erlong's attempt to confront it single-handedly was utterly futile. She likely wouldn't last even a few minutes. With a grave expression, Lu Erlong declared, even if I cannot hold it back, I must try. Tang San, take the two of them and flee. I will face it today. Gritting her teeth, she transformed into her true martial spirit form. Xiao Wu was nearly driven to madness. The Titan giant ape was targeting her. And if anything were to happen to the dean because of this, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. She opened her mouth, wanting to call for the Titan giant ape to leave, but doing so would mean revealing her identity. All she could do was fret, silently wishing that this foolish creature might comprehend her gaze. Unfortunately, she had overestimated the Titan giant ape. At that moment, the Titan giant ape let out a mighty roar, pounding its fists against its chest. The ground trembled as its arms struck the earth, causing surrounding soul beasts to scatter in fear. Is Tang San still not moving? Lu Erlong was infuriated, wondering how such a grown man could be so indecisive. Did he truly wish for the one he cared for to perish here? Anin, you and Xiao Wu must leave now. I will hold it here with the dean. Tang San wrapped Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan in his blue silver grass and flung them backward. The Titan giant ape ignored both Tang San and Lu Erlong, taking a giant stride forward to seize Xiao Wu. As Jiang Yuan beheld the colossal hand, her pupils dilated in shock, instinctively grasping Xiao Wu's hand. The Titan great ape, indifferent to how many it had captured, seized Xiao Wu and dashed away. Xiao Wu. Tang San felt his heart momentarily cease. Both he and Lu Erlong surged forward simultaneously. Various concealed weapons clattered against the Titan great ape, irritating it. It scratched its rear, swatted its hand, and sent Tang San and Lu Erlong hurtling through the air. With a thud, Tang San collided with a tree, blood spurting from his mouth. Watching the Titan great ape abscond with Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, his eyes widened in despair. He hastily stuffed a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth and sprinted after them. As Jiang Yuan sat upon the shoulder of the Titan ape, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. To her astonishment, she had not anticipated that Xiao Wu would be acquainted with this magnificent creature. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat flustered, genuinely fearing that Jiang Yuan might choose to disregard her henceforth. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Wu, your connections truly are extensive. Xiao Wu recognized that Jiang Yuan had a unique way of thinking, yet this was the first time she felt a profound silence regarding his peculiar mindset. A bitter smile crept across her face as she replied, Anin, do you not understand? I am also a soul beast, transformed into a human. She gazed at Jiang Yuan with an unusually earnest expression, fully aware that if there were even a hint of reluctance in his eyes, she would be overwhelmed with trepidation and consider retreating. Perhaps she would then seek a different place to dwell, where at the very least, she could cherish a beautiful memory in her heart. Jiang Yuan gazed at Xiao Wu, a contemplative expression illuminating his eyes. Ah, now I understand. No wonder your ears appear so lifelike. It turns out they are indeed genuine. However, a soul beast that has not reached maturity for 100,000 years would surely be detected by a tidal Douluo, wouldn't it? My, you are quite audacious, aren't you? Jiang Yuan gazed at Xiao Wu in astonishment, nearly wanting to applaud her audacity. Listen to me, my friend. It is unwise to court danger. That individual might very well capture you to serve as a soul ring. Jiang Yuan found it incomprehensible. From where did this foolish rabbit originate? Did she possess no common sense? Xiao Wu lowered her head, her silence deafening. Words lingered on the tip of her tongue, caught in a struggle between expression and restraint. Why did Jiang Yuan finish speaking her mind? What could she say after that? In truth, Tang San's father had realized it long ago. Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed recalling this. Every year during the holidays, she visited Jiang Yuan's home and encountered Tang San's father. Yet she never noticed that she had exposed herself. To her surprise, Jiang's father was actually a titled Douluo, which left Jiang Yuan astonished once more. Wait, you didn't know? Xiao Wu was taken aback, as she had thought Jiang Yuan was already aware. I had no idea. He spends his days drinking and lounging around. Who would have guessed? Jiang Yuan shrugged her shoulders in resignation. That's true. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Ming, don't go just yet. Please set us down quickly. We need to return. Tang San and the dean are probably worried sick. Xiao Wu called out to the Titan giant ape, which was moving deeper into the woods. Reluctantly, the Titan giant ape lowered Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan to the ground. Xiao Wu gently patted the Titan giant ape's hand, smiling as she reassured him, It's all right. I know you will miss me, but we really must go back now. Look, I have good friends here, so you needn't worry about me all the time. Please take care of yourselves, all right? The Titan giant ape nodded obediently, appearing somewhat like a pouting little wife. Since we've come this far, I might as well gather a soul ring before heading back. By the way, Anin, what kind of soul beast do you need? Let Ming fetch it for you. She suggested. There exists a competitive relationship among soul beasts, feeding on each other, and as long as there is no wanton slaughter, Xiao Wu wouldn't be overly distressed by the death of any particular soul beast. She had witnessed how many soul beasts De Ming and Ming had consumed. Moreover, the soul beasts they hunted lacked sentience, which further lessened her concern. Let me think. The master assigned me a defensive soul skill, Jiang Yuan pondered aloud, secretly wishing for an offensive soul skill instead. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Wu interjected, addressing the Titan giant ape, Ming. Go find a 1,000-year-old soul beast under 2,000 years, one that is defensive. The Titan giant ape nodded, and promptly dashed off to procure the desired prey. It relished defensive types, those that offered a satisfying crunch with each bite. Jiang Yuan was utterly astonished. Was their execution power truly so exaggerated? Anin. There's no need to fret. Daiming will return shortly. Once we have absorbed the soul rings, we shall seek out Tang San and the Dean. Xiaowu comforted her. Sensing Jiang Yuan's concern, Jiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully as she observed Tang San being hurled through the air by the Titan giant ape. She had just been taken aback by the bond between Xiaowu and the Titan giant ape, and now, regaining her composure, a sense of concern for both Tang San and the Dean began to gnaw at her. The Titan giant ape returned in haste, likely having retrieved something from its hoard of provisions. Notably, the direction in which it departed was not towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest, but rather deeper into its confines, suggesting that it had captured its quarry some time ago. Jiang Yuan gazed upon a half-dead crab, discarded on the ground, its size towering over her. She found herself at a loss, lacking the necessary tools to assist it. The Titan giant ape seemed to perceive Jiang Yuan's predicament. It surveyed the surroundings and unearthed a stone. With 2 fingers, it delicately presented the almost imperceptible stone to her, which upon reaching her hands, required both arms to cradle it fully. Jiang Yuan approached the colossal scythe crab and struck fiercely at its vulnerable spot. If the first blow did not vanquish it, she would strike again, relentless, until a hint of purple emerged. Jiang Yuan sat on the ground, beginning to absorb her spirit ring, while Xiaowu positioned herself opposite, also focusing on coalescing her spirit ring. The spirit ring had already been drawn to Jiang Yuan, and the Titan great ape promptly devoured the carcass of the giant scythe crab. A delightful snack, crispy and tender, it relished the taste immensely. Perhaps the Titan great ape lacked precise awareness of the age of such spirit beasts. To it, they were merely treats, and the age disparity was negligible. Thus, although this spirit beast had not yet reached 2,000 years, it was precariously close. According to the master, the age of the 3rd spirit ring should be around 1760. While Jiang Yuan's crab was infinitely near 2,000, the absorption process was exceptionally arduous for her, beads of sweat dotting her brow as she succumbed to a vivid illusion. In this illusion, countless giant crabs brandished their pincers, menacingly pinching her. She could only cover her behind and run frantically, tears streaming down her face. Dazed and exhausted, she eventually reached her limit and could run no longer. In a moment of desperation, she drew forth a significant treasure, a large stone, and began to hurl it at the crabs, determined to fight them to the bitter end. The tide of the situation began to turn. The crabs scurried in all directions as Jiang Yuan, brandishing the stone, pursued them with fervor. Xiaowu, having completed her spirit ring, observed Jiang Yuan's pale visage and perspiring brow, her concern deepening. The crabs had been in disarray when they were thrown by Ming, and she hadn't examined them closely at the time. Now, it was evident that this spirit beast had undoubtedly exceeded its age limit. Moreover, Ming had obliterated the evidence. How frustrating. She had stressed that Anin was her dear friend, yet he had put her in such a predicament. If anything were to happen to Anin, she would certainly give Ming a piece of her mind. Fortunately, despite her discomfort, Jiang Yuan was managing to endure, prompting Xiaowu to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the crabs had all been vanquished, Jiang Yuan's world descended into darkness. Slowly, she opened her eyes to meet Xiaowu's concerned gaze. "Are you all right?" Xiaowu inquired, gently touching Jiang Yuan's forehead. As her consciousness gradually returned, warmth spread across her brow. "I'm fine, just experiencing a phantom pain in my behind," Jiang Yuan replied. Rising to her feet, unable to resist, she instinctively rubbed her rear, confirming that she had indeed not been pinched by any crabs and that all was well. Jiang Yuan finally relaxed. Her 3rd spirit ability was a shield lasting 15 seconds, capable of withstanding up to 70% of damage relative to her own strength. If faced with a foe far superior, her fate would be left to chance. Overall, it was quite commendable. Jiang Yuan encased himself within a protective barrier, a sphere of obsidian light, beneath which blossomed a resplendent flower, its petals a deep shade of violet. "Xiaowu, come, give me a kick," Jiang Yuan exclaimed with a hint of exhilaration. Xiaowu gazed at the shield and, summoning half of her strength, delivered a powerful kick. The shield remained utterly unyielding. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu possessed comparable strengths, rendering their attacks ineffective against the shield. As the 15 seconds elapsed, the shield transformed into delicate petals, scattering gently with the breeze. "This soul skill is quite impressive," Xiaowu remarked, acknowledging its efficacy. With this, she felt emboldened to charge forth with considerably greater confidence. Should she encounter an aggressive opponent, She would even have the option to retreat if necessary. Indeed, I find it quite commendable as well. Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Alas, Tang San and the dean. Jiang Yuan smacked her thigh, nearly overwhelmed with joy. After bidding farewell to Erming, the two of them dashed into the depths of the Douluo forest. Still bearing the scent of the Titan giant ape, they raced through the forest, unchallenged by any spirit beasts. The unmistakable traces left by the Titan giant ape's passage would surely guide Tang San as well. They merely needed to retrace their steps to locate him and the dean. Ahead, they spotted three figures standing motionless. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu instinctively slowed their pace. Judging by their hair, it was evident that the two were not young. And their decision to navigate the perilous Douluo forest with a child suggested they possessed considerable strength, just as Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu contemplated circumventing the trio. A muffled groan caught their attention. It was Tang San's voice, compelling them to approach. Jiang Yuan? Xiao Wu, are you all right? Lu Erlong stood protectively in front of Tang San, her body tense as she focused on the three individuals. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu return, she let out a sigh of relief, though her anxiety for Tang San, coupled with concern for Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, left her on edge. Tang San was absorbing a spirit ring? Xiao Wu felt an ominous premonition. As she stepped closer, she confirmed her fears. It was a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Tang San's condition was far worse than Jiang Yuan's. Already injured, he was now attempting to absorb a spirit ring beyond his level, blood seeping from his skin. Dean, why are you allowing him to recklessly absorb spirit rings? Jiang Yuan rushed forward anxiously. This boy refuses to listen. Lu Erlong felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet she understood Tang San's motivations, which caused her inner turmoil. Xiao Wu felt her facial muscles twitching involuntarily. What? Have you two love-struck fools finally come to understand one another? Jiang Yuan swiftly approached Tang San, summoning his martial soul as the second spirit ring illuminated. The tricolor violet in his hand emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Tang San, whose furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The three onlookers observed with fascination the peculiar brilliance emanating from Jiang Yuan's three spirit rings. Noticing Tang San's improved condition, Jiang Yuan turned to Lu Erlong to inquire about the situation. Dean, what transpired here? They are the Dragon Duke and the Snake Matriarch. This trio insists that Tang San has stolen their spirit rings, yet these spirit beasts have exceeded their lifespan. Clearly, their granddaughter is incapable of absorbing them. Lu Erlong, filled with indignation, found herself at a disadvantage against the duo's collusion. Dean Lu, your assertion is misguided. Regardless of whether my granddaughter can absorb the rings, they should not have fallen into the hands of an outsider. I would rather destroy them than allow them to be taken without consequence. Among the trio, the Snake Matriarch, leaning on her staff with drooping eyelids, fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuan like a venomous serpent poised to strike. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yuan inquired calmly, unfazed by their intimidation. After all, they were in the Douluo forest, and he could easily summon the Titan giant ape to ensure that these three remained there indefinitely. Given your commendable strength, how about you graduate and join my sect, and we can consider this matter resolved? A calculating glimmer flickered in the Snake Matriarch's eyes. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling quite troubled. We will undoubtedly not join your sect. It would be prudent for you not to speak so definitively. How can you be certain that we have no support behind us? Take, for instance, this individual. Jiang Yuan pointed at Tang San, who was struggling against the soul ring, and continued, his surname is Tang. Is that so? Little girl, do not frighten this old man, Dragon Lord responded, his hesitation evident in Jiang Yuan's words. We can escape from the monk, but not the temple. You may find us later at Lamba Academy or Weshin. Jiang Yuan maintained his composure and spoke calmly to Dragon Lord. If you insist on taking action, I assure you, should you fail to eliminate us all in one strike, you will undoubtedly remain here today. Xiao Wu chimed in with a threatening remark. Their synchronized exchange further deepened Dragon Lord and Snake Lady's uncertainty. Grandfather, grandmother. Ming Yiran was not swayed by the two girls' words. She was merely infuriated by the loss of two red rings today. Enough. I will spare you today, but I will certainly seek evidence afterward. Yiran, let us depart. Snake Lady cast a lingering gaze at Jiang Yuan, reflecting on the potential lost in these young talents. Fortunately, you two have returned. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled with these three. Lu Erlong casually settled onto the ground, expressing her disdain for conversing with those who were cunning. By the way, how did you both manage to escape? And Jiang Yuan, how did you acquire a third soul ring? Lu Erlong's suspicious gaze flitted between Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Well, it was because the Titan Great Ape took us halfway, then suddenly let out a bellow. after which it dropped us and ran away. We both fainted, and when we awoke, we found ourselves surrounded by soul beasts. We chose a suitable one, defeated it, and absorbed its soul ring. We hurried back, fearing you would worry. Xiao Wu fabricated her story, trying to appear composed under Lu Erlong's scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was this? How was she supposed to respond? What on earth was a cow's cry? Lu Erlong's suspicious gaze shifted to Jiang Yuan's face, and in an instant, Jiang Yuan tensed up. Yuan, is it as Xiao Wu described? Yes, indeed. Jiang Yuan nodded, her hand nervously fidgeting behind her back. If Tang San were awake, he would surely perceive that Jiang Yuan was being deceitful. It was no wonder Lu Erlong harbored doubts. It was truly difficult for her to fathom how two formidable soul masters could have been captured by a 100,000-year-old soul beast yet returned unscathed and unharmed. However, upon hearing Tang San mention that they had grown up together, coupled with Tang San's esteemed status, Lu Erlong ultimately refrained from further skepticism. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu were initially turned away from Tang San when suddenly, a few fragments of clothing fell from the air before their eyes. What is this? The two instinctively turned around, and Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed crimson. She closed her eyes and, without hesitation, reached out to cover Jiang Yuan's eyes. Jiang Yuan remarked that she had already seen it. She extended her hand and delicately pried open a small gap between Xiao Wu's fingers, her eyes darting about. Wow, this young man possesses quite an impressive physique, she mused. He appeared to embody the type that Jiang Yuning had professed to admire, standing at a height of 187 centimeters, with sculpted abs, a melodious voice, and a diligent disposition that ensured his financial success. Oh my, why did Jiang Yuning even bother seeking handsome men from outside? If only she had seized Tang San back in their childhood, how splendid that would have been. TSK, 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 and now, who knows who will ultimately benefit from this? Jiang Yuan secretly derided him, as an inexplicable sensation akin to something growing from his bones enveloped Tang San, igniting a searing pain intertwined with an unusual itch. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, bracing himself on the ground and gasping for breath. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down his forehead, and his pupils dilated considerably due to the agony. He could barely suppress the fragmented moans that escaped his lips. A sharp sound sliced through the air, resonating distinctly in the stillness of the forest. In that moment, Tang San's consciousness began to coalesce. He stood up in a daze, observing the peculiar movements of Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Glancing down, he realized that his upper garments had mysteriously vanished. Where are my clothes? Lu Erlong remained astonished, ensnared by the 8 spider legs behind Tang San. Silence enveloped the scene as Tang San, in a fog, instinctively reached for his soul guide to retrieve an article of clothing. With a shake of his hand, a vibrant red skirt materialized before him, and he pondered for a few seconds. Then, he stowed it away and reached again, this time producing a dark green skirt. His scattered thoughts began to clarify somewhat. Why are they all in such glaring colors, entirely Jiang Yuan skirts? Lu Erlong silently observed Tang San's actions. Jiang Yuan's ears turned crimson. What on earth is this person doing, tugging at her skirt? Tang San meticulously folded his clothes and placed them into the soul guide, finally retrieving his attire. However, as he attempted to pull it down, it seemed to be snagged on something, refusing to budge. Lu Erlong shuddered and shook her head, exclaiming, "There's something growing on your back." This was beyond her comprehension. She had never witnessed anyone sprout such peculiar appendages. She turned to glance at the creature beside her. The face spider. It was undeniable that its legs bore a striking resemblance to the strange growth. What is this? Tang San scrutinized the unidentified entity protruding from his back. No wonder he had felt a burning sensation, both painful and itchy. It turned out to be this oddity. Uncertain of its nature, he suggested, "You should see if you can retract it for now. Only Xiao Gang might have the answers regarding this bizarre phenomenon. It seems we must seek him out." Lu Erlong silently applauded Tang San's resolve. She now had a legitimate reason to approach him. She was confident that, given Tang San's connection with him and the unusual circumstances, Yu Xiao Gang wouldn't flee at the sight of her. All right, Tang San nodded. If Lu Yuanzhang's barely concealed smile of triumph had not been so evident, he would have felt a bit more at ease. Focusing on his back, he felt the spider-like appendages gradually retract into his body, yet he could distinctly sense their lingering presence within him. Jiang Yuan gently patted Xiao Wu's hand, saying, "You may open your eyes now." Xiao Wu, with a skeptical gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan, questioned, "How did you know it's time to open them? Were you secretly watching?" "I heard the sound of clothes being put on," Jiang Yuan replied, resolutely refusing to admit to surreptitiously observing Tang San's abdominal muscles. "Let us hasten our departure." The sooner we resolve this matter, the better, Lu Erlong remarked, her eagerness to meet Yu Xiaojiang surpassing that of Tang San's predicament. What issue? Xiaowu failed to notice the peculiar growth behind Tang San. She had truly shut her eyes at lightning speed. It seems you not only closed your eyes but also blocked your ears, Jiang Yuan retorted, exasperated, for even without sight, one could discern what had transpired merely by listening. Oh, I didn't notice. Xiaowu forced herself to recall the conversation between Tang San and the Dane. The four of them exited the Stardow Great Forest, rented a carriage, and headed towards Notting City. Life is full of unpredictability. I have made countless trips to Notting City, Lu Erlong sighed wistfully. I hope Xiaojiang is still there. Throughout the journey, the trio had already endured Lu Erlong's lamentations for what felt like the 7th or 8th time. Dean, please refrain from speaking. At the very least, I never imagined he had any reason to leave, Tang San remarked, slapping his numb face. Lu Erlong cast a glance at Tang San, resting her chin on her hand against the window. She understood Tang San's reasoning, yet chose not to listen. As they drew nearer to Notting City, Lu Erlong grew increasingly silent, perhaps in anticipation or trepidation. Her tumultuous emotions mirrored the fireworks that burst in the night sky, vibrant and colorful, yet also resonant with the inner tumult they evoked. We've arrived. How familiar it feels, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, being the first to leap from the carriage. Having remained awake throughout the journey, her rear end sore from sitting. She wondered if her father would scold her for returning so soon after leaving for school. Though she yearned to see her father, pressing matters took precedence, and the four of them swiftly made their way to Notting Academy. Although they had not anticipated this scenario, Master was indeed absent. Tang San wished he could cover his mouth and find a place to hide. Let him boast, Jiang Yuan mused. The Master has few friends at the Academy. I suspect he might have gone to Shrek Academy. Her analysis indicated that since he had recommended Tang San and his companions to Shrek, it suggested a good relationship with the Academy's dean, especially as they had not been charged for their purchases after presenting the soul guide provided by the Master. Shrek? Lu Erlong blinked in confusion, having never heard of it. You might know it. The dean of Shrek Academy is named Flinder, Jiang Yuan explained to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed that suddenly, their family was coming together. With a heavy heart, Lu Erlong embarked on the journey to Soto City. The reunion with an old friend, long lost due to the 3 children, felt destined. These 3 were her little lucky stars. She resolved that, regardless of what transpired, she would look after these 3. Of course, she was not so cruel as to force the children to follow her on the journey continuously. They took a night's rest. The following day, after confirming that all was well, Jiang Yuan sneaked off to where her father worked. Zhang's father is now a supervisor, adept at managing accounts. As he lowered his head, he was greeted by a familiar face smiling at him with a silly grin. He recalled that his daughter had gone out for school. Could it be that he was so preoccupied with thoughts of her that his vision blurred? Mr. Jiang rubbed his eyes, yet that foolishly smiling face remained unchanged. He knew it was none other than his silly daughter. Jiang Yuan, school has already commenced at this hour. What are you doing here? Could you not be a source of worry for me, given your daily antics in the previous term? Father Jiang slammed his abacus onto the table, his expression stern. What do you mean? I am here accompanying our dean to procure a soul ring. It was Tang San who encountered a mishap. We are here to locate someone. Jiang Yuan could not bear the blame and hastily retorted. Tang San is in trouble? Father Zhang's demeanor tightened. This cannot stand. I must return immediately and inform old Tang. Jiang Yuan firmly grasped her father's hand, exclaiming in exasperation at his impatience. Was he not the one who should be calm? It was merely a trivial matter. A few questions to inquire about. What could possibly warrant a trip to this remote locale for answers? Zhang's father harbored lingering doubts, suspecting that perhaps Jiang Yuan had been persuaded by the academy to withdraw. Oh dear, I came to see you, yet you are rambling on aimlessly, he sighed. Jiang Yuan pouted in displeasure, feeling overshadowed by her father's evident concern for Tang San, which eclipsed his attention towards her. How is my sister faring? Jiang Yuan inquired about Jiang Yuning. Ever since Yuning became a soul master, the initial admiration directed towards their family gradually shifted into whispers of how Jiang Yuan could become a soul master while Jiang Yuning remained unable to cultivate. The 2 sisters truly existed worlds apart, each in their own realm of achievement, a stark contrast that was often the subject of idle gossip. Even reaching Jiang Yuan during her visits home, some would even go out of their way to disparage Jiang Yuning in her presence. Although Jiang Yuning often reassured her that it was inconsequential and that she was unbothered, Jiang Yuan could sense her sister's true feelings. Each year upon returning home, she could palpably feel the shift. Yuning spoke less and no longer engaged in the playful banter of their childhood. Sometimes, Yuning would isolate herself in her room, emerging only for meals. Mention of their eldest daughter ignited a spark of ire in Zhang's father, as he was often confronted by those self-righteous gossipers. The family had been diligently saving to purchase a house and move away from the village over the past few years. Alas, Zhang's father found it difficult to convey his thoughts to his younger daughter. Jiang Yuan has matured. She is not truly foolish. After some time, you all should relocate to Tiando City. I will take the initiative to scout for accommodations. Although her current finances are limited, she is still capable of securing a rental. Zhang's father gazed at his youngest daughter with a sense of inner satisfaction, relieved that she had not become one of those soul masters who looked down upon their family. He still cared for her, much like he did when she was a child, as well as her elder sister. All right, I shall return and inform your mother and sister, he said, gently ruffling his daughter's hair and urging her to head back. Since she was accompanying the dean, it would be prudent for her not to wander aimlessly. Although Jiang Yuan felt that this journey was inconsequential, she could not dismiss her father's reverence for the soul masters. Such parental concern stemmed from a fear that their child might inadvertently offend the academy's instructors, leading to expulsion and a bleak future, or face hostility within the institution, rendering life exceedingly arduous. In reality, more capable students could navigate the academy with considerable ease. For instance, Tang San and his companions had already established themselves as the reigning authority. Well then, I shall take my leave, she concluded. Jiang Yuan waved her hand and swiftly made her way outside. If she did not leave in such a hurry, it would indeed reflect a profound lack of self-awareness. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan return, Tang San approached to inquire about the situation. How is Uncle Jiang? He is quite well. I intend to rent an apartment near the academy and have them move in. You are aware of what the villagers say about Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuan felt somewhat downcast. Although the praises were directed at her, she could hardly bear to hear others mention Jiang Yuning. I think it's quite good. Tang San expressed his agreement with Jiang Yuan's sentiment. Though he yearned to suggest that he could directly purchase a house for her, he knew she would refuse. Thus, it was best to refrain from voicing such thoughts to avoid upsetting her. Nevertheless, Tang San kept this idea close to his heart, pondering a more subtle approach. Perhaps by acquiring a property and offering it to Jiang Yuan at a modest rental rate. Indeed, he was quite the clever one. The following morning, Lu Erlong eagerly gathered her 3 children, regardless of whether they were fully awake. Having prepared breakfast in advance, she hurriedly ushered them onto the carriage, urging the driver to make haste towards Suatu City. If they were still drowsy, they might as well sleep during the journey. What was the big deal? She did not perceive her actions as mistreatment of children. Her intuition told her that she was soon to reunite with her beloved Xiao Gang. The distance between Suatu City and Nodding City was not particularly vast. The thought of only reaching halfway caused Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu's faces to contort in dismay. Tang San quietly leaned closer to them and whispered, "Don't worry, I just inquired. This is a direct route." The 2 young women immediately relaxed. In truth, they could have made the journey on foot, as it wasn't far, though the heat was rather oppressive. In necessary circumstances, no one would choose to suffer unnecessarily. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Yuan sensed that the dean was anxiously awaiting their arrival. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at being so eager for a man, especially one who had abandoned her. Yet, she could not fathom what the dean was contemplating. If a man were to leave her on the day of their wedding, she would harbor an intense hatred towards him. Not that she would wish him ill in any violent manner, but she certainly would never wish to see him again. Of course, her reluctance to exact revenge stemmed from her status as a support-type soul master, unable to contend with anyone. I will never behave like this for a man. If I ever do, you have my permission to slap me, Xiao whispered to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. If I were to do such a thing in the future, you must put an end to me. Upon finishing their exchange, both turned their gaze towards Tang San. Tang San's body stiffened momentarily. So, if I were to engage in such actions for any man, would you also end my life? Jiang Yuan and Xiao would turn their heads simultaneously. They had just chosen to ignore what had been said, and it was best not to mention it again. What are you 3 whispering about at the back? Lu Erlong cast a disapproving glance at the 3 individuals who were sitting upright. She had faintly heard something about a man and some rather harsh remarks, and her intuition told her that it was far from flattering. Of course, the trio would never divulge what they had just discussed to Lu Erlong. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, that did not prevent them from secretly gossiping amongst themselves. Although they felt somewhat timid, it was not overly so. The principal's deeply ingrained romantic notions had significantly diminished her once lofty and imposing image. Principal, Have you ever heard the saying? Jiang Yuan remarked, unable to bear Lu Erlong's dismissive demeanor any longer. What saying? Lu Erlong inquired with curiosity. What is unattainable is often the most valuable. What is freely given is never worth much. Jiang Yuan endeavored to convey this statement with utmost seriousness, while uncertain if Lu Erlong would take it to heart. Jiang Yuan harbored genuine skepticism regarding Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong lowered her head in silence, appearing to genuinely contemplate Jiang Yuan's words. Many had previously advised her to stop waiting for Yu Xiaojiang, yet she had disregarded every piece of counsel. She believed that those individuals did not truly know him and often spoke ill of him, unaware of his merits. However, Jiang Yuan did not criticize Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, it seemed as though Lu Erlong had an epiphany regarding why she had been unable to attract him. Yes, she needed to maintain her composure. Upon realizing this, she embraced Jiang Yuan and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. It seems that you young lovers are indeed quick to react. Jiang Yuan was filled with confusion, pondering what love was being discussed and who was involved. Tang San averted his gaze awkwardly, for only he was aware of the rapidity of his own heartbeat moments earlier. Jiang Yuan had yet to grasp the situation, despite his incessant theoretical musings. He was apprehensive that Lu Erlong might voice something he was reluctant to hear. In that case, it would have been better had she remained silent from the outset. Naturally, they were still young, and such matters need not occupy their thoughts at this juncture. Although Tang San had resolved his own dilemmas, this did not diminish Jiang Yuan's curiosity about the unfolding drama. As she glanced from left to right, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Were they perhaps in the throes of burgeoning romance? Yet, she had completely overlooked that Lu Erlong's words were directed at her. How ironic that she had once spoken of introducing Tang San to Jiang Yuan, having grown up together, which instilled a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu had also been part of their upbringing. Still, finding herself caught between the two felt rather uncomfortable, as if she were an oversized light bulb illuminating their interactions. Could it be that they were simply shy and thus relegated her to this awkward position? Truly, what was there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Yuan contemplated rising to her feet and shifting to the other side of Xiao Wu, inadvertently nudging her aside. Xiao Wu, bewildered by her actions, inquired, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, "I understand. I truly do. Rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly. After all, young couples are often shy." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged silent glances, each pondering whether this was a case of ignorance or merely a lack of intellect. Xiao Wu, more straightforward than Tang San and devoid of excessive hesitation, patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and earnestly declared, "And then, you must know that you are my favorite." "Really? You are my favorite too," Jiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Xiao Wu, playfully nuzzling her neck, causing their hair to intertwine. Lu Erlong regarded Tang San with a furrowed brow, feeling a sense of disappointment. She began to doubt the reliability of Jiang Yuan's earlier statement and turned her gaze back to Tang San. The worth of her affections was questionable, especially since he seemed so distant. Fortunately, this concern did not linger for long, as they had already arrived at Soto City, with Shrek Academy merely half an hour away. Lu Erlong inhaled deeply, her expression resolute. "Oh, the principal truly is love-stricken. It makes me want to weep," Xiao Wu remarked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite having known each other for only a few days, witnessing such infatuation was genuinely frustrating. Perhaps her ire was not directed at Lu Erlong, but rather at Yu Xiaojiang, a man who had made a woman wait for over a decade without ever mentioning Lu Erlong's name in the 6 years they had known each other. While it was indeed his personal affair, and he had no obligation to mention it, the thought left her somewhat unsettled. As the carriage rolled to a halt before the dilapidated entrance of Shrek, Lu Erlong frowned deeply. Was this truly the institution her brother had established over the years? It seemed rather shabby. Just as they disembarked, an elderly man lay at the entrance. "The enrollment period has passed. Please return next year," he muttered, barely opening his eyes as he fanned himself under the scant shade, relishing the little coolness that remained. After a prolonged silence, he cracked his eyes open slightly. "Oh, it's you lot. Didn't you leave? What brings you to our academy?" he inquired, closing his eyes once more, indifferent to their response. The group, unfazed by his demeanor, pressed on. Tang San stepped forward and asked, "Has the master arrived here?" "The master? Yes, he is here. He is in class at the moment. Find him yourself." The old man waved his fan dismissively. Jiang Yuan and the other two had previously visited Shrek Academy, so there was no need for guidance. The trio exchanged glances and proceeded towards the playground with Lu Erlong. As Lu Erlong ambled along, she scrutinized her surroundings. Finding it difficult to discern any resemblance to an academy, it seemed merely to possess a playground, distinguishing it from an ordinary village. Upon their arrival, Flinder immediately took notice. Initially pleased to see Jiang Yuan and his companions return, his expression faltered upon recognizing Lu Erlong. He had not anticipated that the world could be so small, allowing these three to encounter an acquaintance wherever they went. Nonetheless, he was certain that Lu Erlong had sensed his presence as well, and her arrival here implied she was aware of his existence. Consequently, he could no longer remain hidden. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, Flinder made his way directly to the playground. When Jiang Yuan and Lu Erlong arrived at the playground, Yu Xiaojiang was intently observing the runners on the track. He seemed like a completely different person from the one who had once charmed them at Nodding Academy. Upon noticing Jiang Yuan and the others approaching, he could not hide his joy. It was a fade to claim otherwise. It was for the sake of Jiang Yuan and the others that he had mustered the strength to carry on, and he never anticipated that he would have the opportunity to see them again after all that had transpired. Teaching at Shrek Academy was merely a compromise. However, when he caught sight of the individual trailing behind the trio, his complexion drained of color. That was someone he had long buried in the recesses of his memory. Lu Erlong, having heeded Jiang Yuan's words, gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with tear-filled eyes, yet she remained resolute, standing firm. Neither of them initiated conversation, perhaps waiting for the other to speak first. Ultimately, it was Flander who could no longer bear the tension and broke the silence. "Sister, it's been a long time." Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's face, only to be hastily wiped away. "Indeed, brother, it has been quite some time. How have you come to be in this state after all these years?" Lu Erlong sniffled, attempting to redirect the conversation. Seeing Lu Erlong's reluctance to engage with Yu Xiaojiang brought Flander a sense of relief. A radiant smile spread across his face. "Of course. I cannot compare my circumstances to that of my sister. Just look at me. In this condition, would you consider lending me a hand?" With that, Flander erupted into laughter. Lu Erlong found herself unable to suppress her own laughter at his antics. "You haven't changed a bit, still as disheveled as ever, even at your age. Isn't it just the joy of seeing my sister again?" Flander replied, hands on his hips, his laughter tinged with a hint of mischief. Jiang Yuan leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "When we arrived earlier, he didn't seem so abnormal. Perhaps his previous normalcy was merely a facade." Tang San replied softly, wary of speaking too loudly for fear of retribution. Flinder struggled to suppress the twitching of his lips. He longed to exclaim that he had heard everything. These three were nothing short of mischievous brats. Otherwise, how could they be so insufferable? Yu Xiaojiang shifted his gaze toward Tang San and his companions, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We unexpectedly found ourselves in the Academy of Dean Lu," Jiang Yuan said, raising her hands in exasperation. The world felt so small, and she had not anticipated this encounter. However, the master now bore an additional label of being a scoundrel in her eyes. Yu Xiaojiang forced a strained smile. "Indeed. That is quite the coincidence." Yet, this twist of fate was not something he desired at all. He was wholly disinterested in romantic affairs, especially considering that Erlong was a sister, and they could never be together. "However, we have other matters to discuss with the master," Tang San interjected. Yu Xiaojiang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly suggested, "Let us find a place to talk, as long as he does not face Erlong." He had erred too many times. He could not continue to betray her. Their union was a mistake. He was her brother and could only ever be that. Though it felt somewhat impolite, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for Dean Lu, prompting them to question Yu Xiaojiang. "Master, why did you abandon the Dean, leaving her to wait in anguish for over a decade? How many decades can a woman afford to wait for someone?" Jiang Yuan's tone was laced with indignation. Yu Xiaojiang paused, then replied with a wry smile, "Perhaps you are unaware, but she has not shared this with you. Erlong is my younger sister, my own cousin, thus our union was never meant to be." The trio was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Dean Lu had withheld this information from them, rendering them hesitant to speak further. Yu Xiaojiang slowly recounted, "Years ago, the three of us formed a small team for training. I grew close to Erlong. We fell in love. However, on the day of our wedding, her father, my uncle, intervened and forcibly took her away. We could not be together. I could not disregard her reputation. She is my sister, and while she may act on impulse, I cannot allow her to bear the weight of scandal." As he reminisced, sorrow filled his gaze, yet he buried that pain deep within himself as he closed his eyes. The three felt a twinge of awkwardness. Had they misjudged the master all along? Then why did you not clarify things with her, allowing her to wait for you in vain? Jiang Yuan could not help but voice her grievances, though her tone bore a hint of diminished fervor. It is indeed my fault for having been disheartened back then, desiring nothing more than to escape. My family forbade me from seeing ere long, and I left without the opportunity to bid her farewell. Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head, a sense of guilt washing over him. Jiang Yuan inwardly rolled her eyes, reattaching the label of a scoundrel to him once more. It had been over a decade, and he had never sent a single letter to Dean Lu. She could hardly believe that Dean Lu had been unable to locate a person for so long. If someone were truly elusive, it could only signify that they were deliberately avoiding her. If he felt remorse, why hide away? Such eloquent words, yet so disingenuous. Tang San wore a look of sudden realization, his gaze meeting Yu Xiaojiang's, which was filled with profound sympathy. With a swift motion, Jiang Yuan aimed a slap at his head, then shot him a fierce glare. Sympathy, you say? Nonsense, she thought. This fellow is likely another scoundrel. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu beside her wore a mysterious smile. Although Tang San and Enan had known each other first, given Tang San's reckless behavior, it seemed certain that the beauty would ultimately end up with her. She nearly burst into laughter, reveling in the misfortune. Fear not, my dear Enan. Should you ever be gone, I would go to great lengths to find you. Xiao Wu pulled Jiang Yuan into her embrace, playfully winking at Tang San with a mix of defiance and innocence. Infuriated, Tang San dismissed any thoughts of the master's tangled affairs and pried Xiao Wu's hand away, pulling Jiang Yuan aside. She deceives you. It's not the first time. Remember how she often tricked you into giving her snacks when we were children? I would never lie to you, he asserted, gazing earnestly into Jiang Yuan's eyes, casting a few disdainful glances at Xiao Wu. Jiang Yuan found herself being pulled back and forth, unable to comprehend the antics of the two individuals. It seemed to her that they were once again exhibiting peculiar behavior, a phenomenon she had grown accustomed to by now. Breaking free from Tang San's grasp, Jiang Yuan ventured ahead alone. Yu Xiaojiang opened a door, revealing the dean's office, and the four of them took a seat on the balcony. Yu Xiaojiang poured tea for the trio, inquiring, "Do you have matters of importance to discuss with me?" As the conversation shifted to serious matters, the three adopted a more earnest demeanor. "Indeed, I encountered a slight mishap during my soul ring absorption," Tang San remarked, shedding his outer garment. His attire, though somewhat costly, did not reflect an extravagant lifestyle, as he was mindful of saving money to purchase a home for Enan. Jiang Yuan fixed her gaze upon Tang San's abdominal muscles, only to have her head abruptly turned by Xiao Wu. Tang San silently noted this down in his mind. He then revealed the 8 spider legs concealed behind him. Yu Xiaojiang sprang up from his seat in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this? Could there be any complications?" Jiang Yuan anxiously inquired of Yu Xiaojiang. "This is an external soul bone, a rather unique type that does not occupy any foundational soul bone position and possesses the ability to grow. Even I have only encountered it in literature," Yu Xiaojiang said, his eyes ablaze with curiosity as he gazed at the 8 spider legs behind Tang San. This scrutiny made Tang San feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to retract the spider legs and don his attire again. Realizing it was a valuable item, he regained his composure. "Could you possibly share what transpired when you absorbed the soul bone?" Yu Xiaojiang asked eagerly, his desire to understand the circumstances surrounding the emergence of this external soul bone palpable. "Well, we were attempting to acquire a soul ring when a Titan great ape appeared and abducted Xiao Wu and Enan. I and the dean pursued them and sustained injuries," Tang San explained. "Wait, a Titan great ape? It abducted them?" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, astonished. How could such a series of events unfold while obtaining a third ring? Given the strength and experience of the 2 dragons, this should not have occurred. After regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "If both dragons were injured, what age was that Titan great ape? Why are you not concerned about the severity of Dean Lu's injuries?" Jiang Yuan interjected, pouting slightly. After all, they had already disclosed what they wished to convey regarding the incident of being captured by the Titan great ape. Both Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu preferred to keep it to themselves. This matter pertained to Xiao Wu's identity and safety, as not everyone could fathom it. Should even a hint of it be detected and exposed, it would lead to considerable trouble, not only for Xiao Wu, but also for Jiang Yuan, Tang San, and their families. Yu Xiaojiang pressed his lips together, a sense of indignation swelling within him. The aspirations of a true man should surge like the mighty river rushing towards the sea, not be mired in trivial matters of love and affection. Indeed, women often fixate on inconsequential details. Lu Erlong was no different. "I will inquire later," Yu Xiaojiang patiently explained. Jiang Yuan wished to express further thoughts, but was interrupted by Tang San. He had been observing Yu Xiaojiang closely and had not missed the flicker of impatience in his eyes. He felt that Anan had not spoken amiss, whether out of guilt towards Dean Lu or as his cousin. Her instinctive reaction upon hearing of her injury would naturally be concern. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang seemed solely preoccupied with matters pertinent to his research. It was no wonder that Anan wished to strike him. It turned out he had misjudged the character of this individual and had believed his deceitful words. He maintained a stoic facade while internally distancing himself from Yu Xiaojiang. However, if this external spirit bone was indeed so rare, he would need to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang. This man was not a paragon of loyalty. He inspired no confidence in Jiang Yuan. For only the dead could keep secrets eternally. In truth, they were also quite unclear about the events that transpired. They had inadvertently fallen into his grasp, and upon hearing a bovine cry, they had lost consciousness, only to awaken to find themselves alone with Anan. This lie had been recounted once before, and thus, Xiaowu's second retelling was even more vague. Ultimately, they knew nothing. Even if Yu Xiaojiang were to press them, they would remain in ignorance. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow in deep thought. A bovine cry? Could it be the Tianqing Niumeng? He murmured, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing this name, Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat, her expression shifting momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Yuan cast a worried glance at her, to which Xiaowu responded with a reassuring look. Tang San observed the two with keen interest, pondering when they had begun to harbor secrets from him. What could possibly be so significant that he was not privy to? It was quite vexing. He and Anan had yet to share any secrets of their own. He resolved to create one soon. No one acknowledged his presence, nor was there any curiosity directed his way, thus forcing Yu Xiaojiang to reluctantly change the subject. So, what happened after you pursued them? He inquired. Then I encountered a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, which I defeated and subsequently absorbed its soul ring, Tang San replied casually. However, he alone understood the perilous nature of that encounter. Had it not been for a steadfast belief propelling him forward, along with Jiang Yuan's timely return to heal him, he might have been unable to absorb that soul ring, not to mention the trouble caused by a dragon lord and a snake matron along the way. Without Director Lu's support during his injuries, he might have perished on the spot. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to divulge these details to Yu Xiaojiang. Is it truly possible to absorb beyond the soul ring's age? Yu Xiaojiang mused, momentarily lost in thought. Since he had announced the 10 core theories, he had seldom heard of anyone exceeding the age limit of soul ring absorption, let alone those who perished because of a failed absorption. He had always believed that was the pinnacle of human capability. The notion of surpassing the age limit baffled him, as it undermined the validity of his theories. How can it be impossible? Everyone has different physiques. Why should anyone be confined by those limitations? Xiaowu rolled her eyes, exasperated. She found it perplexing that Yu Xiaojiang stubbornly clung to his convictions, oblivious to the evident realities before him. Yu Xiaojiang, stung by Xiaowu's retort, felt a surge of irritation. Ah, never mind, forget I said anything, he conceded, waving his hand dismissively. Having known each other for so long, she did not wish to create an uncomfortable rift, especially since Director Lu and Yu Xiaojiang were acquainted. They might cross paths again, and the potential for awkwardness loomed large. Thank you for your insights, Master. Shall we descend now? Tang San stood up, maintaining his gentle demeanor while ensuring Yu Xiaojiang had no opportunity to refuse. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu also rose to their feet. Observing Tang San's unwavering demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang's expression softened somewhat. However, he lacked the interest to pursue the matter further. As they descended the stairs, Flender was enthusiastically introducing Lu Erlong to the students of his academy, a look of indescribable pride gracing his features. Yet, Lu Erlong appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting outside, seemingly in search of someone whose absence was palpable. Director Lu, Jiang Yuan called out as she rushed down, her demeanor sweet and innocent as she looked up at her. When shall we return? Lu Erlong's hand paused momentarily on her head, and with a hesitant tone, she inquired. Why the urgency to leave? At that moment, she had no desire to depart. Having just encountered Yu Xiaojiang, she wished to take him along. Moreover, Flender's students were exceptionally talented. It would be entirely feasible for them to form a team with Jiang Yuan and her companions. This arrangement would alleviate Director Ye's persistent concerns. Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of frustration. Must it be this man? It is perfectly acceptable to have an affection for Flander. Yet why insist on this particular individual? What more does the director desire? Jiang Yuan embraced Lu Erlong's waist, tilting her head to gaze up at her. Shall we talk later? Lu Erlong sighed. She still yearned to converse with this person, to uncover the thoughts that occupied his mind. After waiting for over a decade, she was reluctant to relinquish her hopes. However, the actions of this individual had truly left her disheartened. Is there truly no sentiment at all? Taking a leave today to move, with a few updates, this is where it ends. Alas, if Lu Erlong wishes it this way, Jiang Yuhan finds herself at a loss. What else can be done when one has chosen the director themselves, other than to indulge her? Jiang Yuan turned to the approaching Yu Xiaojiang and asked, Master, do you truly have nothing to say to our dean? Yu Xiaojiang inhaled deeply. He had already explained himself numerous times. Why was this Jiang Yuan so incessantly troublesome? Did he have to ruin his and Erlong's reputations to find satisfaction? How had he never realized before that Jiang Yuan was such a malevolent individual? Yu Xiaojiang turned his face away, furrowing his brow, and remained silent. Tang San caught sight of the disdain in his eyes. He felt his fist clenched tightly. The Haotian hammer stirring restlessly as if it longed to strike Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong stood silently, cradling Jiang Yuan. Her feet that had intended to move now frozen in place. She even lacked the courage to utter a word. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her fervent spirit. It had always been her unrequited feelings. She should have known better. This person had evaded her for over a decade, and she ought to have been aware of that. The one who had failed to see clearly was herself. A truth she should have recognized. Lu Erlong clenched her jaw tightly, managing to hold back her tears. Jiang Yuan discreetly rolled her eyes in Lu Erlong's embrace. She felt disheartened even before making a comparison. No, she simply had to present this comparison to the dean. Jiang Yuan peeked out from Lu Erlong's embrace, casting her gaze towards Flander. She had noticed that Flander's eyes held an unusual glint when he looked at Dean Lu. Since Yu Xiaojiang do not cherish her, do not blame me, Jiang Yuan, for stirring up trouble. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she repeated a similar phrase to Flander. Dean Flander. We are about to leave. Do you have any messages for our dean? Flander was taken aback by Jiang Yuan's unexpected inquiry. Nevertheless, he secretly admired her keen awareness. After all, she was subtly assisting him. This girl had a knack for reminding us older brothers of our neglect towards dear Erlong. Flander first alleviated Jiang Yuan's predicament before turning to Lu Erlong, saying, to think you would leave so soon after arriving at your elder brother's side. These years you have been on your own. Alas, it is the fault of your brother for not taking better care of you. I would love for us to gather again, but I cannot delay these children. If you ever need anything, call for your brother, and I will be there without fail. Flander cast a profound glance at Lu Erlong. The words he longed to utter remained unspoken. If you ever need me, I shall undoubtedly be there, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Yuan winked at Flander, thinking that the man was quite charming. But why didn't he just speak up? What good was merely staring? Did Dean Lu possess the ability to read minds? Lu Erlong could not read minds, yet she failed to comprehend the meaning behind Flander's gaze. It was so fervent, so sincere, yet so tentative, as if he were testing the waters while fearing rejection. In Flander, she saw a reflection of herself. Lu Erlong slightly parted her lips, gasping for breath, her eyes reddening from the unshed tears, and she dared not look at Flander again, as if she lacked the courage to confront her own feelings. Reality slapped her hard. She had assumed that the person she longed for harbored the same feelings for her, not realizing that dreams remain dreams, never to materialize into reality. What does the boss say? I am no longer a child. I don't need your care. Lu Erlong forced a strained smile, her gaze evasive, wishing not to see anyone at all. Perhaps Jiang Yuan's urging for her to leave was for her own good. She had initially come to discuss matters with her elder brother. Tang San, have you finished your questions? If so, we shall take our leave. Lu Erlong turned swiftly to wipe away her tears and faced Tang San. We have asked the dean, let us return. Tang San nodded perceptively, showing no signs of delay. If he felt even the slightest pity or admiration for the master, he was akin to a fool. He then decisively turned to Yu Xiaojiang and gave a slight bow. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Truly, you are the foremost authority on soul master theory. I have greatly benefited. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, upon witnessing Tang San's demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang wished to extend a hand to explain himself. Yet Flander interrupted without granting him the chance to speak. Ah, how do you plan to return? The villagers have carriages. Would you like me to arrange one for you? That would be much appreciated, elder brother, Lu Erlong replied with a slight nod, never once casting a glance at Yu Xiaojiang. With Flander's agreement, he cheerfully approached the villagers to inquire about a carriage. In truth, he had long harbored a grudge. When Yu Xiaojiang first arrived at Shrek Academy, he had been quite pleased, but upon entering the office, They had engaged in a heated argument without regard for his feelings. He recognized that Tang San and his companions were geniuses, and failing to retain them was his own shortcoming, one that weighed heavily on his conscience regarding Yu Xiaojiang's goodwill toward him. Yet, the more Yu Xiaojiang spoke, the more he belittled the students of Shrek Academy, even disparaging Ma Hongjun repeatedly. As his prized disciple, Ma Hongjun was like a son to him, who could bear to see their child subjected to such malicious slander. Although Jiang Yuan's incident was indeed a fault of Ma Hongjun's, the parties involved had not taken it to heart, so why should Yu Xiaojiang react so vehemently? Considering their long-standing friendship, he had endured it, but he could not comprehend how Yu Xiaojiang had transformed into such a person. The fire within him ignited completely upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's treatment of Lu Erlong. What virtue did Yu Xiaojiang possess that compelled everyone to revolve around him? As if he were a titled Douluo, he, a mere soul master who could not even break through level 30, had the audacity to disdain his students, all of whom could be regarded as geniuses wherever they went. Each student at his academy had been meticulously selected for excellence. He would never permit anyone to malign them, or to see the feelings of those he cherished trampled upon so cruelly. This cherished brotherhood, too, had come to an end. As Flander departed, Lu Erlong grasped Jiang Yuan's hand, making her way toward the school gate, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Tang San. No one afforded Yu Xiaojiang the opportunity to speak. The students of Shrek Academy were left astounded. Could their dean's past be so rich? Yet it seemed their teacher Yu was far from a good person. Dai Mubai was the first to express disdain, only to receive a scornful glance from Zhu Zhuqing. You're no better. Don't criticize others, Ning Rongrong chimed in playfully. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Dai Mubai shot Ning Rongrong a fierce glare. Ever since the last encounter where he nearly struck her, their relationship had become so fraught that it could only be described as irreconcilable. Meanwhile, the master remained oblivious, focused solely on his grand ambitions. Indifferent to the dynamics among the students. Who has a love-struck brain? Lu Erlong, lost in thought, wandered out with Jiang Yuan, uncertain whether she was leading him or he was leading her. Do you think I truly made a mistake? She murmured to herself, regardless of whether anyone responded. The three children seemed to see through her turmoil far more clearly. Why was she so stubbornly caught up in it? I love him so dearly. I desire nothing in return. I care for nothing at all. Why won't he take a step toward me? He won't even spare me a single word. The distinction between love and indifference was painfully clear. Why didn't the dean notice those around him? They were all concerned for him, worried for him. Yet he fixated on someone who did not love him, clinging to a memory that others deemed worthless. What was the purpose of this? Jiang Yuan spoke with eloquence, each word a gem. Tang San cast a glance at her, pondering how she could articulate theories flawlessly while lacking practical experience. He was genuinely inclined to regard Jiang Yuan as the mightiest Douluo. Perhaps, indeed, I owe my gratitude to you all for accompanying me through this. Had I ventured alone, I would have been utterly at a loss. Lu Erlong, dejected, leaned against a tree at the village's entrance. In a most splendid moment. The loss of that person transforms them into a luminous memory, a white moonlight in your heart, continually beautified by shared recollections. Ultimately, all that remains in your memory are those sweet instances, while the bumps and bruises of your past interactions fade into oblivion. Dean, to ponder this carefully. Was he truly as remarkable as you believe? Jiang Yuan has never believed that a person could suddenly become utterly debased after experiencing certain events on a particular day. Even if something were to shatter his beliefs, it is unlikely to alter the essence that resides deep within a person. From the very first day they met, the master had always been obstinate and self-centered. All right, Xiaonan, the dean understands. The dean will reflect on this matter thoroughly. Lu Erlong gently ruffled Jiang Yuan's hair, noticing the three children gazing at him with concern, which softened his heart. Indeed, during those years, he had been so focused on Yu Xiaojiang that he had neglected many others who cared for him deeply, choosing instead to devote all his energy to someone who did not love him in return. Lu Erlong rubbed his face, silently encouraging himself to rise above the situation. She believed she deserved a new life, and she was confident she would achieve it. Before long, Flander appeared, leading a horse-drawn carriage. Sister San, I apologize for the wait. The carriage rental was a bit far. Allow me to take you into the city. A thin sheen of sweat adorned Flander's forehead, and there were traces of water on the carriage, suggesting that someone had recently cleaned it inside and out. Xiao exchanged playful glances with Lu Erlong, causing her cheeks to flush. What were these mischievous children up to? Were they attempting to matchmake her with Flander? Truly, they had not faced enough consequences for their antics. Lu Erlong endeavored to maintain her composure, thanking Flander as she boarded the carriage. Flander hesitated, his hand reaching out to assist Lu Erlong before retracting it. Caught in a cycle of uncertainty, Xiao Wu shook her head in disapproval. It was evident that she had no intention of concealing her affection for Jiang Yuan. If one liked someone, one should boldly express it. If the object of affection was unattached, then one should pursue them openly. There was no need for self-sacrifice in the name of others. She would eventually push Tang San aside. This household did not require the presence of another male. As the three boarded the carriage, Flander took the reins. Yu Xiaojiang, a man concerned with appearances, would never come to see them off after Jiang Yuan had humiliated him multiple times. Lu Erlong was even less likely to show up. Should anyone discover the connection between the two siblings, it would be quite scandalous. He could not afford to lose face, though he would never admit it, instead claiming it was to prevent harm from befalling Erlong. Human nature is inherently selfish. Some merely craft justifications for their selfishness. With the departure of Shrek's members, their training sessions had come to an end. Yu Xiaojiang lacked the motivation to continue instructing them, and they were disinterested in attending his classes. After all, he was a teacher whose abilities did not surpass theirs. What value was there in his teachings? If theoretical knowledge were truly sufficient, there would be no need for practical application. It would be far more beneficial to engage in battles at the Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai could hardly stand one another. Without their teacher's authority, they quickly parted ways. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun aligned themselves, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong maintained a somewhat cordial relationship, though they only exchanged occasional words. Oscar attempted to mediate among them, yet his efforts proved ineffective. When two dominant personalities emerge within a team and no unifying leader is present, it often leads to division, resulting in a disbanded group. These past few days of travel had indeed been exhausting, particularly for Lu Erlong and Tang San, who bore injuries. Although Tang San's medicine and Jiang Yuan's soul skills had provided some relief, the fatigue of their bodies could not be easily alleviated. After a hasty farewell to Flander, they hurried back to the academy. Lu Erlong felt that if Director Yu discovered they had obtained soul rings, she would be confined indoors for an indefinite period. Thus, Lu Erlong endeavored to align their narratives. Once we return, do not mention our visit to Shrek Academy, understood? Why not? Are you afraid Director Yu will hold you accountable? Xiao Wu shot her a knowing smile. Lu Erlong playfully tapped Xiao Wu on the head, exasperated. Let us not speak of it. My future freedom hinges entirely on you all. Yet she mused, I suspect Director Yi must have a reason for restricting your outings. You must have secretly met with Yu Xiaojiang on numerous occasions, or else why would Director Yi impose such limitations? Jiang Yuan gazed at Lu Erlong with increasing disdain, pondering how they could have encountered two such unreliable deans. Would this infatuation be contagious? Jiang Yuan inquired uncertainly. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged a knowing eye roll before promptly turning away. It seemed there might be a slight contagion after all. The two of them awkwardly touched their noses. Jiang Yuan's voice was not soft. Lu Erlong heard her clearly. She pulled Jiang Yuan into her embrace and playfully ruffled her hair. Who are you calling love-struck? Jiang Yuan replied, I mean Dean Flander. Lu Erlong exclaimed, 40 handsome men. So many handsome men. Understanding the underlying message in Jiang Yuan's words, Lu Erlong felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, resulting in her transforming Jiang Yuan's hairstyle into a chaotic nest. Jiang Yuan's little face, pressed against something soft for too long, turned a rosy hue. Tang San, observing the reckless behavior of Jiang Yuan, dutifully handed her a comb to tidy her hair. Xiao Wu, watching Tang San's slower movements, clenched her fists tightly, making a cracking sound. She resolved not to be angry. After all, in the future, Inan would be sleeping with her. Humph. Just wait until that moment to infuriate Tang San. Jiang Yuan handed the hairpin in her hand to Tang San, who skillfully adorned her head with a beautiful bond. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, pouted, reluctantly admitting that Tang San's craftsmanship surpassed her own. Umph. All he knows is how to fuss over these trifles. After all, she had already bathed with Inan. Upon returning, you must devote yourselves to training diligently, as I will expedite arrangements regarding the team matters, Lu Erlong stated. Shifting to the serious topic at hand, she felt a certain fondness for Flinder's students, yet lamented that Flinder showed no signs of yielding. In truth, entrusting the entire academy to him could be feasible, but due to Flinder's pride, he would not accept her goodwill unless he found himself in dire straits. She merely felt regret for those students. If they were to participate in the Senior Soul Master Academy competition alongside Tang San and Jiang Yuan, they would undoubtedly shine brightly. As the trio reached the academy's entrance, Director Yi stormed out in a fit of anger, exclaiming, Where have you been after acquiring your spirit rings? Don't give me any excuses. I refuse to believe you spent so long searching for them. Director Ye's face flushed crimson with rage, her chest heaving as she struggled for breath, brandishing a rolled-up document that she poked against Lu Erlong's forehead. How did you know? Lu Erlong asked, a twinge of guilt creeping into her voice. How could they have been exposed so soon after their return? Humph. The Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matron came to the academy inquiring about Tang San and informed me that you had already completed your spirit ring acquisition. Yet you only just returned. Director Yi glared at Lu Erlong, her teeth clenched in frustration. She was already overwhelmed with the start of the new semester, busy organizing various materials and selecting members for the team. Instead, Lu Erlong, the esteemed dean, had taken the confirmed main team members to pursue her own romantic endeavors. Who would have guessed that she would nearly go mad upon discovering this? To make matters worse, she had to cautiously accommodate the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matron, which only fueled her irritation further. You do not even think about leaving Tiando for the next 2 years unless absolutely necessary. Director Yi concluded her furious tirade, then took several deep breaths to regain her composure. Resuming her usual serious demeanor, she began to report on work matters. I have arranged for the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matron. You will need to receive them shortly. They specifically mentioned Tang San and have been investigating his identity within the academy. They likely know more than they let on and have promised to keep it confidential. Furthermore, I have compiled information regarding the students and their martial souls, which I placed on your desk. Please review it promptly. Do not force my hand. Director Yi finished with a forced smile, quickly retracting it as she led the group to meet the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matron. Jiang Yuan once again felt that the dean might indeed be rather unreliable. Look how Director Yi has been pushing her. It seems as if she is on the verge of madness. Lu Erlong, since encountering Director Yi, has not dared to utter a word. The two not only share a superior-subordinate relationship, but have also been close friends for many years. It can be said that Lu Erlong has been able to remain stable in Tiando City solely due to Director Ye's formidable presence. Currently, Director Yi exudes an overwhelming aura. And even the seemingly innocent Jiang Yuan and her companions do not dare to speak, fearing that any misstep might bring the weight of those documents crashing down upon them. The Dragon and Snake duo has been waiting at Lanba Academy for 3 days. Had they not repeatedly confirmed that Lu Erlong is indeed the dean of this academy and that Tang San's trio are students here, they might have truly believed they were being played for fools. However, they were quite satisfied with the information they managed to glean. Even if the students spoke in veiled terms and seemed reticent about the matter, ultimately, they were just a group of children, and when approached from a different angle, they readily provided answers. This led to a few additional thoughts in their minds. However, it was noted that Tang San already had 2 girls by his side, and their relationship appeared rather amiable. Well, they decided to take things one step at a time. While they naturally wished to plan more for their granddaughter, they could not do so too overtly. A group of them entered the reception room, where Director Yi ushered them in before promptly stepping out. She was truly overwhelmed with work. Given the rare utility of the dean, she was certainly going to make full use of her resources. In truth, this soul ring was not a major issue. The old woman had come here with another request. At this moment, the snake lady resembled an elderly matron with a hint of sorrow in her gaze. As an old woman, I feel a sense of admiration seeing such talented children. I had intended to recruit them into our sect, and I would have nurtured them with care. I must apologize for my lack of foresight. I am truly sorry for my rudeness. Now, I wish to send my granddaughter to your academy. I wonder if Dean Lu would be willing to grant this old woman such a favor. After making her request, the snake lady pretended to cough a couple of times, while her granddaughter, Meng Yuran, stood beside her, looking utterly pitiful and delicate. Lu Erlong and her companions were left speechless at this scene. Had they not witnessed the authoritative demeanor of these 3, they might have actually believed the farce. Nevertheless, their academy's battle team was indeed in need of members, and this opportunity was one they gladly welcomed. Moreover, Meng Yuran, now a soul master, was merely 3 years older than Tang San and was a rare find. Furthermore, she specialized in agility-based attacks, thus ensuring that their main roster had no overlaps. Lu Erlong's spirits soared, and she happily sipped her tea a couple of extra times. I am immensely grateful for the trust placed in us by the 2 esteemed elders. We welcome you, Meng Yuran. Meng Yuran rose and offered a courteous bow to Lu Erlong. Since the apology had been made, Tang San and his companions chose not to press the matter further. After all, despite the sharp words from the dragon and snake duo, they were undeniably stronger and had refrained from resorting to violence. In contrast to the obstinate and unyielding Ma Hongjun, who would not apologize and was quick to fight, The trio accepted the situation with calmness. Indeed, anyone and anything fears comparison. The three stood up to warmly welcome Meng Iran. It must be said that Iran's skills would surely secure her a place on the team. After all, our group currently only has Tang San as the sole male. This simply cannot do. We must not allow him to monopolize all the good fortune. Dean, I request more handsome boys, Xiaowu exclaimed, draping her arm around Meng Iran's neck while raising her hand to voice her opinion to Lu Erlong. She was adamant about having many handsome boys, determined that the female members of their team should not be like Dean Lu, whose taste was questionable, falling for an ordinary-looking man with mediocre abilities who was both proud and self-satisfied. Tang San wore a disgruntled expression. Xiao Wu's words displeased him greatly. He was well aware that he was not particularly handsome, yet Xiao Wu's demand for handsome boys seemed excessive. He knew all too well that Jiang Yuan was quite the beauty enthusiast. Pulling Jiang Yuan a few steps aside, he resolved to speak ill of Xiao Wu more often in the future. Unin, do you want a handsome boy too? Tang San asked, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan, filled with both anticipation and a tinge of sorrow. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but mutter a curse at Xiao Wu, exclaiming how inappropriate it was to speak in front of Tang San, essentially criticizing his appearance. Tang San, already sensitive due to the lack of parental affection, was further distressed by the thoughtlessness of this group, leaving her deeply troubled. Jiang Yuan could only begin to console Tang San. Rest assured, I certainly do not admire handsome men like Xiao Wu does. Tang San, my dear, no one compares to you. Jiang Yuan tiptoed to pat Tang San on the head. Xiao Wu's smile faltered, realizing her miscalculation. Tang San was indeed a mischievous one. Meng Yiran glanced around, sensing an odd atmosphere enveloping the team. However, the camaraderie with which everyone welcomed her, putting aside past grievances, allowed her to dismiss her sense of unease. That old woman entrusted her granddaughter to the esteemed academy. The elderly couple, resembling a genuine pair of aged spouses, leaned on each other as they wobbled out. Meng Yiran mused, surely, no ordinary elderly person can traverse 100 meters in 10 seconds. Don't her grandparents have a grasp of reality? Did that mean she would reside next to Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu? Or should they seek a 4-person room instead? Lu Erlong observed the trio, now familiar with each other, noting that the Academy's dormitories were quite plentiful, granting students the liberty to choose their accommodations. Separate rooms. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu had yet to utter a word, yet Tang San was already in a state of agitation. He no longer believed in the notion of innocence among girls, particularly when he observed Xiao Wu, who seemed perpetually intent on competing with him for attention. His faith in the purity of female friendships had been irrevocably shattered. Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San and retorted, "It's not like I'm sleeping with you. So why are you so anxious?" Tang San, exasperated, thought to himself, could someone please remove this insufferable Xiao Wu? He is truly infuriating. Tang San felt a tumult of emotions trapped within him, unable to express his frustration, and thus resorted to sulking in silence. Jiang Yuan gently poked at his cheeks, which were slightly puffed from anger, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you angry about?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu nearly burst into laughter. Tang San, already irate, felt as though he might explode. He could not fathom how Jiang Yuan could articulate emotions so effortlessly with others, yet seemed utterly befuddled when it came to himself. Do you possess two different minds, one for internal matters and another for external ones? Ironically, he was unable to voice his frustrations. All right, you all may go and rest for now. Iran, you should head to the administration office later to complete your enrollment and provide your information. Also, classes will commence for you tomorrow, Lu Erlong instructed before departing. Still grappling with her own sorrow, unable to bear the sight of such innocent bonds among children. Since it's your first day, allow me to treat you all to a meal, Meng Yiran offered with a shy smile to the 3 younger companions. Feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of her future allies, who were 3 years her junior, yet possessed comparable abilities, causing her to instinctively temper her demeanor. Upon hearing the prospect of a free meal, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating brightness akin to light bulbs. Meng Yiran, with a sweet smile directed at her, felt that having someone as kind as her was truly a stroke of good fortune. Thus, with the allure of a meal, Meng Yiran successfully infiltrated their inner circle. As Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu would put it, anyone who treats them to a lavish feast is undoubtedly a good person. Ultimately, their trio was simply too impoverished. Despite Tang San's seemingly impressive status, it did little to alleviate their financial struggles. The team still required 3 more members and backup personnel. Yet the pool of capable candidates within the academy was disappointingly limited. Their aspirations had been set too high, resulting in their perception that even the previously selected students fell short of their expectations. They were willing to accept substitutes, but the thought of relying on them as primary members was disconcerting. Director Yi rubbed her temples, exasperated by the endless troubles of her job. She felt unfortunate to have been bestowed with such a sisterhood. Glancing at the documents laid out on the table, she resolved to seek out Jiang Yuan and the others for a discussion. The team was not yet complete, apart from their regular training. The four had been sneaking off to the Great Soul Arena for practical combat experience. Just as Director Yi approached, the four were preparing to slip out of the academy unnoticed, only to be caught in the act. The two groups exchanged glances, with Jiang Yuan feeling a bit embarrassed, yet swiftly regaining confidence. After all, she was merely a girl striving to save money for a home. A far cry from the carefree lives of those who could afford to indulge. "Am I interrupting you?" Director Yi questioned, her doubts growing as she listened to their increasingly assertive justifications. Yet, she quickly realized that their lack of communication with the school regarding their unsanctioned outings to the Great Soul Arena, without a teacher present, was unacceptable. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? If someone were to target you, with your current abilities, you would be helpless. I acknowledge your talents, but unfulfilled potential does not constitute true genius." Director Ye's frustration boiled over as she imagined the consequences should they encounter a situation where they lost a match, leading to trouble from those who had wagered on them. "We promise to inform our teachers before going out in the future," the four chorused, raising their hands in a vow. They might be inept at many things, but they excelled at admitting their mistakes. Their strategy was simple. If they could admit their faults quickly enough, they could escape harsher consequences. Director Yi, unable to impose any severe penalties, decided to assign the Idol Academy head to accompany them, which also served to give Lu Erlong a break. "Come to my office first. The academy will prepare a dedicated rest area for your team, exclusive to you. You can gather there for meetings. Additionally, if you require anything, feel free to approach the academy. We will do our utmost to accommodate your needs." As Director Yi perused the documents, she communicated these essential points to the four, which were standard protocol for every year's team, though this year's selection had taken longer than usual. The four followed Director Yi closely, nodding in agreement like chicks pecking at rice. Upon reaching the office, she distributed the documents and poured them each a cup of tea. After taking a large sip herself to alleviate her dryness, she sighed, feeling overwhelmed recently. "These are the best candidates the academy has selected. Take a look. They're your seniors. While they may not be as strong as you, they were once trained as team members." As she spoke, a heavy sigh escaped her lips. The four were once the academy as hopefuls, but now, with the arrival of several new students, they found themselves outshined. "Oh, never mind. I will discuss this with the academy head later." She leaned back in her chair, fatigue evident in her demeanor, leaving anyone to wonder if she felt pangs of guilt. "The workload is enough to make even a capitalist weep. Honestly, we think the seniors are quite commendable. For instance, Senior Tailong is exceptionally resilient," Jiang Yuan earnestly suggested. "And this senior, Jiang Zhu, shares some similarities with my soul skills." However, Jiang Yuan possessed a greater variety of skills. She was a pure healing soul master, specializing in sustained healing, while Jiang Yuan's abilities were instantaneous, capable of restoring half of a person's injuries. The potential conflict between their skills was minimal. With 8 members, 2 auxiliary roles could rotate, making it a decent configuration. "I also find it agreeable. There's no need to dwell on this any longer. If more suitable members enroll later, we can discuss it together," Tang San stated as he organized the student files and handed them to Director Yi. She paused, momentarily taken aback, before smiling. "Very well. Having once nurtured these students, they hoped for their success in the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition. However, they worried that Tang San, with his high starting point, might be dissatisfied with the abilities of the students they assigned to him. With their agreement, she felt reassured. "Tomorrow, I will have them come over and arrange your rest area," she said. "All right, Director Yi." The four responded obediently, watching her depart. "Are we still going out today?" Mangaran, who had recently become enamored with the thrill of earning money, felt a pang of regret after being caught, though she wasn't in dire need of funds. The exhilaration of earning her own money for the first time was intoxicating. "Perhaps we should let it go? We could ask the academy head to take us out tomorrow. After all, Director Yi didn't prohibit us from going to the Great Soul Arena." True, the four strolled around for a bit before deciding to return to class obediently. They owed much of their knowledge to the master, who had instilled in them a wealth of theoretical knowledge during their time at the Junior Soul Master Academy, even if they had been compelled to listen at the time. Now, They found themselves well prepared without needing further instruction. Jiang Yuan began to doze off within merely 2 minutes, her little head nodding gently. She could not fathom why, but upon hearing the teacher's voice, it felt as though she had been placed under a hypnotic spell, her eyelids waging a fierce battle against sleep. She believed this had nothing to do with her own disposition and was solely the teacher's fault. After valiantly resisting for 3 minutes, she succumbed, her head tilting and resting on Tang San's shoulder as she drifted into slumber. Tang San felt a weight on his shoulder, and without needing to glance over, he relaxed his shoulder slightly, lowering it just enough for Jiang Yuan to find a comfortable resting place. Xiao Wu observed their silhouettes, pondering that she might claim that spot next time. When will Yuan realize Tang San has feelings for her? Meng Yuan remarked. Watching the pair who seemed blissfully unaware of their own affection, she felt a pang of urgency. What discovery? What could she possibly uncover? She won't notice a thing. Xiao Wu firmly dismissed any potential for such development. Meng Yuan glanced at her oddly. What? Do you have feelings for Tang San? That's hardly appropriate. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up instantly, unable to tolerate such rumors. If I don't like him, then I don't. Why the fuss? Meng Yuan turned over, resting on her other side, convinced that Xiao Wu's reaction was merely embarrassment. Ah, this love triangle. Human emotions are indeed perplexing. Xiao Wu, seeing one side asleep, the other indifferent, while lessons continued in front, stomped her foot in frustration, careful not to make too much noise. Xiao Wu, Meng Yuan tugged at her sleeve, pointing toward the corner outside where 4 individuals were huddled together, peering into the lower-grade classroom. What fools, Xiao Wu remarked, noticing the 4 figures she had just seen in the materials, all conspicuously gazing inside. Tai Long appeared as if he understood everything, gesturing animatedly inside. How embarrassing. Xiao Wu covered her face, initially believing only Tai Long stood out, but discovered that all 4 did. The quartet, realizing Meng Yuan was observing them, excitedly waved. A match made in heaven. They had inherited the previous team's lounge, likely because Director Yi deemed the old furnishings impolite and arranged for new items to be procured overnight. After Director Yi concluded her instructions and departed, the group watched her retreating figure before stealthily making their way to the dean's small courtyard. Dean! Jiang Yuan called out to Lu Erlong as if she were a thief. Lu Erlong, feeling nervous, scanned the surroundings for Director Yi, only exhaling in relief upon not spotting her. Suddenly, as a dean, she felt compelled to maintain her authority, straightening her posture. What are you all doing, skipping class? We already know the content of those lessons, Dean. We're going out to play. Will you join us? Jiang Yuan beckoned Lu Erlong with a playful gesture, her words enticing the dean. Going out to play. It was a veritable trap for Lu Erlong. However, as an adult, she could not be so easily deceived. Suspecting these youngsters might be plotting mischief and intending to blame her. You want to take me out? How do you propose to do that? Lu Erlong surveyed the 8 of them, searching for any hint of panic, but found none. They remained as steady as rocks, having received permission. Ahem. Director Yi said we could invite you to the Grand Sol Arena and let you take us out. Although it was a trip to the Grand Sol Arena, it could hardly be considered mere leisure. To the Grand Sol Arena? Lu Erlong felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it seemed she had no authority to refuse. After all, Jiang Yuan had come solely to inform her, to notify her. They were about to frolic. It irked her to think how little power she wielded. Dean, I hear that you receive disdainful looks from Director Yi every time you step out of the academy. Now you can accompany us without any pretense. Why aren't you happy? Jiang Yuan flashed a grin at Lu Erlong, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, an expression that was undeniably infuriating. Lu Erlong struggled to uphold her dignity as the dean. It is still morning. What can you possibly accomplish at the Grand Sol Arena? Is it not merely to take you out for some amusement? If we leave a bit earlier, you shall have more time to explore Heaven-Do City. See how considerate we are of you? Jiang Yuan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, stirring a profound emotional response within Lu Erlong. Having thoroughly explored the entirety of Tiando City, what more was there to discover? One might ponder why her academy, which exclusively admits commoners and boasts no noble lineage, still has over 100 students. The answer is simple. It is because of her, Lu Erlong, who has become something of a local celebrity in Tiando City. If she wishes to indulge herself, she ought to express it directly. However, she should not expect Lu Erlong to bear the blame when the time comes. Initially, Lu Erlong contemplated delivering a slap to Jiang Yuan's head. Yet, upon reflection, given her delicate demeanor and her status as a support-type soul master, she reconsidered. Instead, She altered the trajectory of her hand midair and delivered a resounding slap to Tang San's head. You, at such a tender age, are already engaging in early romance. Are you? Consider this a well-deserved reprimand from the principal. Both teachers and parents would approve. Tang San thought to himself that while he could endure this unforeseen misfortune, he would appreciate prior notice next time. As Jiang Yuan listened to the sharp sound, she felt a pang of sympathy. She gently touched the swollen area on Tang San's head, sensing a slight protrusion. Unable to resist the temptation, she extended her index finger and poked the tender spot. Tang San, overwhelmed by an unjust misfortune, felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet he held back his tears. Jiang Yuan gazed at Tang San, who was struggling to maintain a composed expression, yet gradually wore a look of confusion. Does it hurt? She inquired. Not at all. Tang San gritted his teeth, forcing out 2 words through clenched jaws. What? Jiang Yuan was bewildered. With such a large bump, how could there be no pain? Pondering this, she prodded him twice more. Tang San swiftly grasped her hand, then discreetly applied some medicine to his fingertips, feigning curiosity about his apparent lack of pain, before spreading the ointment on his own head. Xiao Wu, feeling exasperated, wore an even more incredulous expression, pursing her lips and rolling her eyes at Tang San multiple times. If there's an ailment, let Senior Jiangzhu come and treat it. Why is he suddenly pretending? Jiang Yuan furrowed her brows and shook her head disapprovingly. Tang San, I believe this beating has left quite a sizable bruise on you. If you are not in pain, it must be a sign of illness. Perhaps one day, we should seek Aunt Tang's assistance in finding a physician for you, so I can prepare some medicine in advance. Tang San gazed at Jiang Yuan with a pale expression, while the onlookers stifled their laughter, with Lu Erlong unable to suppress her mirth any longer. She realized that observing others in love was indeed far more entertaining than engaging in it herself, as her own experiences merely resulted in chaos. What are you laughing at? If you are unwell, you should speak up. Do not shy away from seeking treatment, Jiang Yuan said with a serious demeanor. Tang San obediently nodded in agreement. Aware that Jiang Yuan was quite concerned about others neglecting their health, he was uncertain why, but he resolved to respond earnestly. Jiang Yuan nodded, pointing at Tang San as she addressed the others. Look, this is a good child. All you do is laugh. All right, let us hurry outside, lest you find yourselves with little time to explore later. Lu Erlong playfully lifted Jiang Yuan as one would a chick, carrying her to the courtyard gate. You should purchase a mask later, otherwise, you will stand out too much. Some merchants might seek to trouble you for profit. Understood, Dean. Lu Erlong led the 8 of them out, resembling a lively figure accompanied by a troop of smaller ones in the eyes of the residents of Tiando City. This was merely a term of endearment for Lu Erlong, who had assisted them in resolving many troubles during her years as a streetwise character. The neighbors were quite familiar with her, and as they strolled along, several would occasionally offer small snacks. The new arrivals were astonished by the dean's popularity. The 4 newcomers exchanged glances, marveling at the scene. Tai Long and the others had grown accustomed to this. When they announced their affiliation with the Shrek Academy to the common folk, the townspeople's demeanor softened considerably, sometimes even offering discounts on purchases. What lovely masks! Jiang Yuan exclaimed, tugging on Tang San's hand and pointing excitedly at a small stall, her eyes sparkling with delight. Come, let us take a look. Xiao Wu pulled Jiang Yuan away from Tang San, her actions so natural that Jiang Yuan, oblivious to the tension between the two, remained steadfast in her belief that they shared a close bond as childhood friends. Xiao Wu held up a small rabbit mask to Jiang Yuan's face, clearly pleased with herself. Can anyone wear this little rabbit mask? I shall take this pansy mask, though it is a pity there is no black one. You wear my martial soul mask, and I shall wear yours. We truly are a perfect pair. Xiao Wu chuckled inwardly, her plans falling into place. Tang San, pushing past Xiao Wu, leaned closer to Jiang Yuan, removing the rabbit mask and placing his own mask upon her face. I believe the blue silver grass mask suits you better. What do you think? Jiang Yuan glanced at the mirror and picked up 2 masks, comparing them. I find both equally appealing. Why not purchase both? I could alternate between them. Absolutely not. Tang San and Xiao Wu replied in unison. Humph, where there are rabbits, blue silver grass cannot possibly thrive. Xiao Wu huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head away in displeasure. Blue silver grass had no fondness for rabbits either. Tang San murmured under his breath. If it weren't for Xiao Wu's martial arts keeping him firmly in check, he wouldn't tolerate such arrogance. Although he found Xiao Wu quite irksome, they had grown up together, and their rivalry was based on fair competition. He would never resort to underhanded tactics or weapons. Let's just buy them together. A few coins shouldn't matter. Why be so stingy? Jiang Yuan found it perplexing how these two individuals had suddenly become competitive again. She glanced at them, both of whom she liked, and thus decided to purchase from both. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged glances, each letting out a huff before turning their heads away. Simultaneously, they each picked up a tricolor pansy mask from the stall, nearly sparking a dispute over who would take the one with the deeper hue. Meng Iran, who had initially thought Xiao Wu harbored feelings for Tang San, found a question mark forming in her mind. Then, a sudden realization dawned upon her, prompting her to silently clasp her hands in apology. She had misjudged the situation, nonetheless. She couldn't help but reflect once more on how intricate the relationships among these three were. As the crowd witnessed this unfolding scene, a wave of excitement surged towards them. However, the protagonists of the event seemed rather oblivious to the commotion. Perhaps she had never considered that such dynamics could exist among three childhood friends who had grown up together. Having selected their preferred masks, the group marched triumphantly into the Grand Seoul Arena. They had finally registered for the team battle, which was no small feat. Team battles allowed for betting, promising a greater potential for profit. Jiang Yuan and Ming Yiran suddenly found themselves in sync, one eager to earn money for a home, while the other had just unlocked the joy of saving. Let me first register us for the team battle. By the way, what shall we name our team? Lu Erlong realized the seriousness of this question. They had yet to come up with a name since the team's establishment. This once again reminded her of the unreliability of the dean. Let's think of something now, Lu Erlong urged, frantically recalling the names suggested by Director Yi in the past, only to find that the more she hurried, the harder it became to conjure up ideas. I think Invincible Team suits us perfectly. Tai Long clenched his fist and raised it to his face, his muscular arm bulging, and with his head slightly bowed, he resembled a simpleton. The others chose to ignore him, leaving Tai Long feeling quite aggrieved. He opened his mouth to call out to Tang San, "Young master." But Tang San swiftly covered his mouth with his hand, unable to tolerate foolish remarks. Next, Lu Erlong said. A group of them sat at the door, heads nearly touching, whispering as they discussed something. Though it was unclear what significant matters were at hand, their emotions fluctuating between excitement and nervousness. Flying sky sounds good. Not appealing. Next. Extraordinary. How about that? Huang Yuan scratched the back of his head, noting the collective disapproval from the others, indicating that this name was also rejected. Valiant. How about that? Sounds powerful, right? Better to call it Divine Awakening. Jiang Yuan interjected, her voice laced with boredom. After several names had been proposed and dismissed, her initial enthusiasm had waned significantly. Well, I think this name isn't bad. How about we go with this? Ming Yiran suggested, glancing around. They had already squatted there for half an hour, attracting curious glances from passers-by, making them appear rather foolish. Let us go with that then. Who would have thought an could come up with a sensible name? What do you mean by sensible name? Jiang Yuan retorted, leaning against Tang San and rubbing her leg, her mouth grumbling incessantly. Let's go register, otherwise we won't know how long we'll have to wait. Lu Erlong instructed them to obtain new identity badges, primarily because Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Jiang Yuan had overly high scores. Let's head to the lounge. They unfortunately did not have a private resting area and had to make do with a public lounge. Upon opening the door, they immediately drew everyone's attention inside, whose irresponsible parents brought a bunch of kids to the Great Seoul Arena. A man, looking fierce, spoke words of concern, creating a rather odd juxtaposition. It's just an uncle with a kind heart, Jiang Yuan said, offering an implausible explanation. Besides, our dean is here too. She continued. So, you were students of the academy. The uncle's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia mixed with disappointment. You must be here to earn some money, Jiang Yuan said, her gaze expectant as she looked at the intimidating man. Indeed, you're quite the clever girl. My name is Chu Yan, and you can call me Uncle Chu. He half squatted to be at eye level with Jiang Yuan, reminding him of his daughter, who, had she not been poisoned, would likely have been as lively and charming as Jiang Yuan. He bore the guilt of having harmed his wife and daughter. See, earning money at the Great Seoul Arena is quite normal. Why do you all look so strange? Jiang Yuan protested to the others. Meng Yiran chimed in, exactly. As they awaited the team match, the atmosphere grew somewhat tedious, prompting them to engage in conversation with Uncle Chu. Uncle Chu, why do you come to the Great Seoul Arena? Jiang Yuan asked, tilting her head with curiosity. Chu Yan let out a wry smile. This was a personal matter he should not disclose, especially to a child. Yet, he felt an inexplicable urge to share, believing that perhaps this child could provide a solution. In my youth, I offended some individuals, and later, they retaliated against my family. My wife passed away because of it, and my daughter was poisoned. He buried his head in his hands, while his teammates offered him comfort. They had seen Shu Yin's daughter, frail to the point of being nothing but skin and bones, appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old despite being in her teens. Her survival depended on Shu Yin's substantial financial investment in rare medicinal herbs. Poisoned. Tang San, upon hearing those words, approached eagerly. What symptoms does she have? How long has she been poisoned? What has she consumed? Has she seen a healer or a treatment-type soul master? Shu Yin was taken aback by the barrage of questions, but managed to respond. Yes, she has seen both treatment-type soul masters and physicians, but they can only temporarily alleviate the spread of the poison. We need a lot of medicine to keep it at bay. This is also why I came to the Great Soul Arena. Uncle Chu, can I come back with you later to check on your daughter's poison? Tang San's face lit up with excitement. He had been here for quite some time without encountering a challenging toxin, and he was eager to see the level of toxins in this world. So far, only Jiang Yuan had been able to engage with him in a few rounds of toxin-related games. The other toxins encountered by those around him could only be described as ordinary. Of course, Shu Yin thought of his earlier intuition, a flicker of hope beginning to bloom in his heart. Though they were just a group of children, he believed in his instincts that his daughter might just be saved. Shortly after, Lu Erlong returned with the battle information, a peculiar expression on her face. Dean, what happened? Jiang Zhu, the gentle big sister of the group, immediately noticed Lu Erlong's demeanor. It's nothing serious. I just handed the information to Tang San. Currently, Tang San, as a control-type soul master and the team's commander, was naturally designated as the captain. The Royal Battle Team? Is that from the Tiando Royal Academy? Tang San perused the information, feeling there wasn't much amiss. But Lu Erlong's expression puzzled him. Seeing the confused expressions of the others, Lu Erlong seemed to resign to fate and plopped down on a chair. Well, how should I put this? The captain is my nephew. Who would have thought that our first group outing would lead to a familiar face? Is my luck a bit poor? Lu Erlong questioned her life as she sat. Dean, does that mean we need to throw the match? Jiang Yuan asked, perplexed. What? Throw a match? Lu Erlong was bewildered by this conclusion. How did they suddenly jump to that? Isn't he your nephew? Do we need to take it easy? Jiang Yuan tilted her head, uncertain if she had guessed wrong. What are you talking about? Their soul power levels are significantly higher than yours. They should be the ones needing to throw the match. Lu Erlong exclaimed, exasperated as she lightly tapped Jiang Yuan on the head. Jiang Yuan gently stroked her head, her gaze filled with reproach as she looked at Lu Erlong. Clearly, it was the dean who failed to articulate himself. There was no need for us to show leniency. So why are you troubled? She merely wished to avoid an encounter with them. Lu Erlong, somewhat embarrassed, replied, perhaps my reaction was too extreme. Over the years, her relationship with Yu Shaojiang and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had become rather intricate. The sect had been kind to her in their attempts to make amends. Yet due to her ties with Yu Shaojiang, she had stubbornly refrained from returning. Reflecting on it now, she realized that her father had aged significantly since their last meeting. I should find an opportunity to visit him, Lu Erlong mused, lost in her thoughts. Jiang Yuan, noticing her distraction, waved her hand in front of Lu Erlong's eyes. The dean is truly something else. How can she be daydreaming at a time like this? She hasn't even informed us which match is next. Jiang Yuan muttered with a pout. Wait for the dean to announce it. Unin, would you like some chestnuts? I've peeled some for you, Tang San said, holding up a peeled chestnut and waving it enticingly in front of Jiang Yuan. Eat, eat, eat. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of her favorite treat. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu turned in shock to look at Tang San, bewildered by the sudden surprise attack of chestnuts. Jiang Yuan no longer paid attention to Lu Erlong. Instead, she bounced over to Tang San's side, patiently awaiting his offerings. Hey, Tang San, don't we have any? Meng Yiran, now familiar with the trio, couldn't help but tease Jiang Yuan's unique situation. This was the first time Tang San encountered a scenario requiring communal sharing. He paused for a moment before responding. Oh, we do. He then retrieved a bag of chestnuts from his soul guide and placed it on the table. Meng Yiran took one out, noting that it was indeed unpeeled. Naturally, they lacked the privilege that Jiang Yuan enjoyed. After struggling to peel it with her fingers, she resorted to biting into it. Tang San, why is it still raw? Meng Yiran exclaimed, holding up half a chestnut in disbelief. Tang San, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, it's meant to be raw. If we pre-cook them, they harden and won't taste good. And what about Yuan's? Why can't you give us that? Meng Yiran pressed on. I only fried a few for Inan, not enough for everyone. Tang San firmly declined her request. Come on, Tang San, don't be so double-standard. Meng Yiran shot him a playful middle finger. Xiao Wu, nearby, rolled her eyes, thinking that once she had money, she would also procure a soul guide to hide her treasures. However, currently, with empty hands, she sought to leave a good impression on Jiang Yuan. Before long, Lu Erlong returned to her senses, noticing that the other children had dispersed to their own activities. She quickly reminded them, "I almost forgot. We are in the 4th round. Since we have time after this, what do you think about a 2v2 match? 8 people, just right for 4 teams." Meng Yiran suggested with a sincere smile, looking around. "Sure, I agree." Jiang Yuan was the first to support the idea, as she was in dire need of resources. The others seemed to share no objections. "I think we should only consider it if we have enough soul power after this. It feels a bit premature to discuss now." Zhang Zhu, opting out of the match, wisely advised the group, "Team battles are different from 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. When both sides are evenly matched, it's hard to determine a winner quickly." "Oh." Sister Zhang Zhu makes a valid point. Although Jiang Yuan felt a tad disheartened, she swiftly composed herself, realizing that winning the team battle could yield considerable gains. Meanwhile, in an exclusive lounge, a young man with long black hair reclined in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. His expression was serious, and his features somewhat rigid, with a girl sporting purple hair resting against his shoulder. "Why does Teacher Qin insist we compete in the Great Soul Arena? It's so annoying with everyone staring at me." The purple-haired girl glanced at her freshly manicured nails, suddenly losing interest and letting her hands drop. They were none other than the royal battle team that Jiang Yuan's group would soon face, and the black-haired youth was the nephew Lu Erlong had mentioned. "Sister Yin, could you keep it down? If Teacher Qin hears, we'll be punished." The announcement echoed through the air. "Please, both teams for the 4th match, prepare backstage." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan and her companions rose to head backstage. The level gap between the two teams was significant, and Lu Erlong held little expectation for their victory. Before they exited, she imparted a few words of caution. "If you can't win, just concede. There's no shame in losing. You're at a considerable level disadvantage, so prioritize safety." The 7 nodded obediently, feeling no pressure. This was their first team battle, lacking any synergy or coordination, and they hadn't even had a day of practice together. So their hopes were modest. As they walked briskly backstage, laughter and chatter accompanied their steps. The members of the royal battle team turned to look, their brows furrowing in annoyance. "Are they looking down on us? This is so disrespectful." The blonde youth glared at Jiang Yuan's group. Yu Tianheng cast a quick glance before withdrawing his gaze, his voice cold and low. "Oslo, let us go." "Understood, boss." The blonde youth saluted playfully, fingers together at his forehead. 1 minute before taking the stage, Jiang Yuan and her companions donned masks. Given that the opposing team captain was the dean's nephew, they maintained a friendly demeanor. Upon stepping onto the stage, both sides faced each other. Before the royal battle team could voice their grievances, Jiang Yuan's group took the initiative to greet them amicably, showcasing their friendliness. The royal battle team thought, "Surely, this must be a bunch of fools." Lu Erlong, witnessing this exchange from the lounge, facepalmed, regretting mentioning their connection, realizing they now appeared foolish. The royal battle team felt a wave of awkwardness, unable to express their intended harsh words, yet also reluctant to greet their opponents on the grand stage. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Despite the tension between the two teams, the host could not afford to be awkward. Adjusting his glasses, he bypassed the usual banter and announced, "Let us now introduce the members of both teams." Both teams had 1 minute to unleash their martial souls. As the host's words faded, the stage erupted in a blaze of light, with yellow and purple soul rings illuminating the arena. The audience buzzed with excitement. Both teams boasted optimal soul ring configurations, something not easily achieved by ordinary individuals. The earlier awkwardness was swiftly forgotten, and anticipation for the upcoming match grew. Thus began the 4th match, the Divine Awakening team versus the Royal Battle team. Yu Tianheng immediately activated his martial soul, charging towards Tang San. Tai Long intercepted, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches before both retreated, leveraging their momentum. Jiang Yuan stood protected by the crowd, keenly observing the unfolding situation and precisely offering support to her teammates. Although she harbored the desire to join the fray and deliver a few kicks herself, her strategic insight prevailed. It was not the moment for her to contribute mere damage, but rather to fulfill her essential role as a supporter. After sending the opposing agility-type Soul Master flying with a kick, Xiao Wu nodded subtly at Tang San. Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around her waist, and in an instant, Xiao Wu appeared behind Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, Xiaowu unleashed her first soul skill, revealing her uniquely violent self-created soul technique before the gathered spectators. Jiang Yuan and Tang San were acutely aware of the sheer ferocity of Xiao Wu's self-created soul skill. However, considering the support soul master on the opposing side, seemingly named Yi Lingling, they felt assured that it would not pose a significant threat. After all, Jiang Yuan himself was also a support-type soul master, capable of extreme life-saving measures. As Yu Tianheng was forcibly kicked from midair, Tang San urgently prepared to pull Xiao Wu back from her perilous position. In that critical moment, the Flying Soul Master seized the opportunity to sever the connection of the blue-silver grass with a decisive strike. Xiao Wu's expression darkened as she was compelled to plummet from the sky. Yi Lingling hurriedly attended to the gravely injured Yu Tianheng. Tang San's blue-silver grass reached out once more towards Xiao Wu, only to be severed by Asro, Meng Yiran, and Douluo Yin. Both possessing serpent-type martial souls, one adept in swift attacks and the other in control, shared a glance filled with fierce determination. Yet, Meng Yiran had no time to engage with her. She and Jingling flanked the rear of the Emperor fighting team, executing a tactical maneuver. At this moment, Xiao Wu found herself encircled on three sides, rendering her instantaneous movement unusable. She could only rely on her charm to temporarily daze and kick her adversaries away. Seeing that the situation was dire, Jiang Yuan swiftly bestowed Xiao Wu with the third soul skill, Floral Guardian. This shield, lasting for 15 seconds, could absorb up to 70% of damage relative to its own strength. Meng Yiran seized an opportunity, launching a serpent blade towards the powerful assault-type soul master positioned behind Xiao Wu, deftly circumventing the two defensive soul masters nearby. She was not foolish enough to confront both defensive soul masters head-on. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, having benefited from Yi Lingling's healing, felt his injuries significantly mend, and he charged forward, delivering a punch that sent Meng Yiran flying. Jiang Yuan, with a single healing touch, almost instantaneously restored his injuries. Yu Tianheng was momentarily astonished. He had initially thought that Yi Lingling's healing prowess was extraordinary, only to discover that the support-type soul master opposite him was even more formidable. Of course, he was unaware that Jiang Yuan's soul skill could only restore 50% of one's health. Meng Yiran wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shot Yu Tianheng a mysterious smile. With her serpentine form activated, she coiled around him as if she were boneless, ensnaring him tightly. Douluo Yin turned her head and nearly lost her temper. She unleashed her third soul skill recklessly. It was poisonous. Meng Yiran swiftly slipped away from Yu Tianheng, since Douluo Yin had directed her poison towards Meng Yiran. And given that Meng Yiran was on the royal battle team's side, chaos ensued as their own members scrambled to evade the toxin. Meng Yiran pulled up Xiao Wu and Jingling, retreating swiftly with her serpentine body. Tang San, recognizing the urgency, hurled a jar of liquor, followed closely by a firecracker. Xiao Wu shatter it. Xiao Wu glanced at the jar, placed her hands on Meng Yiran's shoulders for leverage, and sprang into action, channeling her soul power into her toes as she kicked the jar, which shattered midair and exploded into mist. The combination of liquor and toxic mist ignited upon contact with the flame, resulting in a minor explosion that quickly dissipated. Douluo Yin stared blankly at this scene, incredulous that the poison she took pride in, one even feared by Teacher Qin, had been dispelled so effortlessly. How could this be possible? The royal battle team was equally shocked. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Yiran swiftly led Xiao Wu and Jingling to safety. Lu Erlong was astounded. She had initially believed it would be a one-sided domination by the royal battle team, yet the two sides were engaging in a fierce exchange, with the latter seemingly gaining the upper hand. She resolved to increase Jiang Yuan and his companions' compensation, realizing that their current pay did not reflect their immense capabilities. They were astonishingly powerful, leaving her in awe. Xiao was brought back, and Jiang Yuan administered another healing spell. Immediately, the members of the Shenshi team charged recklessly into battle against the royal battle team, disregarding soul skills and soul power entirely. Were they mad? Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. In team battles, unless one could dominate completely, it was rare to witness such a wasteful expenditure of soul power, which was a grave misstep. Unless, of course, they were unconcerned about the consequences of exhausting their soul power. Yu Tianheng suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the support-type soul master who remained standing at the back of the Shenshi team. Yu Feng, clear out that support-type soul master opposite us. I will carve a path for you. Yu Tianheng bellowed as he sent Talon flying with a punch, his arm beginning to transform into a dragon-like form. forcefully creating a passage through the throng of people for the flying soul master named Yufeng. Tang San, sensing the dire situation, unleashed the blue silver grass to whip towards Yufeng. Although Yufeng evaded in midair, his agility could not prevent him from receiving several lashes, as the sheer number of blue silver grass was overwhelming. Jiang Yuan gazed coldly at Yufeng as he approached her, injured yet still relentlessly charging forward. Did he truly perceive her as a frail soul master in need of protection? It seemed he held an exaggerated confidence in himself. Jiang Yuan tilted her head, observing this clumsy moth. Dealing with a mere support-type soul master like you would be sufficient. Yufeng casually wiped away the blood on his face and raised his hand, intending to seize Jiang Yuan and toss her aside. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance but chose to ignore the situation, recognizing that this flying soul master posed little threat to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was meticulously nurtured by the two of them, and they possessed a fair understanding of his capabilities. Have you not noticed anything amiss? Just as Yufeng's hand was about to reach Jiang Yuan's neck, Jiang Yuan flashed him a smile and pointed towards the chaotic battlefield behind him. What? Yufeng was momentarily bewildered, raising his gaze to look back. Jiang Yuan raised his leg and executed a sweeping kick aimed at his head, sending Yufeng hurtling through the air. I remarked, you are truly foolish. Why do you blindly believe whatever others say, you big fool? Jiang Yuan swiftly approached and, before Yufeng could react, directly kicked him off the stage. Jiang Yuan squatted by the edge of the stage, waving her hand at him and exclaiming, next time, remember this. Your behavior is simply unacceptable. Yufeng felt offended. Yu Tianheng, not oblivious to the unfolding scene, was quite irked by Yufeng's antics. He perceived him as a fool. How could one underestimate an opponent merely because they were a support-type soul master? Upon returning, he would ensure additional training for him. The thought of this ignited his temper, and he directed a punch at Talon, whose cheeky grin only fueled his ire. Talon, caught off guard by such a direct assault, received the blow squarely, blood trickling from his nose. Unable to contain himself, he licked the blood and then let out a wail akin to that of a wounded pig. My handsome face. You're done for. He glared fiercely at Yu Tianheng, and with each subsequent attack, he relentlessly targeted Yu Tianheng's face. He didn't mind taking a couple of punches himself. After all, his face had already been struck. However, inflicting pain on Yu Tianheng, their captain, would surely bring shame upon him, especially since his teammates would feel sympathy for their injured leader. The thought invigorated Talon, and he grew increasingly enthusiastic in his assault on Yu Tianheng's visage, occasionally throwing a punch to the abdomen for good measure, focusing on the element of surprise. Yu Tianheng scowled at this lunatic, realizing that the members of the Divine Awakening team resembled a pack of rabid dogs. Perhaps they should rename themselves the Mad Dog Squad. His face. It truly ached. After approximately 10 minutes of mutual brawling, Talon finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Tang San used a blue-silver grass technique to unceremoniously toss him off the stage. The group retreated collectively. Both sides were nearly depleted of soul power, and despite their significant level disparity, their opponents had held out remarkably well. Yu Tianheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had he known that the Divine Awakening team had not undergone a single day of coordinated training, he might have been rendered utterly demoralized. The Divine Awakening team only demonstrated a semblance of teamwork under Tang San's command. At other times, they merely fought in their own reckless manner, doing whatever pleased them. Although they were all battered and bruised, they retained an air of foolish delight. While Yu Lingling could continuously heal their injuries, she was utterly unable to restore her stamina or soul power. Jiang Yuan now retained a little over half of her soul power and successively bestowed a first ring upon the 5 individuals before her. She transformed her own 10 units of soul power into 30 for another. As the sensation of emptiness washed over her upon exhausting this particular reservoir of power, she hastily descended. Sensing the restoration of her own soul power, the 5 remaining individuals on the Divine Awakening platform revealed grotesque smiles. Hee, the Emperor's battle team, we concede. Though it is with great reluctance, Yu Tianheng truly does not wish to engage in a frenzied melee with this pack of rabid dogs, devoid of any tactical sense. Even Meng Yiran, wielding a serpent staff, targets only heads and backsides. Her lack of virtue is glaring. Lu Erlong stood on the platform, utterly astonished, alongside her companion Chu Yin, who was equally bewildered. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Dear Director, are your students truly fit for this?" This was, after all, their inaugural visit to the Grand Soul Arena, and the team had only recently formed, lacking systematic training. Lu Erlong cast a knowing glance at Chu Yin. Not even she had witnessed such a ludicrous team battle. Who was responsible for leading them astray? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Erlong arrived at a conclusion. It must surely be that rascal Tai Long. He was the only one in the entire team who relished such chaotic brawling. Now, he had led the whole team astray, mark my words. He shall be punished upon our return. Tai Long protested, I only joined the team yesterday. What have I done wrong? After the match concluded, several individuals assisted one another as they exited. Lu Erlong hurried to greet them. Despite the disorderly nature of the battle, they had indeed triumphed. Victories deserved commendation. Chu Yan also lent a hand in supporting the injured. Honestly, did the opposing team owe you money? Such reckless fighting. Lu Erlong lamented as she surveyed their injuries, her words contradicting her concern. The Emperor's battle team, featuring Yi Lingling, suffered minimal injuries, whereas Jiang Yuan had chosen to conserve her healing abilities for the final surge of soul power, leaving her comrades battered. This strategy, collectively devised, resulted in their current state of wounds. Jiang Zhu promptly initiated a healing spell to mend their injuries. Winning this match means the prize becomes ours. Besides, it was exhilarating to fight. As their external injuries began to heal, Tai Long stood up, stretching with a series of cracking sounds. Lu Erlong glared at him ominously. Then you shall spar with me upon our return. Let us see if you still find it enjoyable. Tai Long flashed an impish grin at Lu Erlong before tiptoeing behind Tang San. Though Tang San could hardly obstruct his imposing frame, it did not deter him from hiding. He adhered to the philosophy that as long as he could not see others, they could not see him either. Engaging with Director Lu was not a proper fight. It was merely a frivolous endeavor born of idleness. Jiang Zhu, the only one on the field unperturbed by the chaos, took the team insignia to collect their rewards. Uncle Chu, after the match, come find me at Blue Tyrant Academy. I'm Tang San, and we shall visit your daughter. Tang San grasped Chu Yan's hand, his gaze brimming with affection. Those unaware might assume they shared a profound camaraderie. In truth, he was simply infatuated with her alluring charm. Jiang Yuan turned his head, attempting to organize his embarrassing behavior. Chu Yan nodded solemnly. The two reached an agreement and would meet again the following day. While waiting in the hall for Jiang Zhu's return, they unexpectedly encountered the royal fighting team. The two groups nearly clashed, as if old enemies were meeting. In the recent chaotic skirmish, everyone had received a few blows, except for the two support-type soul masters. And even Yu Feng had taken a couple of hits from Jiang Yuan. Yu Tianhing stared blankly at the leader of the Xinqi team. And? Tianhing. It's been a long time. Lu Erlong awkwardly scratched his head. Surely, she wouldn't think this was an act of malice? She truly hadn't intended to behave that way. She never meant to have a falling out with a junior. It was entirely unintentional. Lu Erlong lamented inwardly while forcing a smile on her face. Yu Tianhing finally understood why the Xinqi team had greeted them so amicably. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, as he wasn't very familiar with this aunt of his. The first time he learned about her was when she was with his uncle, a relationship that was not accepted by the family, and later he discovered she was the illegitimate daughter of his second grandfather. However, due to his uncle's influence, he held a favorable impression of her. Is this the team from your academy? Yu Tianhing's gaze turned inquisitive, realizing they indeed resembled her fighting style, brash and reckless. Indeed. Lu Erlong replied, standing awkwardly alongside Yu Tianhing, both lacking conversation. Just then, Qin Ming approached. Tianhing, what is going on here? Qin Ming's expression was serious, as he noticed the awkward atmosphere between the two teams reminiscent of a standoff. He could not tolerate the royal fighting team's inability to accept defeat. Everyone should be prepared to lose and learn from it, rather than holding grudges against their victors. Seeing Qin Ming arrive, Yu Tianhing sighed in relief. Teacher Qin, the leader of Xinqi is my aunt, and this is our team leader, Lu Erlong. Yu Tianhing quickly introduced the parties involved, then gracefully withdrew from the scene. Oh, it's my aunt. Qin Ming's attitude shifted instantly as he greeted Lu Erlong. Since we are acquaintances, how about we gather for a meal? Your team is impressive. It would be beneficial for both teams to engage in mutual training and address each other's shortcomings. Of course, Lu Erlong readily agreed. The royal fighting team was formidable. And not only did she have confidence in her nephew, but also in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex team. Thus, collaborating to improve was an excellent idea. The two groups exchanged glances, having been at each other's throats just moments ago, now preparing to dine together amicably, a truly dramatic scene. The leader of the opposing team was Yu Tianheng's elder, and Qin Ming generously booked a private room in a fine restaurant. Children, choose what you would like to eat. You've worked hard today, Lu Erlong said, sliding the menu between the two teams. The members of the Xinqi team, having removed their masks, appeared noticeably younger. Yu Tianheng coughed lightly, nudging the menu toward the Xinqi team. You go ahead and choose first. All right. Tang San promptly passed it to Jiang Yuan. Knowing full well that Jiang Yuan would select his favorite dishes, Jiang Yuan ordered several dishes, which he then passed to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shook her head and handed them to Ming Yiran, who hastily selected a few dishes and passed them on to the next person. They had never experienced such an awkward meal in their lives. Qin Ming and Lu Erlong could no longer bear to watch. Weren't you all behaving like wild dogs in private? Weren't you having a splendid time on stage? Why the pretense now? Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. There is no need for such excessive concern. Relax, as you will inevitably meet again in the future. Qin Ming offered his counsel with a smile. Yet his gaze towards the Imperial combat team bore a hint of menace. If you don't return to normalcy, I will increase your training. Lu Erlong was more direct. It's free, don't hold back. Why the airs? Well then, I shall not be polite. Tang San took the menu again and swiftly marked 5 or 6 dishes that Jiang Yuan favored, then handed it to Yu Tianheng. Will you be drinking? Yu Tianheng observed Tang San and the others in silence for a long moment before uttering this question. Afterward, he began to reflect on whether it was appropriate for him to allow children to drink. However, it seemed he had started drinking at the age of 8 or 9. So it should be fine, right? But these were other people's children. What if their parents disagreed? Shall we have a little? Tang San suggested uncertainly, glancing at the others beside him. Meng Yiran, Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan all nodded enthusiastically like chicks pecking at grain. Then let us have some. But it may be troublesome. Yu Tianheng nodded, opting not to order red wine, as it was not suitable for the moment, and instead requested some low-alcohol barley beer. Jiang Yuan cradled the cup delicately, cautiously taking a couple of sips. Although she frequently observed Tang how indulging in his drink, and often expressed disdain for the pungent aroma of alcohol that clung to him, she had never ventured to taste it herself. Now, however, she felt a flicker of curiosity. This particular drink bore a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of malt syrup. Its sugary notes intertwined with a subtle undertone of alcohol, rendering her slightly entranced. Jiang Yuan took a sip, initially tasting a hint of bitterness that swiftly transformed into sweetness. The unique flavor of barley spreading across her palate. Wow, this is delightful, she exclaimed, lifting her glass, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. Without hesitation, she continued to drink heartily. Tang San, who had been conversing with Yu Tianheng, abruptly turned upon hearing the commotion and beheld Jiang Yuan's exuberance. Alarmed, he rushed to seize the cup, but Jiang Yuan clung to it fiercely. Why are you drinking so much at once? He exclaimed. Xiao Wu swatted Tang San's hand away, expressing her displeasure. If anyone wants to drink, let her be. It's merely a little wine. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, whose face was already flushed and her gaze somewhat hazy. Tang San then managed to wrest the cup from the grasp of both Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Placing it aside, he served them each a bowl of soup, recognizing that drinking on an empty stomach could easily lead to intoxication, especially after they had consumed so much so quickly. No matter how sweet, it was still alcohol. Ah, Tang San, where did you take my drink? Jiang Yuan shook his shoulder, while Tang San, maintaining his composure, took a bite of a dish and did not forget to offer her a piece of her favorite food. Placing it gently in her mouth, Jiang Yuan smacked her lips and fell silent for a brief moment before swallowing, then resumed shaking Tang San. Xiao Wu, wide-eyed, observed as Jiang Yuan approached to embrace her human cub. Not only was Yu Tianheng seated beside them, astonished, but the entire assembly was taken aback by Tang San's composure while consuming his meal amidst such a spectacle. I say, brother, are you truly unperturbed? Tang San glanced at Yu Tianheng, shook his head, and dismissed it as a trivial matter. She often caused a ruckus while he forged and during his meditative practices. Her antics were commonplace. Even during meals, she would snatch his food. In truth, these incidents were merely trifles to him now. Over the years, Tang San's state of mind had cultivated an equanimity akin to still waters in the face of such occurrences. He had weathered countless storms. Thus, should he encounter a profound cultivation technique in the future, he felt assured of his success. Yu Tianheng gave him a thumbs up. Although the three were indeed absurd, their antics strangely failed to disturb the others. Once Xiao Wu roused from her brief slumber, she promptly set off in search of food. Jiang Yuan relentlessly pursued Tang San, who remained remarkably composed, not spilling a single drop of the wine in his hand despite Jiang Yuan's animated antics. It is no surprise that he is regarded as a genius. Life itself is a continual training ground. One cannot help but acknowledge the challenges Tang San has faced. Tang San, I want to eat shrimp, Jiang Yuan said, leaning against his shoulder, her cheeks stuffed, her gaze fixated on a plate of shrimp on the table. Very well. Very well. Tang San diligently peeled the shrimp, removing the heads and shells, extracting the veins. And only after watching Jiang Yuan swallow the morsel did he place another piece into her mouth. Previously, others had inquired whether he found her spirited nature bothersome. He pondered this for quite some time and realized he did not find it bothersome at all. In moments when he could scarcely afford a meal and faced ostracism from the villagers, it was Jiang Yuan who never looked down upon him. She would share her snacks, take him to gather herbs for sale, and though unspoken, he knew that she always ensured he received the lion's share of the earnings from their herbal ventures. When Zhang's family takes care of his father in his absence, they are aware that neither father nor son possesses the skill to mend their clothing or blankets. They ensure that both he and his father are well prepared for the winter. Jiang Yuan, akin to a radiant sun, embodies an unwavering warmth. Although she is quite mischievous, she possesses an uncanny ability to perceive his slightest discontent, often resorting to her whimsical thoughts to elicit his laughter, helping him evade his inner demons. Life necessitates a form of attachment, and he has anchored his hopes here. Thus, he believes that his Yuan should be as she is. For Jiang Yuan, perhaps this is the essence of being favored without fear. Xiao Wu, having indulged in drink, has grown somewhat subdued, occasionally bowing her head and letting out a burp. It was unexpected for these two to succumb to intoxication so swiftly, yet by the end, a hint of inebriation lingered. Yu Tianheng is a man who respects the strong. After a lively conversation, he clapped Tang San on the shoulder. Both of them merely a breath away from establishing a brotherly bond, if not for the fact that Jiang Yuan still rested on his shoulder. Lost in thought, Tang San recalled that there were matters to attend to the following day, prompting the gathering to disperse. He rose, gently lifting Jiang Yuan onto his back, and strolled leisurely towards the academy. Xiao Wu, carrying Meng Yiran, stirred awake, her bleary eyes scanning the vicinity. Where's my child? My big child is gone. How can this be? Xiao Wu, with her rabbit ears perked high, pointed in confusion at the spot Jiang Yuan had occupied. Tang San took her away, Meng Yiran replied, letting out a drunken hiccup. Now significantly more sober, Xiao Wu was hit by a wave of mixed aromas, alcohol and food, directly assaulting her senses. In a fit of annoyance, she swatted Meng Yiran away, who collided with the recently risen Yu Tianheng. Meng Yiran, seizing the moment, stood up ready to confront Xiao Wu, while Douluo Yin, witnessing the commotion, immediately sprang into action, lunging at Meng Yiran. Both, possessing serpentine martial spirits, became entwined in a fierce struggle, neither willing to relent. Qin Ming and Lu Erlong exchanged bewildered glances before rushing to separate them. Meng Yiran and Douluo Yin glared at each other, still tugging each other's hair, and even managed to kick each other before parting. Meanwhile, Tang San meandered along the path, cradling Jiang Yuan on his back. She playfully grabbed his ear, attempting to stuff it into her mouth. With a resigned sigh, he set her down, clasping her mischievous hands. Did I not teach you not to eat indiscriminately? Did you not promise me? Why are you still being reckless with your eating habits? Tang San gently tapped her palm. Will you continue to eat indiscriminately? What shall I eat? Jiang Yuan looked up at him, perplexed. It does not matter what you eat. Will you still eat recklessly? I want to eat Tang San. Jiang Yuan exclaimed with excitement, breaking free from his grasp and lunging toward him. Tang San caught her effortlessly, allowing her to hang on to him like a koala. I am not food, he patiently clarified. Oh, Jiang Yuan mumbled against his shoulder, a note of disappointment in her voice. Then what can I eat? You may indulge in the things you usually love, he replied. Tang San turned to face Jiang Yuan, puzzled by her sudden call of his name. I said I want to eat Tang San, she replied, regarding him as if he were simple-minded. Tang San could only chuckle in disbelief, reiterating, I am not food. However, reasoning with someone intoxicated proved futile, so he ceased further argument. He continued to carry Jiang Yuan, taking a slow, rhythmic pace while gently patting her back. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated infinitely. Leaning close to her ear, he softly hummed a song from his past life. One of the few melodies he could recall. Jiang Yuan softly hummed along, etching the melody firmly in her heart. As Xiao Wu emerged, the others gradually regained their composure. Noticing the marks on Meng Yiran's face, she felt a twinge of guilt and kindly escorted her back to the dormitory. Upon entering, Jiang Yuan was already sprawled on her bed, nearly asleep, merely waiting to leave the door ajar for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu swiftly dashed to the bathroom for a shower, then leapt onto Jiang Yuan's bed with exuberance. You didn't even wait for me. How inconsiderate, she exclaimed, snuggling against Jiang Yuan, as if to mark her presence. Unbeknownst to her, in a sleepy daze, Jiang Yuan turned over and nestled into Xiao Wu's embrace. With a gentle touch, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Wu's soft waist, closed her eyes, and drifted off into a blissful slumber. As Jiang Yuan slumbered deeply, a knock upon the door roused her from her dreams. Xiao Wu, pushing aside Jiang Yuan's hand that embraced her waist, opened the dormitory door, her hair resembling a bird's nest. Sister Jiangzhu, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? She yawned, covering her mouth, with physiological saline trickling from the corners of her eyes. Why are you still asleep? Tang San has been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time, Jiangzhu remarked, pinching Xiao Wu's cheeks gently. The softness felt delightful, and she couldn't resist giving them another playful squeeze. Xiao Wu rubbed her face and yawned once more before mumbling, I'll go freshen up. Approaching the bedside, she noticed that Jiang Yuan remained in slumber, prompting her to leap onto Jiang Yuan, exclaiming, Inen, darling, it's time to rise. She enveloped Jiang Yuan in a warm embrace beneath the covers. Jiang Yuan exerted considerable effort to push aside the blanket, freeing her head from its confines. She nearly suffocated in the process. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? It's time to get up. Xiao Wu whispered softly, her breath brushing against Jiang Yuan's ear. Jiang Yuan pushed Xiao Wu aside, his entire weight pressing down upon her, truly overwhelming. Xiao Wu, with a cheerful grin, propped herself up, planted a quick kiss on Jiang Yuan's cheek, and then swiftly sprang to her feet, darting towards the washroom. Outside, the sky had brightened considerably, with the sun having risen. Jiang Yuan's pupils gradually dilated as she belatedly realized the time. What time is it? The first class has already begun. As Jiangzhu entered the room, she pulled back the curtains, allowing blinding light to flood in. Jiang Yuan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Drinking has led to this predicament. She hurriedly climbed out of bed, rushing to wash up and change her clothes. Tang San had been waiting for her for quite some time. Oh dear, this is truly outrageous. With haste, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, donning a charming little green dress. She casually gathered her hair into a bun, slipped on her shoes, and dashed out. Where are you going? Xiao Wu eyed Jiang Yuan warily, feeling a twinge of displeasure. After sleeping so soundly beside her yesterday, why the sudden urgency to seek out Tang San today? What a fickle heart. This is simply intolerable. Jiang Yuan heard Xiao Wu's urgent voice and came to a sudden halt. Hurry up. We promised Uncle Chu yesterday, and if we dawdle any longer, it will be noon. Oh. Xiao Wu quickened her pace as well. Lives are at stake. We must move swiftly. Jiang Yuan inquired of Jiangzhu as she descended the stairs. Has Uncle Chu arrived? He came early, Jiangzhu replied. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu exchanged playful grins. Just yesterday, they had invited him over. Yet today they lingered in bed for half the day. How impolite. From a distance, Jiang Yuan spotted Tang San seated on a bench by the roadside, engrossed in a book while awaiting their arrival. The sunlight cascaded upon him, bestowing an ethereal glow. Noticing the absence of Chu Yin, Jiang Yuan hurriedly approached, circling around to Tang San's back, her hand poised to tap his shoulder. Without lifting his gaze, Tang San diligently turned the pages of his book. The moment Jiang Yuan's hand landed on his shoulder, he deftly caught her hand. I noticed you long before. I knew you were trying to startle me. Jiang Yuan made a playful grimace at him, and Tang San gazed at her tousled hair with a mix of exasperation and affection. He gently guided Jiang Yuan to sit on a bench, presenting breakfast to her and Xiao Wu, setting down his book. From his soul guide, he procured a comb and skillfully fashioned 2 bows in her hair at either side. Are we not in a hurry to visit Uncle Chu's daughter? Jiang Yuan inquired, munching on her breakfast while allowing Tang San to fuss over her hair. No hurry. The dean is still conversing with Uncle Chu, Tang San replied, his tone calm yet his expression slightly serious as he ensured the bows were symmetrically placed. After adding 2 delicate flowers to her hair, he finally relaxed, stood up, and placed his book back into the soul guide before taking Jiang Yuan's hand to lead her towards the dean's office. Xiao Wu, having finished her buns, tossed the oiled paper into the trash bin, observing Jiang Yuan, who was simultaneously being led by Tang San and continuing to eat. She draped her arm over Jiang Yuan's shoulder, embodying her principle of creating conditions when none existed. Tang San cast a subtle glance in her direction but refrained from speaking. Upon reaching the office, they encountered Chu Yan, who had just exited the dean's office. Good morning, little ones. This will be your team leader from now on, Lu Erlong exclaimed, clapping Chu Yan on the shoulder with a boisterous laugh, the kind that hinted at impending mischief. Dean, you aren't planning to leave us with Uncle Chu and then sneak off to play, are you? Jiang Yuan fixed her gaze upon Lu Erlong, her eyes narrowing. For there exists but one truth. Lu Erlong's smile faltered and swiftly vanished from her visage as she placed her hand upon Jiang Yuan's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. Yuan. How can one refer to the pursuit of experience as mere play? I embark on this journey to seek strength so that I may better safeguard you all. Jiang Yuan fixed her gaze upon Lu Erlong's eyes, then, with a slight twist, turned her attention elsewhere. The corners of her mouth tugged upwards momentarily as she took 2 steps back, preparing to shout. In an instant, Lu Erlong, feeling an adrenaline surge, swiftly covered Jiang Yuan's mouth, urging her not to cry out, for the director would increase the funding. How infuriating. You've got me cornered, Jiang Yuan thought, her spirit wavering at the enticing offer laid before her. Very well, let us first visit Chu Yan's home to see his daughter. Tang San. Do you have confidence in this? Lu Erlong expressed her concerns, fearing that Tang San's assertions might be overly absolute, leaving them powerless in the end. And she dreaded the possibility of Chu Yan facing disappointment. Tang San chuckled softly. We haven't even seen her yet, director. He is no deity, after all. He cannot predict the future. Let us move. Chu Yan resided on the outskirts of Tiando City. The medical expenses for his daughter had already burdened him considerably. The addition of inner-city housing prices would render his earnings from the Great Seoul Arena insufficient to cover daily expenses. Moreover, victories in the arena were not guaranteed. Should injury occur, he would need to seek a healing spirit master, incurring further costs. Delays in healing would jeopardize the following day's competition, proving to be a grave loss. Although several nobles had attempted to court him, his inability to travel far thwarted any efforts to find someone who could detoxify his daughter. He longed to enlist the help of the poisoned Douluo, yet that was a distant dream. All he could do was prolong his daughter's suffering. As they followed Chu Yan, they opened the door to a bright and warm room, filled with dolls and flowers. It was evident that Chu Yan devoted considerable care to his daughter. The frail young girl, upon hearing the door creak, strained to turn her head. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, her complexion devoid of color. Lips tinged with a bluish hue, and the veins on her arms stood out starkly. Upon first sight, Xiao instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Yan stepped forward to tuck the blanket around the little girl. Listen, these are friends I met outside, and they wish to come and play with you, he said in the gentlest tone, a stark contrast to his imposing stature of nearly 2 meters, which could easily intimidate. Jiang Yuan stepped forward and leaned over the bedside, offering a radiant smile to the young girl lying on the bed. Hello there. My name is Jiang Yuan. What is yours? The girl blinked, pausing for what felt like an eternity before she finally managed to utter, Chunyenting. It took every ounce of strength she possessed to articulate those 3 syllables. And upon finishing, she gasped for air, a scent of herbs and decay permeating the atmosphere. Despite her struggle to breathe, the faint glimmers of light that flickered in her once dull eyes revealed the profound joy she felt. How long had it been since she last encountered anyone from the outside world? Perhaps 3 years, 4, or even 5. She could not quite remember. All she knew was that it had been an exceedingly long time. Jiang Yuan's nose twitched slightly as he grasped Chu Nianting's hand, discreetly applying gentle pressure to several acupoints on her body. The young girl's breathing gradually became more tranquil, possessing a natural affinity for medicine and herbal identification. She was uncertain of how this gift had come to her. Nonetheless, it proved to be exceedingly beneficial, and the ability to assist others brought her even greater joy. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at Tang San and then blinked. She believed that with Tang San's abilities, this poison could indeed be cured. However, her knowledge of toxins was limited, so she had to rely on Tang San for that. Nonetheless, once Chu Nianting was freed from the poison, she could still assist in nurturing her body back to a semblance of normalcy. Tang San pondered for a moment and retrieved a small toy from his soul guide, shaped like a flower. When touched during moments of melancholy, it would sing, and when caressed in times of joy, it would bloom. He held the toy and presented it to Chu Nianting, placing it gently in her palm. The little flower blossomed in her hand, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Chu Nianting was overjoyed to hold the flower, even though her hands lacked the strength to lift it. Its mere presence was sufficient to bring her happiness. Chu Yan remained silent, his eyes brimming with tears as he stifled any sound, desperately covering his mouth. Perhaps you should rest for a while, suggested Tang San. As he discreetly mixed a pinch of medicinal powder between his fingers, he feigned an intention to stroke her head, brushing his fingers across her face, allowing the powder to silently settle upon the tip of Chu Nianting's nose. Before long, The little girl gently closed her eyes. He then drew a drop of her blood, which shimmered with a blue and black hue. Tang San tasted a small amount, startling Chu Yan and Lu Erlong beside him, nearly causing them to leap in surprise. Jiang Yuan shook her head at them, placing her index finger against her lips. Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply attuned to the sensations of the toxin coursing through his body. After approximately a quarter of an hour, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, his lips began to darken, and his nails, much like Chu Nianting's, turned a shade of blue. Suddenly, Tang San opened his eyes wide and expelled a stream of blue blood. Could this be forced out? Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Tang San shook his head, indicating it was not possible. I merely subdued it for a brief moment. The necessary medicinal herbs are readily available, but the toxin is rather complex and the antidote a bit intricate to concoct. Rising unsteadily to his feet, Tang San swayed slightly, and Jiang Yuan quickly steadied him. Are you all right? A flicker of concern flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. I'm fine. Tang San offered her a gentle smile, soothingly patting her head. With Jiang Yuan's support, he approached the table, retrieving pen and paper from the soul guiding device to list the required herbs and a set of alchemical tools. Handing the paper to Chu Yan, Tang San couldn't suppress a cough. Uncle Chu, please hurry. These items should be available at any regular apothecary, but do you have enough money? I can lend you some. Yes. Chu Yan, trembling as he accepted the paper, recognized this as the hope for his daughter's survival. He carefully tucked it into his bosom and dashed outside. Realizing he would be slower on his own, Chu Yan called upon his comrades from the team, each copying the prescription, swiftly gathering the herbs from the nearby apothecaries in Tiando City. Indeed, these herbs were obtainable, albeit not every shop stocked them. Some were of limited use and rarely bought. One agile soul master from the team managed to acquire them from a remote, dilapidated apothecary. This shop typically accepted only the herbs from impoverished families, barely making ends meet. And Chu Yan's order was considered a significant transaction for them. Upon returning home, Jiang Yuan had to begin administering treatment to Tang San at intervals to control the toxin. The poison was relentless, gradually sapping vitality over time, making it difficult to fathom how Chu Nianting's mother managed to sustain her young daughter until Chu Yan's arrival. Having brought back the herbs, Tang San promptly set about concocting the antidote. With Jiang Yuan, a soul master of limited spiritual power, he had to work swiftly before her energy was depleted. He concentrated his mental faculties to the utmost, precisely selecting the required herbs and their quantities from the collection. One by one, he placed them into the cauldron to brew. Those around him held their breath, not daring to make a sound. In truth, Lu Erlong considered bringing along Yi Lingling from the Imperial battle team to assist, but her soul skills were not as effective as Jiang Yuan's. She required extended periods to maintain her healing state. Otherwise, if Tang San fell below a critical threshold, Yi Lingling's healing might not keep pace with his decline, whereas Jiang Yuan could stabilize him directly at that precarious line. Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze intently on Tang San, prepared to unleash his soul technique at the slightest hint of trouble. In truth, the two of them were likely the least anxious among those present, for they had collaborated in such circumstances numerous times before, their mutual understanding transcending the comprehension of outsiders. One by one, medicinal herbs were added to the cauldron, and one by one, the resultant medicinal paste was extracted. Finally, the last batch was completed, and both Tang San and Jiang Yuan exhaled in relief. They began to roll the medicinal pills, a task others could not assist with due to the precision required in measuring the ingredients. Tang San consumed the pills in succession, and after a brief half-hour, he expelled a stream of bluish-black blood from his mouth into a pre-prepared copper basin. He casually tossed a fire starter into the basin, igniting a fierce blaze that consumed the blood in an instant. Is it successful? Jiang Yuan inquired. In response to the eager gazes of the onlookers, Tang San gave a slight nod. Instantly, the room erupted with joyous exclamations. With tears in his eyes, Chu Yan grasped Tang San's hand. His voice choked with emotion as he exclaimed, "Uncle, thank you. It's a small matter, and not solely for your sake. I have a keen interest in this poison myself, so there's no need for excessive gratitude," Tang San replied, offering Chu Yan a handkerchief to wipe his face. "I'm going to awaken her now. You wouldn't want her to see you like this, would you?" Tang San chuckled softly. Aside from his own father, all fathers likely wish to appear formidable in the eyes of their children, much like Uncle Jiang, who often suffers for the sake of his pride. "Who is that?" Chu Yan inquired, wiping his face with the handkerchief. His precious daughter must see him at his most handsome. Although Jiang Yuan was tempted to remind him that his face was smeared with tears and mucus, he refrained. After a brief respite, both Tang San and Jiang Yuan felt sufficiently replenished in their soul power, eliminating the need for external assistance. They retrieved a small vial from the soul-guided device and gently waved it beneath Chu Nianting's nose. Perhaps due to her physical condition, the young girl took a considerable time to awaken. She had not experienced such deep slumber in quite a while. She was acutely aware that she had been drugged, as the myriad of medicines she had consumed left her highly sensitive to their scent. Uncertain of their intentions, she pondered what children her age could possibly do, and part of her thought it might be better to simply succumb to death. However, she found herself roused, and her father stood at her bedside, beaming with joy, while the afternoon sun streamed through the window, indicating that she had not slept for long. "Listen, dear, your father has news. There's hope for you. Do you understand? Don't be afraid. This time, there truly is a chance, I promise," Chu Yan assured, grasping Chu Nianting's hand. The overwhelming joy sparked a flicker of life within her. Over the years, she had consulted countless physicians to no avail, enduring endless suffering due to their so-called treatments. Chu Yan had often angrily dismissed those practitioners, and eventually, he could no longer find any physicians willing to help, leading her to lose hope. Yet perhaps this time was different. She had never witnessed her father's joy to such an extent before. Jiang Yuan winked at her, a smile gracing her lips. Chu Nianting slowly returned the gesture with a wink. "Shall we begin?" Tang San inquired of Chu Yan. Chu Yan turned to look at Chu Nianting, who nodded with great difficulty. She had endured this poison for far too long. It was time for liberation, even if it meant death. She could no longer wait another moment. She wished to be free from torment and did not want to burden her father any longer. Tang San placed a basin by the bedside. Chu Nianting's physical condition was far too fragile for her to dispel the poison on her own. She could not expel the toxic blood by herself. Thus, Tang San prepared to utilize the Xiantian skill to stimulate the medicinal effects and force the poison to the tips of her fingers. One by one, he carefully administered the pills to Chu Nianting, uncertain of the potency of the medicine. He continuously inquired about her condition while feeding her the pills. The Xiantian skill coursed through her body, and after the last pill was ingested, Jiang Yuan made several incisions at the tips of Chu Nianting's fingers. Dark blue blood dripped steadily from her fingertips into the copper basin. There was little blood left within her body. Jiang Yuan could only cycle through the treatment, making cuts and then healing, repeatedly. Though the cuts on her fingertips were excruciating, Chu Nianting did not flinch. Years of physical suffering had rendered her numb to pain. This level of discomfort was but a fraction of what she experienced during her poison's onset, when the blood transformed to a crimson hue. Tang San waited a few moments before applying medicinal powder and administering a blood-replenishing pill. After finishing her shoulder exercises, Jiang Yuan stretched her limbs, shaking off the stiffness in her legs before leaning against the table. After resting for a while, she rose again and, using the paper that Tang San had recently provided, wrote down a prescription for a restorative medicine. She meticulously detailed the various remedies for different ailments. At this moment, Lu Erlong realized that she might need to invest more money. How could it be that others possess such diverse skills? This realization made her feel rather inadequate, as she had only mastered the art of cultivation and was even neglecting her responsibilities within the academy. No, this simply wouldn't do, she thought, shaking her head. Perhaps she should also consider learning how to manage the academy. Otherwise, she might find herself ousted from her position as the dean one day. Remember to give her this remedy. I have added some licorice to it, ensuring it won't be too bitter. After taking it, she may indulge in some candied fruits. But for now, she should avoid overly rich foods and stick to porridge, to which she could add some minced meat. Jiang Yuan meticulously instructed Chu Yan, who listened with utmost seriousness, his expression grave as if tasked with a monumental responsibility. All right, Chu Yan replied as he received the prescription, scrutinizing it carefully before putting it away. Meanwhile, Chu Nianting lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, still feeling immobile, yet significantly more at ease. This newfound lightness was so profound that she seemed to lose awareness of her own body, leading her to question the reality surrounding her. It had been so long since she experienced such tranquility that she had forgotten what a normal body felt like. Am I still alive? Chu Nianting's voice resembled that of a newborn, cautiously attuned to the world around her. Indeed, dear Chu Nianting, congratulations on your rebirth. Jiang Yuan extended his finger, intertwining it with hers. This fresh sensation caused her fingers to twitch slightly. It was no longer just the numbness of contact with another. She began to feel a sense of anticipation. She yearned for her father to hold her hand as he did in her childhood, lifting her onto his shoulders and tossing her high into the air. Everything will be all right from now on. Jiang Yuan smiled sweetly at her. Chu Nianting nodded. And in that moment, she found the tears she thought had long dried up streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Everyone in the room was filled with joy, albeit for different reasons. For instance, Tang San was pleased that there still existed some potency in the world's poisons. He even contemplated researching ways to improve them. The speed of their onset was too slow. He envisioned a method to render them instantly lethal. His expression grew vacant until Jiang Yuan pinched him sharply at the waist. She was all too familiar with Tang San's thoughts. Previously, he would have her procure various poisons for his experimentation, after which he would concoct enhanced versions, prompting her to research the corresponding antidotes. Their childhood had a rather peculiar undertone. As twilight descended, the group returned to the academy. Chu Yin officially commenced his tenure at Lambo Academy, and 2 members of his battle team willingly joined him as instructors. With Chu Nianting's exorbitant medical expenses no longer a burden, the entire team felt a wave of relief. Without financial constraints, they could engage in competitions and indulge in leisure. Chu Yin cherished the assistance his comrades had rendered over the years. Upon their arrival at the academy, they were met with the formidable roar of Director Yi, inquiring about Tang San's recent troubles, which had drawn the ire of an influential figure. She could hardly afford to express her frustration, resorting instead to a forced smile. After spending half a day at the academy, Director Yi's already demanding workload became even more overwhelming. Consequently, she unleashed her ire upon the recently returned Lu Erlong and his companions. The 4 trembled under her reprimand. At that moment, 3 innate soul masters and 1 soul sage dared not utter a word in response to a soul scholar's chastisement. When Director Yi paused to drink water, Tang San timidly inquired, "So, who exactly is looking for me?" He felt utterly innocent, having not instigated any trouble recently. "It's Diggybo." "Huh? Who is that?" "Diggybo." Director Yi replied, "You mean to say you all don't know him? Then what is he seeking you for? This is ridiculous. I have to entertain him myself." Grumbling, she added, "He'll be back tomorrow. Don't go out. If there's any trouble, I'll have to deal with you all harshly." With that, Director Yi departed, leaving the 4 in a state of bewilderment as they made their way back, utterly perplexed. Jiang Yuan, deeply contemplative today, returned to his dormitory to commence his cultivation. It was a realization that stemmed from the essence of existence. The intertwining of death and rebirth seemed to occur in an ephemeral moment. Individuals perpetually traverse through various times and circumstances, encountering new beginnings and endings. Withered trees may sprout tender buds, vibrant blossoms may wither away, and life inevitably reaches its conclusion. Jiang Yuan sat upon her bed, surrounded by a swirling dance of white and black light that intertwined and merged, ultimately penetrating her very being. Beside her, Xiaowu slumbered soundly, occasionally twitching her little feet, utterly oblivious to the happenings around her. Although she had not slept throughout the night, Jiang Yuan felt invigorated and refreshed. Outside, the sky hinted that Tang San was nearing the conclusion of his cultivation, while Xiaowu remained blissfully immersed in her dreams. Jiang Yuan quietly completed her morning routine and stealthily departed from the dormitory. She tiptoed to observe the rooftops nearby, and, perched atop the highest building, she spotted Tang San. It remained a mystery how Tang San managed to ascend there, for she herself could not climb to such heights. Thus, she settled on a stone bench beneath that edifice, practicing her cultivation while awaiting Tang San's return. Positioned in their respective places, they could see one another, sensing each other's presence, engaged in similar pursuits, ultimately waiting for the other to finish. Life had always been this simple, and so too was their narrative. As the sun finally rose, its golden rays cascaded upon the earth, enveloping them in warmth, and in unison, they opened their eyes. Jiang Yuan looked up and spotted Tang San, joyfully waving at him. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Jiang Yuan packed a portion for Xiaowu. At times, she felt a twinge of envy towards Xiaowu, who did not need to cultivate. Merely staying amidst others allowed her soul power to grow autonomously. She had initially intended to spend some time at the mimicry training ground, but unexpectedly, that Douluo Bo had arrived quite early. It was evident that he was in a hurry. Both of them soon realized who Douluo Bo was, the legendary poison Douluo, whose name they had never quite remembered, hence the familiarity. However, they wondered about his connection to the Douluo Yin from the other day. Tang San appeared somewhat at a disadvantage, pondering that the poison Douluo must be quite adept with toxins. With this thought, Tang San excitedly pulled Jiang Yuan towards the reception room. Upon opening the door, they found no Director Yi, which was fortunate. Thankfully, they had arrived quickly enough not to trouble anyone into summoning him. "Hello." As juniors, they naturally greeted first. "Greetings," Douluo Bo nodded. Having learned about Tang San's somewhat intricate identity yesterday, coupled with his granddaughter's amicable relationship with them, Douluo's demeanor remained relatively cordial. Though they had broken the poison of their emerald phosphor serpent, he currently had no intentions of silencing them. Come, sit, young ones. Tang San led Jiang Yuan to a position that was neither too distant nor too close. Douluo did not comment on their seating choice. I only heard from Yin Yin that someone had broken the poison of the emerald phosphor serpent, which piqued my curiosity to come and take a look. I hope the young ones do not mind? Of course not, Tang San replied. However, Douluo Yin is indeed your granddaughter, which makes it less surprising, as I thought. Douluo mused, realizing there was some connection. After all, the poison they suffered was quite similar. What do you mean? Douluo inquired, intrigued by Tang San's statement. Once the topic arose, Tang San felt invigorated and began to speak fluently. Douluo Yin's hair and eye color are evidently unusual. Reflecting on her martial spirit and soul skills from that day, I surmised that she must have toxins from her martial spirit already permeating her body, likely inherited from the womb. It is far more severe than your condition. If this persists, I fear she may not have much longer to live. Tang San expressed his conjectures candidly, causing Douluo's expression to darken considerably. Jiang Yuan jabbed his arm twice, gesturing towards Douluo with a few discreet glances, urging him to take note. Tang San, belatedly realizing the situation, covered his mouth, a hint of apology in his voice as he remarked, I'm sorry. Have I spoken too much? Douluo scoffed, not at all, not at all. Please continue. I am quite curious about what more you might say. Tang San sensed the gravity of the situation. The man's expression was grim, and a persistent speaking would be foolish. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, actually. Your granddaughter can still be saved, but poison has seeped into your very marrow, making it exceedingly difficult to remedy. The fact that you have yet to experience an outbreak suggests there is something suppressing it, correct? Douluo's expression faltered for a moment before he let out a cold laugh. The audacity of this young lad. Claiming he could neutralize the hereditary toxin of the biphosphorus snake simply because he had managed to counter one of its poisons was astonishing. After years of research, he found it absurd that someone so young could make such grand claims. Young man, this poison has stumped many for years. You are the first to assert you can resolve it. Tang San offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Without the necessary herbs, my methods would indeed be futile. He spoke earnestly, devoid of any exaggeration or intent to draw attention to himself, and even the girl beside him displayed no unusual reaction. Douluo fell silent, beginning to doubt his own understanding. Clearing his throat, he cautiously inquired, Do you truly possess the means to cure it? With the right herbs? It is possible, Tang San replied, pausing momentarily before adding, I mean for your granddaughter. He recalled Jiang Yuan's advice about speaking with restraint, even when confident, leaving room for plausible deniability. Douluo's expression shifted through various shades of contemplation, torn between belief and skepticism regarding this boy who seemed younger than his granddaughter. Noticing Douluo's indecision, Tang San pressed further, You experience a tingling sensation in your ribs on rainy days, which intensifies and lasts over an hour, with episodes occurring at noon and midnight. Additionally, around the witching hour, you suffer from sharp pains in your head and soles, accompanied by full-body spasms lasting at least half an hour. Douluo, taken aback by Tang San's precise description of his symptoms, stood abruptly. Very well. I shall trust you this once. I have a medicinal garden. I will take you there at once. He grasped Tang San and began to move. Wait. I need to ask for leave first. Tang San clung tightly to the doorframe, unwilling to face Director U.S. wrath upon his return. Fine, Douluo relented. Though he thought it trivial, he released his grip, allowing Tang San to adjust his attire and declare, pointing at Jiang Yuan, She must come along too. Why? Douluo asked, clearly displeased, as he preferred to limit the number of people in his domain. I have a better understanding of poisons. I'm rather average in other areas. If you have any underlying health issues, Inen is quite competent in that regard, Tang San casually explained. Douluo was flabbergasted. Were children today truly this capable? Had humanity evolved to abandon the elder generation? After securing a leave from Director Yi, under her piercing gaze, the duo swiftly exited. Having attended classes for only a few days, they were already the most audacious among their peers. As they proceeded, Douluo found Jiang Yuan and Tang San lagging behind. So he swiftly scooped them up, racing towards the sunset forest. Accustomed to Tang Hao's speed, the two adapted well to Douluo's pace, engaging in light conversation and enjoying the breeze, occasionally plucking a fruit from the branches of passing trees. This, in turn, heightened Douluo's vigilance towards them. The closer they drew to their destination, the more Tang San perceived a sulphurous scent permeating the air, an unusual occurrence in the forest. He gazed into the distance, but could discern nothing, only a vast expanse of poisonous mist enveloping a specific area. "Where do you reside?" Tang San inquired, pointing towards the misty region. Douluo raised an eyebrow, surprised at how transparent his intentions were. "Is it so obvious?" "Quite characteristic of you," Jiang Yuan chimed in. "Very well, I acknowledge that." Douluo conceded. Upon reaching the cave, Tang San stood in awe at the scene before him. He had never encountered anything like it in his previous life. It was the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Quick, let me down." "Do you know where this place is?" Douluo asked, astonished. Tang San nodded enthusiastically, rushing towards the Eye of Ice and Fire as if it were a long-lost treasure. Douluo, feeling somewhat out of his depth, admitted, "I am quite ignorant in this regard, but now I am enlightened." Tang San navigated through Douluo's medicinal garden with great care, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I must say, old sir, not only is your granddaughter likely to be saved, but you might also have a chance." "Really?" Douluo, suppressing his elation, probed for more details. The two of them, an elder and a youth, huddled together, fervently discussing their insights. At first, Jiang Yuan listened with mild interest, but soon her enthusiasm waned. Her understanding was limited to healing and saving lives, yet the two individuals spoke of poisons capable of taking a life within mere seconds, reaching a level of lethality that could affect even the most formidable of foes. It was a rare encounter between two individuals who resonated with each other. Tang San and Douluo experienced a profound connection, akin to a love at first sight, almost ready to embrace one another. Jiang Yuan shook her head in silence and turned her attention to the medicinal herbs in Douluo's garden. The sight of them tantalized her. Indeed, they were all exquisite specimens. How fortunate Douluo must be to have acquired such a bountiful garden. Jiang Yuan had not given a thought to the fact that these medicinal herbs had been cultivated by Douluo himself, for it took at least hundreds, if not thousands, of years for such plants to mature, rendering Douluo considerably younger than them. When Jiang Yuan turned to look at Tang San and Douluo, he found that the two had already begun to call each other brothers. As Jiang Yuan approached, he happened to overhear a rather nonsensical remark made by Douluo. "From now on, Yin Yin will also be your junior, Tang San. She will need to address you as grandfather. I'm not saying it's unreasonable, but surely you will look after her, right?" "Not unreasonable at all," Tang San reassured. "Rest assured, Douluo brother, I will certainly take care of our granddaughter." Jiang Yuan was taken aback by Tang San's uncharacteristic exuberance. What on earth had they been discussing? Had they indulged in drink? Such absurdities were being exchanged. Jiang Yuan approached the two of them, her nose slightly twitching in curiosity. She was somewhat astonished to find that there was no trace of alcohol. However, "You two might as well indulge in a drink. Otherwise, if Douluo Yin were to suddenly inquire about her, it would be difficult for her to explain." Tang San, "My dear brother, I have something splendid for you," Douluo whispered conspiratorially to Tang San. "What could possibly surpass the splendid spirit herbs of this garden? Please, enlighten me." With that, Douluo took hold of Tang San's hand and, opening his mouth, expelled a green pearl into his palm. Tang San nearly lost his composure, ready to discard it, but Douluo held his hand firmly, rendering him immobile. "What have you just spat out?" Tang San could distinctly feel his stomach churning. Jiang Yuan discreetly concealed his hand behind his back, causing Tang San's heart to chill further. His dearnin, he had regarded Douluo as a good brother. Yet Douluo had betrayed him. What a treacherous scoundrel. Tang San cast a sorrowful glance at Douluo repeatedly. "What kind of gaze is that? Let me tell you, this substance, once ingested, can assist in cultivation, accelerate your training speed, and you can even harness this poison to attack others. And you still show disdain for my inner elixir? I offered it to you out of goodwill, considering our brotherhood." Douluo felt incensed by his newly recognized brother's contempt for his inner elixir. "Is that truly the case?" Tang San's hand trembled, yet his lips had already spoken from the heart. "Of course, I, Douluo, a dignified title Douluo, would never utter falsehoods." Tang San felt a lingering reluctance to accept this, despite it being his brother's kind intentions. "Others desire it, yet they cannot have it. Even my granddaughter has never used it. You should just let it be." As Douluo spoke, he attempted to swallow it back, but in a flash, Tang San washed the poison elixir and swiftly stuffed it into his mouth. Jiang Yuan felt a slight discomfort in his hand. He rubbed it against his backside. And the more he rubbed, the more he sensed that something was amiss. Was Tang San dirty? "Elder poison Douluo, Are you familiar with these herbs? Ah, in truth, I am not well acquainted with most of them. As a good brother whose recognition he cherished, Jiang Yuan successfully gained his approval. Thus, he did not feign understanding. He genuinely lacked knowledge in this area, so he allowed them to carry on while he focused on cultivating his own herbs nearby. Jiang Yuan's expression suddenly became peculiar. Why was she not recognized in this world? She instinctively understood, yet how did Tang San come to know her? It seemed illogical that something familiar to Tang San could be unknown to a seasoned titled Douluo who had dealt with poison for many years. Observing the way Douluo interacted with the herbs in the garden, it was evident that he was largely unfamiliar with them. He did not recognize most of them. These were all exceedingly precious medicinal materials. As Jiang Yuan glanced over the herbs before her, she was struck by their astonishing rarity. If you find them useful, feel free to take them. Consider it a reward for assisting me with my detoxification. Just remember to set aside a portion for the old man, Douluo exclaimed. Waving his hand generously, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Did this old man truly comprehend the immense value of these treasures? They were indeed exceedingly precious. Jiang Yuan reiterated this with great seriousness. I understand, little girl, he replied. Having resided here for so long, how could I not perceive their worth? Yet, throughout these many years, I have found little use for them. With the poison dispelled, their purpose seems even more elusive. Without you, I might have watched my granddaughter perish while guarding such a treasure, rendering it ultimately useless. If you find them valuable, take them. To me, nothing is more paramount than the safety and well-being of Yin Yan. Dunhuang is not suited for me. I shall not return. I will be away for a few days. Traveling. Apologies, but over the next couple of days, updates will be sporadic as I juggle leisure and my commitment to update the content. I simply cannot bear the strain. I neglected to check the almanac before venturing out. Jiang Yuan and Tang San exchanged glances. Well, let's choose what we need. I'll pick one for Douluo Yin and then detoxify them both. Good brother, he mused. Now, which of the two options shall you hear first? Tang San playfully hooked his arm around Douluo's neck, affirming their camaraderie. Douluo looked up at Tang San, his expression one of confusion. Why not mention both? What you say holds merit, but I must decide the order in which I present them, Tang San replied. Douluo retorted, keep this up, and I swear I'll retaliate. Tang San, having learned a bit of mischief from Jiang Yuan, decided to skip the suspense. The most prudent approach is to concoct a remedy for you directly and then eliminate your toxic abilities. Enough of that. Let us move on to the next option. Douluo decisively interrupted, unwilling to consider that choice. Tang San was not surprised by Douluo's refusal and promptly offered the next alternative. All right then. We can utilize certain herbs to assist in forcing your poison into the soul bone. However, this process may take some time and cannot be resolved all at once. That works. I trust your judgment, Douluo replied, placing his arm around Tang San's shoulder and playfully patting his back, nearly causing him to stumble. Tang San, undeterred, began discussing toxins with Douluo, while Jiang Yuan pouted, wandering around the vegetable garden, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. She took some paper and ink from Tang San, jotting down notes and marking uses for the herbs, ensuring that Douluo could also access them if needed. Once she had compiled her list, Jiang Yuan bid farewell to Tang San, preparing to purchase some jade boxes to store the herbs. Being rather impoverished, she was grateful for the funds Tang San provided her, along with a soul guide device for her convenience. Jiang Yuan joyfully made her way towards the heavenly Douluo city. Upon checking the golden soul coins within her soul guide device, she was astonished by the considerable amount amassed by the three of them, which made her heart yearn with desire. The rhythmic sound of liquid droplets falling upon the leaves brought her thoughts back from the delight of the golden coins. Her heart raced with excitement. This path, well trodden by Douluo, was seldom frequented by soul beasts, which was precisely why Douluo had confidently allowed her to traverse it alone without any further instructions. Jiang Yuan stiffly turned her neck towards the source of the sound. Apprehension coursing through her, yet an insatiable curiosity compelled her to look. It was not merely a reckless desire, rather. The fear of the unknown loomed larger than the fear of what she might see. As she cautiously approached the origin of the noise, her steps lightened and her vigilance heightened, ready to conjure a shield for her escape at any moment. Vivid crimson liquid dripped from the tree above, and when she looked up, she beheld a human foot swaying back and forth amidst the branches. The rhythmic motion and the swift descent of the blood unmistakably indicated that this individual had only recently met their grim fate. This revelation suggested that the perpetrator still lingered in the vicinity. They had arrived moments ago without any sign of danger. How could it be that so quickly They found themselves in the territory of the formidable Douluo? It was inconceivable. Jiang Yuan gazed in astonishment at her surroundings. The scene bore no resemblance to a location frequented by many. Following the direction of the body, she noticed distinct marks on the tree trunk, indicative of a recent ascent. The area beneath the tree was in disarray, suggesting that the individual had attempted to climb multiple times before succeeding. Was this a suicide? Had someone deliberately ventured into the sunset forest to take their life in such a manner? It was a perplexing act that she could not comprehend. Jiang Yuan shook her head. The individual hanging from the tree was beyond salvation. Should she consider lowering the body for burial? It was indeed quite frightening to have it suspended in such a manner. One ought to rest in peace beneath the earth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan wrapped her arms around the sturdy trunk and made a couple of futile attempts to ascend. Alas, it proved impossible. Thus, it seemed this soul was destined to remain unburied. Jiang Yuan turned and walked away, deciding to inform Tang San next time to handle the situation. Perhaps he would not even need to be told, as Douluo would soon discover it himself. Shaking off the leaves and debris from her clothes, Jiang Yuan stepped outside. Suddenly, she stumbled, her vision blurred, and her mind went blank as she fell to the ground. A fierce pain surged through her chest, engulfing her entire being. And darkness flickered before her eyes. Struggling to rise, she cast a healing spell upon herself, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. Had she neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today? Such misfortune was astonishing. She touched her chest. The wound had healed, yet a lingering dread remained. The pain was so intense that it nearly stole her breath away. A mere 11-year-old soul master, brimming with innate soul power, had almost met her demise simply by tripping while walking. What a tale that would be to share. Jiang Yuan sighed, casting a glance at the bony object that had nearly pierced her. With a swift motion, she pried it loose and, with a vigorous effort, hurled it far away. Goodness! Who would be so thoughtless as to discard such items carelessly? Jiang Yuan's expression froze as she dashed away. What a stroke of misfortune. The sunset forest was unusually crowded today. No, it was the encounter with that corpse that brought her bad luck. She should have turned around and left immediately. And now that ill fate had befallen her. Ugh, there were even bloodstains on her clothes. Jiang Yuan retrieved an outer garment from her soul-guiding device and sprinted back to the Blue Tyrant Academy. She needed to wash up immediately to rid herself of this misfortune. As the warm water cascaded over her, Jiang Yuan noticed a faint pink, cross-shaped scar where she had been pierced. It was the first time she had encountered a wound that left a scar despite her soul skill as healing. She poked at it a couple of times, feeling little sensation, and promptly abandoned her investigation. After all, acquiring a jade box for medicinal herbs was far more pressing than fretting over a scar. Scars were commonplace. They were hardly a rarity. After a swift bath, she dried her hair with soul energy and, without being detected by Director Yi, stealthily exited the academy. Wandering around Heavendo City, Jiang Yuan eventually settled on a shop that exuded a sense of opulence. While smaller shops might possess genuine items, a larger establishment surely had fewer fakes. Jiang Yuan wandered around the shop, and it was evident that no jade store would display jade boxes for sale openly. She had no choice but to inquire with the shopkeeper. A jade box? May I ask what you intend to store within it? What material do you prefer? Well, jadeite, white jade, or Lantian jade would suffice. In truth, any jade of reasonable quality would do. But to avoid the shopkeeper inundating her with a plethora of inconsequential options or presenting her with a selection to choose from, she decided to express her preferences directly. Very well, miss, please hold on for a moment while I fetch someone to retrieve it from the storeroom. Thank you for your assistance. Jiang Yuan found a place to sit and began to survey her surroundings. The entire shop exuded an air of opulence upon closer inspection. Having indulged in the delights of Tiando City for some time now, she recognized this as the largest and wealthiest establishment she had encountered thus far. She pondered the potential worth of Tang San's concealed weapons and whether the herbs could fetch a price if she sold them. She truly felt impoverished. Suddenly, as the attention of those around her waned, she thought about returning home tomorrow, reflecting on her role as an elder. Miss, the jade boxes have arrived. You may take a look, announced the shopkeeper, who approached with a tray laden with jade boxes. These items were rarely sought after by customers, as they were remnants of previous custom orders that had ultimately gone unclaimed. It remained uncertain whether this young lady would show interest. However, if she did, it would be a fortunate opportunity to clear out a batch of unwanted inventory. Jiang Yuan picked up the jade boxes one by one, finding them all quite exquisite. However, each bore the insignia of another, rendering them somewhat impolite for gifting purposes. Yet, her intent was to procure items for her own use. The presence of a logo was of no consequence, as she did not intend to present them to anyone. In fact, these surplus items would allow her to save a considerable sum, much to her satisfaction, despite the fact that the expenditure was not from her own purse. Nonetheless, her inner contentment remained unspoken. She placed the jade boxes on the tray and, with a troubled expression, remarked, "Shopkeeper, these bear someone else's emblem. If this young lady were to purchase them at 50 gold soul coins each, it would not pose a significant issue for personal use. Our materials are of excellent quality. However, should they be intended as gifts, we could arrange for customization. Customization would take too long. I require them immediately and in substantial quantity. While they are indeed usable, the possibility of gifting them leaves me quite conflicted." Jiang Yuan's expression was particularly conflicted, a delicate balance of desire and reluctance that she navigated with finesse. "Perhaps I should explore other options," she sighed, rising to leave. Yet her pace inadvertently granted others the opportunity to persuade her to stay. "Miss, to be frank, this item was originally customized by someone who later changed their mind. If you are interested, I can offer it to you at a low price. How about 40 gold soul coins?" The shopkeeper felt a sense of urgency. Such a chance to clear inventory was rare, and he could not afford to let it slip away. "I will take it for 30 gold soul coins," Jiang Yuan declared, her previously troubled demeanor replaced with a glint of cunning in her eyes. "You are now leaving the shopkeeper in quite a predicament. How is it that at such a young age, you have become so shrewd? 30 gold soul coins. I cannot justify that," the shopkeeper protested. 30 gold soul coins. Given that this has been sitting in stock, earning at least that is surely better than letting it gather dust in the warehouse, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yuan stood her ground resolutely. 30 gold soul coins represented a significant cost, and selling it to her would at least recoup some of the investment, while refusing to sell would only result in it gathering dust. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to desire an item emblazoned with another's emblem. And if that emblem were to be removed, it would ruin the entire box, which explains why this batch is languishing unsold. Very well, sigh. Jiang Yuan displayed an expression reminiscent of a mischievous little fox, swiftly concealing the box. 35 items, 30 golden soul coins, and 1,050 golden soul coins. Please count them, she said, placing bag after bag of golden soul coins upon the counter, awaiting the shopkeeper's verification. The shopkeeper emptied the coins from each bag, meticulously counting to ensure accuracy before returning the bags to Jiang Yuan. It seemed that a bath could indeed wash away misfortune. Perhaps the shopkeeper merely assumed that she, being a child, was oblivious to the intricacies of the world, thus he offered her a jade box embossed with another's emblem. However, to her, it felt like a fortunate find. Joyfully, she scampered back to Douluo's garden, this time intentionally taking a longer route. For reasons she preferred not to disclose, simply a sense of bad luck lingering. Jiang Yuan had no desire to inform Tang San about the corpse. It was a stroke of misfortune that she wished to leave hanging in the trees to dry, nearly bringing her to her demise. How infuriating. Upon reaching the outskirts of Douluo's toxic mist, Jiang Yuan waited for him to arrive. Although she possessed detoxifying pills, the ascent was daunting. And rather than venture deep into the mountain herself, she opted to wait for someone to escort her in. Douluo, upon seeing her return, expressed surprise. "Back so soon? The jade box requires customization, does it not?" At this thought, a smile graced Jiang Yuan's face, revealing a row of tiny teeth as she exhaled a playful breeze. "Ah, it seems I was simply fortunate. The box was unsold due to the other S emblem, and I serendipitously seized the opportunity," she chuckled. Douluo raised an eyebrow, a dark line appearing above his head. "Are you truly this impoverished?" This remark irked Jiang Yuan. "Do you understand the concept of frugality? Besides, I am genuinely poor. I need to buy a house to bring my family here. You, a titled Douluo, have everything at your disposal, while I am merely a lowly soul master, struggling to make ends meet." All right, Douluo replied, his head aching from her persistent chatter. Tang San, having heard the price of the box, was quite satisfied. Indeed. Minun is clever, he thought. The two moved about like agile little groundhogs, darting here and there, thoroughly engrossed in their activities. Tang San plucked a pear like fruit and placed it into the box, tossing it back to Douluo. "This is for our granddaughter, to nourish her. Then we shall find her a soul bone, and she can cultivate the poison directly within the bone, eliminating the need for antidotes." Douluo gazed at the box. An expression of reluctance etched upon his face. He pointed at it, struggling to voice his thoughts. "After a lifetime of worry, my hair nearly turned white. And it all comes down to this trivial item? Indeed, what else could it be? Tang San glanced back at him. Douluo, tugging at his hair, felt a few strands slip away. Have I, perhaps, incurred a loss? Ah, so you finally realized. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on him, as if he were a simpleton who had just discovered a bone placed before him. But you wouldn't reconsider, would you? She added, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Douluo. He pressed his lips together, contemplating whether he could admit to feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, as a titled Douluo, could he engage in such a devalued exchange? For others, perhaps, but for his newly recognized brother, he could not allow himself to appear so diminished. He forced a smile, declaring, how could that be? I am a dignified titled Douluo. Such actions are beneath me. I shall not retract my words. Take whatever you wish. Though Douluo spoke with bravado, his expression betrayed a hint of distress. However, Jiang Yuan and Tang San remained oblivious to his demeanor. Their backs turned as they prudently took only what was necessary and fully matured herbs, preserving the seeds for future use. As Jiang Yuan and Tang San rose from their seats, they simultaneously massaged their waists and shoulders, followed by a languorous stretch. Their uncanny synchronicity left Douluo momentarily stunned. It appeared he truly had no opportunity to introduce his granddaughter to his good friend. Thus, he resolved to assume the role of a caring elder for his beloved Yin Yin. After all, as an elder, what fine treasures should one withhold? It would be acceptable to share some of these herbs with Yin Yin later, wouldn't it? A peculiar smile crept across Douluo's face as he cast a sly glance at Tang San. The latter shivered at the sight, feeling a wave of discomfort, and distanced himself. The flight was delayed, much to his amusement, allowing him just enough time to complete his task before boarding. What remarkable fortune! Tang San rummaged through the box behind him and eventually produced an item, handing it to Jiang Yuan. Here, Inan, take this. Jiang Yuan opened the box to reveal an exquisite 8-petal orchid, its petals a pristine white, radiating an ethereal elegance that evoked a sense of purity and detachment from the mundane world. An 8-petal fairy orchid? It seems quite suitable for me. Shall I consume it? Go ahead, Tang San replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light as he gazed at Jiang Yuan. As though the world around him had faded away, leaving only her in his vision. His fingers, which had been clasped behind his back, curled slightly around the box. And he watched Jiang Yuan depart, letting out a resigned sigh. Bringing the box before him, he opened it just a crack, revealing a soft, rosy glow within. He then closed the box and stowed it away in his soul guide. He still lacked the courage to present it to her. Despite the perfect opportunity that had just passed, Jiang Yuan must surely know the story behind the heartbroken red and would understand his feelings. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead, muttering a reproach to himself, before making his way towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo, initially reflecting on the colorful yet naive emotions of youth, was startled to see Tang San heading toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Grabbing him with urgency, he earnestly advised, even without a confession, you shouldn't consider such drastic measures. If anything, you can always confess next time. She isn't even aware of your feelings. Why lose hope? Life is long, and you are still so young. Calm down, my good friend. What would I do if something happened to you? Tang San was taken aback. Do you even hear what you're saying? What do you mean by suicide? I could just as easily toss you into the Eye of Ice and Fire for a dip. He shrugged off Douluo's grasp, exasperatedly explaining. I merely intend to gather those 2 medicinal herbs. What on earth are you imagining? Oh, I thought you were in despair. You nearly scared me to death. Look at you. At my age, I shouldn't be frightened like this, Douluo said, patting his chest and letting out a long sigh. Tang San had not anticipated Douluo's vivid imagination, which had led him to believe Tang San was considering self-harm over a failed confession. Enough of this nonsense, Tang San said, slightly irritated. He attentively surveyed the direction of the flame apricot and the 8-pointed frost grass, retrieving a dagger from his soul guide. With precision, he sent 2 daggers flying, severing the 2 medicinal herbs just above their roots. Wrapping the blue silver grass around a tree, he swung himself forward, activating his Xinyu hand. He withstood the searing heat and biting cold to toss the 2 herbs directly to the shore where the waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire converged. Gazing at his burned and frostbitten hands, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to retrieve them. Otherwise, his hands would have been rendered useless. Which would not do. How could he hold Jiang Yuan's hand in the future? However, this was not the most challenging part. Consuming the 2 herbs and enduring the effects would be far more difficult. He regretted not having presented the heartbroken red, for if something went awry, Jiang Yuan would remain unaware of his intentions. Sighing, he reminded himself that he was not one to waver. From the moment he laid eyes on those two herbs, he had resolved to consume them, knowing they would solidify his strength, an essential foundation. The enhancements provided by the flame apricot and the 8-pointed frost grass were immeasurable. He was determined to protect Jiang Yuan. He cared too deeply for her. The more one possesses, the more one fears loss. In this lifetime, he had acquired much that he had lacked in the previous one, and these treasures filled him with an insatiable longing. With resolve, Tang San swiftly consumed the two herbs and shed his outer garments. His skin cracked as if molten lava surged beneath, while at other moments, he shivered from the penetrating chill. A puddle formed beneath his feet as he strained to feel the flow of power within his body. Suddenly, he leaped into the eye of ice and fire, creating a splash that echoed as the two liquids mingled, releasing a hissing sound and enveloping the area in steam. Douluo, astonished, could hardly comprehend his friend's audacity. Is this truly my good brother? Such reckless bravery leaves me speechless. Should I intervene or let him be? What if he drowns? Shouldn't he have taken precautions before jumping in? At my age, this is truly troubling. Yet, he resolved, well, a brother has his own fortunes to reap. If he perishes, I shall adopt Jiang Yuan as my granddaughter. Surely, gathering medicinal herbs then would be child's play. Despite his thoughts, he still felt a twinge of concern for Tang San's well-being. Douluo occasionally glanced at the surface of the eye of ice and fire, then at Jiang Yuan, who showed no signs of waking. Bored, he began to examine the labels Jiang Yuan had affixed to the herbs. As he read through them, a look of realization dawned upon his face. He marveled at how considerate Jiang Yuan had been. Her notes were remarkably clear. Perhaps he should indeed adopt her as his granddaughter. That way, he, Tang San, and Jiang Yuan could each pursue their own paths. The 8-petal fairy orchid was gentle in its effects, and Jiang Yuan absorbed it effortlessly, even finding it somewhat refreshing. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Douluo's rather greenish face, gazing at her with an expression of tender affection, almost making her believe she was the long-lost granddaughter of Douluo. Is there something you need, Senior Douluo? Jiang Yuan asked, a slight smile on her lips as she took a step back, her voice barely above a whisper. Douluo's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing of importance. I merely wanted to see if you had awakened. And Tang San? She inquired. He consumed those two herbs by the eye of ice and fire and then jumped into the spring. He hasn't made a sound since. Jiang Yuan's forehead was throbbing with veins, and she couldn't help but suspect that this person had intentionally sent her away first. Could anyone truly consume the fiery apricot blossoms and the octagonal ice grass? How many lives did he have to squander in such a reckless manner? Her anger was palpable, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. She felt as if she might very well be driven to her wits' end by Tang San. Thus, she resolved to sever ties with him for 3 days, determined to see if he would dare to act impulsively again in the future. Jiang Yuan squatted beside the eye of ice and fire, her face etched with worry as she intently gazed at the water's surface, not allowing a single bubble to escape her notice. Unfortunately, as fatigue began to set in, the water remained utterly still. Would you like something to eat, little girl? Douluo inquired, producing a bowl of meatballs from seemingly nowhere and offering it to her. Jiang Yuan glanced at the dumpling, then at Douluo, who immediately became irate. This is not what I enjoy. At my age, how could I possibly relish the food meant for children? These were intended for Yin Yin. I am a grandfather. Douluo grumbled incessantly, while Jiang Yuan merely accepted the dumpling with a soft "oh" and continued to gaze at the water's surface. Look at that little girl, Xiaowu. Jiang Yuan was uncertain how long she had been waiting. Within the cave, the passage of night and day was imperceptible. Whenever hunger struck, she would consume the provisions prepared by Douluo, and after that, she would commence her cultivation. Following her practice, she would venture to Douluo's courtyard to freshen up and change her attire, only to return and await Tang San once more. Although she had taken leave from the dean prior to her departure, Jiang Yuan still felt a twinge of unease and entrusted Douluo with a message to the academy. It was rumored that he nearly brought back a Xiaowu, but Douluo deemed it might disrupt the dynamics of his cherished pairing and thus declined. He was adamant that no one should interfere with his beloved pairing. Furthermore, Douluo thoughtfully arranged for someone to prepare a set of clothes for Jiang Yuan to take along, deliberately avoiding Xiaowu in the process. Observing his brother's melancholy, he pondered when his brother would muster the courage to directly bring someone home, sparing them from the incessant worry of a rabbit yearning for that flower from the outside. A week had elapsed, yet there was still no news. Could it be that he truly perished in the depths? Douluo gazed at the still, unruffled water's surface and inquired. Jiang Yuan, who had initially vowed with unwavering certainty that Tang San would be fine, began to harbor doubts. It simply could not be. Any ordinary individual submerged for such an extended period should have surfaced by now. This predicament was indeed distressing. Jiang Yuan idly tossed a pebble into the eye of ice and fire, watching as it instantly began to melt in the fiery depths. As the stone succumbed to the flames, curious transformations unfolded, captivating the onlookers. She whiled away many hours in this manner, yet regrettably. She could not retrieve the stone to examine the changes in detail, nor could she ascertain whether it still existed in the abyss below. Jiang Yuan sat beside, her mind adrift in a realm of fanciful thoughts. Tang San, uncertain of when he had emerged, found his head bobbing atop the water's surface. Gazing at the shore where Jiang Yuan sat, caught in a dilemma of whether to approach or not. After a prolonged silence with no sign of Jiang Yuan's return to reality, Tang San could only helplessly utter, "And then?" Jiang Yuan instinctively responded, only to realize afterward that Tang San was still alive, sparing her the trouble of searching for his corpse. "You turn around first. I shall get dressed." Tang San's ears flushed crimson, unsure whether it was due to the heat of the flames or something else entirely. Jiang Yuan cast a few glances at the water's surface. But alas, its opacity revealed nothing to her. With a reluctant sigh, she turned away, mentally berating Tang San for his miserly demeanor. Meanwhile, Tang San swiftly retrieved his clothes from the shore and donned them, fully aware of Jiang Yuan's intentions yet resolutely refusing to acquiesce to her childish whims. "How long have I been down here?" He pulled out some food from his soul guide, hastily stuffing a few morsels into his mouth, feeling ravenous as his stomach convulsed with hunger. "Perhaps over a week," Jiang Yuan replied uncertainly. The notion of a week was merely a guess stemming from what Douluo had said. In truth, she had lost track of time during her wait. "I can't believe I haven't starved to death," Tang San remarked in disbelief, quickly finishing his snack before accepting the water Jiang Yuan offered, gulping it down eagerly. "Indeed, I can hardly fathom how you survived," Jiang Yuan responded, equally astonished. "Are you still hungry?" she asked, retrieving some food from the basket Douluo had brought and handing it to Tang San, who consumed it voraciously. "Look at you, pitiful creature. Are you trying to tempt fate?" Jiang Yuan scowled at him. Now that he was safe, it was time to settle the score. She seized Tang San's ear and, maintaining a stern expression, loudly demanded, "Are you still trying to keep secrets from me? Are you still engaging in reckless behavior? What if you had teammated? Should I prepare for a feast in your absence? Who taught you such folly? How will I explain this to Uncle Tang? Have you considered your family? Do you understand how worried others are? You devoured everything without a thought, leaping into danger while we waited anxiously for your return." Tang San winced under her grip. His ear twisted painfully. "I was wrong, I admit it. No, you're not at fault. I should have kicked you back down when you surfaced. Simply started the feast right there," he stammered, cowed into silence, fearful that Jiang Yuan might indeed kick him away. "I truly didn't mean to. I never intended to leave you behind. I just slipped away when you left and suddenly felt an urge to eat. I swear." He raised 3 fingers skyward. But Jiang Yuan remained stoic, not uttering a word. Such claims would only fool a child. Who would believe that? He had visited the ice and fire in Yagai before. Why hadn't he felt hungry then? A week of severed ties, indeed. Jiang Yuan released his beleaguered ear and turned to leave, determined to seek out her beloved Xiaowu. That man is insufferable. Xiaowu was right. Men are nothing but harbingers of sorrow. Tang San, clutching his ear, hurried after her, calling, "Wait." As they dashed about, Douluo was left behind, lamenting his forgotten state. When would his poison be alleviated? Truly, did no one understand the importance of caring for the elderly? Douluo feigned a weary stretch, groaning as he hunched his back and shuffled back into the cave. Compassion for the elderly begins with each of us. Jiang Yuan rushed back to Blue Bada Academy, covering the long distance without even taking a breath, a clear indication of her frenzied state. Tang San, trailing behind, was unable to catch up with her despite his frantic efforts. He watched helplessly as she dashed into Xiaowu's embrace, clinging to her waist and weeping inconsolably. How infuriating. He took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure and not allow Jiang Yuan's antics to exasperate him further. How could someone be so irate yet still seize the opportunity for comfort? At this moment, Jiang Yuan lay in Xiaowu's embrace, lamenting the misdeeds of Tang San. Xiaowu's fist clenched in fury, wishing she could pummel Tang San right then and there. How could he allow her precious Anin to endure such grievances? After making her wait for so long, he still disregarded Anin's feelings, causing her endless worry. Tang San deserved to be reprimanded. She could take Anin along to enjoy a meal, ensuring no one else would vie for his attention. Xiaowu felt a twinge of regret. Had she known he would be so obstinate, she would have insisted on accompanying Anin, preventing Tang San from gaining any advantage. allowing him to sink under the weight of his own folly. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged forced smiles, their gazes locking despite the distance of several meters. Both understanding the unspoken sentiment. Why are you still lingering? Anin, do not be upset. I shall always be here for you. Unlike certain individuals who cause you worry. I am the one who puts your mind at ease. After her sardonic remarks, Xiao Wu playfully pecked Jiang Yuan on the forehead. Tang San let out a cold laugh. What are you laughing at? Do you believe you have done exceptionally well? Perhaps you should take a leaf out of Xiao Wu's book. She is sensible and obedient. Never causing trouble or making me anxious. Look at you, disgraceful. The following day, Jiang Yuan and Tang San reconciled, but the specifics of their reconciliation remained a mystery. Their clothes were covered in dust, leading to the blind assumption that a scuffle had occurred. Ultimately, only the two of them knew that the previous night. Tang San had clung to Jiang Yuan's legs, weeping pitifully, questioning the disgracefulness of his actions. Was it truly shameful to comfort one's beloved? Although she was not yet his wife, he firmly believed he would win her heart. As soon as class ended, Tang San was summoned to the courtyard by Lu Erlong. Douluo reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the breeze like a patriarch, while Douluo Yin sat nearby, dutifully munching on fruit. Upon spotting Tang San, Douluo waved his arm vigorously, as if trying to create an afterimage. Good brother, over here. Yin, come here. Let me introduce you to your grandfather's good friend, Tang San. From now on, you can call him Grandpa Tang. Douluo Yin retorted. Can you guess why I am not smiling? Not only Douluo Yin, but even Tang San wished he could pry open Douluo's head to see what thoughts resided within. Such remarks were meant for private jest. How could the old man take them seriously? Was he not concerned for his own safety? Coughing discreetly into his fist to alleviate the awkwardness, Tang San cleared his throat. Jiang Yuan stood nearby, diverting her gaze, feigning ignorance to everything around her. In her mind, if she struck Tang San, she would be beyond reprisal. Douluo Yin, exasperated, pushed her hair back from her forehead, nudged the fruit aside, and suppressed her fury. Glaring at Douluo grandfather, why have you summoned me? It seemed her grandfather had indulged too much in wine, compelling her to address someone younger than herself as grandfather. She could even offer complimentary beard removal services should he wish to part with it. This is not about Tang San. He cannot cure the poison afflicting you, Douluo replied. Though I have been informed of the antidote, my concerns remain, thus it is prudent to bring you here. Douluo Yin forced a smile through gritted teeth. The sound of her nails scraping the table reached Tang San's ears, causing him to retreat a couple of steps behind Jiang Yuan. He feared not the wrath of others, but rather the repercussions of his own misdeeds. A constant source of anxiety. Shall we not first attend to the antidote? After all, one's health is of paramount importance, Tang San suggested, attempting to steer the conversation away from the predicament his friend had thrust upon him. Upon reflection, he mused that perhaps this troublesome friend was better left behind. Taking several deep breaths, Douluo Yin closed her eyes to steady her emotions and offered Tang San a gentle smile. I would appreciate your assistance, Tang San. She emphasized Tang with a weighty tone, prompting Tang San to wave his hands in protest. Not at all, Miss Douluo. You are too kind. Simply address me as Tang San. Ah, I would not dare. Their exchange was laced with subtle sarcasm, while Jiang Yuan stood between them like a wooden post. Enough of this. Let us proceed. With a swift kick, Jiang Yuan propelled Tang San forward, asserting that true warriors must bravely confront their own challenges. Tang San stumbled but regained his balance just in time, narrowly avoiding a collision with Douluo Yin. Thankfully, his wits had served him well. Douluo, seeing the lack of excitement, retrieved the herbs and a soul bone that Tang San had given him from his soul guide. The soul bone, acquired through auction, was not ideally suited for Douluo Yin. Yet in these times, possessing a soul bone was a rare privilege. Were it not for Douluo Yin's need, Douluo would not have allowed her to absorb it now. Her current strength was insufficient to safeguard it, and she could potentially become a target for those wishing to claim the bone for themselves. Begin by absorbing the soul bone, Tang San instructed. Douluo Yin nodded, took the soul bone, found a cool spot, and seated herself on the ground to commence the absorption. Douluo extended his soul power outward, vigilant against any intrusions that might disrupt Douluo Yin's process. The entire procedure was devoid of danger, while Jiang Yuan and Tang San found a suitable place to cultivate. The act of absorbing the soul bone and the celestial herb would naturally release a substantial amount of soul power, hence, their cultivation accelerated significantly, requiring no effort to sense the soul power in the air as it surged eagerly into their bodies. Jiang Yuan, having fully absorbed the celestial herb, has reached the 36th level and now subtly exhibits signs of impending breakthrough. She steadies her mind, repeatedly compressing her soul force, for hastening the process is not necessarily advantageous. The absorption of the celestial herb and subsequent breakthrough are unavoidable. Without such a breakthrough, the power derived from the herb could potentially overwhelm her body. The soul force circulates within her, gradually compressing and solidifying. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces her chest, nearly causing her soul force to spiral into chaos. Douluo, with his keen perception, detects the momentary disorder of Jiang Yuan's soul force. His brow furrows in concern. Ordinarily, such turmoil should not occur during standard soul cultivation. Yet, he senses no indication of her engaging in any other form of training. Jiang Yuan rose hurriedly and dashed towards Lu Erlong's courtyard. Finding a mirror, she lifted her garments, revealing a scar on her chest that appeared strikingly vivid, almost as if it were gradually forming an intricate pattern. Had some unfortunate soul inadvertently been ensnared by her fate? Surely, she could not meet her demise now. Her splendid life had yet to commence. Yet, upon touching it, she felt no pain, which was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiang Yuan, a group of individuals was in a state of utter disarray searching for her. Are you all fools? You can't even carry a simple item properly? Losing it is one thing, but allowing a divine entity to gain a sacrificial offering? Beneath the high platform, 5 individuals lay trembling on the ground, a large pool of liquid around them. Whether it was urine or sweat remained uncertain. Esteemed one, it is our fault. We beseech you to spare us from divine retribution. Upon uttering these words, the 5 appeared ashen, their eyes tightly shut, ceasing any further struggle. Divine punishment is indeed a terrifying notion. It involves suspending a person above the altar, severing their arterial veins, surrounded by roaring flames. As they writhed, their blood would splatter across the ground, creating the most resplendent of blooms. The figure seated upon the high platform waved a sleeve dismissively and settled down in silence. Forcing them to offer sacrifices to the deity would be a futile endeavor. It would be too lenient for them. Find that individual. Only by redeeming their transgressions can they be deemed worthy of divine punishment. Do you understand? Should you fail to locate them, you would not wish to discover the extent of my cruelty. A sinister smile crept across the face of the one atop the platform, sending chills down the spines of those present. This priest, rumored to be the sole individual who could hear the voice of the divine, wielded supreme power and employed exceedingly ruthless methods. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Jiang Yuan was oblivious to the unfortunate mishap that had befallen her, resulting in an inexplicable and troublesome entity. All she comprehended was that if this peculiar phenomenon continued to disrupt her cultivation, her promising ascent as a burgeoning star in the realm of soul masters could be abruptly cut short before it ever truly began. She found herself at an impasse, feeling utterly devoid of prospects. Douluo was genuinely concerned that Jiang Yuan might stray down a misguided path. She was indeed a promising talent, destined to become a titled Douluo, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, he felt it inappropriate to intrude upon Lu Erlong's chamber, thus he remained outside, contemplating whether to summon Tang San. This dilemma tormented him, but ultimately he refrained from calling out, as Tang San seemed to be entering a state of profound focus, and interrupting him would be an unwarranted waste. Jiang Yuan donned her attire, contemplating whom to approach for guidance in such an ambiguous situation, doubting that anyone could provide clarity. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the anxious Douluo, surmising that he was likely concerned for her well-being, and offered him a nonchalant smile. Despite his status as a titled Douluo, her interest in inquiring about anything was utterly non-existent, primarily due to his notorious ignorance regarding medicinal herbs, a reputation that had firmly taken root in her mind, leaving her to question how he had even attained the rank of titled Douluo. In retrospect, none of the titled Douluos in her vicinity seemed reliable. Even Tang San, her father, occasionally raised her doubts about his ability to survive. As for Dean Lu Erlong, he was even less dependable, seemingly preoccupied with merely tagging along with them for a leisurely escapade. It made her wonder why there was not a single trustworthy guide in her life. Sighing, she reflected on Douluo's subtle reminder, urging her not to pursue any detrimental paths in her promising future. Jiang Yuan sighed silently, contemplating the unreliability of Douluo. Yet, what if he could uncover something significant? Thus, Jiang Yuan resolved to discuss the matter with him. It transpired that yesterday, while returning home, I passed through a forest and encountered a person who had hanged themselves from a tree. Approaching to investigate, I stumbled as I was about to leave, colliding with an unfamiliar object. It pierced through my chest, prompting me to hastily employ a healing technique, which spared me from further harm, albeit leaving a mark. Initially, I dismissed it, assuming it to be a mere scar. However, upon recently channeling my spiritual energy, an abrupt and intense pain surged through me, causing my energy to become chaotic. Upon examination, I discovered that the scar had gradually transformed into an intricate pattern. Jiang Yuan recounted the events to Douluo. While Douluo might not be the most capable, his extensive connections, cultivated over the years, surely surpassed hers. After listening, Douluo sat deep in thought. The sunset forest was vast, and it was impossible for him to perceive its entirety. Yet, the notion of someone coming to the sunset forest to commit suicide seemed utterly absurd. Why choose this place of all places? Furthermore, Jiang Yuan had not stayed with him for long, and they hadn't noticed anything upon their arrival or departure. Was it conceivable that someone could take their life in that brief interlude and have the body removed by the time they returned? Douluo, feeling increasingly agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. This was nothing short of a disturbance at his doorstep. Rest assured, I shall investigate and provide you with an explanation. Forget about giving me an explanation. First, you must help me discern the nature of this pain. If every cultivation session is fraught with agony, how can I possibly continue? Jiang Yuan lay sprawled across the table, her arms dangling limply as she swayed back and forth. Why not attempt it once more? See if the pain persists during cultivation. Douluo suggested, as there was little else they could do but test whether this was a singular occurrence or a recurring issue. Trying again indeed seemed a prudent choice. Jiang Yuan seated herself on the ground and resumed channeling her soul power. She cautiously probed, gradually increasing the pace of her absorption. As she drew in more soul power, the pain in her chest intensified. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to endure it, but the searing agony left her gasping for breath, compelling her to cease. With lingering trepidation, she pressed her hand against the injured area, rubbing it incessantly, though it provided no relief. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, the sensation of pain slowly began to ebb. Is it truly hopeless? Jiang Yuan shook his head. It was not merely a pain confined to a certain range, but rather a torment that intensified as the soul energy circulated through his body over time. Suddenly, Douluo sprang to his feet, declaring, I shall seek out someone for answers. You keep a close watch on Yin Yin. This old man, Douluo, was resolute in his belief that he would willingly undertake any task for those he trusted, yet he would never yield to the demands imposed upon him by others. Jiang Yuan was equally curious about the underlying cause and made no attempt to stop her, resolving to meticulously examine and nurture Douluo's health afterwards. Retrieving a small mirror from her pocket, she carefully inspected the wound. The intricate patterns had grown increasingly distinct, though what might transpire once these markings fully matured remained an enigma. Perhaps Xiaowu, the 100,000-year soul beast, might possess some insight. She decided she would inquire with her later. Jiang Yuan could only wait for Douluo Yin and Tang San to awaken. Douluo, being meticulous, had summoned Lu Erlong before departing, briefly informing her of Jiang Yuan's situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt as if the sky was collapsing. Her treasure. How could such a calamity occur so suddenly? She rushed into the courtyard, and upon seeing Tang San and Douluo Yin engrossed in their training, she treaded lightly. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from boldly tearing away Jiang Yuan's garments to inspect the mark on her chest. Just then, Douluo Yin opened her eyes and was met with this shocking scene. Instinctively, she kicked Tang San awake, originally prepared to express her anger. Tang San followed Douluo Yin's gaze and hastily scrambled to Jiang Yuan's side. He quickly covered her with his clothing and embraced her, gazing at Lu Erlong with a mix of vigilance and disbelief. Lu Erlong suddenly realized that her actions were indeed inappropriate, yet it could not be so easily misconstrued. Although she was gradually letting go of Yu Xiaojiang, it was still implausible for her to suddenly develop feelings for a woman, especially one who could be considered her daughter or even granddaughter. Jiang Yuan pushed aside Tang San, feeling somewhat exasperated as he attempted to explain once more. May I take a look at that? Tang San replied, his demeanor tinged with embarrassment, his face turning as red as a ripe lobster. Jiang Yuan cast a peculiar glance at him, utterly perplexed by the man's condition. After all, he had nearly seen him in his most vulnerable state during their childhood. What was the fuss about now? Tang San recalled that the only reason Jiang Yuan had seen him then was when he had gone fishing in the river and had failed to resurface for quite some time. Jiang Yuan, in a fit of worry, had cried out on the riverbank, prompting Jiang's father to rush to the scene and rescue him, leaving him utterly exposed. Since that incident, Tang San had never dared to take Jiang Yuan fishing again, fearing the potential for further embarrassing memories. This is the downside of childhood friends. One inevitably becomes privy to the other's less than flattering past. Having moved past the pretense, Tang San observed the mark upon Jiang Yuan's chest and inquired further about his circumstances. Yet, despite his efforts, no satisfactory explanation emerged. The elder Douluo had gone to inquire as well, so there was no need for undue haste. Surrounded by others, Jiang Yuan surprisingly felt no urgency. He even found the time to console Tang San and Lu Erlong. Perhaps you should refrain from cultivating your soul power for the time being, he suggested. This seemed to him the most prudent course of action at present. With a heavy sigh, he continued to reflect. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling that her journey had commenced unfavorably. After relinquishing the responsibility of Tang Grandpa to Douluo Yin, she ventured outside to revel in her freedom. With her cultivation halted, she pondered the futility of remaining in one place and deemed it far more enjoyable to seek out Xiaowu. Though the mark upon her chest weighed heavily on her mind, her carefree spirit prevailed. When faced with dilemmas, she simply chose to languish in place. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Jiang Yuan called out, leaning beneath the window and fervently waving her hand in an attempt to capture her friend's attention. Alas, Xiaowu remained oblivious, and instead, she inadvertently caught the eye of the subject teacher. Jiang Yuan, it appears your elbow has yet been dislocated. In such a short span, you seem to be on the verge of creating an afterimage with your flailing. Why not come over here and showcase your remarkable skills for everyone? Jiang Yuan forced a smile, her head gradually retreating towards the window, and when she had completely shrunk down to the windowsill, she darted out of the teaching building like a wisp of smoke. The bonds of sisterhood, in truth, did not hold such significance. When necessary, one must forsake them to preserve one's own life. Nevertheless, there were still questions that required answers. After class, Jiang Yuan strolled over to find Xiaowu. And to express her regret for abandoning their sisterly ties, she brought along a serving of shaved ice. The two of them sat side by side, each holding a bowl of berry-flavored shaved ice. There were indeed numerous marked items, but from what I knew, they were not particularly auspicious. Xiaowu gently pressed her hand against the imprint. The icy sensation sent a shiver through her. Having grown up under her mother's protection and later received care from De Ming and Ming, she was quite oblivious to such matters, only able to glean a few clues from inherited memories. Shall I go ask De Ming and Ming for you? Xiaowu mused, feeling a pang of guilt for being unable to assist Jiang Yuan further. Jiang Yuan merely inquired casually, if Xiaowu were to feel guilty, it would indeed be her fault. It is not a matter of great significance, and there is no rush. We can return to inquire whenever we have the time. How can there be no urgency? You can no longer cultivate, and this is a matter of great importance. Thus, another person hurriedly exited the academy. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback before retracting her obstructive hand. Is this truly so troublesome? Should she not feel a sense of urgency as well? Soon after Xiaowu dashed out, she returned in haste. Wait, why don't you accompany me? I fear my description may lack precision. Ah, very well. Jiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. However, just the two of us? It seems rather perilous, doesn't it? Xiaowu decisively declared. Let us seek out Tang San's father. But what about Tang San himself? After all, it feels rather inappropriate to bring his father without him. What purpose would it serve to include him? As a mere innocent little rabbit. Would you truly wish for that villain to uncover the truth? Xiao's bright, tear-filled red eyes nearly melted Jiang Yuan's heart. Her sister was so adorably cute, and the desire to embrace her was overwhelming. Alas, how peculiar she was. Jiang Yuan had already prepared to return home. As the two of them arrived outside the academy, a figure wrapped in tattered cloth, resembling a beggar, suddenly darted in front of them. Tang Hao lowered his hat and spoke in a hushed tone. Let us go. I am already aware. Oh, has Uncle Tang been here all along? It turns out he is quite concerned about Tang San. Why put on such an indifferent facade? TSK, adults. Jiang Yuan's sarcastic tone incited a wave of embarrassment and anger in Tang Hao. Are you leaving or not? Go. Jiang Yuan gently pushed Xiaowu, and several individuals swiftly boarded the carriage. By the time Tang San finished admiring his beloved granddaughter, there was no one left. That insufferable rabbit had whisked away his inn once again. Had Xiaowu been aware of Tang San's frustration, she would undoubtedly have emerged to boast. Aha. It's not just an inn. Your father is involved too. Tang Hao did not escort them to the central area, as the distance was sufficient for this little rabbit's family to sense her arrival. However, he was taken aback by the profound trust that this little rabbit placed in Jiang Yuan, even revealing her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. He found a tree stump to sit upon, while Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu entered hand in hand. In the distance, the excited roar of the Titan great ape echoed, causing Tang Hao to rub his ears. He still harbored some misconceptions about 100,000-year soul beasts. Not all of them were like Ain. For instance, This gorilla's roar was painfully loud. All right, Ming. If you keep roaring, I shall seal your mouth shut, Xiao Wu declared defiantly, hands on her hips, standing boldly before the towering gorilla. In truth, given the distance, Jiang Yuan even doubted whether the gorilla could hear her. Sister Xiao Wu, what transpired during your absence? The Tianqing Niumeng lowered its head, curling up in the water pool, striving to maintain eye contact with Xiao Wu. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. The beast was capable of speech. She had assumed that all creatures could only utter sounds, much like the Titan giant ape, which had been silent for 100,000 years. Xiao Wu animatedly recounted the series of events to Deming, casually tugging at Jiang Yuan's garment to reveal a small area where a mark was barely visible. The corner of Tianqing Niupeng's mouth twitched slightly. His little sister Xiao Wu was increasingly resembling a human, albeit with a peculiar inclination that seemed somewhat unconventional. As Tianqing Niupeng leaned in to examine the mark, his previously impassive expression gradually morphed into one of seriousness. Jiang Yuan experienced the remarkable phenomenon of observing expressions on an animal for the first time, which felt truly enchanting. There was a sense of familiarity rooted in tradition. Suddenly, the azure bull python seemed to recall something, leaping up and staggering backward, splashing clear spring water onto Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu wiped her face dry and prepared to assist Jiang Yuan, she noticed Jiang Yuan shaking her head vigorously to rid herself of the water. In that moment, it became difficult to discern who was truly the soul beast. What is this, Daming? Xiao Wu gasped, taken aback by the azure bull python's unusual behavior. It had been ages since she had seen Daming so unsettled. The azure bull python regained its composure, glancing uncertainly once more, even sniffing around Jiang Yuan. After a while, it circled back to the spring water, speaking in a daze. Sister Xiao Wu, if I am not mistaken, is this the legendary divine memory? Does such a thing truly exist? She was aware that humans could attain divinity through rigorous cultivation, albeit under stringent conditions. Some soul beasts, unable to withstand the divine tribulation, transformed into human form in a desperate bid for survival, yet she had never heard of a soul beast ultimately achieving divinity. Tales of human ascension to godhood were exceedingly rare. In my heritage, there are whispers of a sea deity from many years ago who ascended to godhood through sheer effort. Do gods possess lineages as well? Xiao Wu curiously inquired. Indeed, they do, Daming recalled with a complex expression. The spirit hall worshipped the deity. Yet no lineage had been passed down over the years. Fortunately, had there been, this continent would likely be in turmoil. Xiao Wu murmured the name Spirit Hall, her voice laden with unmasked animosity. Does Xiao Wu harbor a grudge against the Spirit Hall? Jiang Yuan asked with concern. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Her gaze was fixed ahead, devoid of focus, an aura of murderous intent enveloping her. Jiang Yuan stepped forward and grasped her hand. The warmth of his touch caused Xiao Wu to blink a few times as she regained her composure. I apologize for startling you, he said. Xiao Wu exhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down. Yet, the more she pondered, the angrier she became. She could only vent her frustration by kicking the ground several times, seeking solace for her troubled heart. I am fine. It is you I worry about. Jiang Yuan had never witnessed Xiao Wu in such a state. Typically, she appeared carefree and lighthearted. However, this seemingly untroubled young girl bore deep-seated grievances. What can I do? Sooner or later, I shall eliminate all those from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth, had her expression not been so fierce. The first half of her words might have held some credibility, but let us first address your matter. With a flick of her delicate hand, Xiao Wu resumed her carefree demeanor, as her own issues felt distant, requiring her growth to a point where she could rival the Spirit Hall. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Jiang Yuan lightly tapped her head, realizing that she had come to resolve her own matters, only to forget entirely. How shall I address this divine seal? She looked expectantly at the Tianqing Yo python, who was currently the most reliable source of information she had. According to the memories of my inheritance, all that is needed is to allow the divine seal to take form. It should not be overly complicated. Not everyone with a divine seal can become a deity. It is merely a coincidence that they have caught the attention of a god, and there are many who can be observed by divine beings. So you understand, right? Upon hearing the Tianqing Yo python's words, Jiang Yuan felt an immediate sense of relief. She held little interest in becoming a god. Her family could not ascend to such heights, nor could they cultivate. If the outcome of becoming a deity meant enduring a solitary existence, then divinity held little allure. In her understanding, becoming a god resembled a life of eternal loneliness, watching her loved ones gradually perish before her eyes. ultimately left to guard this solitude while living a monotonous existence. Thus, it is natural for one to pass away when their time comes. Otherwise, what is the purpose of enduring a solitary life, devoid of any conquests to pursue? Let us return, then. Thank you, Great Serpent. Jiang Yuan sincerely expressed her gratitude to the Tianqing Neo Python. Upon hearing this, Deming's whiskers began to quiver. He extended a claw towards Jiang Yuan, panting heavily, exclaiming, "I am the reckless one." Wow! Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, her expression unchanging. It takes quite a skill to provoke Deming to such a state. Just look at him. His roar could likely be heard several kilometers away by Tang Hao. Jiang Yuan nonchalantly cleaned her ears, acknowledging the Great Serpent's words. "All right, let's head back, Xiao Wu." How absurd it was. She nearly shouted herself hoarse. After all, she was but a fragile little human. Was it truly necessary to raise her voice so? Out. Quickly. The azure bovine python, in a fit of exasperation, swept Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu away with a flick of its tail, only to gently lower them to the ground using its soul power just before they hit the earth. It resembled a great grievance, furious yet meticulously protective. Jiang Yuan brushed the dust off his trousers and lightly patted Xiao Wu. In a moment of mischief, his hand lingered on her soft dairy, feigning a gesture of dusting while secretly squeezing a few times. The rabbit's bottom was delightfully plush. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Wu were in her beast form. Oh, how he could indulge without restraint. "Darling, wipe your drool," he teased. Xiao Wu smiled gently, her fingers softly grazing the corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth. She relished the playful advantage he took of her. This created a stark contrast with Tang San, one who let her have her way, while the other was ever vigilant and protective. Jiang Yuan touched the corner of her lips, finding no trace of drool. Pouting petulantly, she stomped away with a huff. These people were so stingy. What was the harm in stealing a few extra glances or indulging in a little harmless touching? As a support-type spirit master who couldn't even fight, was it so wrong for a girl like her to enjoy some innocent flirtation? Tang Hao observed the entire scene from his perch in the trees, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and resignation. How had his son turned out like this? Was there something fundamentally wrong with his upbringing? The girl hadn't been like this before. Wait, was his son about to lose his future wife? Tang Hao fell into an uneasy silence. He had initially assumed his son was a scoundrel for charming two girls at once, only to realize the two girls were actually a pair, leaving his son as nothing more than a bystander. Truly, age had caught up with him. He could no longer comprehend the ways of the younger generation. Damn it. Why hadn't his son inherited even half of Ina's charm? If he had, perhaps he wouldn't have lost his would-be wife to a mere rabbit. Secretly, Tang Hao contemplated whether he should have Tang San study under Tang Yuehua, perhaps learning the Guqin or other refined arts, in a desperate attempt to salvage some redeeming qualities in his son. Uncle Tang? Jiang Yuan shielded her eyes from the sun, scanning the surroundings. She distinctly remembered this was where Tang Hao had left them. So where had he gone? Pulling his hood tighter, Tang Hao leaped down from the tree. Here. Though still reeling from Jiang Yuan's earlier antics, he hadn't forgotten their purpose. Did you find out anything? We did. It's called a divine seal, but apparently, it's useless. Jiang Yuan relayed everything she had learned from Deming. Xiao Wu stared at her with a complicated expression. Tang Hao was a titled Douluo. After all, no matter how familiar he was as an elder who had watched them grow up, such matters should have been approached with caution. The fact that Tang Hao hadn't struck her down was likely due to his spirit rings already being complete, combined with her close relationship with Tang San. But when it came to godhood, what powerful title Douluo wouldn't covet such knowledge? Oh, well, if that's all, let us go. After listening, Tang Hao scooped up Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, striding away. His thoughts aligned with Tianqing Yomang's. The divine seal was too abstract. Merely a mark left by a deity. Whether it could truly lead to godhood was another matter entirely. Even if one did embark on the path to divinity, it had little to do with him. At most, it concerned his son, but his son's affairs were none of his business. Children will find their own fortune. Meddling only brings misery. Three people, three entirely separate trains of thought, not a single point of intersection among them. Meanwhile, Tang San waited at the academy gates like a lovesick fool, staring into the distance until nightfall without catching a glimpse of the person he longed for. In the end, Lu Erlong dragged him back and sighed by the ear. As she put it, standing at the gates like a fool, do you want people to think I abuse my students? Skipping classes just to make a scene out here, drawing stares and gossip from passers-by. How am I supposed to recruit new students like this? Truly, money was hard to earn, and medicine harder to swallow. At 10 in the evening, half dead with exhaustion, Jiang Yuan forced herself up to take her medicine and write. Never going out again, she was practically on death's doorstep. Chapter 61. The onlookers. Perhaps it was better for Jiang Yuan to maintain some sense of danger. Without it, she'd only grow more reckless. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she forcibly molded the divine seal into form, a crimson spider lily, vivid and alluring. If it served no other purpose, at least it was beautiful. Jiang Yuan expressed her immense satisfaction with her permanent tattoo, which remains vibrant and unchanged. It truly is remarkable. Emerging from the pool, she took a shower, unable to bear the pain any longer. Overwhelmed by discomfort and heat, she could only immerse herself in cold water. Though the mark was small, it took her a full half-month to form it. Once it was established, she found that further training brought no pain. And she held unwavering faith in Daming's words. Brothers, I have emerged from seclusion. Shall we head to the Grand Soul Arena? Having watched her 7 companions venture out in carefree abandon, she had grown weary of it. Now, Jiang Yuan had finally made her breakthrough. However, today was a holiday. Meng Yiran, with a straw in her mouth, held a coconut in her right hand while casually propping her head on her left hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. What? Jiang Yuan felt as though the sky had fallen. Why do we have a holiday? At such a young age, why take a break? Resting will lead to regression. How can they not understand? Just yesterday, Tang San mentioned the need to enhance our physical conditioning, and this morning he set out to gather medicinal herbs. Jiang Zhu maintained her gentle demeanor, yet in reality, once trouble arose within the team that could not be resolved through force. Her ability to change her expression rivaled that of Director Yi. However, regarding such matters, wouldn't it be more reliable for me to handle them? That kid is adept at poisoning. How can you trust him? Jiang Yuan pouted her lips, feeling a sense of indignation. In just a few days, she had already sensed the team's isolation from her. No, it's just right for an end to come out. Yesterday, it was mentioned that we would refrain from entering the Grand Soul Arena for the time being and instead intensify our physical training. What? This was nothing short of a second blow. She might as well have stayed in seclusion. Why such a sudden change? What sudden change? Meng Yiran leaned back in her chair, devoid of motivation. During this period of competition, if we extend our matches, our stamina simply cannot keep up. Therefore, Teacher Chu has decided to focus on our physical training first, leaving us with no time to savor the game. Jiang Yuan felt that there was no darker moment than this. Accept reality, young lady. Meng Yiran flashed a grin at Jiang Yuan. Her row of pearly whites causing a pang in Jiang Yuan's heart. When Tang San returned, he found Jiang Yuan in a state of half-life. He was well aware of her aversion to training. She would move when she felt inclined, but once it became a mandated task, it was as if her very soul was being demanded. He felt both pity and amusement, handing the medicinal herbs to Chu Yin for safekeeping. Tang San noted that the herbs were purchased with their team's operational funds. The academy had provided a simple formula that could be utilized by other students in need. After all, within their medical supplies, Tang San had included a limited quantity of high-grade herbs obtained from Douluo, which were not suitable for sharing. As for whether to allow them access to the celestial herbs, he was still deliberating. They were not yet close enough for that. And the high-level Soul Master competition was still a distant prospect. Observing for a year or two was not out of the question. Tang San smiled wryly, realizing he had begun to ponder these trivialities again. With the time he spent musing, he would be better off devising a way to motivate Jiang Yuan to willingly engage in physical training. He approached her side, plucking a blade of grass from the ground and teasingly waving its leaves before her nose. Achoo! Tang San swiftly discarded the grass beneath his feet, crushing it without a trace. Who was it? Who committed this mischief? Jiang Yuan rubbed her sore nose and surveyed the surrounding faces, all wearing expressions of indifference. Upon glancing beside her, she discovered that Tang San had returned, and she promptly placed the blame on him. Ah, Tang Xiaosan, it must be your doing, right? Tang San replied, looking bewildered and innocent. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I just got back. Jiang Yuan was not easily swayed by his words. Grasping his collar, she retorted fiercely, I just sneezed too. Jiang Yuan cast a dubious glance around Tang San, who maintained an innocent facade and remarked, it has nothing to do with me, right? The notion of erasing evidence was far-fetched. Jiang Yuan was not gullible enough to fall for Tang San's deceptive words. The scrutinizing gazes of those around him were unmistakable, and she was far from blind to them. Her gaze shifted from Tang San to his feet. Tang San suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and attempted to retract his leg, but Jiang Yuan was quick to pin him down. With a swift motion, she lifted his foot, revealing a thoroughly crushed leaf beneath. Caught red-handed, Jiang Yuan released his leg and, pressing down on his chest, delivered 2 playful punches to his shoulder. Tang San, feigning injury, covered his shoulder with a pained expression, furrowing his brow in a dramatic manner. I was going to say, if you completed your physical training, I would reward you with a gift, but it seems you no longer require it. What gift? Jiang Yuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued like a cat catching a whiff of something intriguing. Ignoring her question, Tang San continued to clutch his shoulder, lamenting, my shoulder hurts so much. And now my chest too. I might not survive this. You. Jiang Yuan huffed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. She hadn't even struck him hard. So how could he be in such distress? Yet, in the next moment, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted to a sly smile. Then I shall inform Teacher Chu that your physique is too frail, that you cannot withstand my 2 punches, and perhaps he should increase your training regimen. 3 question marks appeared above Tang San's head. Wait, if this continues, I shall never find out what gift little Inen desires. He clutched his heart. A look of despondency etched across his face, practically begging for the title of Drama King. I want a sword, the kind that looks magnificent when wielded, you know? Jiang Yuan animatedly gesticulated, recalling her previous encounter with a sword martial spirit in the Grand Soul Arena. The skills showcased were indeed flamboyant. Although they couldn't even scratch her shield, they were undeniably impressive. Damage may be transient, but handsomeness is everlasting. Tang San, utterly perplexed, had been contemplating the house they were in, only for Jiang Yuan to express her desire for a sword. But what do these 2 matters have in common? Oh woman, is your heart so capricious? Why do you yearn for a sword? What is wrong with a support-type soul master desiring a weapon? Jiang Yuan found it difficult to comprehend Tang San's words. Once she possessed a sword, she would don a shield and eliminate all adversaries, thereby providing the best protection for her teammates. Are concealed weapons not sufficient? Tang San, now with a hint of genuine emotion, felt pitiful. He recalled the days when he diligently taught Jiang Yuan to wield concealed weapons, only to have her declare her preference for swords. His heart ached, feeling suffocated. Well, it's just that there are too many, which is rather troublesome. I lack a soul-guiding device. Storing clothes could lead to accidental injury. Jiang Yuan nonchalantly expressed her grievances, entirely oblivious to Tang San's tearful demeanor. All right, I understand. Tang San secretly wiped away his tears in silence. Drying his eyes, he reminded himself that life must go on. You are truly wonderful, Tang San, Jiang Yuan exclaimed as she enveloped him in a warm embrace, joyfully nuzzling against his neck. But let us be clear, there are conditions. Tang San raised a finger, playfully poking Jiang Yuan's face. Go on, speak your mind. Jiang Yuan was lost in her daydream of adventuring, dismissing any conditions as trivial and inconsequential. You must complete your physical training without complaints or excuses, Tang San declared, extending his pinky to seal their pact. Is that acceptable? Jiang Yuan suddenly realized the implications of his request. Physical training? Isn't that a bit much for a stylish girl like me? She attempted to negotiate with Tang San. No. It must be this. Tang San firmly rejected her proposition, having set his sights on this stipulation from the very beginning, leaving no room for alternatives. Jiang Yuan wore a troubled expression. She was reluctant to engage in physical training, yearning instead for a sword. Yet, mastering the sword necessitated a foundation of physical fitness. How could one learn the art of swordsmanship without the requisite stamina? If one were to lack the strength to even lift the sword, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Wouldn't it? Tang San earnestly persuaded her, contemplating forging a formidable sword for Jiang Yuan. He envisioned her wielding a shield and charging forth to strike with her greatsword. The intricacies of a one-handed sword were numerous, and he could easily surmise that Jiang Yuan would soon lose patience. Both the great sword and the one-handed sword were, after all, swords, but he had made a commitment to fulfill her request. As for the specifics of the sword's design, that was a matter she had not clearly articulated, and it bore no relevance to him. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan conceded to Tang San's reasoning. Indeed, physical fitness was an inescapable concern. Very well, I promise to comply. But you must forge for me the most dazzling sword imaginable. Rest assured, your sword will be the most exquisite, Tang San replied with solemnity. He contemplated embellishing the hilt with a few pansies, or perhaps crafting it entirely in pink. He could certainly manage that, and perhaps add some blue-silver grass as well. Flowers and grass should be companions for eternity. Meanwhile, Xiaowu awoke later than usual, observing Jiang Yuan hanging onto Tang San. Stealthily, she produced some snacks she had brought along to coax Jiang Yuan away from him. The dynamics among the trio were indeed captivating. Their verbal sparring and subtle scheming made for an engaging spectacle. Tang San and Xiao Wu were perpetually engaged in a battle of wits, while the innocent Jiang Yuan, with her mind solely on food, innocently followed along, hoping to benefit from both of them. Xiao Wu, Today is a day off. Let us go shopping. Jiang Yuan embraced Xiao Wu's waist, his face radiating happiness as it nestled against her. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit awkward, gently patted Jiang Yuan's head, saying, "But dear, we are supposed to be resting, you see." Huh? Jiang Yuan's smile froze upon his face. Why am I not? Because you've missed several days of training, so today. Dear, you shall undergo a physical fitness test, Xiao Wu said with the softest tone, delivering what she believed to be the most dreadful news. She opened her mouth and quickly distanced herself from Xiao Wu's embrace. What is a physical fitness test? Ah, it's nothing too daunting. Merely running around the playground until you can no longer move, Meng Yuan chimed in, grinning mischievously from the side. In truth, she thought Jiang Yuan was already quite gentle. After all, they had once been punished by Teacher Chu until they could barely move. Jiang Yuan stood rooted to the spot, his body swaying precariously. What a trivial matter. Look at you cowering, Meng Yuan scoffed. With a swift motion, she shoved Jiang Yuan to the ground. We were beaten back then. You have no idea what real trouble is. Is that true? Jiang Yuan looked up at Meng Yuan. Of course, she replied, rolling her eyes. Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Your words have ignited a motivation within me. As long as there exists someone in a more dismal situation than hers, she can readily accept her own bleakness, as it serves to establish a psychological equilibrium. Even in the absence of any emotional solace, she would still take action. After swiftly consuming the food that Xiao Wu had brought along, Jiang Yuan made her way towards the playground, followed closely by a line of people. Jiang Yuan turned back in confusion and asked, "What are you all following me for? What can this accomplish? The playground's air is refreshing. I simply wish to breathe in some fresh air," Meng Yuan replied, her fingers brushing her nose, betraying a hint of guilt. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling's unease was evident on their faces. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhu maintained a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Tai Long had discreetly hidden behind Tang San, casting furtive glances yet avoiding direct eye contact with Jiang Yuan, as if he believed that by not seeing others, he rendered himself invisible. Jiang Yuan squinted her eyes as she observed the group of people before her, an instinctive sense of unease washing over her. What are you still concealing from me? Her suspicious gaze flitted across the faces of the crowd. Indeed, the information she currently possessed was solely derived from these individuals, with not a single word uttered by her teacher. Could it be that everything they had said was a fabrication, and that she had not undergone any physical assessment at all? Alas, it seemed unlikely. They were merely eager to witness the spectacle. Meng Yuan, indifferent, elegantly twirled her fingers in the air before resting her chin upon them. Jiang Yuan blinked, wondering if this was truly the legendary ideal teammate of the nation. There was no need for such impeccable synergy. Hurry up, Teacher Chu has likely been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Zhu gently reminded Jiang Yuan, adding that Teacher Chu has a penchant for meting out punishments. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Jiang Yuan exclaimed in despair, for she had never attended a single class taught by Chu Yan. Whether on leave or en route to take leave, it seemed rather peculiar that Uncle Chu, now a teacher, possessed such an eccentricity. She dashed towards the playground, only to find someone already seated beneath the shade of a tree, eyes closed in a light slumber. Jiang Yuan tiptoed over with cautious steps. You're late. Chu Yan's voice betrayed no trace of anger, yet inevitably it was there. Tang San, too, was the same. His displeasure never surfaced in his tone, but she could always sense it. Jiang Yuan had always possessed this uncanny ability to perceive emotions, good or bad, ever since she was a child. At this moment, however, she felt somewhat wronged. They only just informed me. It's not entirely my fault. Then let's test together. It just so happens that my observations during the match weren't entirely precise. The 7 spectators who had come for the spectacle, their initial intention had been to stir up trouble and enjoy the chaos, never expecting to be dragged into it themselves. Truly, what goes around comes around. The heavens spare no one. Jiang Yuan, the ethereal swordsman in white, appearing and vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Tang San, the enchanting warrior maiden brandishing a pink greatsword, charging forth. Amidst the perils of adulthood, Jiang Yuan sprinted across the playground, her broad smile revealing gleaming teeth as she reveled in the company of those who accompanied her. This is the essence of a true companion, sharing both joys and tribulations alike. She even gulped in the wind, oblivious to the exhaustion that awaited her shortly. Xiao Wu covered Jiang Yuan's mouth. Bewildered by her carefree spirit, it was truly beyond her comprehension. Jiang Yuan suddenly withdrew her dazzling smile, concealing it with a sense of secrecy. With subpar physical abilities, her training would need to be intensified, a prospect she was reluctant to embrace. Fortunately, after consuming the mystical herb, her physical condition had improved remarkably. And even as a support-type spirit master, she found herself not significantly outmatched by the formidable Talon. Beyond the inherent enhancements granted by the herb, there existed an additional factor, an 8-level disparity in spirit power. At present, none were aware of this. They presumed Jiang Yuan was merely at level 31 and were quietly astonished, realizing that some individuals merely feigned their capabilities, concealing their true potential. Instantly, the uninformed individuals felt a sense of deception, pondering how a naturally gifted genius like Jiang Yuan could possibly exhibit such lethargy. She must have been pretending to be idle among them while secretly engaging in relentless training. Just a few days prior, the dean had mentioned that Jiang Yuan was unwell and requested a few days off. Yet, Tang San remained unfazed. Typically, even the slightest ailment would send him into a frenzy, but this time, despite Jiang Yuan's discomfort, he maintained his composure. He had seen through the duo. Tang San's diligent nature was well known, and Jiang Yuan's covert aspirations to excel were bound to astonish them all. From this moment forth, they were determined to become the epitome of diligence. Exchanging knowing glances, the uninformed individuals comprehended each other's thoughts through the profound expressions reflected in their eyes. Jiang Yuan glanced left and right, realizing she could not connect with the others. The world isolated her, allowing their mockery to resonate. Thus, she watched in disbelief as this group of highly energized individuals dashed out, leaving her stunned and bewildered. Wasn't this a test of endurance? Why were they running so fast? Had she missed an update on the test content? Was there still a place for her among these competitors? Not to mention the others. Even Xiaowu opted to withdraw upon sensing Jiang Yuan's more robust soul power. Her offspring was stronger than she was. How could she maintain her composure and capture her attention in such a scenario? What were they doing? Jiang Yuan gazed at the receding figures, a wave of abandonment washing over her. Tang San chuckled lightly, leisurely keeping pace beside Jiang Yuan. They were merely excited. It was fine, as they would tire out soon and would need to train harder afterward. They could take their time. Oh dear, Jiang Yuan thought gleefully, wanting to show off her little white teeth for a moment. However, at Tang San's gentle cough, she quickly concealed her smile. Well, she easily lost her composure when pleased. Ultimately, she was still far from Jiang Yuning, having endured fewer hardships. The two meandered behind as the faster group, predictably, completed nearly 20 laps around the field before they could go no further, supporting one another as they shuffled slowly on the track. Though Jiang Yuan and Tang San had only run a little over 10 laps, they remained calm and composed, fully in control. Chu Yan waited until Jiang Yuan and Tang San finished, their lap count nearly double that of the others, standing before the exhausted group with arms crossed. Chu Yan bore a somewhat fearsome expression, which now appeared even more intimidating. Can someone tell me what all the excitement was about? Why were you running so fast? Were you being chased by dogs? No, Meng Yiran replied quietly. They had simply been caught up in the moment, unexpectedly entering a competitive mode, racing against each other to see who could run faster. Return now, the medicinal bath is ready in the lounge. If you can't absorb it, hurry out. Meng Yiran suddenly realized something was amiss. The medicine needed to be boiled for quite some time. How could it possibly be ready after they finished running? This implied it had been prepared long before. The herbs for the medicinal bath needed to be boiled on the same day to ensure their efficacy. Ah, what does this mean? Teacher Chu clearly calculated this to punish us all. Meng Yiran sensed the malice that often accompanies adulthood. Chu Yan, unperturbed by the revelation, openly admitted. Yes, it was indeed prepared in advance. What happened to the promise of letting us go out today? Perhaps you should consider why you were so inept. After a few laps, you can't even go out to play. Chu Yan saw nothing wrong with his statement. Although he mentioned a break, he never specified its duration. Could an hour not qualify as a break? As their soul powers were unsealed, the group felt a refreshing surge of energy coursing through their limbs. Let us go? Back now. Do I need to find a vehicle to take you home? Chu Yan stood behind the group, practically herding them along. Move along, move faster. The sight of you all dripping with sweat is disheartening. Unlike Jiang Yuan, Tang San, and Xiaowu, who seemed to have an unusual dynamic, the others wished to maintain their composure as they embarked on their youthful campus romance. The lounge had only one bathing area for each gender. Chu Yan instructed to pour the prepared medicine into the large bath, relying on their self-discipline to absorb the benefits. After all, they were not without awareness. They couldn't be treated like infants needing careful dosage. As they shared their thoughts candidly for the first time, Jiang Yuan took a glance at herself and quietly submerged into the bath. Jiang Zhu soaked in the medicinal bath for over 20 minutes before hurriedly exiting. It was no wonder Chu Yan urged them to leave if they could no longer withstand it. Staying until their bodies began to ache indicated they had reached their limits. The pain was akin to 1,000 needles pricking their skin, and persisting beyond that point was not only futile but could also cause harm. Meng Yiran didn't linger long either, while Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu leaned against each other, drowsily drifting off. Had it always been this stark a difference in innate soul power? Jiang Zhu mused, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. They had never encountered particularly talented students in their academy. Thus, they had always considered themselves exceptional, even believing they were quite remarkable. However, upon comparison, whether in terms of soul power, cultivation speed, or initial physical strength, they found themselves significantly inferior, realizing they were, in fact, quite ordinary. How infuriating. This illness has cost me hundreds. I could weep. Meng Yiran grumbled. What do you expect when comparing yourself to them? That's what we call abnormal. We are merely normal. Having known these three for only a few days, Meng Yiran had already come to terms with her situation, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. Tang San, he was capable of absorbing beyond his years. And Xiao Wu, who always seemed to clash with him, would he dare lay a hand on her? Jiang Yuan was even more outrageous, appearing perpetually disinterested, seemingly lost in thought. Yet her soul power remained unyielding. She secretly suggested sending the three away to experience life on another continent, allowing her to reclaim her healthy childhood. Jiang Zhu sighed lightly. Casting a fleeting glance at Meng Yiran, I suppose I am no match for you. Meng Yiran touched her nose, unsure how to respond. What's the rush? Don't you see our esteemed masters are guiding us? 3 masters can't possibly manage 5 of us? Meng Yiran argued, her confidence growing. She believed they were already being guided, especially as arrangements for the medicinal bath had commenced. Although the academy funded the purchases, the formula for this medicine was not easily obtained. There is no need to belittle yourself, Jiang Zhu remarked, patting Meng Yiran's head, which seemed to be losing some of its sharpness. Initially, she had found the girl clever, ambitious, and resourceful, but now, it seemed her wits were fading. Meng Yiran's eyes widened, feeling as though she had just been berated. No, I didn't mean to imply I was foolish. I understand, Jiang Zhu responded, her ears disregarding Meng Yiran's protests. The question of foolishness was evident to anyone with eyes, needing no further inquiry. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Meng Yiran huffed, chasing after her. I heard you, I truly did. Jiang Yuan slowly opened her eyes in the bath, surprised to hear someone call her a pig. Fortunately, her keen hearing allowed her to grasp a small leverage against Meng Yiran. The medicinal essence in the bath had nearly depleted from the absorption by her and Xiao Wu, leaving only a murky pool of water that rippled with their movements. After climbing out of the bath and washing up, Jiang Yuan wrapped a towel around her damp hair and set off to find Tang San, relying on her parents at home and on Tang San outside. Jiang Yuan had not learned the skill of managing her hair. Whenever she attempted it herself, it either ended up tangled or frizzy. The fact that she could wash it clean was her last act of defiance. She had intended to cut it, as her long hair had surpassed her ability to maintain. But with Tang San around, her long locks were begrudgingly preserved. In the hall, Tang San diligently dried her hair, combing away the naturally fallen strands, and finally applied a bit of their homemade herbal hair oil, crafting a cute bun for her before letting her go. How delightful it was to witness such a scene. Childhood sweethearts. Meng Yiran leaned against the railing, observing the two as they fussed over hair. She nudged Jiang Zhu, wondering if she felt any urge to date. Just look at them, how sweet they are. They didn't seem to be together yet, did they? Jiang Zhu replied straightforwardly. Meng Yiran felt speechless. Was it necessary to even ask? It was unbearable to watch them if they weren't together, and if they were, what chaos would ensue? Just admit you want to date. Meng Yiran pressed. No, Jiang Zhu replied, turning away casually. Who would she date? All the eligible ones were in the team. She had no interest in Huang Yuan's childish antics, couldn't spar with Tai Long, and certainly didn't want to count skulls with Jing Ling. Who would she date? Meng Yiran? That was laughable. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and realization, Meng Yiran pondered the absurdity of the situation. No wonder Jiang Zhu avoided dating. There was no one around to consider. The realization left her feeling rather dull. Perhaps observing others' romances was more enjoyable. Are we really on break? Huang Yuan peered out from behind a pillar, scanning for familiar figures, and cautiously inquired. No one is here. Teacher Zhu hasn't arrived, and if anything was amiss, we have been notified, came the response. Huang Yuan sighed in relief. Great, then I'll be off. He looked particularly dapper today, having changed into an equally exquisite second outfit after sweating through his first. His hair, once a disheveled mess from running, was now meticulously styled, carrying a delightful fragrance. "Where are you off to, looking all flashy?" Meng Yiran felt a sinking sensation. She sensed a betrayal was imminent. Huang Yuan, blushing and scratching his head awkwardly, stammered, Well, I'm going out with a girl. She's a junior." 7 shocked faces encircled Huang Yuan, bewildered by why he was the first among them to find romance. They decided that from now on, it was Huang Yuan who would be ostracized, not Jiang Yuan. However, interrupting someone's date was a cardinal sin, despite their disbelief. They reluctantly allowed Huang Yuan to leave. Once he was out of sight, Jing Ling peered from the window, urging the others to follow discreetly. "Let us go. I'll take the lead. You all be careful." Roger that. The 7 figures moved stealthily through the academy, resembling thieves on a clandestine mission. The frontmost among them even resorted to using soul skills. Onlookers, unaware of the true nature of their actions, might have thought they were tracking a significant event, while in reality, they were merely spying on a date. Is this truly the caliber of your Academy's team? Dean, are you not reconsidering? Rumors spread rapidly throughout the small academy, prompting Director Yu to send the laid-back and idle Dean Lu to investigate the situation. Soon, Lu Erlong stealthily followed the 7, joining in on their voyeuristic antics, even more engrossed than the original 7. When did this start? Why was Tia informed? She mused, tossing aside a sunflower seed shell and pointing at the couple lost in their own world. "I don't know. We just found out," Zhang Yuan replied, plucking a seed from Lu Erlong's hand for discussion. The staff and students of Blue Ba Academy were in a frenzy. How could the dean and her team be so unreliable? Was there any hope left? Huang Yuan's estate plans had yet to begin, but had already been thwarted. The cause was Meng Yiran's dissatisfaction with merely observing the couple's backs. She wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation. Thus, the group edged closer, nearly crouching behind Huang Yuan's chair. Unbeknownst to Huang Yuan, the dean was a clumsy ally. In her haste, she stepped on Jiang Zhu's skirt. Jiang Zhu instinctively pulled Meng Yiran, who then yanked Zhang Yuan, leading to a domino effect that left everyone in disarray. Huang Yuan, witnessing the embarrassing spectacle of his comrades, recalled boasting about their team's valor and prowess, now reduced to a tangled heap on the floor, with shoes flying in all directions. To his dismay, he even spotted the dean among the fallen. It was a dismal day for him. The bravado he had just displayed echoed in his mind, only to be met with such a humiliating reality. Yet, it was clear he underestimated the resilience of his teammates. Jiang Yiran extricated herself from the pile, standing up with a flourish. "After following you for so long without you noticing, it seems you've forgotten the vigilance we learn in class. What if we were enemies? We were merely testing you, and you have failed." The shock on Huang Yuan's face was mirrored by those still sprawled on the ground. This was an unexpected turn of events. Huang Yuan's embarrassment was palpable, and a nearby girl who had been silently watching finally burst into laughter. Having recognized the group trailing behind Huang Yuan all along, he simply hadn't noticed. "Why didn't you just come up if you wanted to watch? I'm not stopping you. I could even introduce you," Huang Yuan retorted, exasperated by their antics. "You all look rather ridiculous sneaking around." With a defiant gesture towards a few individuals, Huang Yuan swaggered hand in hand with his junior schoolmate towards the training room. Such trivial matters serve as a delightful seasoning in their arduous cultivation journey, for the process of training can indeed be exceedingly monotonous and tedious. After Zhang Yuan recovered, Tang San became quite occupied. He trained during the day and, at night, detoxified Douluo Bo while concurrently honing his own skills there. He would return each morning. This brought immense joy to Xiao Wu. As her time spent with Zhang Yuan significantly increased, they shared every meal together, be it dinner or late-night snacks. "And darling, open your mouth," Xiao Wu said, as she offered a piece of watermelon to Zhang Yuan's lips. Zhang Yuan leaned against Xiao Wu's leg, engrossed in a script. Truly, a beauty resting her head upon a jade knee, a casual glance at the book lulling her into slumber. After such extensive training, today marks the day of the match against the Imperial Battle Team. It is said that you previously triumphed over them. Surely, you cannot falter now, can you? Tang San, those little gadgets of yours are off limits. Meng Yiran, do take it easy. If you tug on my hair again, I shall send you to the cafeteria to pluck feathers for an entire day. Xu Yin stood sternly at the front, while Meng Yiran stuck out her tongue from below. If they cannot win, are they not allowed to tug hair? What else could she grasp? On the battlefield, life and death are trivial matters. All means must be employed. Sighing, Meng Yiran glanced at her own claws, quietly retracting them. Once, they were comrades in arms. Perhaps they would meet again someday. The first duel was arranged at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Despite both being situated in Tiando City, they were the true hosts. Goodness, brothers, their academy is immense. Huang Yuan gazed at the towering plaque of the Tiando Royal Academy, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Jingling gently nudged him back, whispering, "They lost to us last time. Could you refrain from embarrassing yourself? Then could you stop scratching that wall? Even if you persist, you cannot chip off the gold." Huang Yuan retorted. Jingling awkwardly smiled and discreetly hid her hand. Chu Yin rubbed his forehead, realizing that if the principal was not serious, the students would hardly be any better. After a few minutes, Qin Ming emerged from the academy. "I've been waiting for you all. Our team has been more eager than I, haha. Come. We'll have a meal at our academy afterward. Had we not feared embarrassing you. Our committee originally intended to meet with you." Qin Ming and Chu Yin walked in, their camaraderie evident as they linked arms. Had they not just met yesterday? Jiang Yuan silently mused. Is the camaraderie among men truly so peculiar? The training and resting facilities of the Royal Combat Team are considerably more spacious than theirs, equipped with specialized amenities for every need, and the food and beverages are of the highest quality. However, they are well aware of the tuition fees at the Tiando Royal Academy, so they merely harbor their envy in silence, with few daring to voice it aloud. As the captain, Yu Tianheng greeted the newcomers with a stiff smile. Long time no see. Indeed, it had been a while. They had come here after enduring rigorous training. Tang San and Yu Tianheng shook hands, and if one were to overlook the prominent veins on their hands and the calm demeanor on their faces, one might think they had greatly missed each other, clinging to the handshake for an extended period. "We've also trained hard for a long time. We've been eager to challenge you for quite some time." The two exchanged glances, and the air crackled with anticipation. They soon released their grip, instinctively concealing their trembling hands behind their backs, ensuring that their teammates remained unaware of their nervousness. Qin Ming and Chu Yin burst into laughter at this scene, remarking that the youthful exuberance was palpable, though it was time to temper that enthusiasm for the impending match. The implication was clear, leaving both Yu Tianheng and Tang San somewhat speechless. They had both attempted to conceal their emotions, only for others to expose them. Did they fear that no one would grasp the situation? While it was evident to all, verbal acknowledgement rendered it less amusing. However, neither of the two seemed to possess that awareness. Chu Yin draped an arm across Qin Ming's shoulders and asked, "So, how shall we proceed today? Best of 3. Of course, one match would be rather dull. I propose a prolonged contest. Both sides have healers, so what about you? Any substitutes?" Chu Yin surveyed the Royal Combat Team, which was a steady 7 members, neither more nor less. "No substitutes," Qin Ming lamented. In such a vast academy filled with aristocratic idlers, it was no small feat to assemble a competent team. If Director Yu were present, they would resonate together, as even their Blue Tyrant team had struggled to gather their members. Nevertheless, they were progressing rapidly, which brought them satisfaction. "All right. Let's find a place to rest while they strategize." "Sounds good." Qin Ming nodded. Turning to Yu Tianheng to instruct, "You all head to the training ground. We'll officiate from the sidelines. Remember, keep it to a friendly level. Understood?" Yu Tianheng, taken aback by Qin Ming's sudden lack of reliability, reluctantly nodded and ushered the 8 members of Shinshi towards the training area. The Royal Combat Team had only 7 members, so Shinshi could field no more than 7 as well. They had initially hoped for substitutes, considering an 8-member trial, but it appeared they had overestimated. Every academy had its own challenges, even a prestigious institution like Tiando. In the first match, Jiang Yuan lost a game of rock, paper, scissors, so Jiang Zhu took the lead. Having never faced the Royal Combat Team before, she felt a twinge of nervousness. In the Grand Soul Arena, she seldom had the opportunity to showcase her skills, as her teammates often resolved matters swiftly. Now, facing a team of comparable strength, her role as a support would be crucial. Moreover, there was an auxiliary soul master on the opposing side who was nearly identical to her. She specialized in group healing but with a slower recovery rate, while Yu Lingling healed physical injuries before attending to the next individual. Comparatively, it was challenging to discern any advantage, and as a team, Shinshi was currently at a disadvantage. Jiang Zhu's palms were clammy with sweat. It was merely a friendly match, an opportunity to identify weaknesses, and there was no need for her to feel so anxious. Tang San approached her, offering a gentle reassurance. The personalities within each team varied widely, much like Meng Yuran, who was about to clash with his beloved granddaughter. Jiang Zhu, on the other hand, typically exuded the demeanor of a caring elder sister, even assuming diplomatic responsibilities, selflessly tending to the troubles they brought forth. Yet, she had always felt pressure, for Jiang Yuan could easily replace her. She feared becoming the one cast aside, especially upon realizing that the Royal Combat Team had no substitutes available today. She dreaded failure, worried about being perceived as useless within the team. With a tight grip on her scepter, she remained silent in response to Tang San's words, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Tang San recognized her distraction and sighed in exasperation. "Jiangzhu, can you hold on?" he asked, his expression laced with concern. No one seemed to notice her distress, which brought Jiangzhu a measure of calm. "Thank you, Tang San. I'm just a senior. It's rather absurd for me to require your comfort," she murmured, discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. "This isn't a grave issue. If you have worries or are feeling down, speak up so we can address it together. There is no need to bottle it up. And you, Jiangzhu, are merely a child. You need to shoulder everything alone. They're getting ready. Shall we join them?" Jiangzhu smiled through her tears, nodding towards Tang San. Internally, she encouraged herself, reminding herself that it would be all right. Just do your best. Progress will come with time. A single defeat does not signify perpetual failure. She too had her worth. Upon returning to the group, Ming Yiran noticed the redness around Jiangzhu's eyes. "Tang San, you didn't just scold Jiangzhu secretly, did you?" Tang San found the question perplexing. "Why on earth would I scold Jiangzhu?" Ming Yiran contemplated for a brief moment. "Perhaps you mentioned some bizarre strategy and Jiangzhu didn't understand, leading to a heated exchange." "Absolutely not. You're unjustly accusing me." Tang San was genuinely flustered, pondering the absurdity of how he was perceived among them. He had always considered himself a caring, attentive leader. How could this be? Who was spreading such rumors? Never mind, he would settle the score later. Tang San suppressed his anger, mentally noting this grudge for future reckoning. Senior Jiangzhu's soul skill would remain active for the full 5 minutes. Their strategy was to focus on single-target engagements, as Yulingling's soul skill mechanics couldn't outlast theirs. Huang Yuan was assigned to protect Jiangzhu, strike one target, and retreat immediately. Understood? The Divine Awakening team eagerly took their positions, silently analyzing Tang San's plan before reaching a unanimous conclusion. This cunning strategist had a truly devious mind. They resolved to keep their distance from him in the future, lest they become pawns in one of his schemes. The Royal Do team, surprised by their opponent's swift tactical coordination, hastened their own discussion. The two teams faced off in the training arena. "Remember, this is a friendly spar, no excessive force. You do understand what that means, correct?" Yu Tianhing reiterated, though this time with a different support member on the opposing side. While confident in their strength, they couldn't underestimate Tang San's unpredictable tactics. "Thank you for the reminder. I'm quite familiar with the meaning of those words, son-in-law." Tang San deliberately taunted Yu Tianheng with the title. Since he referred to Douluo Yin as his granddaughter, and she called him grandfather, wasn't it only logical to address Yu Tianheng as such? The rest of Divine Awakening collectively facepalmed. What kind of captain was this, so adept at provoking enemies? Yu Tianheng's face darkened, lightning crackling uncontrollably around him. Both teams instinctively distanced themselves from their respective leaders. "Perhaps we should just let them duel it out," someone muttered. Shu Yin, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. "Positions. Release your soul spirits." The teams swiftly arranged themselves in formation. Jiangzhu and Huang Yuan took the rear. Tang San at the center, flanked by Meng Yiran and Jingling, while Tai Long and Xiao held the front. Jiangzhu intently monitored the battlefield, mentally counting down the seconds. The clash erupted instantly. Tai Long roared and met Yu Tianheng's fist head-on. After Tang San's medicinal baths, his endurance had skyrocketed. He could now withstand his father's relentless beatings for over 10 minutes. Yu Tianheng's lightning barely fazed him. With a mocking grin, Tai Long practically dared Yu Tianheng to hit harder. The exchange escalated into a brutal brawl. Seizing the moment, Xiao lunged forward, intercepting two opponents. Jingling hurled her into the air, where she delivered a devastating kick to Yufeng, sending him flying. Tang San's blue-silver grass harassed from the sidelines while Jingling and Ming Yiran pummeled Yufeng. Douluo Yin retaliated with a poisonous mist. But before the Royal Do team could react, Divine Awakening had already retreated. With Yulingling's healing, an early victory was unlikely. Their best strategy was to exhaust her. "How much longer?" Tang San whispered to Jiangzhu. 2 minutes down. Nodding, Tang San signaled Ming Yiran. "Flank the twins and target Osler. Xiao Wu and Jingling will cover you." Ming Yiran activated her third soul skill, her serpentine form darting past the defenses toward Osler. The Sher brothers raised their shields. But Yu Tianheng finally grasped Tang San's plan. Eliminate Yulingling first. Thunderous fury. Bolts of lightning rained down, but Meng Yiran, enhanced by relentless training, weaved through the chaos. After dozens of evasive maneuvers, she found her opening. Her tail lashed out, staggering Osler. Jingling switched places with her unnoticed, appearing behind Osler. The moment Jiangzhu's soul skill activated, Jingling struck. Xiaowu launched a reckless flying kick while Meng Yiran dragged Jingling and Osler back to their side. The moment Osler was secured, the team descended upon him in a merciless beatdown. Yu Tianheng could only sigh. Had they captured anyone else, the outcome might have been different. "Boss, that hurt," Osler whimpered, clutching his freshly healed face. "Whine again, and I'll double your training," Yu Tianheng snapped. Dugu Yin growled in frustration. "Enough stalling. Let us just fight." The battle erupted into an all-out brawl. Though Tang San had hoped to drain Yilingling further, the gap in strength was undeniable. By the end, only the support members remained standing. Yu Tianheng pinned Tang San, fist hovering beside his face. "Still calling me son-in-law?" Tang San, ever defiant despite his position. "What's wrong with son-in-law? Should I expect a reply from your grandfather? Get up if you dare." "You first." Dugu Yin had had enough. "If you two don't separate, I'll unleash Meng Yiran on you." "Who are you calling a dog?" Meng Yiran, previously exhausted, sprang up in outrage. The one who answered, "I'll end you." Ignoring Chu Yan's earlier instructions, Meng Yiran lunged, yanking Dugu Yin's hair. The two descended into a vicious scuffle. One could only wonder what the Dragon Duke and Serpent Lady would think, seeing their once refined granddaughter now brawling with Dugu Bo's descendant. "Someone declare the results already." Someone groaned. Jiang Yuan lazily opened his eyes and glanced towards the spot where Chu Yin and Qin Ming had initially seated themselves. It seemed these two had slipped away unbeknownst to him. A note lay upon the seat, stating, "I have found a kindred spirit in teacher Qin Ming and have decided to indulge in a drink. You may carry on without us." Jiang Yuan fell silent for a brief 2 seconds, crumpling the piece of paper before discarding it. Thus, the challenge was but a fade. The true intention lay in seeking a legitimate reason to indulge in libations with Qin Ming. I inquired whether they had fled, asking if we would still engage in battle. "Indeed, why would we not fight?" Yu Tianheng and Tang San replied in unison. They enlisted the aid of a support teacher to assist in their recovery, temporarily ceasing hostilities to regain their strength. Tang San meticulously noted the issues encountered during the previous match in his little notebook. For the second round, Jiang Yuan was substituted into the fray. Jiang Yuan's maneuverability indeed surpasses that of Jiang Zhu, yet her soul techniques demand a greater expenditure of soul power. After 2 matches, both sides deemed a third unnecessary. Injuries could heal, but the depletion of stamina was undeniable. It was perplexing how the skirmishes devolved into chaos, with Jiang Yuan, a support character, even joining the fray, leaving Yilingling somewhat bewildered. She stood still, unnoticed until she reluctantly entered the fray, seizing the opportunity to kick a few opponents before making a hasty retreat, opening the software-induced drowsiness, and as soon as the action scenes commenced, writer's block ensued. "Tang San, resolve your provocative tendencies at the outset," Chuan admonished. "Meng Yiran, I told you to refrain from pulling hair. You think my words are mere whispers in the wind?" "Jiang Yuan, do you understand your role as a support? What are you doing? You've lost control. And you, Tailong, are you addicted to being hit? Has your resilience improved?" "Jingling, I recognize the high concealment of your martial soul. But if you continue to dart around on the field, I shall break your legs." Chu Yan's tone was stern as he reprimanded them. What was initially a plan to go out for drinks turned into the two of them perched atop the roof, sipping while observing the brawl. "Are you listening? Silence suggests muteness. Shall I introduce a game of silence? The first to speak is a pig. Hear me or not, 20 laps around the playground. Then return for a bout with me." Chuan gestured dismissively towards the playground before finding a shady spot beneath a tree to recline. The team of Shinchi erupted in lament. For compared to various training sessions and rigorous drills, a simple stroll was the most tedious of tasks, and none were eager to run. Yet, Chuan remained unmoved, indifferent to their cries. "Captain, when can we spend time at the Grand Soul Arena? When will this monotonous training conclude?" Huang Yuan stated, his reasoning sound. He could not voice it directly, as he was now a man with a girlfriend, and his allowance was insufficient, although she had never asked for anything. Who would he wish to adorn their partner beautifully? He struggled to restrain his impulse to spend on her. Tang San shook his head, uncertain. Chuan, a regular at the Grand Soul Arena in years past, undoubtedly understood its pros and cons. 20 laps around the playground felt trivial compared to the impending sparring with Chuan. They could not use hidden weapons, and facing a soul sage meant certain punishment. Those swift enough might evade a few strikes. Why dawdle? You cannot escape this beating. Hurry up. Chuan observed Tailong as minuscule steps, which were painfully excruciating to witness. Tailong glared, wanting to retreat behind Tang San, who quickly took his designated position. His slight frame could hardly serve as a shield. He was exasperated by the burden his father had left him. Tailong, not even his subordinate, now sought refuge behind him whenever trouble arose, far more often than Inan did. It had been quite a while since he had spent quality time with Inan. Tang San instinctively searched for Jiang Yuan, only to find her hand in hand with Xiao Wu, affectionately strolling together, occasionally receiving food from Xiao Wu. The sound of his heart shattering echoed. In merely a few months, this ungrateful little one had forgotten the past, having once declared her devotion to him. Now, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. A miscalculation. All 8 of you shall engage together. If you endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks, you will pass this phase. The designated area is this playground. Chuan produced an incense stick, planting it in the ground, with another unlit stick beside it. He smirked wickedly, pointing to the unlit incense. You must ignite the second stick before the first one burns out. Otherwise, I shall count it as a complete failure. The already despondent group felt their plight worsen upon hearing this news. Teacher Chuan, if you believe we won't graduate, please say so plainly. Talong lamented, his face drawn. He had prepared to endure 2 incense sticks worth of punishment, and now there was this additional twist. Being beaten once or daily, I believe you would still choose to participate. The time has come. I have delayed long enough. Chuan brandished a large blade, nearly 2 meters in length, and swung it horizontally at their positions. The group instinctively summoned their martial souls and scattered. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth, climbing towards Chuan, seeking to ensnare him within its grasp. Xiao Wu and Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity to deliver a flying kick to his lower back. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass that enveloped Chuan began to snap, and he retaliated with a swift slash. Xiao Wu's pupils dilated as Jiang Yuan hurriedly shielded them both, and Xiao Wu used the blade's edge to propel herself backward, landing a short distance away. The shield shattered upon impact. The blade's mere touch potent enough to breach a Soul Sovereign's defenses. In a tense formation, they surrounded Chuan, each face displaying intense focus. Far more serious than during their battles against the royal fighting team. Most importantly, among them, only Ming Yiran and Jiang Zhu wielded weapon spirits. And it was clear Chuan would not engage them in a direct confrontation. Once more, Tang San extended the blue-silver grass, but Chuan stomped his foot, causing it to fall away. With a flick of his left hand, a surge of battle intent surged forth. At that moment, the entire playground was devoid of spectators, save for the team members. During training, other academies were prohibited from approaching to prevent information leaks, a tacit understanding among most institutions. Having spent months together, he felt he could trust these team members, and thus, for the first time, he contemplated utilizing another martial soul in battle. Ming Yiran, Jingling, create diversions. Huang Yuan and Tai Long, initiate the assault. Xiao Wu, prepare for a surprise attack. And in, assist me, Jiang Zhu, focus on healing them. I will attract teacher Chuyan's attention, and you all remember to light the incense. Understood. As Tang San's left hand gradually formed the Haotian hammer, an oppressive force filled the air. In that moment, he appeared an entirely different being compared to when he wielded the blue-silver grass. Chuyan was momentarily taken aback by the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp, but soon dismissed it. A prodigy, is it? What is the issue with having multiple martial souls? Only the blue-silver grass seemed abnormal. Now it appears far more conventional. He effortlessly parried Huang Yuan and Tai Long's advances while brushing off the ambushes from Jing Ling and Meng Yiran. His interest was piqued by a duel with Tang San's martial soul. The blade expanded, sending several opponents flying. Jiang Zhu swiftly moved to administer healing. Jiang Yuan and Tang San exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding rendering any further arrangements by Tang San utterly unnecessary. With a hammer raised high, Tang San confronted the formidable blade, while Jiang Yuan resolutely summoned a shield. Memories of the chaotic cloak hammer technique taught to him by Tang Hao flooded his mind. As he was repeatedly struck and propelled by Chuyan, seamlessly harnessing the force to connect each encounter, Jiang Yuan held the small black flower before her, ever ready to bestow healing and protection upon Tang San. Meanwhile, hidden atop a certain rooftop, Tang Hao observed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tang San would grasp so much. He had merely instructed him in the art of blacksmithing, yet Tang San had already applied it in combat. A sense of pride swelled within him, and he felt a measure of solace, knowing that Aine would surely be proud of their son if she were aware. I wished fervently to fast forward through this narrative. Writing 2 fanfictions was indeed a laborious endeavor, my thoughts confined within narrow bounds. The pink greatsword rested on his back. Well done, young lad, you possess this skill as well. Chuyan gripped his large blade with both hands, refraining from utilizing his soul skills. Instead, He engaged in a contest of swordsmanship and hammer techniques with Tang San, both combatants trading blows with fervor and vigor. Although Jiang Yuan provided occasional healing and shields to Tang San, it did not significantly augment his offensive capabilities. Engaging with Teacher Chu proved to be immensely beneficial, however. Teacher Chu should remain vigilant, for my hammer techniques extend far beyond this. With another strike, Tang San channeled force into his blow, their movements blurring into near invisibility. Jiang Yuan, with keen eyes, noticed the extinguished incense and exchanged a glance with Jing Ling and Meng Yiran. The incense was not easily ignited. It required around 5 seconds. And entering the tempest of their duel was no simple feat, let alone igniting the fire and spending 5 seconds to light the incense. Talon and Huang Yuan, empowered by their martial spirits, forged ahead, while Meng Yiran maneuvered past with her serpent shadow technique, followed closely by Xiao Wu to ensure a swift escape upon igniting the incense. Talon and Huang Yuan obstructed the myriad of blades and hammer strikes unleashed by Chu Yin and Tang San. Midway through their advance, both suffered numerous injuries, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The healing aura of Jiangzhu activated, mending their wounds while new ones emerged, an endless cycle of injury and recovery. Their garments reduced to tattered rags, and their hair shorn in several places. Seizing the opportune moment, Meng Yiran grasped the fire starter and darted into the safe zone created by the two. Her hands trembled as she prayed for the incense to ignite swiftly. She dreaded resembling Huang Yuan and Talon, whose hair appeared in disarray. At last, the incense emitted a faint glow, and joy illuminated Meng Yiran's face. Withdraw. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Wu seized Meng Yiran and executed a sudden teleportation. Talon and Huang Yuan exhaled in relief, yet were abruptly swept away by the gusts conjured by Tang San's chaotic movements. Damn. The two were spun through the air before being cast out. Jingling, quick-witted, caught one in each hand, preventing a disastrous fall that might have resulted in multiple fractures. The playground erupted with tumultuous winds, and the Academy's onlookers were astonished at the spectacle. What were their battle teams even doing on the grounds? Were they demolishing the place? Lu Erlong rushed out of her courtyard in haste, determined to uncover the source of the commotion, pondering the compensation she would demand for any damages incurred. Jiang Yuan could no longer discern the silhouettes of the two individuals within the arena. The spectators had retreated repeatedly until they reached the edge of the playground. Initially, the conflict between the two had not escalated to such an extent. Tang Hao, concerned that the situation might spiral out of control and cause excessive destruction, had thus opened a domain. But is such a domain something one can casually invoke? His killing god domain unleashed a surge of murderous intent that enveloped the two combatants, heightening the tension dramatically. By the time Lu Erlong hurried onto the scene, the situation had already exceeded her capacity to manage. She could scarcely fathom how a soul sovereign could engage in such a fierce exchange with a soul saint, resulting in such chaos. Observing the debris of shattered trees strewn about, she contemplated the financial compensation she would need to provide for the damages. Dean, is there truly no way to intervene? Jiang Yuan shielded her eyes with her arm, struggling to keep them open. The silver lining was that the tempestuous domain remained firmly contained within the playground, sparing the outside from any impact. The unfortunate news, however, was that the entire playground lay in ruins, and they could no longer see the figures of Tang San and Chu Yin, nor could they ascertain when these two would cease their confrontation. Jiang Yuan could only occasionally toss out a shield based on instinct. If it landed in Chu Yan's hands, it would merely denote Tang San's misfortune. There was nothing I could do. Lu Erlong leaned closer to Jiang Yuan and whispered, "Make sure to compensate me here." Jiang Yuan's expression abruptly froze on her face. "What compensation? What are you talking about?" "Dean, what did you say? Please repeat that. I didn't hear you." Jiang Yuan stood on tiptoe, shouting into Lu Erlong's ear. "I said, compensation." Jiang Yuan rubbed her ear, feeling overwhelmed by the deafening sound, hoping that the two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle within could hear her. They were all impoverished souls. She wished they would exercise a modicum of restraint. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and an ominous feeling washed over Jiang Yuan as she swiftly shielded everyone around her. A powerful shockwave emanated from the clash of the two combatants, bringing with it an aura that was utterly terrifying. Lu Erlong immediately summoned her martial spirit, positioning herself protectively in front of the group of children. She was on the verge of cursing, torn between berating Chu Yin for being able to contend with a soul sovereign for so long, or suggesting that Tang San be compensated. It was astonishing that such a disturbance could be caused by a soul sovereign. Jiangzhu tightly shut her eyes as the healing staff emitted a rapid burst of green light. Thankfully, Tang Hao had established a domain. What remained of the playground's dilapidated trees had been obliterated by the shockwave, leaving only with shavings drifting down like confetti. The devastation was confined to the playground's interior, with the surrounding trees left unscathed. As for the instigators, one knelt on the ground, propping up a hammer, while the other leaned on a massive sword, grinning foolishly. Tang San appeared to be severely injured, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his ears and nose also oozing crimson. Qian wiped away the blood seeping from his lips and gestured to Jiang Zhu and Jiang Yuan. "Quick, treat this lad." "Oh, it's maddening." My old bones nearly gave out. He clutched his waist, grimacing in pain. Lu Erlong was unimpressed by his theatrics. "Stop pretending. Do you think feigning injury will exempt you from compensation? You owe him 7, while he owes you 3. Why does he owe you 3? Huh? I refuse to accept that." Chu Yan's eyes widened, his long-standing habit of financial distress causing him to explode in indignation. "Because he's called Tang San." Lu Erlong responded dismissively. Chu Yan's eyes grew wide. Could it really be explained in such a manner? Jiang Yuan diligently administered the treatment, leaving the remainder to Jiang Zhu. This was the last vestige of her soul power, deliberately preserved to safeguard Tang San's life. Their previous confrontations and competitions paled in comparison to the perilous challenge posed by their teacher today, which had nearly made them acutely aware of the specter of death. Thus, one must ponder how Tang San found himself in such a predicament. It would have been far better to endure scolding in silence. Now he awakens to discover he must reimburse, a situation that will surely lead to months of Jiang Yuan's incessant nagging. There are indeed reasons why some individuals fail to win the affection of their beloved. As Jiang Zhu completed her treatment, Tang San showed no signs of awakening. Jiang Yuan gently touched his face. It felt somewhat cool. "Perhaps we should consult a physician, lest he succumb to a more serious condition?" "No, he still possesses vitality. He is likely just exhausted." "Tyran, please carry your young master's body back to freshen up and allow him to rest. You all should also change into proper attire. This is quite unbecoming." Lu Erlong glanced at the two of them, noting that only a thin layer of fabric covered their essential areas. In the urgency of the moment, no one had paid attention, but now, numerous eyes were scanning them both. Tyran swiftly carried Tang San down the narrow path. Feeling a tad embarrassed by such an intimate encounter with a teammate, Lu Erlong crouched down, observing the scattered wood shavings. It seemed this playground would be out of commission for a while. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Are other geniuses in different institutions similarly reckless? After years of managing this academy, is this the first time she must renovate? Perhaps she should return home to gather some funds for repairs. It feels as though such incidents will become more frequent. In the aftermath of this event, everyone present was not in much better condition, supporting one another as they returned to their dormitory. One might wonder, have we not passed this ordeal? Surely he will not pursue us for another beating, right? Meng Yiran tentatively inquired of Jiang Zhu. However, if Tang San were to be struck again, familiarity would breed comfort. Xiao Wu, indifferent to Tang San's plight, showed no concern for his well-being. Fortunately, Tang San did not hear her. Otherwise, he might have risen from the dead to protest. The school returned to its usual tranquility, save for Director Yi, who was still tallying accounts amidst his fury. "Brothers, I have reached level 30, Tyran exclaimed, thumping his chest as he burst into the Team's lounge, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Tang San lay listlessly on the table while Jiang Yuan dangled a piece of bread near his mouth, as if enticing a pet. The excessive use of the chaotic hammer technique had rendered him in a poor mental state. Even louder sounds pierced his head like needles. In the dormitory, students passed by for classes, yet Tang San could not keep his eyes open. Tyran showed no signs of waking, so he had no choice but to drag Jing Ling along to the lounge, where he could finally catch a brief respite. His mental fortitude was clearly lacking. Once he recovered, he would need to focus on enhancing his spiritual strength. The lounge fell silent, with Tyran looking bewildered. "Wait, I'm level 30. Why is no one celebrating my achievement? This is truly a lack of brotherly camaraderie." Tang San peeked out from behind Jiang Yuan, casting a lethargic glance at Tyran, as if he might collapse into a coffin at any moment. Before departing, he felt compelled to take Tyran with him, which was quite unsettling. "Oh, the young master is awake." Tyran's voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Realizing the volume of his earlier exclamation, he slapped his own mouth. "Tyran, you should speak to the principal first and see how she intends to arrange things," Jiang Yuan softly urged, waving her hand to hasten his departure. Receiving the cue, Tyran dashed off. Once again, the lounge returned to a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Jiangzhu, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling shared the same level, and it was likely that the three would be arranged to advance together. As for Tyran, his arrangement remained uncertain. Perhaps no arrangement was necessary. After all, Tyron's family could surely manage a millennium-old soul ring. Before long, Tyron returned with Lu Erlong, and everyone departed the lounge to discuss matters in the training room. I believe we should venture outside this time. You all have trained diligently. However, Tang San may not be able to participate in this outing. In the future, we must avoid letting him engage in such fervent combat. I cannot afford the consequences. Lu Erlong declared, seemingly serious yet speaking nonsensically. It appeared the cost of repairing the playground would indeed be substantial. In truth, what she meant was that she could not afford to compensate for Tang Hao's loss. Now, let us gather our belongings and prepare to head out. Lu Erlong quickly concluded her instructions before slipping away. Jiang Yuan informed Tang San of her intentions to stealthily take his soul-guiding device. Tang San, struggling to support his head, sat up partially. I have completed the sword I promised you. I shall present it now, just to see if it serves its purpose. As he spoke, the soul-guiding device in his hand shimmered faintly, and a flash of pink light momentarily illuminated the surroundings, prompting an unsettling thought in Jiang Yuan's mind. When the entire sword finally came into her view, she felt an overwhelming urge to emit a shrill scream akin to that of a groundhog. What is this? What a repulsive object. What on earth is this? The pink sword towered over her, its hilt adorned with a circle of blue-silver grass, which bore small tricolor violets scattered across its surface, and even the blade itself was intricately patterned with the motifs of blue-silver grass and tricolor violets. Jiang Yuan tightly covered her mouth to suppress a scream. Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time in her life she had encountered such an unsightly object. Just the thought of Jiang Yuan wielding that sword in public made her feel a wave of embarrassment on her friend's behalf. I don't want it, I don't want it. Jiang Yuan protested, her head shaking vigorously as if it were a rattle drum, her hairpin nearly dislodging without her caring in the least. It had cost 3,000 gold soul coins. Tang San rubbed his temples, took another sip of calming tea, and spoke slowly. Jiang Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, cradled the sword in his arms. 3,000. 3,000. This is truly 3,000. He exclaimed, marveling at its unusual beauty. The more he gazed upon it, the more it captivated him. Handing over the soul guide device to Jiang Yuan, Tang San then lay down to resume his slumber. He was certain that such a splendid item would be irresistible to Jiang Yuan. Once he saved enough money, he would acquire a matching couple's version, a blue blade with black embellishments. Jiang Yuan wielded a great sword, so a single-handed sword would be just perfect. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, "Damn it, just die already." Grasping the soul guide device, she swiftly stowed the large sword within it. This item must remain concealed from others. She still had her dignity to uphold. Why is she taking so long? Lu Erlong observed the tardy Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu. Tang San had just intended to relay an amusing story about Jiang Yuan's peculiar sword when she swiftly covered Xiaowu's mouth. Is this something to be spoken of? Xiaowu, not being her most cherished companion, dared to utter such an embarrassing tale. What did you send? Meng Yiran smirked mischievously, her expression quite unsettling. Sent what? Nothing at all. Let us hurry and leave, Jiang Yuan firmly denied, determined never to reveal that sword in her lifetime. Suppressing her curiosity, Lu Erlong reminded them that their outing was meant to be a quick trip, merely a brief escape from the confines of the academy. They had been cooped up for too long. Look at Tang San. He has practically gone mad. This was the conclusion she had drawn from her lengthy conversation with Director Yi the previous night. Let us go. We need to make haste. Director Yi has granted us 5 days. Are you sneaking out again, Dean? Talon grumbled, scratching his head. Nonsense. How could I, the esteemed Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, engage in such behavior? Then Director Yi is restricting the holiday again. Every time you cause trouble, we all end up in hot water, he lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the daily grind. As the usual commotion ensued, Jiang Yuan sighed in relief, noticing the group had been distracted. As per tradition, we head to the Douluo Forest. The journey was filled with the sounds of bickering among Lu Erlong and the others. It seemed that having an approachable dean was not necessarily a blessing. Upon catching sight of the quaint town at the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, Jiang Yuan felt as though she had glimpsed the light. Dean, we've arrived. Let us disembark. Carriages are not permitted in the forest. Jiang Yuan was the first to leap from the vehicle, interrupting Lu Erlong, who was still embroiled in a debate with Meng Yiran over whether dumplings constituted a staple food or merely a dish. Initially, Jiang Yuan found it perplexing to engage in such trivial arguments, yet as these discussions persisted, she discovered a certain charm in debating seemingly meaningless topics during idle moments. It was akin to her inquiries about why Yu Xiaojiang had abandoned her, why he had not taken her along, and why he had refrained from contacting her for over a decade, questions that were ultimately devoid of significance. It seemed she was particularly fond of posing such futile questions, perhaps as a means to alleviate her inner turmoil. "Let us go. Let us hurry up so we can have more fun," Lu Erlong exclaimed, energetically leading the group into the starry forest. Although their previous encounter in the starry forest had been fraught with misfortune, Lu Erlong remained undeterred. Believing that encounters with a Titan great ape were exceedingly rare, she doubted that a soul beast aged over 100,000 years could be encountered more than once. Should it happen again, she would do a handstand while washing her hair. Moreover, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu, who had been captured, did not resist. If she refrained from joining, it would reflect poorly on her courage. As a soul master, one could hardly be timid. Who knew when they might actually stand a chance against that Titan great ape? The group swiftly traversed the century-old region, feeling no need to linger there, although one might encounter thousand-year soul beasts. Why waste time sifting through a multitude of century-old ones in search of a singular need? In order to afford Lu Erlong more time to lead them on adventures, they were in a hurry. What kind of soul skill does Talon desire this time? Any thoughts? They pondered. They certainly could not meander aimlessly. "Well, I actually wish for a controllable skill. Our team lacks sufficient control," he admitted, though he hesitated to voice his subsequent thoughts. In truth, he felt constrained by Tang San's blue-silver grass, which was a plant type and inherently limited in its controlling capabilities, once faced with elements like fire or ice. The blue-silver grass became nearly ineffective. If only Tang San had revealed his immunity to ice and fire, he would have dared to harbor such audacious thoughts in silence. Jiang Yuan contemplated various soul beasts that were adept at exerting control and executing powerful assaults. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the explosive rock ape. This creature was capable of detonating the ground, thereby achieving a decelerating effect, an effective form of area control, while also inflicting a degree of damage upon adversaries. It sounded quite promising, although it necessitated close proximity to the enemy, which posed a certain risk. Lu Erlong pondered aloud. "Well, Tyran also lacks control, doesn't he? After all, we do not possess a purely defensive soul master." Jiang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering when this dean would ever be reliable. Lu Erlong tapped his somewhat rusty brain, momentarily forgetting that he had never been particularly invested in the battle team. How could he dare to voice his thoughts? Jiang Yuan silently lamented. If it weren't for Director Yi, their academy might have crumbled long ago. Lu Erlong raised both hands at the sides of his head, his palms claw-like, grinning at Jiang Yuan with a devious and cunning expression. Jiang Yuan, I heard that. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just sew your little mouth shut. Are you scared? Oh dear, how frightful. Run quickly, the big bad wolf is coming. Jiang Yuan turned her head and made a funny face at Lu Erlong, skipping lightly around the group in a playful manner. It was only natural to be frightened. Haha. The team was already accustomed to such antics. Whenever the dean did not engage in a bit of mischief, they found it quite unusual. Teacher, can we go out and enjoy some savory braised pork knuckle? Voices emerged from the nearby woods, indicating that today, in the Stardow Forest, there were other instructors accompanying their students to acquire soul rings. That voice, it sounded oddly familiar. Teacher, I think someone just mentioned wanting to eat that delicious braised pork knuckle. The voice was a bit softer, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Jiang Yuan and his companions exchanged glances, parting the thicket to approach the source of the sound. It is generally considered courteous to greet a soul master encountered in the soul beast forest, typically when mishaps occur during the hunt for soul rings. If the individuals encountered are benevolent, they will post a notice at the external bulletin board, informing that someone has perished, thereby alleviating the need for their family to await their return. Conversely, there exists a notion that should betrayal occur, and if someone from the team manages to escape, that individual would face relentless pursuit. Upon recognizing the figures before him, Jiang Yuan could not help but reflect on the sheer vastness and yet the smallness of the world. For it was none other than Flander accompanied by Ma Hongjun, come to procure soul rings. Jiang Yuan and Xiao were not inclined to show Ma Hongjun any warmth. Their impression of him was decidedly unfavorable. Elder brother, you also brought students along. Indeed, what a coincidence. Is this your battle team, third sister? Flandel scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful upon seeing Lu Erlong, reminiscent of a young girl in love. Yes, I'm bringing them out to acquire the third ring. Lu Erlong grinned broadly and patted Tai Long on the shoulder. Tai Long grimaced as he covered his shoulder, wondering if the dean was aware of his own strength. Alas, my school's battle team is still unformed, with only 5 members. They were initially sufficient, Flandel mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment, while the 2 adults reminisced and laughed. Jiang Yuan, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun exchanged exasperated glances. Due to Jiang Yuan's situation, the master had taken a particular dislike to him, nitpicking during every training session and assigning him the most tasks, conversing with him in a sarcastic tone. Were it not for the dean being his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang might have targeted him even more aggressively. The mutual disdain was palpable, while they had yet to reach the point of physical confrontation. The atmosphere had soured enough to hinder Flandel and Lu Erlong's conversation. Flandel sighed, refraining from discussing matters of camaraderie, thinking it fortunate that Tang San was absent. Otherwise, a fight might have already erupted. However, why is Tang San not here for this group activity? Where is he? Why didn't he come along? Flandel inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was at a loss for words. It was disheartening to bring up her sore point while enjoying some fresh air. He got into a brawl. He injured himself and inadvertently destroyed part of my academy. Lu Erlong's tone was laden with frustration. Those 2 rascals were rolling on the ground, clinging to her legs and crying, lamenting their lack of funds. One claimed all his resources were spent on pursuing a girlfriend, yet he has yet to succeed, while the other expended his means on raising a daughter, and that situation is still unresolved. Is the dean a mother? Flandel was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He remembered Tang San as a very rational individual. How did he end up like this? Was it really at the academy? Never mind. Lu Erlong rejected the notion of continuing this topic with evident pain. You should take the children to acquire their soul rings now. Flandel was always so understanding concerning Lu Erlong's matters. While she considered inviting them to join, she ultimately refrained, knowing as the dean, she bore the responsibility for her academy and its students. After putting aside her thoughts of Yu Xiaojiang, she had gained much clarity. She had almost forgotten her original aspirations for founding the academy, but fortunately it was not too late to rediscover them. Then we shall take our leave. Let us reunite at another time. After bidding farewell to Flandel, Lu Erlong led the group of children deeper into the forest. Flandel stood still, momentarily lost in thought as he observed Lu Erlong's retreating figure. The 3rd sister had changed. She no longer bombarded him with inquiries about Yu Xiaojiang or frequently mentioned him during their conversations. Instead, she diligently cared for her students and strived to fulfill her role as a dean. All of this signified that she had embarked on a new life, a fresh beginning, and had relinquished her former obsession with Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, if you like someone, just pursue them. Standing here merely watching won't bring them into your embrace. Ma Hongjun found his teacher's infatuation baffling. Recalling his own dalliances, he wondered why his teacher was indulging in such childish romantic games. Cough, what do you understand? Flandel smacked Ma Hongjun's head, reminiscent of a cocky rooster. Children should know their place. However, since Lu Erlong no longer held affection for Xiaojiang, he felt reassured that he was not intruding upon their relationship, nor would he be usurping a brother's love. He felt a sense of triumph as he walked along, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was supposed to be guiding Ma Hongjun in acquiring soul rings. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, rolling his eyes to the point of near cramping, exhaling sharply, and with a huff, he followed Flandel. This is ridiculous. What does he understand? Old men and their convoluted thoughts, the only thing hard about them is their mouths. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong refrained from mentioning Flandel and Ma Hongjun again, noticing the poor rapport between Jiang Yuan and that student. Any conversation would likely lead to this topic, and perhaps Jiang Yuan's relationship with the dean's elder brother was also strained, so it was better not to bring it up. Jiang Yuan nestled himself within the thicket, revealing only his keen eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. In a hushed tone, he informed those behind him that the explosive rock apes seemed to inhabit this area, favoring rocky terrains that significantly expanded their living space. Such spirit beasts were known for their familial social structures, rarely seen alone. Thus, everyone should remain vigilant, for one could never ascertain whether the one they had laid eyes upon was a father or a son. A soft chuckle escaped Ming Iran as she covered her mouth, casting an apologetic glance around her. The remark had inexplicably struck her funny bone, and she could not contain her laughter. I just spotted a juvenile explosive rock ape. Only a decade or so in cultivation, its parents must be nearby, though I wonder how many years they have accumulated. She suggested they wait a moment, convinced the parents would soon emerge. The group collectively softened their breaths, discreetly finding positions to conceal themselves while attentively observing the family's movements. Before long, a hornless explosive rock ape appeared, presumably the mother of the juvenile. She approached the young one, effortlessly hoisting it onto her back before slowly climbing toward the cave entrance. Then, she dragged out a carcass of a spirit beast, tearing off small morsels of flesh to feed her offspring. Considering the mother was merely over 1,000 years old, it stood to reason that the father was likely of a similar age. However, to preclude any unforeseen circumstances, such as an ancient being falling for a youthful mate, the group patiently waited a while longer. They had yet to catch a glimpse of the father, nor even the grandparents. It was uncommon for explosive rock apes to reside together with their elders, as differing ages dictated their habitats. Spirit beasts seldom linger in one place. As one ventured further in, the distinctions of status and resources became increasingly pronounced. It seems the father is absent. Let us proceed, Lu Erlong signaled to those behind him. And one individual charged ahead. Upon seeing Lu Erlong, the mother explosive rock ape instinctively tossed her young one into the cave and began to roar incessantly at him. Perhaps she was calling for the father to return swiftly, or urging the juvenile to flee. None could decipher her words. Yet she positioned her body to block the cave entrance resolutely. Xiao Wu turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. It reminded her of her own mother, who once did the same, pushing her out while she held off Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant reminder of her past. Meng Iran, taken aback, had not anticipated Xiao Wu's sensitivity. After all, they are merely spirit beasts. There is no need for such empathy, she thought. Wishing to offer comfort to her friend, Zhang Yuan could not help but press her forehead in exasperation. She was well aware that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. Meng Iran's attempt to console her was utterly futile. Perhaps it would have been better left unsaid. Xiao Wu shook her head, wiping away her tears. I merely recalled my mother. In the past, when faced with the pursuit of enemies, she pushed me away. No one had anticipated that Xiao Wu harbored such a poignant past. Zhang Yuan, feeling a surge of compassion, embraced Xiao Wu tenderly. It seemed Xiao Wu's mother had also become someone else's soul ring. Who in the spirit hall could that be? All she knew was Xiao Wu's deep-seated hatred towards the spirit hall. Meng Iran made a gesture to seal her lips, recognizing her unsuitability for offering comfort. Silence was her forte. Lu Erlong soon returned, dragging the lifeless body behind him, while Jiang Yuan continued to hold the softly sobbing Xiao Wu. Before she could voice her thoughts, Meng Iran and Jiang Zhu quickly covered her mouth and led her away. Hearing their conversation, Lu Erlong expressed deep sorrow and sympathy. How about this? From now on, the dean will be your mother, your collective mother. Whenever you face difficulties, you can always confide in her. Jiang Yuan helplessly raised her head, pondering whether these individuals had any capacity for consolation. Dean, your demeanor truly suggests that you are taking advantage of the situation. She found herself at a loss for words. Is that so? Is that so? I genuinely feel compassion for Xiao Wu, while you all merely tag along. Indeed. Would you kindly be silent? Oh, truly, Tai Long. Hurry and absorb the spirit ring. Lu Erlong tossed the corpse of the explosive rock ape to Tai Long. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed to cry. She shyly lifted her head, her already red eyes now even more so, gazing at Lu Erlong as she timidly expressed, "Thank you, Dean Mother, for your comfort." Jiang Yuan was left somewhat speechless. In the cavern, a little head peeked out. Tai Long had completed the absorption of the spirit ring, and the group was preparing to depart. Strangely enough, they had yet to see the father of the explosive rock ape. It had been 2 hours since they had slain the mother. Suddenly, the little explosive rock ape stumbled out, its short legs moving unsteadily. It scurried over to its mother's lifeless body and obediently sat down beside it. With its tiny paws, it nudged the mother, but the motionless corpse offered no response. It could only sit there, bewildered, its innocent eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, pondering why its mother lay there, unmovable. Perhaps the mother had previously fed it, and as it awaited her awakening, it simply fell asleep beside her body. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, urging everyone to leave promptly. The students were still young and should be wary of developing any sympathy towards spirit beasts. Harboring such emotions could lead to detrimental outcomes when acquiring spirit rings or encountering spirit beasts in the future. In the face of spirit beasts, humanity ought to be self-serving and egocentric. Cultivating sympathy for spirit beasts was utterly futile. Xiao Wu's lips moved slightly, yet she remained silent. Sometimes, spirit beasts could be even more ruthless towards one another. They would not spare any cub. This time, we found the spirit ring quite swiftly. Is there anywhere everyone wishes to go? The dean will take you. Director Yi had 3 days left of leave, leaving a day for the return journey. Meaning they had 2 days to revel in leisure. How delightful. What amusement could there be? but merely listening to music and watching dances. Their entertainment options were rather monotonous. I wish to visit a place with more beautiful women. Huang Yuan seemed to blurt out without thinking, prompting a wave of glances in his direction. Meng Yiran raised an eyebrow, wearing an intrigued smile, making a mental note of Huang Yuan's words to share with his girlfriend later. Huang Yuan was taken aback, covering his face in shock. "Oh, Meng Jia, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Now, I present you with an opportunity for bribery." Meng Yiran spread her hand, playfully beckoning with her fingers, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Huang Yuan instantly wore a pained expression, rummaging through his limited resources, and after a moment of deliberation, he placed 5 gold soul coins in Meng Yiran's hand. "Hey, are you sending me off like a beggar?" Meng Yiran glanced disdainfully at the 5 gold soul coins in her palm before swiftly retracting her hand and stowing the coins in her soul guide device. Huang Yuan shot her an annoyed look, arguing that if she found it insufficient, she could return it. 5 gold soul coins could buy a nice gift for his girlfriend and keep her happy for quite some time. Besides, 5 gold soul coins could sustain a poor family for years. You've accepted the money. Make sure to keep your mouth shut. Huang Yuan, feeling disgruntled, crossed his arms and trudged ahead. When he eventually became infuriated, it would likely be due to her actions. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Yiran had indeed managed to single-handedly provoke the entire team, including the teachers. She and Jiang Yuan were known as the 2 great hidden talents of the Blue Overlord Academy. It was solely due to Tang San's refusal to teach Meng Yiran the art of hidden weapons that they had not encountered a flying projectile aimed at someone as posterior. "Hey, I say, your words truly resemble those of a brothel," Jiang Yuan remarked, ever one to speak provocatively. Considering what the two had just said, it indeed held a hint of such connotation. "Ahem, what are you children discussing?" Jiang Yuan's audacious remarks left Lu Erlong quite astonished. Is it not Tang San who usually instructs Jiang Yuan on such matters? From where did you acquire this information? Lu Erlong inquired with a hint of skepticism. "I heard it from Ma Hongjun. You know, that apprentice of Dean Flander. It is said that he frequently visits the pleasure quarters, where the young ladies are not only beautiful but also skilled in singing and dancing." Lu Erlong's lips twitched in disbelief. That child appears so young, yet has already ventured into such places. How has her elder brother been educating her? Could it be that he himself has also frequented those establishments? A look of distaste involuntarily crossed her face, as she found it difficult to conceive of any circumstance that would necessitate taking a child of merely a decade or so to such venues. The thought alone made her feel somewhat nauseous, a wave of revulsion washing over her. What is the matter with the dean? Why the silence? Are we not going to the pleasure quarters? I too enjoy the company of beautiful women. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, oblivious to the truth, her expression betraying no awareness of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Wu remained silent, equally bewildered. What exactly are the pleasure quarters? Why does everyone wear such peculiar expressions? Lu Erlong took a deep breath and addressed Jiang Yuan, saying, and in the future, please refrain from mentioning going to the pleasure quarters. Why not? Are we forbidden from admiring beauty? Is this world so filled with malice that we cannot even gaze upon lovely women? Jiang Yuan truly felt a deep sense of sorrow for these individuals. How painful life must be if one cannot appreciate beauty. The establishment in question, a place of dubious reputation, offered compensation for activities of a scandalous nature, if you catch my drift. Meng Yiran, with a series of expressive gestures and animated facial expressions, soon made Jiang Yuan comprehend the nature of that venue. Thankfully, this was not divulged to anyone, for she could only imagine the multitude who would secretly mock her if such a thing were to be revealed in public. Who, at such a tender age, would frequent such places? Indeed, he was of questionable character. Jiang Yuan, in her frustration, stomped her foot, confirming her suspicions about his dubious nature. She resolved never to associate with such individuals again. Lu Erlong, with a complex array of emotions, gently patted the back of Jiang Yuan's head. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though everyone around her had vanished. Her past memories seemed almost illusory, despite their former beauty. Do you believe that people can truly change so drastically? Lu Erlong found it perplexing. It appeared she was the only one remaining steadfast. I believe that change is an inherent part of being human. Everyone's experiences differ, leading to unique outcomes. One should not harbor excessive expectations of others. Meng Yiran caught a falling leaf carried by the wind, her face adorned with a broad smile. Jiang Yuan recalled their first meeting when Meng Yiran was distraught over the repeated theft of her soul rings. Now, she appeared more at ease than anyone else in their group, leaving Jiang Yuan to wonder what she had endured. Meng Yiran, surrounded by 3 prodigies, felt inadequate. Her once esteemed hobbies diminished by Tang San's criticisms. What could she do but adopt a more relaxed perspective? If she were to be overly calculative, jealousy would consume her. Months had sufficed for such a transformation. What more could be expected from adults who had been apart for so long, while simultaneously gaming and writing? She found herself in a muddled state of mind. Lu Erlong shook her head, realizing that even the younger generation exhibited greater wisdom. She felt as though she had wasted the years, making no real progress. Jiang Yuan sighed, regretting her previous belief that Flander was a good person. She had hoped to match him with the dean, yet he allowed his apprentice to frequent such establishments. Recalling Ma Hongjuan's demeanor and his words to her, it was evident he had succumbed to the vices of those places. Alas, what a shame. The two of them, with their shared complex expressions, ventured towards the outskirts of the forest, oblivious to the few individuals trailing behind them. Xiaowu, however, sensed something amiss and glanced back with a hint of curiosity. Yet there was no malevolence or discernible aura. Perhaps they had merely passed by a soul beast. They were soon to exit the forest. And even if a soul beast were to follow, it would pose no threat. Soul beasts rarely ventured beyond the forest, and when they did, there was no need for intervention, as bystanders would not hesitate to eliminate it regardless of the circumstances of its emergence. The thought of leisure activities danced in their minds. But soon their time for enjoyment would vanish, as they would be engrossed in the Grand Soul Arena. Even after fulfilling their own matches, they would have to observe others' team battles and return to engage in analysis and reflection, leaving them with a busy schedule ahead. Were they afraid of competing in the Grand Soul Arena? Not at all. In fact, they were quite exhilarated, for it was both entertaining and lucrative. Yet, the prospect of the subsequent analysis was a source of dread. If the matches were captivating, it was manageable, but should they encounter a tedious exhibition, they would struggle to stay alert, forcing themselves to focus, for a lack of attentiveness would lead to scrutiny from their instructor. Should they fail to provide satisfactory responses, they would undoubtedly face penalties. A team requires a leader, one whose commands must be heeded. However, reliance on the leader alone is insufficient. Each member must cultivate their own thoughts and possess the ability to adapt swiftly in critical moments. They did not need rigid automatons. Otherwise, upon graduation, only the leader would possess any semblance of intellect, while the rest would merely be a cadre of obedient fools. Was it conceivable that they would still need to band together post-graduation? Certainly not. Jiang Yuan had evidently been tormented quite severely by Yu Xiaozhang's theories in the past. Now, upon hearing such discussions, a headache ensues. She firmly believes that she and Tang San are inseparable. She does not require much mental effort. As long as Tang San possesses intellect, she is content. She cannot fathom that Tang San would tolerate anyone selling her out in his presence. Jiang Yuan, I shall ensure that the teacher pays particular attention to you. Furthermore, I will position you as far away from Tang San as possible. Do not expect him to come to your rescue during your daydreams. Lu Erlong poked Jiang Yuan's forehead, realizing that merely mentioning this topic could send her into a reverie. She could scarcely imagine how far this girl might drift during class. What a ruthless heart you possess. Jiang Yuan's accusatory gaze fell upon Lu Erlong. Then, may I sit with Senior Jiangshu? You can sit alone, or, you may join Xiaowu. Jiang Yuan felt utterly exasperated. Sitting alongside Xiaowu? That would be far less preferable than sitting alone. Xiaowu was even more unreliable than she was. During class, Xiaowu would doze off. And as soon as she fell asleep, it was as if the lethargy was contagious. What initially had not been an overwhelming fatigue became a double drowsiness with Xiaowu by her side. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling that each day brought an additional burden of sorrow. Alas, she thought, there is no desire to venture out anymore. She felt utterly exhausted and longed to return to the solace of sleep. Jiang Yuan, feeling despondent, waved his hand dismissively at Lu Erlong. You all go and have fun. I can return alone. I will accompany in and back, Xiaowu said, taking Jiang Yuan's hand. Her spirits were still dampened by the events that transpired during the Soul Ring haunt, leaving her disinclined to engage in merriment. Does anyone wish to return together? Lu Erlong, undeterred by Jiang Yuan's gloom, remained cheerful. She found joy in solitude, recognizing that not everyone shared the same enthusiasm for outings. The others shook their heads, still eager to explore outside. Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu rented a carriage to return home, and along the way, she finally sensed something amiss. Was someone following us? The vague feeling of being watched weighed heavily on her heart. She believed she had not offended anyone. Could it be that Xiaowu had been discovered? That seemed implausible. Xiaowu mentioned that Uncle Tang had given her something, and besides, Douluo had not noticed her presence. How could anyone else possibly uncover it? Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu discerned a grave expression in each other's gazes. It was evidently impossible to seek out Lu Erlong's presence now. Not only were they oblivious to their destination, but they had also already traveled a considerable distance. Returning might result in encountering Lu Erlong, only to be confronted by the very pursuers intent on their demise. The carriage they had hired belonged to an ordinary individual, and they were determined not to endanger this innocent person. The two settled their fare, leapt from the carriage, and commenced their flight. The pursuers, who had initially lagged behind, swiftly closed the distance, clearly intent on capturing them. Should they flee towards the crowded areas? Xiao Wu inquired, glancing towards a distant fork in the road. One path leading to the town and the other to the wilderness. It was futile. Soul Masters exhibited little regard for the lives of ordinary people. They decided to head towards the latter. In her heart, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of gratitude for the rigorous training she had undergone months prior. Otherwise, she would likely be reliant on her soul power to sustain her at this moment. They needed to traverse a vast expanse of wasteland before reaching the forested mountains, utilizing the terrain to evade their pursuers. Jiang Yuan cast a fleeting glance behind her, unable to discern their appearances, as their red and white robes enveloped them tightly. The bracelet on her arm jingled slightly, and in that moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. She had nearly forgotten that she was still carrying Tang San's soul guide. What treasures lay within Tang San's soul guide? Surely, it contained an array of concealed weapons. Although her skills did not match Tang San's, she was capable of utilizing it effectively. Moreover, her aim would not stray far off. They could leverage this to create a diversion, simultaneously pulling and fleeing. Jiang Yuan handed Xiao Wu a concealed dart and a Zhuge crossbow. Fortunately, due to their close-knit relationships, whenever Tang San instructed Jiang Yuan, Xiao Wu would occasionally observe, making her quite familiar with these weapons. Had it been the likes of Jiang Zhu accompanying her today, their communication would likely have been fraught with difficulty. Aiming towards the pursuers, Jiang Yuan instinctively loosed an arrow. Such a weapon had yet to make its debut on the continent, and the pursuing individuals were caught off guard, merely preparing to half-heartedly deflect it. The Zhuge crossbow possesses the formidable ability to breach the defenses of a spirit ancestor. Thus, the arrow pierced through the arm of one who attempted to casually intercept it. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu loosed a few more arrows in rapid succession before turning away and fleeing into the distance. The pursuers, hindered by the arrows, found their steps becoming disorganized as they prioritized evading the projectiles. This allowed a considerable gap to widen between them and the two girls. It is best to hasten past the earlier scenes, for most of the audience is likely familiar with them. Whether they are weary of my recounting, I cannot say. But I certainly am. Today, an unexpected bout of romantic sentiment struck me, and I was taken aback to realize that I do not know a single eligible man with whom to engage in a relationship. The pursuers dispatched to chase them appeared to possess a strength that was neither too formidable nor too feeble, undeniably. They were beyond the capabilities of the two girls to handle alone. Xiao Wu soon grasped the nature of the fleeting sensation of being watched in the forest. She felt a pang of regret. Had she been more vigilant at that moment and informed the dean, they might not have found themselves in such a precarious situation. Even now, she did not perceive the threat as originating from Jiang Yuan, as it was more likely directed at her, given Jiang Yuan's infrequent outings, let alone any notion of enmity. The only individual with whom she harbored any animosity was Ma Hongjun, who, as the disciple of the dean's elder brother, could hardly be expected to hire someone to harm Jiang Yuan. Such a notion seemed implausible. Though Ma Hongjun was indeed disagreeable, his emotions were evident on his face, and he appeared quite destitute. If he were truly behind this, it would be rather terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Wu wished fervently to separate from Jiang Yuan, ensuring her safety instead. Those pursuing her would undoubtedly follow, allowing Jiang Yuan to return for reinforcements, thus offering them a glimmer of hope. However, she could not fathom how they had been discovered. Could it have been during their time in Suatua City? The pursuers quickly closed the gap, the distance between both parties diminishing steadily. Jiang Yuan discharged several arrows into the air, but her pursuers had begun to take precautions and swiftly evaded them. Fortunately, they were nearing the forest. Once they entered, using the terrain to their advantage would significantly increase their chances of survival. Moreover, Xiao Wu possessed a teleportation skill, and nightfall was imminent. The pursuers were not foolish either, seeing that Jiang Yuan and her companion were merely a kilometer away from the forest. They hastened their pace using their soul techniques, forming a blockade around the two girls. 7 individuals encircled Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu seized Jiang Yuan and executed a teleportation, breaking free from the encirclement. They resumed their frantic flight, knowing that each second of indecision would diminish their chances of escape. Tang San lay in the lounge, his head throbbing painfully. The turmoil in his heart preventing him from resting. An hour prior, he had felt a sense of unease. The last time he experienced such distress was when Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu were captured by the Titan giant ape. The more he pondered, the more restless he became. His mind feeling on the verge of explosion, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. He forced himself to rise, leaning against the wall, and stumbled out the door. Tang Hao peered out of the window and saw Tang San dragging his battered body, desperately trying to escape, having been caught red-handed drinking. He had taken refuge in a high spot to keep an eye on Tang San and the others. Having struck a deal with Lu Erlong, he would observe the academy for a fee, but his presence must remain undisclosed. It allowed him to avoid going out while indulging in his desires, enjoying both money and drink, which he found quite satisfying. However, seeing Tang San in such a state compelled him to intervene. He leaped down from the windowsill, grasped Tang San by the collar, and chided, "Why aren't you resting properly?" Upon seeing Tang Hao, Tang San felt a glimmer of hope. He grasped his father's hand, urgency lacing his words. "Father, something has happened to Anan. I have a premonition. You must find her." Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Though he did not comprehend how Tang San knew, the sight of his son's pale face, drenched in sweat, fueled his concern. Tang San's emotional state was palpable, and Tang Hao sighed, recognizing the emotional inheritance from his parents. "Very well, you stay here and behave." Tang Hao carried Tang San back to the lounge and inquired with Director Yi about Lu Erlong's whereabouts with the students, then set off immediately. With Lu Erlong present, he believed that the 1,000-year region should be safe. After all, the Stardow Forest was the domain of that rabbit. If they encountered trouble on their home turf, it would reflect poorly on the 10,000-year soul beasts. Unless, of course, they were not in the Stardow Forest at all. Tang Hao inquired at the carriage rental about Lu Erlong's travel route, finding that they had not taken any back roads. He scrutinized the ground for tracks as he hastened toward the Stardow Forest. Before reaching his destination, he encountered Lu Erlong and her group. Under the dim light of night, Lu Erlong was with a gaggle of youngsters at a late-night food stall, drinking and playing games. But Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu were nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. The so-called divine mark on Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu's identity, if either were in peril, the consequences would be dire. "Ah, is that Tang San's father? What brings you here?" Lu Erlong slurred, swaying with her nearly empty cup. Mengyi ran swiftly, steadied her wrist, and refilled her glass. Tang San had mentioned that Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu might be in trouble, prompting his urgent search. Upon observing the gravity of the situation, Tang Hao chose not to linger in conversation and turned to leave. Lu Erlong instantly sobered, shaken by the implication. She had developed a severe psychological aversion to the Stardow Forest. Every visit had led to calamity. "I'll accompany you in the search." Lu Erlong tossed a few gold soul coins onto the table and dashed to Tang Hao's side. "First, send the children back. I will search. We don't yet know the cause, and we cannot afford another mishap." Lu Erlong paused, realizing she had other students to consider. It would be reckless to pursue Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu without caution. "Then I shall entrust this to you." She swiftly returned to her group, determined to keep them together and avoid any unforeseen incidents. Tang Hao, uncertain of the path Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu had taken, resolved to reach the Stardow Forest first and inquire further. "Did two young girls come here to rent a carriage today?" They were about this tall, quite adorable. One wore a red or green dress. Tang Hao stood at the counter, his commanding presence causing the rental staff to tremble. "Yes." Those two said they were headed to Heavendow City, but hurriedly disembarked at a fork in the road, leaving behind quite a bit of extra money. "I remember it well." "Which direction did they go?" "They seemed to head toward the forest, running as if something were pursuing them." Tang Hao did not wait to hear more and stormed out. Running toward the forest meant they were likely to encounter formidable foes. But the extent of their power remained uncertain. He understood their reluctance to endanger civilians. After all, Soul Masters seldom cared for the lives of the innocent. Yet, he felt a surge of frustration toward the two girls. Once in the town, the inhabitants would likely hesitate to act. If they did, the enforcement team would arrive swiftly. For it was a city, not a village. There would be no mass slaughter without detection. Another book has been on hiatus for far too long. I am embarrassed to admit that I have forgotten the plot, opening chapters only to find my mind utterly blank. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu leaned against a large rock, striving to suppress their heavy breaths. In a mere kilometer, Xiao Wu had utilized her teleportation ability 3 times, resulting in significant depletion of her soul power, which was indeed detrimental to their current predicament. Jiang Yuan had cunningly inserted a few twigs into her hair, stealthily peering through a crevice in the rocks to observe the outside world. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any trace of human presence. Her heart raced like a drum as she shifted her vantage point multiple times, yet she discerned not a single soul. Had they escaped? Surely. It could not be that simple. If it were, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. As Jiang Yuan strained her eyes, peering through the crevices of the stones and incessantly shifting her perspective in search of any sign of life, Xiao Wu swiftly seized her and executed a sudden teleportation, whisking them away from their previous location. In the spot they had just vacated, an enormous plant net had just descended. Jiang Yuan hastily bestowed a soul skill upon Xiao Wu, replenishing her soul power. Alas, it seems we are destined to become a pair of star-crossed lovers. Jiang Yuan spoke in a mournful tone to Xiao Wu, yet his hands remained unceasing in their movements. A flurry of bone-piercing needles shot forth from his grasp. Lacking the flamboyance and precision of Tang San's technique, he endeavored to concentrate the hidden weapons on several vital points of attack. Among them were a few nearly invisible dragon whisker needles, rendered even less conspicuous under the veil of darkness. He initially intended to mention that the sword gifted by Tang San would prove unnecessary. Jiang Yuan let out a sigh. He was not Tang San, and these concealed weapons could not unleash their full potential in her hands. One by one, the hidden weapons were cast forth, inflicting injury upon three, with one falling victim. The latter was the very individual who had initially been caught off guard, suffering a punctured arm. The number of poison weapons was limited, and she lacked the audacity of Tang San to wield them recklessly. There was a distinct possibility that her adversary would survive while she herself would meet an untimely end. Jiang Yuan enveloped herself and Xiao Wu in a protective shield, extracting the colossal pink sword from the soul-guiding device. With their backs turned to one another, a fierce glint of determination shone in their eyes. The harsh realities of the world of soul masters arrived far too early for them, before their education was complete. The brutal lessons of society had already begun. Jiang Yuan wielded the colossal sword, seemingly unaware of the peculiar materials that Tang San had incorporated, for it did not feel particularly cumbersome in her grasp. The massive blade sliced through the air with a fierce elegance, relying on her shield to mitigate damage. She adeptly restored her vitality and surged into the throng, delivering a powerful strike to an adversary's head. As she swung, a shimmering pink glow trailed behind her, accompanied by a delicate flurry of petals. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Jiang Yuan would have penned a lengthy critique of 2,000 words, lamenting the sheer absurdity of such a blunt, masculine invention. In the Douluo Continent, artificially crafted weapons were often regarded as insignificant. A mere mortal wielding a weapon would stand no chance against a soul master of the first ring, who could effortlessly extinguish him. This was even more true for auxiliary soul masters, who were merely a cut above the average person, despite their inner doubts about the utility of a weapon. The peculiar armaments Jiang Yuan had brandished instilled a sense of caution within them. One individual summoned a shield to protect himself, indicating his considerable regard for Jiang Yuan's weapon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he watched helplessly as his shield was shattered, the pink blade crashing against his face. A tooth flew from his mouth, accompanied by droplets of blood, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. He had been stunned multiple times within a single day. Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity, swinging her massive sword with formidable force. The weight that felt manageable in her hands became an overwhelming burden upon her foes, crushing them like a 1,000-pound boulder. Only when the fallen opponent ceased breathing did she rise, leaning heavily on her blood-stained blade, surveying the remaining adversaries with a gaze as sharp as steel. They seem hesitant to kill us, Jiang Yuan panted, her eyes sweeping across the encircling crowd. I've noticed that too. Quite intriguing, Xiao Wu replied, casually wiping the blood from her lips with her sleeve. And, my dear Yuan, they're clearly targeting you. They didn't hold back when striking me. Jiang Yuan felt somewhat aggrieved. This had nothing to do with her at all. She couldn't even recall when she had offended anyone. I will apologize to Xiao Wu. Let's go out. I shall treat you to a feast, and today, you must accompany me as we venture forth. Jiang Yuan unsheathed her great sword, positioning it before her. Since they dared not harm her, she would not hold back. Fearful yet capable, she declared, taste my meat pie attack. Alas, the disparity between dreams and reality was stark. Several control-type soul techniques descended upon her, compelling Jiang Yuan to swiftly cast a protective shield around herself and Xiao Wu, yet they remained ensnared, immobile. A circle of thorny confinement and a ring of eternal frost ensnared them firmly. Their frozen forms were abruptly lifted, while the crimson-clad figure extracted a vial from his sleeve and doused the two lifeless bodies. In an instant, they disintegrated, leaving naught behind. At this moment, they were utterly powerless, for neither could summon a cry. "Let us depart. It is time to report back," the man stated nonchalantly. Kicking aside the fallen leaves to obscure the spot where the two bodies had lain, he raised a slender wrist with an elegant gesture, his voice cold and distant, piercingly distinct. It seemed this man had been the same one who had calmly trailed behind them earlier, observing the impending doom of those few with an unwavering and indifferent gaze. Upon closer inspection, he bore subtle differences in attire from the others. His waist adorned with a black belt, accentuating a figure that appeared almost fragile. Jiang Yuan found herself on the verge of tears, pondering the trivialities of life even in her dire situation, how absurd it all seemed. In truth, she wished to express that if someone wished to seize her, it was certainly a topic worthy of a more profound discussion. "My apologies, but it appears you shall not be able to take anyone away today." Suddenly, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, creating a deep crater in the ground. Jiang Yuan's face was alight with excitement. Was that not her Uncle Tang's hammer? As she turned her gaze, she indeed beheld Tang Hao, clad in tattered garments that resembled those of a beggar. The discovery that he had come to her aid in her time of peril was nothing short of remarkable. Truly, when one door closes, another opens. The cold, solitary voice of Hao Yindala resounded once more, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "Very well, I shall not take you today. We shall meet again." With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu were unceremoniously cast to the ground. The sound of a fan unfurling shattered the tranquility of the space. In an instant, a group clad in crimson vanished from sight. The ice enveloping the two girls swiftly melted, and the thorns around them withered away in an instant. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu swiftly extricated themselves from the thorns that ensnared them and rose to their feet, utilizing their soul power to dry the moisture clinging to their garments. "Uncle Tang, how did you know we were in trouble?" "I'm uncertain. It was Tang San who insisted that something had befallen you, prompting me to come and investigate." Tang Hao gazed into the direction whence the group had departed, enveloped in profound silence. "In the previous chapter, I was utterly bewildered. Despite having made alterations, I still sent out that incomplete draft. During this period, refrain from wandering aimlessly unless absolutely necessary. I will accompany you if there is no pressing matter." "Is it truly that grave?" Jiang Yuan pressed her lips together, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. She had caused trouble for others. One must exercise caution, especially when faced with perilous situations. Just moments ago, she had encountered a tidal Douluo. Tang Hao averted his gaze, not deceiving Jiang Yuan, attempting to alleviate her fears by assuring her that there was no significant threat to worry about. The divine seal had escalated to a level necessitating the intervention of a tidal Douluo, indicating that it was far from ordinary. However, it appeared that they dared not reveal themselves among the crowd. Although the reasons remained unclear, Tang Hao felt a sense of relief. The situation had become secure, and Jiang Yuan cast a healing spell on Xiao Wu to ease everyone's concerns. The group hastily made their way back. "By the way, Uncle Tang, how did you manage to find us? Could it be that Tang San sensed our presence as well?" Jiang Yuan's expression became somewhat peculiar. She bore a divine mark that seemed less significant than Tang San's. "I inquired at the car dealership." "Oh." Jiang Yuan fell into a contemplative silence, her usual vivacity diminished. She found herself at a loss regarding how to safeguard her own existence under the formidable presence of the tidal Douluo. The notion of merely biding her time to grow stronger seemed utterly futile. After all, she was merely a soul master while they had reached the pinnacle of tidal Douluo. Moreover, she harbored profound doubts about the divine mark upon her, suspecting that those individuals could perceive it, and likely, they had already thoroughly investigated her background. Jiang Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. "Uncle Tang, I must return home." "What? My father, mother, and sister may be in danger. I need to go home." Jiang Yuan felt a surge of panic. Her family was composed of ordinary individuals. If that group were to target them, she could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Jiang Yuan hurriedly sprinted towards the town, for she needed to bring her family to Tiando City. The distance from Shenghan village was simply too great for the villagers. "I shall go to fetch them. You all return to the academy first," Tang Hao insisted, pulling Jiang Yuan back. He remembers the care bestowed upon him by the Jiang family, and Jiang Yuan is firmly regarded as his daughter-in-law in his heart. Although this daughter-in-law may appear troublesome at the moment, the father and son duo are, in truth, a source of their own complications. "Come, allow me to escort you back." Jiang Yuan now found herself in a state of utter disarray, completely at the mercy of Tang Hao's whims. She lamented her reckless wanderings and regretted her curiosity that led her astray. When she was brought back, she remained in a daze. Upon seeing Tang San leaning against the sofa, her eyes flickered. Tears swiftly welled up, and she dashed into Tang San's embrace, clutching his waist. Tang San, I've caused trouble, woo-woo. As Tang San comforted her, he cast a questioning glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao indicated the location of Jiang Yuan's divine mark on himself before stepping outside. He hoped that the Jiang family was safe. With a sense of urgency, Tang Hao hurried towards Holy Soul Village, knowing that they sought Jiang Yuan. As long as the two parties had not reached a point of no return, they should refrain from using her family as leverage. By the following morning, Tang Hao caught sight of Holy Soul Village from a distance, as unremarkable as ever. With sparse wisps of smoke rising and vehicles passing through the entrance, transporting fruits and vegetables. His keen eyes spotted Zhang's father, who was preparing to leave. He swiftly descended the slope and intercepted him. Hey, Brother Tang, it's been a while since we last met. What brings you here? Zhang's father gazed at the weary Tang Hao, who, perhaps in haste, had taken a shortcut, with a few leaves clinging to his head. Tang Hao, reluctant to engage in conversation, pulled Zhang's father toward home, insisting they return first to discuss matters. Observing the grave expression on Tang Hao's face, which he had seldom witnessed, a sense of dread washed over him. Could something have happened to Inen? His heart raced. Upon entering the Jiang family residence, Tang Hao got straight to the point. Pack your belongings quickly. We are departing for Tiando City at once. Zhang's father and mother were left bewildered, caught off guard by the suddenness of the situation. Jiang Yuning emerged from the room, a stark contrast to the lively child she once was while accompanying Jiang Yuan. Standing there, she radiated an aura of aloofness, utterly out of sync with her surroundings. Had something happened to Jiang Yuan? Her tone was devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of joy, anger, or sorrow. Even upon the realization that her sister might be in trouble, there was not a trace of panic upon her visage. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were the first to panic. What happened to Inen? It's nothing serious, he reassured them, but your presence here may not be safe. She is worried. I will take you away first. As Tang Hao spoke, his gaze swept around the vicinity. His spiritual energy detected no ominous presence nearby. Jiang Yuning returned to her room after listening. She had no particular preference regarding where to stay. To her, it was all the same. Shall we begin packing our belongings? With a sigh, Father Jiang pondered the uncertainty of finding employment in Tiando City. If he were unable to secure a job, how would his family survive? It was hardly feasible to rely on Jiang Yuan for support. The meager savings in his possession would scarcely suffice in such a bustling metropolis. He feared they might not even be able to rent a modest dwelling. Tang Hao, however, could not fathom Father Jiang's concerns, as he had always comfortably relied on his son's financial support. The household possessions were not abundant, with much of their furniture remaining behind. They still harbored a desire to return and visit if the opportunity arose. With a flick of his hand, Tang Hao stored their belongings within the soul guide device. Should we inform the villagers? Father Jiang inquired, casting a glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao nodded in affirmation. It was necessary. In truth, departing quietly would offer greater safety. Yet if that group were to arrive, the villagers would be at risk. It was prudent to spread the word, ensuring they understood that the Jiang family was no longer present. Mr. Jiang visited the village chief, bearing gifts, to convey the news of their impending departure. Though there was a sense of reluctance, the Jiang family was set to follow their youngest daughter into a life of comfort, a source of pride for their sacred soul village. The village chief felt a profound sense of honor in this moment. Jiang Yuning busied herself with her own affairs, oblivious to her surroundings, while Tang Hao cast several glances in her direction. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuning bear a striking resemblance to one another. Were it not for the discernible age difference, one might easily mistake them for twins. However, the whispers and slanders that have plagued this young woman over the years have taken their toll. The vivid memory of her chasing Jiang Yuan around the village with a broom still lingers in my mind. As I pass through Notting City, I contemplate resigning from my job, uncertain of what employment opportunities await me in Tiando City. Zhang's father wore a furrowed brow, as if the very pillars of his home had crumbled. Money, it seemed, was easily earned. Tang Hao hesitated, perhaps feeling a twinge of embarrassment. You see, Jiang Yuan and his companions often compete at the Great Soul Arena. You could place your bets on them. They rarely face defeat, and the money comes swiftly. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Tang Hao felt the heat rise to his cheeks. After all, he had once been an aimless wanderer, yet he still needed to eat. He couldn't pursue just any job, especially since he knew all too well that Tang San and his friends seldom lost. What harm was there in placing a modest wager on their victory? Fatigue overwhelmed him. He had endured a sleepless night. Father Jiang fell silent, sipping the tea from the table within the carriage. He had long recognized that his brother Tang was a man of exceptional talent. Yet he was astonished by the extent of his capabilities. Him, in truth, selling a few snacks at the night market would suffice for a modest living. After all, his sister-in-law's culinary skills were remarkable. Tang how awkwardly attempted to maintain his dignity. What was wrong with him placing a wager on his son? That endeavor promised swift returns, ensuring he could indulge for quite some time thereafter. Indeed, those who could not comprehend him lacked discernment. As they passed through Suatua City, Father Jiang alighted to bid farewell to his employer, who had implored him to stay for quite a while. Upon learning that Jiang Yuan was the one guiding them, the employer could only offer some gifts, wishing for a fortuitous reunion in the future. The carriage continued its journey toward Tiando City. And while Father Jiang had the inclination to inquire about Jiang Yuan's well-being, Tang Hao shook his head in response, then closed his eyes, remaining silent. It was not a suitable topic for discussion in the open, especially with a coachman seated nearby. Father Jiang, displaying a keen sense of understanding, refrained from further inquiry. Jiang Yuning was embroidering a fan inside the carriage. The jolting of the carriage caused the needle to prick her hand, yet she remained unfazed, casually wiping away the blood and continuing her delicate struggle with the handheld fan. Ning Ning, if you find yourself bored, perhaps you should read a book. Embroidering in a carriage may lead to further pricks. Mother Jiang harbored the intention to remove her daughter's belongings, yet she felt a twinge of hesitation. Jiang Yuning's temperament over the years can only be described as capricious. 2 years ago, she coldly struck a child in the village who spoke ill of her, and on another occasion, she kicked someone into the river, only retrieving them once they had ceased to struggle, dragging the person back to her home. Mother Jiang felt a twinge of apprehension towards her daughter, yet was simultaneously filled with a sense of compassion and helplessness. When Jiang Yuan returned, she made a concerted effort to remain in her room, and whenever Jiang Yuan spoke to her, it was with an unkind tone. Yet, Jiang's mother understood that Jiang Yuning held a deep affection for her younger sister. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Yuning would likely have resorted to violence. Perhaps it was high time for them to relocate. Shenghan village was inhabited by ordinary villagers, yet it was peculiar that 2 individuals with innate full soul power, Tang San and Jiang Yuan, emerged from this place. Tang Hao had always shunned social interactions, while Jiang Yuning, the seemingly inept elder sister with innate full soul power, had instead become a target for bullying among a group of children. Jiang Yuning silently set down the round fan in her hand, no longer preoccupied with what to do next. Feeling fatigued, she decided to lean against her mother and take a brief rest. Indeed, Jiang Yuning gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the car window, her eyes devoid of any light. Although her face bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuan's, the two were as different as night and day. Jiang Yuan paced restlessly in the lounge, as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Unin, take a moment to rest. You hardly slept a wink last night, and Uncle Jiang and the others won't arrive so soon. Xiao gently pressed Jiang Yuan onto the sofa, covering her eyes. I can't sleep at all. I'm truly frantic right now. I should have gone with them. What if something happens to them? What am I to do? Jiang Yuan bit her lower lip, her heart heavy with guilt and self-reproach. Surely not. Tang San's father must be on his way to fetch them, right? Look at Tang San. He shows no signs of foreboding, which indicates that his father must be unharmed. And her family as well. Tang San remarked, Thank you for the invitation, but I am not a crisis foreseeing machine. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, who, seizing the moment when Jiang Yuan was momentarily distracted, swiftly delivered a precise chop to the back of her neck. Jiang Yuan tilted her head in pain, yet this action surprisingly brought her a measure of calm. She cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Meng Iran, speechless at the scene before her, stepped forward and delivered another blow to the nape of Jiang Yuan's neck, only to subsequently faint. I told you to understand the situation before making your move. You truly are useless, she remarked disdainfully at Xiao Wu before sashaying away, her slender waist swaying with each step. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in response, gently laying Jiang Yuan down on the sofa and draping a blanket over her. The atmosphere in the lounge was unusually heavy, with everyone silently engrossed in their own tasks. Unlike the last time, when Tang San merely allowed them to enjoy light-hearted banter, Jiang Yuan found her slumber to be rather restless, likely due to the impact of a forceful strike from Xiao Wu. In her dreams, she felt as though someone was constricting her throat, leaving her breathless and in vague discomfort, unable to open her eyes. summoning all her strength. She managed to pry her eyes open, only to discover her face entangled in a mass of hair, which was the very reason for her suffocation. She was uncertain when she had returned to the dormitory, but there lay Xiaowu beside her, sleeping soundly, their hair entwined across both their faces. Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to question Xiaowu, wondering why she hadn't been summoned to brush her teeth, wash her face, or bathe, or why she hadn't been allowed to freshen up before being rendered unconscious. She pushed past Xiaowu and hurried to the washroom to cleanse herself. The night sky was devoid of stars and the moon, shrouded in a blanket of gray clouds that danced in the wind, mirroring the murky turmoil within her heart. With nothing else to occupy her mind, she resolved to practice her cultivation. Ascending to the rooftop, she was met by a gentle night breeze, laced with the coolness of impending rain. After a brief meditation, Jiang Yuan opened her eyes, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the rain, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, drenched her to the bone, leaving her feeling profoundly chilled. Jiang Yuan wiped the raindrops from his face and, looking rather disheveled, re-entered the dormitory. Such a heavy downpour surely renders travel unsuitable, thus, his arrival would inevitably be delayed. Jiang Yuan took a refreshing bath and lay in bed, tossing and turning. The sound of Xiao's breathing filled the air, interspersed with the occasional deafening roar of thunder. Nevertheless, Xiao showed no signs of awakening. Jiang Yuan gradually succumbed to her contagion, her eyelids slowly descending. She hoped for a day of splendid weather ahead. It was the bright rays of the morning sun that roused her from slumber. She had never so fervently wished for a day of blazing sunshine. Rising from her bed, she opened the window, and the sun hung high in the sky, with remnants of last night's rain still clinging to the leaves, occasionally dripping down in a rhythmic patter. The raindrops cascaded from one leaf to another, finally splashing into the puddles below, their sound resonating in her ears with a delightful charm. Today, she intended to visit a courtyard near the academy, envisioning a future where their family could reside together. In her exuberance, she ventured to the cafeteria to fetch breakfast for Xiaowu and even brought a portion for Lu Erlong. Having spent over a decade here, she was more familiar with the surroundings, making her the ideal choice for house hunting. Skillfully avoiding the puddles and stepping on the sun-dried ground, she hummed a tune as she made her way to Lu Erlong's courtyard. The torrential rain from the previous night had dislodged many flowers in the yard, while clusters of blue-silver grass peeked through the earth in the little corners. Dean, rise and shine. Breakfast awaits. Lu Erlong turned over, pulling the blanket over her head. Surely, she must be dreaming. Even the dogs in the yard knew she never partook of breakfast. In the early hours, she was hallucinating, hearing someone summon her to eat, clearly still in the throes of sleep. She felt an insatiable urge to pin down her sister's tail. It was truly, in the end, explosive. Tang Jia, despite her manic tendencies, still feigned composure, while Ning Jia would kick a dog in her path if it displeased her. Dean, oh Dean, wake up. Jiang Yuan placed the breakfast on the table and gave Lu Erlong a gentle nudge. As Lu Erlong instinctively rolled into a cocoon, Jiang Yuan playfully pushed the rolled-up blanket back and forth on the bed. Who dares to torment me? Lu Erlong's anguished cry emerged from beneath the covers. Yet due to Jiang Yuan's antics, her voice sounded somewhat muffled. Jiang Yuan gently extricated Lu Erlong's head from beneath the covers, beaming as she leaned closer, even taking the liberty to wipe away the remnants of sleep from the corner of her eyes. Dean, I've brought you breakfast. It's time to rise. Lu Erlong, suppressing the impulse to retaliate, replied, what could possibly merit such an early disturbance? Dean, I wish to purchase a property near the academy, and I wondered if you might have any recommendations. Lu Erlong rubbed her temples, which had been throbbing with discomfort for several days, and rolled over in bed before finally throwing off the covers. Understood. I'll take you there shortly. After a hearty yawn, Lu Erlong completed her morning routine, seized the breakfast Jiang Yuan had prepared, and they both set off together. Hurry back, and we can still make it to class, she remarked, embodying the utmost concern a dean could offer to her students. Do you have any specific requirements for your property? Jiang Yuan shook her head, for she did not possess an abundance of wealth. Her savings amounted to merely over 4,000, accumulated over many years. Counting herself, there were only 4 individuals in her family, and with a mere 4,000 soul coins, it was unlikely she could afford anything of great quality. Initially, she had hoped to save more to purchase something better for her family, but given the current circumstances, she found herself with no alternative. As you mentioned, it did remind me of a family whose child is a soul master, now employed at the spirit hall, and they have since relocated to Spirit City. Their residence, though modest, has remained unsold due to its limited capacity for a single family. A couple of years ago, the asking price was just over $4,000. Now, it might be negotiable down to $3,000. However, the house has been uninhabited for quite some time, so any prospective buyer would need to undertake some repairs. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly the residence destined for her. This is it, this is it. Let us hurry over, she exclaimed. Such an incredibly affordable house in Tiando City was a rarity that might only present itself once in several centuries. While in Notting City, one could acquire a splendid estate for merely a few hundred gold soul coins. The disparity in location was undeniable. The place mentioned by Lu Erlong was conveniently situated just 2 streets away from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Jiang Yuan strolled around the courtyard several times, eventually climbing onto the wall to take a look. Content with his observations, he followed Lu Erlong to the property consignment point. This establishment seemed to belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Whenever Jiang Yuan thought of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, memories of Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy flooded his mind. She was a well-to-do young lady. Why would she endure hardships at Shrek? He simply could not fathom the mindset of those affluent individuals. After a spirited exchange of words between Lu Erlong and Jiang Yuan, they successfully secured the courtyard for the sum of 3,500 gold soul coins. Upon receiving the keys, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the courtyard appeared quite dilapidated, it was a space that could be gradually restored. Noticing many areas in need of repair, Jiang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, jotting down notes, and busily dragged Lu Erlong around to attend to various tasks. When Tang Hao arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy with his companions, Jiang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He reluctantly approached the gatekeeper for information. Jiang Yuan? It seems he left early this morning with the dean, the guard replied, somewhat uncertain, as he had just awakened and was still groggy. Tang Hao couldn't help but recall Tang San's remarkable precognitive abilities. Perhaps he should inquire with his eldest son to sense Jiang Yuan's whereabouts. Tang San mused, I would truly appreciate that, finding the thought amusing. Let's just sit down for a moment. I suspect that girl has gone to view properties. She's been saving money to buy a house and bring you all over. Tang Hao led his companions into his quarters. Students wandered in and out of the academy, and Jiang Yuning stood by the window, gazing down below. This was indeed a soul master academy. She had once thought she would never have the chance to witness it. I'll go fetch some food for you, she offered. Tang Hao, feeling a sudden urge, reached for the wine jug at his waist. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Erlong was absent, he decided to indulge in a little thievery. He wondered if the companion who had joined him in stealing wine previously was still around, as he hadn't seen him in several days. As Tang Hao savored the last remnants of wine from the jug, he made his way to Lu Erlong's hidden wine cellar. Sniffing the air, he identified a barrel that he believed contained the most exquisite wine and poured its contents into his jug. He then returned the empty barrel to its place, discreetly dropped a handful of gold soul coins into the drawer, and made a hasty exit. It seemed entirely reasonable to purchase Lu Erlong's wine with her own earnings. On his way to the cafeteria, Tang Hao gathered some food. When Tang San spotted him, he didn't bother to hide, strolling back to his room nonchalantly. Tang San, leaning against the window, caught sight of Tang Hao's bold figure, a basket of food in hand. With his current inability to engage in strenuous activity, Tang San felt particularly somber. Did his father even remember his injured, helpless son? He had yet to eat anything that day. Tang Hao returned to his room in high spirits, intent on drinking to his heart's content with his drinking companion. As for his eldest son, he thought he was still alive and could be disregarded for the time being. When Jiang Yuan returned with great enthusiasm, she learned that the Jiang family had already arrived and had been taken away by Tang Hao. That intoxicated fool, Tang Hao, what a predicament. She hurriedly dashed to Tang Hao's room, only to find her mother, Jiang, with a face full of fury, and her sister, Jiang Yuning, looking coldly at their father, who was thrashing about on the ground. He was trying to persuade Tang how to procure more alcohol when Jiang's mother kicked him down, showing no inclination to help him up. Jiang's mother was overjoyed to see her youngest daughter. They could only gather during the holidays, and with the need to travel, they had to arrive early, resulting in an exceedingly rare time spent together each year. Mother, Jiang Yuan threw herself into her mother's embrace, nuzzling as she always did. Good, 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 Jiang's mother said, gently patting her daughter's fluffy head repeatedly. Why haven't you combed your hair? She took a small hair tie from Jiang Yuan's hand and effortlessly fashioned her hair into a bun. Has Tang San been injured? No one has been able to comb my hair. Jiang Yuan scratched her head. She thought her hair should have been cut long ago. How is it that you have grown so big, yet still rely on Tang San to do your hair? What a sight. Mother Jiang cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yuan, primarily because her daughter, now of considerable age, was becoming too close to Tang San, which was rather inappropriate. I understand. I understand, dear mother, Jiang Yuan replied. Meanwhile, Tang Hao silently mocked his son's pursuit of his beloved, feeling an additional burden in his heart. You were too slow. Haha, you deserve it. With their parents around, even a mere conversation or a simple hairstyle could lead to trouble. The atmosphere was charged with tension. As if teetering on the brink of madness, home was truly not a place to linger. Mother, Jiang Yuning, I have purchased a courtyard. Shall we go there? Jiang Yuan flashed a dazzling smile, his expression brimming with a desire for praise. And where is father? Do you no longer want father? Jiang's father struggled to rise from the ground, yearning to reach out to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan disdainfully sidestepped, casting a glance at you as if to say that your drinking was rather unbecoming. You may as well remain here while we take our leave. Oh no, my dear. How could you abandon your father who cares for you so dearly? Father Jiang rolled on the ground, a sight most embarrassing, yet fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Jiang Yuan cast a healing talisman, causing Jiang's father to jolt awake, the effects of alcohol dissipating in an instant. Ah, splendid remedy, he exclaimed, yet remained seated. Jiang's mother twisted Jiang's father's ear, her fierce expression compelling him to rise hastily, standing obediently to the side. The Tang brothers will come to our home in due time. You may enjoy a hearty feast then. For today, we shall take our leave, she declared. Tang Hao had grown accustomed to dining at the Jiang residence, showing no signs of embarrassment as he nodded repeatedly, already contemplating the opportune moment for his next visit. He tossed the soul-guiding device to Jiang Yuan and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. After all, the device contained nothing scandalous, just a few empty wine jars. Perhaps, when Jiang Yuan returned, she might fill a few for him. Just as she was about to take Tang Hao's soul-guiding device in hand, she noticed that Tang San's device was also in her possession. Oh dear, has someone delivered a meal to Tang San? She pondered. Mother, please wait a moment. I shall check on Tang San. Jiang's mother watched in astonishment as Jiang Yuan dashed into the boys' dormitory at an astonishing speed, almost leaving an afterimage, only to emerge again a minute later. What happened to Tang San? Jiang's mother felt a pang of curiosity, for she had previously noticed that Tang San and Inen were rarely apart, yet this time, he was nowhere to be seen. He is injured and cannot move at the moment. Injured? Jiang's mother was somewhat perplexed by this information. Yet she was aware that her daughter's soul skill could be utilized for healing injuries, with just one application of the skill, accompanied by some herbs. Her husband had resolved many of his minor ailments. What sort of injury could not be healed by a soul skill? Jiang Yuan gathered her thoughts, attempting to articulate an explanation in the simplest terms. We were training with our teacher. He sustained an injury during the session, a mental one. And he just needs to rest for a few days. Is that so? Jiang's mother did not fully comprehend what Jiang Yuan meant by a mental injury, but she understood that resting for a few days would suffice, which eased her worries. After traversing 2 streets, Jiang Yuan arrived at a courtyard and opened the gate. So close to the academy, is it? Mother Jiang surveyed the somewhat dilapidated state of the courtyard and could surmise that it had been purchased. How much did this cost? She felt a pang of sorrow for her youngest daughter, who, at such a tender age, should still be nestled in her parents' embrace, yet had begun saving money to support the family. It was a testament to their inadequacy as parents. In truth, it wasn't much. They simply hadn't had the time to visit the Grand Soul Arena lately, resulting in a scarcity of funds. After tidying up the courtyard table, Jiang Yuan rushed about with her father, procuring materials for repairs and some furniture. With several hundred soul coins in hand, she had already gathered enough to meet the household's current needs. And your father and I have managed to save a little as well. You should take this along. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was unnecessary, as he earned money quite swiftly, suggesting that they should keep it for their own use. Are you planning to gamble at the Grand Soul Arena? Jiang Yuning remarked with a casual smile. Oh, how did you come to know this? She questioned, wondering if perhaps her family indulged even more extravagantly than she did. Jiang Yuan, filled with terror, as you mentioned, Uncle Tang. Jiang Yuan was rendered speechless. Uncle Tang truly had a penchant for divulging everything, which severely hampered her attempts at maintaining an air of superiority. After accompanying her father for errands and procuring the necessary items, Jiang Yuan was unceremoniously dismissed from the house under the pretext of studying diligently. Having finally found refuge in her cultural classes, Jiang Yuan wore a displeased expression. How could Tang San be so oblivious? If things were better, She wouldn't have to attend cultural classes daily. The knowledge she acquired had already been thoroughly instilled in her by Yu Xiaojiang. In her youth, she had been subjected to Yu Xiaojiang's elaborate promises, all designed to entice her into studying. In those naive days, she had been unaware that a man's promises should not be taken at face value. Jiang Yuan lingered at the entrance for quite some time before ultimately returning to the academy. Her safety outside was far from assured. Although that group seemed reluctant to venture into crowded areas, who could guarantee that one of them wouldn't lose their restraint and charge in to seize her? After contemplating for a while at the back wall of the academy, she resolved to take a shortcut and scale the wall to return. She aimed for the frequently traversed gap and, with a powerful push, hoisted herself atop the wall. To her surprise, she spotted Xiaowu preparing to climb up as well. Hey, wait. No. Jiang Yuan waved her hands in alarm, but Xiaowu had already leaped up. The two collided with a resounding thud, toppling backward. Ouch. That hurts. Jiang Yuan felt as though she had become a cushion, her backside seemingly split in two. Just then, Director Yi appeared out of nowhere, having scaled the wall himself. Wielding a twig that he rhythmically tapped against his palm. Oh, a 2-for-1 deal, he remarked, observing the two sprawled on the ground, grabbing each by an arm. He began dragging them back toward the academy. Jiang Yuan felt dizzy and disoriented from the fall. It was truly an unforeseen calamity. It seemed that her desire for convenience had brought about no good fortune, as taking shortcuts often does. Rubbing her sore backside, Jiang Yuan lay back and allowed Director Yu to drag her along. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, who had fallen, bumped her head and remained in a daze, yet to regain consciousness. Jiang Yuan had placed a treatment on the two, and it was only then that Xiaowu slowly regained consciousness. Ah, have I been captured? She exclaimed. Indeed. And I have been dragged into this mess as well, Jiang Yuan replied, feigning despair. Fortunately, the walls of the academy were not insurmountably high. Otherwise, she would have suspected that Xiaowu might spontaneously unleash her spirit ring in response to the situation. The two were unceremoniously discarded at the classroom's entrance, with Director Yi having affixed 2 pieces of paper to their heads as a form of admonishment. Climbing walls to skip class. Violators shall stand in punishment. One might wonder if Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu felt any shame. Alas, none was present. The true source of shame lay with the ordinary students. At that moment, the two shamelessly stood in the corridor, munching on sunflower seeds and sharing snacks. Their antics drew the envious gazes of the students inside the classroom, who could not help but peer outside. To avoid disturbing the scholars, they chose to face away while they indulged. Passers-by couldn't help but cast glances at them, ultimately departing with expressions of embarrassment. Was this truly the conduct expected from the members of their academy's battle team? It was utterly disgraceful. Despite their blatant disregard for propriety, they seemed to excel in idleness, leaving the others with no choice but to strive harder. They were determined to become battle team members and subsequently oust these unreliable individuals. After enduring several days of tedious theoretical classes, Tang San's mind finally felt revitalized, prompting Jiang Yuan to feel a sense of celebration. However, her finances had been drained in the process, and she was eager to replenish her coffers. Rumor had it that the neighboring Imperial battle team was currently competing in major soul-fighting arenas across various cities. Should they not consider following suit? Meng Yiran looked around with anticipation. Remaining in one location for too long would result in a lack of betting activity, causing the odds to diminish and their potential earnings to dwindle. While their journey might not lead them far, there were several accessible cities nearby. Chu Yin was aware of Jiang Yuan's circumstances, as Lu Erlong had specifically informed him. Competing in major soul-fighting arenas across various cities was ill-suited for them. Otherwise, he would find himself with no place to lament. By the way, Teacher Chu, how's Nianting's health? You should bring her along. You can't keep leaving her alone at home. Jiang Yuan had long desired to speak ill of him in front of Chu Yan's daughter, yet each time, Chu Yan merely brushed them off with excuses, claiming she was still unwell and required rest. This excuse had grown thin. He then mentioned that his daughter was too anxious to venture outside. It was evident that he feared their disparagement. Such a doting father, anxious about tarnishing his image in his daughter's eyes. Upon reflection, Chu Yan acknowledged that his daughter had indeed remained indoors for an extended period, lacking companionship. And now that her health had significantly improved, it was certainly time to take her out. However, the thought of the Shinchi team, with its few reputable members, left him feeling uncertain. Teacher Chu, why do you treat us as though we were thieves? Are we truly that sort of people? Did you not nurture us yourself? Your excessive caution raises serious questions about the trust between us. Jiang Yuan clutched her chest, her expression one of deep anguish. Very well then. Chu Yin succumbed to Jiang Yuan's persuasion. It had been quite some time since they had engaged in battles on the Tian-Do side, and few still remembered their exploits. After borrowing 500 gold soul coins from the miserly Meng Yiran, Jiang Yuan was exhilarated, convinced she was about to strike it rich. She picked up Chu Yan's daughter along the way, a shy little girl who spoke in a soft whisper. Upon learning they were headed to the Great Soul Arena, her small eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Chu Yan was of similar age to the others, they instinctively regarded her as a younger sister, largely because she was half a head shorter than even the diminutive Jiang Yuan. The Great Soul Arena was a bustling and chaotic place, and Chu Yan felt overwhelmed by the crowd, fearful of becoming lost. I will go register for the team battle. The rest of you can manage as you see fit. Understood. The group proceeded to sign up for a 2-on-2 match, knowing that the team battle would require a lengthy wait. Ample time for them to complete their 2-on-2 and recuperate. Jiang Yuhan and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu and Ming Yiran, and finally, Jiang Zhu and Tai Long, as well as Jing Ling and Huang Yuan, formed 4 teams of 8 individuals, perfectly aligned. They decided to await the return of Chu Yin to hand over Chu Nian to him, while each of them retreated to the lounge to prepare for the upcoming competition. However, among the 4 pairs, the likelihood of having their own members in the same team was considerably high. Before long, Jiang Yuhan learned that her 2-on-2 match with Tang San was about to commence. Although their combination was not the most advantageous, it was evident that Jiang Yuhan and Xiao Wu, alongside Tang San and Meng Yiran, would have been a more suitable pairing. Yet, Tang San, employing all his charm and playful antics, insisted on teaming up with Jiang Yuhan. Having never encountered such persistence before, Jiang Yuhan readily acquiesced, disregarding the potential challenges they might face when taking the stage together. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at the opposing duo, known as the Aoki team. There seems to be no obvious significance. Unlike the more straightforward team names, this one possesses a certain flamboyance. Are they a combination of support and control types? Or perhaps something akin to blue silvergrass? Are you two here to play, or should you hastily retreat before my brother sets you ablaze with fervor? Jiang Yuan scrutinized the audacious individual who boasted recklessly. His appearance was unremarkable, save for a tuft of red hair on his chest and a prominent golden tooth visible in his youth. Arrogant one, you shall pay the price for your actions. Jiang Yuan retorted in a rather over-the-top manner. Do you know what Tang San fears the least? It is none other than fire and ice. You, with your fiery demeanor, should brace yourself for a taste of my own audacity. The young lady exhibited a rather fierce temperament, leaving one to wonder if she could maintain such bravado for long. The woman beside the man stifled a giggle, her every expression brimming with charm, causing Jiang Yuan's gaze to follow her movements involuntarily. Tang San covered her eyes with one hand, questioning why she was already contemplating defection before the match had even begun. As the host announced the commencement, both sides unleashed their martial souls, and Jiang Yuan finally comprehended the nature of their combination, the Azure Wolf and the Flamewood. They were indeed 2 fire affinity soul masters. An unexpected clash. Jiang Yuan revealed her gleaming white teeth, chuckling heartily. She was eager to unsheath her mighty sword and strike a few blows. Yet it was evident that the crowd was too dense, and she could not afford to lose face. Tang San's blue silver grass grew exuberantly, while Jiang Yuan stood behind, itching for action. A surge of flame spewed from the Azure Wolf, yet the blue silver grass remained utterly unperturbed. Jiang Yuan encased himself in a protective shield and lunged forward with a powerful punch. Firewood, seeking to provide support, found himself immobilized by Tang San's restraints. The quality of the blue silver grass far surpassed that of the firewood, establishing a complete dominance. The onlookers were taken aback. Who among them had ever witnessed blue silver grass, typically vulnerable to flames, so boldly strike? It was a spectacle akin to a small blade against a rear. Jiang Yuan's act of shielding himself was the utmost courtesy he could extend to them. After days of grueling training, Jiang Yuan's strength had indeed grown formidable. Initially intending to strike merely for the sake of show, he miscalculated as the green wolf dodged, causing Jiang Yuan's fist to land squarely upon his eye, resulting in an immediate bruise that darkened to black. Realizing this might be somewhat impolite, Jiang Yuan followed up with a punch to the right eye, creating a perfectly symmetrical pair of black eyes. The green wolf seethed with rage. To be struck down by a support-type soul master was an egregious insult, one that would surely invite mockery from acquaintances who witnessed the match. Thus, he was resolute in avenging this humiliation. With sheer determination, he broke free from the constraints of the blue silver grass and delivered a powerful blow against Jiang Yuan's shield. The shield rippled with energy, yet remained steadfast and unyielding. Jiang Yuan flashed him a grin, then delivered a punch squarely to his abdomen. How could one of the same rank hope to breach her defenses? Such a feat was utterly impossible. Behold her spiraling ascent punch. Hu Yanmu, watching from the sidelines, was filled with anxious anticipation. As a control-type soul master, her soul skills were ensnared by the blue-silver grass, effectively blocking her access to Jiang Yuan at a mere meter's distance. This situation offered the Blue Wolf both a glimmer of hope and a profound sense of despair. Jiang Yuan delivered a few swift punches, followed by a decisive kick that sent his opponent tumbling off the competition stage. Observing this, Tang San also discarded the flaming wooden staff. Victory! Jiang Yuan turned his gaze towards the host, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the results. The host adjusted his crooked glasses and, after a brief pause, proclaimed, "The Jinlan duo emerges victorious." On a positive note, there was a recommendation. However, the unfortunate news was the absence of a specified location. The incessant plea for votes echoed, expressing a sense of urgency and desperation. Every fear stems from insufficient power. As Jiang Yuan and Tang San descended, they encountered Meng Yiran and Xiao Wu, who were engaged with Tai Long and Jiang Zhu. Such encounters with familiar faces lacked excitement. Jiang Zhu and Meng Yiran each took a step back. Observing Tai Long and Xiao Wu engage in a fierce exchange of blows, their soul power depleting as they sparred, stopping just short of serious injury. While injuries could be managed, Jiang Zhu had the ability to recover. The concern lay in excessive exhaustion. If they were unable to recuperate during the team competition, the consequences could outweigh the initial gains. Before long, several groups returned from their matches. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling, both at level 28, effortlessly defeated a pair of newly minted Great Soul Masters within a few swift exchanges. After receiving the rewards for the 2-on-2 match, Jiang Yuan looked at the 5 metal soul coins that had appeared in her bag, contentedly patting her small wallet. Tang San sighed softly, wishing to offer his assistance. However, he doubted Jiang Yuan would accept it. Indeed, the relationship was not sufficiently established to warrant such gestures. He reflected on his own position. As he observed others competing in the lounge, he noted the emergence of new teams during their absence over the past few months, some of which had garnered considerable popularity. The Great Soul Arena truly was a place of rapid turnover, reminiscent of their earlier days filled with fervent fans, yet now, it seemed that no one remembered them. Meng Yiran leaned against the railing, disdainfully curling her lip. Although she was indifferent to such fleeting fame, she held a certain contempt for the fickle affections of the crowd. "Oh, the bitterness of your envy is nearly palpable in this room," she remarked. Jiang Yuan wrinkled her nose, fanning it with her hand. "What nonsense! Are you spreading rumors about me?" Meng Yiran raised her hand, poised to strike Jiang Yuan. "Oh, did I hit the nail on the head?" Meng Yiran's threats seemed trivial to her. Chu Nian observed the interactions among the group with curiosity. Her innate spirit power was quite high, as both her parents were spirit masters, and her father had achieved the rank of spirit sage in his 40s, ensuring her talent was not lacking. However, she had been afflicted by poison since childhood, causing her to lag significantly behind in her cultivation. Recently, she had just managed to break through and become a spirit master, and witnessing the camaraderie of the group inevitably stirred feelings of envy within her. Chu Yin massaged her temples, grateful that they had access to a private lounge. For given the current level of their commotion, they would surely provoke a brawl in any public resting area. Next match, Divine Awakening versus Valiant Generals. As the screen switched to display the next competitors, the members of Divine Awakening rose in unison, heading backstage to prepare for the upcoming contest. "By the way, Teacher Chu, you haven't provided us with any materials." It was only when Jiang Yuan arrived on stage that he recalled the issue at hand. The others also failed to react, as Lu Erlong had previously taken care of everything, presenting it to them directly. What materials to examine and the ability to adapt do they not comprehend? Chu Yan, with a grand gesture, asserted his position with confidence, refusing to acknowledge that he had forgotten to procure the necessary information. Moreover, his forgetfulness was a consequence of the incessant noise that had overwhelmed his thoughts. Jiang Yuan found herself enveloped in silence due to his influence. However, she conceded that his reasoning held merit. It was not her role to adapt on the fly, so why should she be anxious? Such vexing and hair-pulling matters were undoubtedly best left to Tang San. As the captain and commander, if anyone was to experience stress, it should be him. This time, 2 support roles had chosen Jiang Yuan, and with limited substitutes available, there was little chance of encountering extravagant team compositions for training. As both sides summoned their martial souls, the disparity in soul rings became immediately apparent. The Xiaojun battle team even boasted a white ring among their soul rings. Yet, they remained unfazed in a team battle. The essence lies in the synergy and cooperation among team members, a bond forged over many years that could not be easily overshadowed by a mere couple of soul rings. They possessed the confidence that their rapport would bridge the gap in soul ring disparity. With the match underway, as the referee's command echoed, Tai Long and Xiao Wu surged forward, with Tang San's blue-silver grass trailing closely behind. The Xiaojun battle team consisted entirely of weapon soul masters, and intriguingly, the support soul master played the Guqin, while the control soul master wielded the Xiao, with the others brandishing a variety of swords. Jiang Yuan recalled her pink sword, an unsettling sensation washing over her. As Jiang Yuan lifted her gaze, she beheld a multitude of swords descending from the heavens, their lethal intent unclear, yet undeniably terrifying. The members of Xinqi swiftly evaded the locations where the blades would land, but their formation was utterly disrupted, leaving their support completely exposed to the enemy's sight. Unprotected by any ally. In that fleeting moment, a sword appeared within arm's reach of Jiang Yuan, prompting her to raise her hand and conjure a shield for herself. Tang San urgently rushed to defend, and the others instinctively returned to their positions. However, the next instant revealed not a sword before Jiang Yuan, but a person. Tang San unleashed his vines in a desperate attempt to intercept the individual before they could reach Jiang Yuan. At that very moment, a melodic sound resonated, and Tang San distinctly observed his vines twisting in that instant, causing him to miss the opportunity to ensnare. Soundwave distortion? It was indeed challenging for them, especially since Chu Yin had not provided sufficient information. The sole piece of good news was that the opponents were all quite fragile. Thus, engaging in tactical maneuvers under such circumstances proved to be overly complicated. Tang San proposed a more audacious approach, suggesting they charge forward recklessly. It wasn't that Xinqi was merely reckless. Rather, each opposing team they encountered compelled them to adopt such a strategy, which certainly could not be dismissed as mere folly. Xiao Wu, Tai Long, retreat. Upon receiving the message, Tai Long and Xiao Wu promptly turned around. At that moment, the control-type soul master from the opposing team brought a whistle to their lips, emitting a piercing sound that made everyone cover their ears. It was then that Tang San noticed the members of the Xiao Jin team had stuffed cotton in their ears, skillfully concealed by their hair initially. He activated his soul skill, allowing his blue-silver grass to parasitize near their ears, effectively blocking out external sounds. The web of binding erupted forth, granting him precious time. The blue-silver grass ascended and anchored itself to the members of Xinqi, sealing their ears tightly, rendering them completely deaf to any sound. Though they had successfully nullified the enemy's control effects, the greater complication lay in the fact that they had also obstructed their own commands. Should they encounter a team that relied solely on commands for combat, chaos could ensue. Fortunately, Xinqi had undergone training in this regard, preventing immediate disarray. Nevertheless, their gazes instinctively turned towards Tang San. He gestured towards Tai Long, Xiao Wu, and Huang Yuan, raised his right hand to point at the Xiaojin team, and then indicated Jing Ling and Meng Yiran, making a clear gesture to separate. This gesture was unmistakable, and the opposing team comprehended it as well. The members of Xiaojin immediately displayed disdainful smiles. No one understood better than these veterans of the great soul arena that once these so-called academy teams were stripped of their command, they would be utterly lost, lacking any semblance of coordination or understanding of their roles, much like tadpoles searching for their mother. A careless move could even result in friendly fire. Tang San curled his lips into a cold smile and signaled to Jiang Yuan. As for their team, it could be said that the command was not merely a tool for direction, rather, it served to restrain their impulsiveness. As Jiang Yuan's shield was activated, it appeared as though they had entered a state of invincibility, charging forward with audacity. Even when they seemed on the brink of defeat, they remained remarkably composed. Reassured by the presence of Jiang Yuan, with a swift application of emergency healing, their condition was revitalized by half. As long as they were not eliminated instantaneously, they remained invulnerable. The valiant warriors had never encountered such a formidable display. Their opponents were merely in their 30s in terms of levels, lacking exposure to highly coordinated teams. Typically, they faced adversaries from various academies or teams whose members did not match their prowess. However, having engaged in numerous battles, they promptly revised their strategy from an aggressive offensive stance to a more defensive approach while counterattacking. Yet, Xinqi had ascended under the tutelage of two soul saints, rendering the adjustments made by the valiant warriors glaringly flawed in comparison. Their chaotic and reckless approach was distinctly different from the disarray of others who would inadvertently hinder their teammates. Perhaps the disparity lay in Shinchi's advantage of having two rather unconventional sparring partners. Countless swords swirled around Shinchi, prompting the opposing team to consider targeting Jiang Yuan. The support to disrupt their strategy, as Tang San's defenses were exceedingly stringent. However, the opportunity to strike Jiang Yuan was virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, the relentless offensive from Shinchi continued, complemented by Tang San's blue-silver grass, which intermittently harassed their surroundings. They found themselves compelled to devote their entire focus to countering these assaults. Although they lacked the capacity to contend with Shinchi's support, Tang San still had the energy to target their own support. Tang San skillfully manipulated the blue-silver grass, delivering stinging blows to the opposing support, causing their soul skills to falter repeatedly. Judging by the nature of his abilities, he likely possessed a skill that enhanced his attacks, necessitating that they allocate one of their own to safeguard their supporting soul master. All fear stemmed from a deficiency in firepower. When one becomes reckless to a certain extent, the intricacies of flashy techniques and strategies tend to lose their significance. After Xiaowu delivered a powerful kick, sending a sword-wielding soul master flying, the opposing control-type soul master hastily surrendered, revealing their own vulnerability in the realm of control. Jiang Yuan expressed a keen interest in the opposing team, finding them an intriguing and imaginative group. It must have been quite a challenge to assemble such individuals. Following the announcement of the results, neither side stirred. Typically, the brave general's team would remove the cotton from their ears after a match, as they seldom faced defeat. Even in loss, they would not appear so utterly defeated. Yet today, they were rendered completely immobile. The sole member of the brave general's team present without earplugs, their captain, had already fainted. The Divine Enlightenment team showed no awareness of this. They had grown accustomed to the prolonged silence. It was only when the host appeared before them, wearing a puzzled expression, that they removed the blue-silver grass from their ears. Talron, the blue-silver grass even extracted your earwax. Meng Yiran's voice nearly caused Tang San to spit blood. What do you mean by blue-silver grass earwax? Such a combination should never be uttered in public. Furthermore, why would one disclose such an embarrassing matter before an audience? Meng Yiran, do you not have a heart? I realized I was swiftly racing through the original plot, even attempting to gloss over the 80 wealthy families, casually enjoying life in the great soul arena. They occasionally participated in matches, placed bets, and made a little money. To reap the benefits of the great soul arena, Jiang Yuan even enlisted her family members. However, there were times when Jiang's parents were out selling goods, leaving only Tang Hao and Jiang Yuning to place bets. Although they occasionally faced losses, it hardly affected their profits. As the betting odds in Tiando increased, they moved on to the next city, claiming that their experiences had become monotonous, and they needed tangible benefits to motivate them further. Thus, Chu Yin did not oppose their bidding activities. Rather, he encouraged them. For if their money was at stake, not striving would only result in their earnings ending up in someone else's pocket. This led Jiang Yuan to pay particular attention during post-match analyses, for it was not merely her money at stake, but her very life. Could that be Yu Tianheng and the others? Jiang Yuan squinted at the luxurious convoy approaching from a distance. Although she could not identify the individuals solely based on the convoy, the sight of Yu Feng soaring through the air, playfully teasing Osro, was undeniably captivating. It is them. Tang San discerned at a glance. Come, let us go greet them. Meng Yiran dashed forward in excitement. Are those not the wealthy families? To encounter them in this vast crowd is a reason to invite them for a meal. Meng Yiran, what are you doing here? Du Guyan expressed her displeasure upon seeing Meng Yiran, recalling how this woman often tugged at her hair during training sessions. Little green snake, long time no see. Meng Yiran shot her a provocative glance, but having been dawdling for too long, her gaze lacked true provocation and instead resembled a flirtatious wink. Du Guyan stepped back sharply behind Yu Tianheng, rubbing her arms in discomfort. This woman was truly insufferable. Jiang Yuan and his companions gradually made their way forward. Tianheng greeted Tang San, and upon exiting the vehicle, the two engaged in a conversation that exuded the air of team leaders, appearing particularly serious. Though what transpired privately was another matter entirely. I remarked to old Qin, why have you only just arrived at this location? We have already finished our rounds in the cities surrounding Tiando. This is our final stop before heading back. Chu Yin leaned on Qin Ming's shoulder, shaking his head with a teasing glint in his eyes, as if to imply, are you struggling? Qin Ming brushed aside his hand, rolling his eyes in response. Yes. You certainly made quick work of it. The cities around Tiando were all abuzz with news of your exploits. We are nearly done as well. And we've covered even greater distances than you. Unlike your group, which merely lingered in the vicinity, Our last destination is Sutua City. Once we finish there, we will return to the academy. Oh, you've traveled quite far. How exhausting. Chu Yan pretended to massage Qin Ming's shoulder. Seeing how hard you're working, why not treat me to a meal? What did you say? I should treat you? Qin Ming regarded Chu Yan in disbelief. Having encountered shamelessness before, but never quite to this degree. I ought to give you a couple of punches. Before Qin Ming could respond, however, Tianheng, swayed by Jiang Yuan and Tang San's persuasion, was already set on treating them, convinced it was entirely reasonable for him, as the host and elder brother, to host his younger siblings. After all, it was merely a meal, a means to foster camaraderie, and it bore no significant repercussions. What harm could there be in gathering for a meal? It was a rare occasion for them to meet amidst the vastness of the world. A stroke of good fortune indeed. Qin Ming felt as though he might explode with frustration. What nonsense about being a host. They were merely near Tiando, not within it. Whatever was said, they believed without question, and a few flattering words had muddled their sense of direction. This group spoke naught but falsehoods. Yet, the die was cast, and Qin Ming found himself following them into the hotel. Savoring a free meal was quite delightful. By the way, how did you manage to travel all the way to Sutua City? Was there a particular team there that you were compelled to challenge? Jiang Yuan gently caressed her pleasantly plump belly, feeling slightly overindulged, and thought she would need Tang San to prepare some sour plum soup to aid her digestion. However, that was not the sole reason. It was merely that Teacher Qin's alma mater was located in that vicinity. And Teacher Qin wished to visit for a brief moment while also reconnecting with her old school. Yu Tianheng observed the exuberant Qin Ming and Chu Yan beside him and elaborated. Teacher Qin's alma mater is in Sutua City? Ah, such a familiar place indeed. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, Qin Ming's face flushed crimson upon hearing mention of his alma mater. Unable to resist the urge to lean in closer, for it was a place that filled him with pride. My alma mater is none other than Shrek, a school from which at the very least, graduates are all soul masters. Jiang Yuan could not help but scratch her head, fearing that she might be entangled in some unspoken confusion with this Shrek. Upon entering the Junior Soul Master Academy, she encountered Yu Xiaojiang, a close friend of the Shrek Academy's principal. After leaving Shrek Academy, she specifically traveled to Tiando City and chose a prestigious Soul Master Academy, only to discover that the principal was the sister of the Shrek Academy's head. In her journey, she came across a battle team, and to her surprise, the team's guiding teacher was a former student of Shrek Academy. Wait, Yu Xiaojiang? Yu Tianheng? Surely, these two are not related as well? Jiang Yuan, with an unusual expression, leaned towards Tang San and inquired, what is your relation to Yu Tianheng? Do you happen to know my uncle? Perhaps you heard about him from Aunt Erlong? Indeed. Their connection would likely be quite easy to deduce. Jiang Yuan shook his head, stating, no, we have known the master since childhood. It was not a mere lapse. Yu Tianheng's mind experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. Did that mean his aunt had already located his uncle? Had they not come together? Or had his aunt never disclosed the matters between her and his uncle to Jiang Yuan and the others? Did you discuss my uncle with my aunt, Director Liu? Yu Tianheng felt as though he could not discern the unfolding of events. We did, Jiang Yuan nodded. The intricacies of their situation were indeed challenging to grasp. So nothing significant occurred? Yu Tianheng's expression grew tense. His aunt calmly accepted the fact that his uncle was avoiding her. Something did happen. She went to confront him. One person remained composed while the other looked astonished, the two conversing in front of Tang San, obscured partially by the table. This scene was undeniably peculiar. And what happened afterward? Did she not cry, cause a scene, or even threaten to hang herself? Back when his uncle departed, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect nearly caused a ruckus for his aunt. His great-grandfather, having only one daughter, bore the embarrassment of defending her at every turn, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. Today, the editor informed me about applying for some free event. Although I am unclear about the details, it seems there might be an opportunity for some complimentary benefits. As for Director Liu, she gradually came to terms with the situation. Jiang Yuan appeared contemplative, reflecting on the transience of life. Have you finished your conversation? He asked. I feel a bit of numbness in my legs. Tang San replied. I sense a twinge of jealousy. The two raised their heads to gaze at Tang San, gradually straightening up and retreating. Tang San shook his legs, as if truly experiencing numbness. However, one must acknowledge that those who understand. How could a soul master genuinely suffer from numbness after such a brief interval? Shouldn't we be heading back? Tang San coughed lightly. The longer they lingered, the more Jiang Yuan seemed to engage with Yu Tianheng. While Du Guyan was certainly not one to tolerate such behavior from a man. How vexing. In reality, Jiang Yuan and Yu Tianheng had only distanced themselves by more than 30 centimeters. Ah, are we in such a hurry? Shu Yin interjected, belching slightly. It was a rare occasion for him to gather with his dear brother Qin. We have already informed Director Yi of our return time. Shu Yin shivered. Although he feared no one in the entire Blue Tyrant Academy, Director Yi was an exception. All right, my good brothers, on the day you return, I shall come find you for a drink, he said, patting Qin Ming on the shoulder. Glancing at the darkening sky, he called everyone to prepare for their journey. He decided against taking the carriage, as it would prevent them from reaching the academy before nightfall. The members of the Divine Awakening group rose to bid farewell, arranging for their next visit to treat them. The party hurriedly made their way back, successfully returning to the academy just before nightfall, thus avoiding a scolding. Jiang Yuan returned to her dormitory to tally her recent earnings. She nearly caused a disturbance in the dead of night, for she had amassed over 20,000 in the past year of competition. How blissful this was! She contemplated tidying up her home beautifully. In the last city, Jiang Yuning did not accompany her, and Jiang Yuan was unaware of her earnings, but it was likely she had accumulated several thousand soul coins as well. When the time came, she could spend 10,000 on a smaller soul-guiding device. Relying on Tang San for everything was quite inconvenient and severely hindered her ability to stash her snacks. Tang San is just like an old maid, Jiang Yuan murmured as she drifted off to sleep amidst her grievances about him. Why the sudden assembly? Jiang Yuan asked Tang San, perplexed. Instead of providing a direct answer, Tang San posed a question to her. How do you feel about our interactions over the years? I think it's wonderful. Everyone is a good person, she replied. Apart from good people, do you have no other assessments? Tang San inquired further. You once called Yu Xiaojing a good person too, he added. With a sigh, Tang San pondered when Jiang Yuan would cease her habit of labeling anyone who treated her well as a good person. This tendency had persisted throughout her life, and he genuinely doubted her ability to discern potential deception. Jiang Yuan, I am exceptionally astute. I can't seem to think of any other adjectives. Jiang Yuan had held back for quite some time before finally uttering these words. Normally, if prompted to compliment someone, she could easily express numerous praises. However, when required to do so on purpose, she found herself at a loss for words. Do you truly hold them in high regard? Tang San inquired once more. Jiang Yuan retorted, Indeed. Do you not like it? I do like it immensely, Tang San replied with a light chuckle, gently tousling Jiang Yuan's hair. Although their team often engaged in spirited banter, it was undeniable that they were indeed a remarkable group of companions. Shall we share the celestial herbs with them as well? This bounty was either discovered by the two of them or procured by Jiang Yuan, with many having been painstakingly unearthed by her own efforts. Regardless, it was imperative for Tang San to seek Jiang Yuan's consent. Of course, I had actually been meaning to mention it, but I feared you might admonish me about keeping wealth hidden, and I truly have no desire to hear your lectures. Jiang Yuan covered her little ears, as if the incessant chatter of Tang San was akin to that of Director Yi. Are you implying that you find me bothersome? That would truly hurt my feelings. Tang San feigned a wounded expression, clutching his heart, gazing at Jiang Yuan with a pitiful look. No. How could I possibly find you bothersome? I merely dislike your incessant prattling. Isn't that still a form of disdain for me? You are misinterpreting my words. Jiang Yuan, in a fit of anger, turned and ran away. All right, I was wrong. Tang San could only weep as he bought a candied hawthorn to soothe the troubles he had caused himself. Everyone has arrived. It seems we are the last ones here. Tang San observed the crowded lounge, realizing that as the initiator, he had come the latest. Not yet. Xiao Wu hasn't arrived. Meng Yaran pointed to the vacant spot often occupied by Xiao Wu and shrugged. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiao Wu stormed into the lounge, fuming, and immediately confronted Tang San. Did you replace my carrots with rotten ones? I've been suffering from a stomachache all morning. I did not swap your carrots. It's evident that you left them uneaten for too long, Tang San retorted. Furthermore, can't you tell if they're spoiled? Can't you taste it? If you're foolish, must you blame others? It seemed as though Tang San and Xiao were destined to clash, and it was apparent that a confrontation was imminent. Jiang Yuan hastily squeezed between the two, remarking, You must have been enemies in your past life, for you seem to ignite so easily. We have important matters to discuss today. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan urged Tang San and Xiao to take their seats beside him. It is as follows. Tang San and I have recently discovered some celestial herbs that could facilitate a remarkable enhancement of one's martial soul, and with a stroke of fortune, even allow for a second evolution of the martial soul. What? Am I imagining things? Is my hearing impaired? Meng Yiran exclaimed, checking her ears to ensure they weren't blocked. Upon glancing around, she noticed that everyone else wore a similar expression of disbelief. No, it cannot be. Celestial herbs are named as such for a reason. They are indeed extraordinary. However, such precious items are far too valuable for me to accept. Jiangzhu slowly shook her head at Jiang Yuan. She was acutely aware of her own yearning, yet she believed in the principle of earning one's keep. They had already received much care from Tang San, Jiang Yuan, and Xiao Wu. Forget it. I cannot afford such a luxury. You should keep them for yourselves. Meng Yiran soon realized the implications and plopped back down onto the sofa. The worth of such items could easily exceed her entire family's fortune. Well, what I meant to convey is that we are offering them to you as a gift. There is no need for you to purchase them. Jiang Yuan found herself perplexed. She never claimed to sell it to them. We are well aware of your intentions. Yet the item is far too precious for us to accept. Meng Yiran nonchalantly dug at her ears, uncertain whether she had indeed discovered something within them. Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan all nodded in agreement. After all, they had only known each other for a few years. Such a valuable possession was beyond their contemplation. Oh, today I completed 2 books and finished all my gaming tasks, feeling utterly content before drifting off to sleep. Jiang Yuan had never anticipated that anyone would reject this question. The reality, however, is that not a single person is willing to engage. Are we merely stirring the pot? Jiang Yuan withdrew her magnificent sword from the soul-guiding device of Tang San and forcefully struck it upon the ground, declaring, I demand victory. Do you comprehend? The crowd gazed at the substantial indentation created by the sword, then turned their attention to Jiang Yuan, nodding in unison. They understood, and with that, they urged her to sheath her weapon, promising that if she directed them eastward, they would never veer westward. Meng Yiran shrank her delicate frame further behind Talon, terrified of the possibility that the sword might fall upon her. Was she not the one who had spoken the most moments ago? Surely, she wouldn't be the first to strike, would she? Oh dear, the fear was overwhelming. How could her frail body withstand such force? Tang San was taken aback, having initially prepared to alleviate the group's burdensome anxiety. Indeed, violence seemed to resolve all matters. No wonder Xiao Wu and Anin were so audacious. Ahem, Anin was merely jesting. Do not bear such psychological weight, for this is all in pursuit of our shared goal. Tang San produced a flower resembling a chrysanthemum from the soul-guiding device, its golden petals layered thickly, yet the tips were sharp as blades. This is the wondrous chrysanthemum. Consuming it will invigorate your limbs and enhance your vitality, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. Talon, this is for you. The young master Talon gazed at Tang San with tear-filled eyes, on the verge of leaping forward to embrace him, but Tang San swiftly evaded, leaving Talon to stumble in emptiness. He carefully secured the wondrous chrysanthemum within its ornate box and placed it atop Talon's head, instructing him to consume the flower's core first, followed by each petal, while avoiding the roots. With Talon being such a lively character, Tang San often found himself exasperated. Since discovering their bond, Talon had become exceedingly clingy, preferring to latch onto Jiang Yuan rather than this muscular giant, yet remained as delicate as a fledgling. Tang San approached Jing Ling, presenting her with a unique plant known as the Xianyi phantom grass, which he had meticulously selected. This herb will allow your soul abilities to merge with the mist of the netherworld, concealing your presence in darkness. Though precious, you need only consume a few of its blossoms. Grateful, Jing Ling accepted the jade box, pondering whether the gold soul coins in her pocket would suffice for a down payment. This is the water nymph jade skin bone, and Yiran, this is yours. It will nourish your tendons and bones, enhancing your vitality and bestowing your skin with a lustrous quality. Is that truly so? Meng Yiran exclaimed, springing from the sofa. A beauty-enhancing artifact? My dear brother, do not hesitate. Whatever you require, I shall exhaust my family's resources for you. In truth, there were myriad benefits that each of them would need to experience firsthand, as these herbs would significantly assist in their subsequent cultivation of soul power, even aiding in overcoming bottlenecks. In his previous life, he had never consumed such celestial herbs, only gleaning their effects from texts, and thus, the mere fragments inscribed in books could hardly encapsulate the full extent of their benefits. Jiangzhu, this is the Ningyu Guangmu fruit. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of solidifying bones and refining vitality. It must be consumed in its entirety, and a slight chill upon entry is entirely normal. Thank you. Jiangzhu received the box, tears welling in her eyes. She felt her talent was lacking, having relied on their care for years while they also tended to her emotions. Oh no, Jiangzhu is about to cry again. Mengyu ran. You're asking for trouble. Jiangzhu wiped away her nearly shed tears, breaking into laughter, though this did not deter her from playfully retaliating against Meng Yiran. Xiao Wu, this is the Jade Clear Dream Lotus, capable of purifying one's essence and warding off impurities. Huang Yuan, this is the Qing Yuling Xiao. As Tang San distributed the celestial herbs, he found a spot to extract another plant from the jade box. What about it? The crowd looked at the empty hands of Jiang Yuan, puzzled. Hee, I've already absorbed it. I'm here to protect you all. Jiang Yuan sat upon the sofa, enveloped in a sense of inexplicable pride. Though she could not discern the origin of this feeling, she chose to embrace it nonetheless. Jiang Yuan securely closed the doors and windows, placing a piece of candy that would take quite a while to consume into her mouth. And she began her cultivation with her eyes shut. She was on the verge of reaching level 40. The soul energy emanating from the absorbed celestial herbs was abundant and satisfying. Although Tang San's soul power did not increase directly from the celestial herbs, they significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, and with Dugubo's inner core, his soul power was nearly on par with Jiang Yuan's. The celestial herbs primarily repaired their own deficiencies, with any excess energy subsequently enhancing their soul power, leaving them uncertain about the actual extent of their improvements. Yet, Jiang Yuan was certain that today she would undoubtedly attain level 40. As someone slowly began to awaken, the excitement in their eyes was about to overflow. However, they considered that others were still asleep and stifled a scream that threatened to escape, resulting in a face flushed with embarrassment. The first to awaken was Huang Yuan, whose strength had increased by a remarkable 4 levels, bringing him to level 36 and almost to 37. Observing Jiang Yuan in her cultivation, he took a moment to calm himself and followed her lead, returning to his own practice to solidify his gains. In truth, Jiang Yuan had noticed Huang Yuan's awakening. But as she was on the brink of a breakthrough herself, she chose to ignore it, relieved that he did not erupt into an excited outburst. Logically, having consumed the celestial herbs should have ensured a smooth breakthrough for her soul master without any bottlenecks. Yet, she found herself stuck, feeling as though the soul power she absorbed was continuously surging toward her chest. She was acutely aware of what resided there, suppressing her inner frustration without deliberately attempting to absorb more soul power. Nonetheless, the energy continued to flow into her body at its previous pace, directed toward that mark. Jiang Yuan cautiously directed her consciousness towards the divine seal, but before she could reach it, she was abruptly engulfed by darkness. It felt as though she had plunged into water, descending incessantly, enveloped by a viscous sensation. She heard a cacophony of lamentations intertwined with joyous laughter. A bitter taste permeated her skin, and the air was thick with a chaotic medley of scents. Gradually, her consciousness began to dissipate, and she seemed to witness the entirety of a human life, from the earliest babblings to the tumultuous journey of growth. As a child, she was diagnosed with congenital heart disease, which prohibited her from engaging in vigorous activities, leaving her in solitude, a mere observer of others' lives, filled with envy. Eventually, she reached the age of schooling, resigned to her fate, and lived a few uneventful years. Yet, she could not endure the weight of her existence. Her parents exhausted their savings for her sake, and her brother was deprived of education, yet no one blamed her. Still, she could not suppress her self-reproach. Why was she born afflicted? Jiang Yuan watched as the little girl became increasingly despondent, burdened, until she finally closed her eyes. Her life, dull and fleeting, was characterized by a relentless struggle against death, ultimately fading into the mundane. As an observer, all she could utter was a lament of pity and sadness. The scene faded, and Jiang Yuan slowly opened her eyes, the constraints lifting as she successfully ascended to the soul sect. However, the lingering sorrow from her previous vision weighed heavily on her heart. She felt an overwhelming sadness, as if she were intimately connected to the little girl as despair, numbness, confusion, and resentment, alongside the acceptance and liberation that accompanied her resignation to death. Rubbing her aching head, she pondered whether this memory belonged to the master of the divine seal. What a tragic fate for a celestial being. She shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Tai Long and Jingling Xiaowu had already awakened, and Jiang Yuan was curious about their current soul power levels. Have your soul powers improved? She inquired, to which they nodded eagerly. I have risen by 5 levels. I am now at level 39, Tai Long exclaimed. In his excitement, he sought to find his young master. But upon glancing back, he saw that Tang San had yet to awaken, compelling him to return to his seat with a hint of disappointment. Jiang Yuan fell silent for a moment, pondering the perplexity of how much soul power this divine seal had consumed from her. It was inconceivable that her soul power could be comparable to that of Talon and the others. I am currently at level 40. Yet I remain uncertain about the actual extent of my enhancement. Xiao Wu chuckled gleefully, but Jiang Yuan's expression was decidedly grim, compelling her to forcefully suppress the corners of her mouth. I am at level 4, just sufficient to reach level 37. Jingling's slanted bangs seemed to exude an air of arrogance. As soon as Jingling finished speaking, Meng Yiran also regained consciousness. Goodness gracious. Jiang Yuan urgently raised a finger to her lips. Meng Yiran, striving to suppress her excitement, exclaimed, "Guess what level I am now? Level 7. They propelled me straight to level 40. From now on, you and Tang San are my big brothers. Who dares to bully you? Not only me, but even my grandparents would vehemently oppose it. In truth, the essence of their advancements lay in the restoration of their own inherent flaws and the enhancement of their martial souls, with the elevation of soul power being a mere consequence. Thus, the degree of improvement varied among individuals, but the restorative benefits of their current soul power far outweighed the mere increments in strength. Jiang Yuan elucidated the reasons behind the varying levels of soul power enhancement among individuals. Thus, one might ponder, if a person were to consume an abundance of celestial herbs all at once, could they ascend directly to the rank of title Douluo? Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. If Tang San were to consume such herbs and attain title Douluo, would they not dominate the competition at the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Are you lost in a dream? Jiang Yuan playfully tapped Meng Yiran on the head. Celestial herbs can only be consumed one at a time. Any excess would yield no additional benefit. Do you think we would segment them otherwise? If it were possible to leap directly to title Douluo, I would have done so already. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes, contemplating that if she could instantly become title Douluo, those seeking to capture her would need to proceed with caution. Meng Yiran rubbed her forehead, realizing that in the realm of cultivation, shortcuts are a mere illusion. Each time they needed to devise names for battle teams, skills, soul beasts, and celestial herbs, she found herself in profound agony. Who understands the torment of a protagonist's naming process? Jiang Zhu slowly opened her eyes, observing the gathering of individuals around her. Am I truly the last to awaken? No. Tang San is still asleep. Jiang Yuan pointed towards the corner where Tang San remained motionless. Jiang Zhu covered her mouth with her hand and offered an apologetic smile. Soon after, her expression brightened with joy. I have ascended 5 levels and now stand at level 38. Well then, that places me at level 40. Xiao Wu at level 40, Yiran at level 40, Huang Yuan at 36, Jingling at 37, Jiang Zhu at 38, Talon at 39. And the celestial herb Tang San consumed was aimed at enhancing eyesight, which would not improve his own soul power. Barring any surprises, he too should be at level 38. Jiang Yuan counted on his fingers, calculating one by one. Shall we wait until Talon reaches level 40 before we acquire the soul rings? During this period, let us all consolidate our soul power, as there are still 6 months until the competition begins. If possible, I sincerely hope that all of us can reach level 40. Gaining 3 levels in half a year seems somewhat challenging. Jiang Yuan shook her head, harboring little hope for Huang Yuan and Jingling's breakthrough to the soul master level. However, she held a stronger desire for senior sister Jiang Zhu to achieve that milestone, for her healing abilities scaled with rank percentage, and a breakthrough would yield substantial enhancement. As the group idly waited, they focused on Tang San, curious about when he would awaken. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which radiated a purple light, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of all things. The crowd instinctively stepped back. What is this? Talon leaned in close to Tang San, unperturbed by any potential danger, merely fascinated by the glowing eyes of his young master. Tang San swatted Talon away, retracting his purple extreme demon eye, startled by the sudden appearance of a large head before him. Captain, have you increased your soul power? The group, already aware that Tang San could not enhance his soul power, crowded around him, each bragging about their own improvements. With a flick of his blue-silver grass, Tang San ensnared them in a bundle and tossed them aside, irritated by the noise disturbing his vision. Though I haven't enhanced my soul power, my level is not at the bottom. Huang Yuan, as the only one in the team with a partner, how can you not strive for more? Tang San leaned against the doorframe, observing the tangle of bodies on the floor with a teasing tone. Why single me out? Jingling is no different, Huang Yuan retorted. feeling aggrieved as he had just showcased his progress. Jingling kicked him, quickly rising to her feet. I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm the lowest ranked in the team. You should be embarrassed for your girlfriend to be out and about. Bah, you gloomy, one-eyed creature with black hair. Watch as I unleash a fierce wolf attack. Huang Yuan sprang up like a carp, hands on the ground, sliding back a bit before launching a kick towards Jingling Ba, with all fours on the ground. You should consider renaming yourself Fortune. Jingling dodged, while Huang Yuan miscalculated and crashed towards the entrance, inadvertently colliding with Lu Erlong and Chu Yin, who were approaching to discuss team uniforms. Unable to halt his momentum, Huang Yuan crashed into Chu Yan's abdomen, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Eventually, the group settled quietly in the lounge. What do you think Tang San fed you that allowed you all to simultaneously elevate several levels of soul power? Lu Erlong inquired. Recalling the precious herbs, having witnessed Dugu Yin consuming one in her yard, knowing it was something Tang San procured from Dugu Bo. Yet, she never expected him to so freely offer such a valuable item. Tang San, what truly matters is that these items can be of use, left unused. They hold no value. I believe our relationship makes them worthwhile. Talon was moved to tears by Tang San's words, preparing to leap into his embrace. Tang San swiftly kicked him away, stating, "Forget that I just said anything. Come, let us sign a contract of servitude." Very well, I shall not pry further. Do you have any specific requirements for the team uniforms for the competition? Lu Erlong asked, recognizing that the team would ultimately wear what they preferred, as unsightly attire could easily dampen their spirits. Let it be green. As Jiang Yuan spoke halfway, her raised hand, along with her mouth, was gently restrained and pulled back by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Regarding Jiang Yuan's preference, the vibrant red and green seemed rather excessive, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Perhaps blue and white would be more suitable? A soft shade of blue, for deep blue lacks appeal. Dean, oh Dean. One yearns for a lovely dress. I find green quite unappealing. Jiang Yuan struggled for a moment but ultimately relinquished her efforts. She gazed at them as they finalized their outfit choices. How infuriating. Despite being a formidable support figure, she found herself devoid of any rights. Lu Erlong closed his notebook, preparing to rise and depart. Come find me again when Talon reaches level 40. We shall venture for soul rings together. But I shall never return to the Stardow Forest. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, contemplating the two incidents that had transpired, one of which was indeed an accident. Both felt a sense of guilt as they discreetly wiped their noses. It was never their intention to find themselves in such a predicament. Today marked a day of leisure, and after bidding farewell to others, Jiang Yuan returned home with Tang San and his son. The house was empty save for Jiang Yuning, as both of their parents were absent. Are mom and dad not home today? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, having searched the entirety of the courtyard, finding no one. The courtyard had been meticulously restored, exuding a touch of elegance, adorned with several pots of vibrant flowers and a small black cat roaming about. Jiang Yuning ceased her gentle grooming of the cat and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuan. Did you not notice anyone just now? It was merely a casual inquiry. Jiang Yuan remained unfazed by Jiang Yuning's tone. Instead, she reached out to playfully tease the little cat's paw. It became evident that she was not only disliked by dogs, but also by cats. The small black cat turned away, presenting its back to Jiang Yuan, even repositioning its tail in another direction. How infuriating. What an ungrateful feline to harbor grievances against me. Jiang Yuan, filled with frustration, stamped her foot and spun in a circle. As long as you know, she declared. Jiang Yuning released the cat, brushed off the fur clinging to her clothes, and rose to prepare a pot of tea for Tang San and Tang Hao. Alas, their precious darling returned home today, yet they were nowhere to be found. Jiang Yuan rested her chin on her hand, seated at the table in the courtyard, and one might mistakenly think she was the guest. It seemed as though it had been an eternity since she last encountered Sister Yuning. She had not crossed paths with her during her previous visit to the Great Soul Arena. However, the resemblance between the two of you has grown strikingly apparent. Unlike in your childhood days, Tang San remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It felt as if they were no longer merely similar. Although Jiang Yuan was younger than Jiang Yuning, their heights were nearly indistinguishable due to Jiang Yuan's status as a soul master. Were it not for the cool indifference in Jiang Yuning's gaze, contrasted with Jiang Yuan's more spirited demeanor, he would barely be able to discern one from the other. Hee, just kidding, my sister resembles me, she playfully declared. Jiang Yuning held the tea with a silent grace, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to the back of Jiang Yuan's head. If you cannot utter anything pleasant, I shall ensure your silence is absolute. Jiang Yuan covered the back of her head with one hand and her mouth with the other. Tang San felt a pang of sympathy at the sound of slaps. Yet he could not restrain Jiang Yuan's sharp tongue. I will go call my parents. You handle things here. Just wait for me. I will be back shortly. Given Jiang Yuan's unreliable nature, it would be more prudent to have Tang Hao manage the situation, as he was at least familiar with her household. Whereas Jiang Yuan had yet to return to live in the courtyard she had purchased. As soon as Jiang Yuan departed, Tang San began to massage Jiang Yuan's occiput with his Xiantian skill. He parted her hair to take a glance and noticed that her scalp appeared slightly reddened. Tang San couldn't help but suspect that Jiang Yuan's apparent foolishness might be a result of Jiang Yuan's antics. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Oh, not at all. My occiput has become impervious to her strikes. Jiang Yuan spoke with a hint of smugness. Tang San retorted, Are you quite proud of yourself? It's all a testament to your indiscreet words. The location where Father Jiang and Mother Jiang set up their stall was not far, and the three of them quickly returned while pushing a small cart. Oh, my dear Anan, I miss you so much. Mother Jiang exclaimed as she hurried into the courtyard and embraced Jiang Yuan. However, the weight of maternal love was somewhat overwhelming for Jiang Yuan, leaving her a bit breathless. By the way, where is that girl Xiaowu? Why didn't Tishi accompany you back? She mentioned she had something to attend to. So she didn't come back with me. Jiang Yuan racked her brains but could not fathom what significance the little rabbit held for Xiaowu. In truth, it was not Xiaowu who had a matter at hand. Rather, it was during her final visit to Jiang Yuan's home that she beheld Jiang Yuning standing at the entrance, watching her and Jiang Yuan play. The sensation was profoundly isolating. Previously carefree and oblivious, Xiaowu had since become instinctively more observant after her realization. Jiang Yuantian instinctively tends to her guest, while Jiang Yuning often hesitates, reluctant to intrude upon the world shared by the two sisters. Moreover, she has witnessed Jiang Yuning increasingly retreating into solitude. Mother, I long to savor sweet and sour soup, I yearn for braised beef, and I desire steamed base. Jiang Yuan clutched her mother's arm, reciting the names of dishes. The joy on Jiang's mother's face gradually shifted to displeasure upon seeing her youngest daughter. Tang Hao stood by, grinning foolishly, reveling in the fact that the punishment was directed at Jiang Yuan, while he reaped the benefits. Have you finished? Jiang's mother inquired kindly. Yes, I have, Mama. Jiang Yuan replied, nestling into her mother's embrace. Well then, since you have finished, it's time for your punishment, Jiang's mother declared, picking up a wooden board from the corner and swinging it towards Jiang Yuan. You think this is a restaurant, don't you? Just because I give you a bit of leeway, you start acting with impudence. As Jiang Yuan ran, she exclaimed in frustration. What is the use of being a soul master? I will still face punishment upon returning home. Where is her father? The father who once endured hardships alongside her? Upon observing the situation, Jiang's father had long since fled to a distant corner, remaining utterly silent. Jiang Yuning did not emerge with any intention to mediate. Tang San hesitated to intervene, standing by and observing, appearing even more timid than Jiang Yuan. Despite Jiang's mother vocally chastising Jiang Yuan, by evening, she had arranged all the dishes Jiang Yuan requested. Tang Hao, sipping his drink, remarked to himself that his foresight had proved accurate. If there was an opportunity, it would be seized. The drop in rankings occurred swiftly, leaving the old cat feeling weary. A quiet note, the sister CP has indeed made its appearance. The Soul Ring acquisition team, aside from their fundamental training, had not returned to the Grand Soul Arena. Instead, they engaged fervently in simulated training every day. Particularly, Jiangzhu and Tailong were under constant scrutiny as they approached level 40. A month later, although Jiangzhu's level remained unchanged, Tailong had finally reached level 40. His expression resembling that of someone who had just emerged from a long ordeal as he charged toward Lu Erlong's courtyard, shouting loudly. Passing the academic affairs office, he was accurately struck on the head by a book hurled from a window. A group of individuals had slipped out for some fresh air, presumably heading to the Sunset Forest, and since many of them needed to acquire soul rings, they also enlisted Dugubo for assistance. It remained uncertain whether their team posed a significant threat, but after a thorough search, they found no suitable soul beasts. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan, feeling disheartened, hid on the ground, pulling at the grass. At the very least, whenever she ventured into the Stardow Forest in search of soul beasts, she found them quickly. Now, after a lengthy search, she had not even caught a glimpse of a suitable beast. In a moment of inspiration, Tang San pondered a rather cunning plan. What method do you propose? Meng Iran asked, feeling the urge to punch the overly cautious man. I possess a celestial herb that emits a scent to attract soul beasts. We could lure them directly. The only downside is that the beasts drawn in may be quite formidable. Tang San paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. However, we can take refuge in Douluo Bo's poison formation. Truly, my good brother, your intellect shines, Douluo Bo remarked, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Pride evident in his tone. But how do we capture the soul beast we desire? There are so many beasts outside. We cannot expect the Dean to go out and capture them all. Facing so many at once would be exceedingly perilous. I have my own methods, Tang San replied, retrieving a claw-like weapon from his soul guide, known as the Heavenly Claw. With this, we can capture the soul beasts. He demonstrated by directing the claw toward a tree, which it grasped, and with a swift pull, the entire tree came crashing down. Impressive, Meng Yiran exclaimed sincerely. Let us proceed as Tang San suggests. Lu Erlong agreed, noting that this method was far more convenient than their previous search. Ultimately, the scale of the Sunset Forest could not compare to that of the Stardow Forest. Tang San then took out the fragrant celestial herb, holding it in his hand, and produced a vial of potion, dripping it into the center of the flower's core. An aroma began to emanate, causing everyone to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. Perhaps the scent favored by soul beasts differed somewhat from that preferred by humans? Jiang Yuan began to harbor doubts. Could this trinket truly be called the ethereal fragrance of the enchanted silk? Where was the fragrance? Merely a few seconds had passed when the tremors beneath their feet rendered everyone somewhat unsteady. How many soul beasts were approaching? The commotion was simply excessive. The group hastily retreated into the poisonous mist of Douluo Bo. One individual consumed an antidote pill. As the number of approaching soul beasts multiplied, Tang San swiftly stowed away the ethereal fragrance of the enchanted silk into a jade box. Soul beasts under 3,000 years of age dared not approach. While those over 10,000 years possessed a modicum of intelligence, they were aware they had been deceived. Observing the group, which included a titled Douluo, they understood today was not their day and flicked their tails to depart, save for a few obstinate ones. Tang San surveyed the soul beast and spotted a giant claw mantis, over 4,700 years old, renowned for its iron-like hardness. Promising a satisfactory soul skill for Tai Long. Very well, I shall capture it. Lu Erlong, wielding the heavenly claw, leapt onto a tree and aimed at the giant claw mantis lurking behind, ready to take advantage of the chaos. From her elevated vantage point, she discerned the mantis's position. Incredulous at how Tang San had identified it amidst the throng of soul beasts in the shroud of poison. Sensing impending danger, the giant claw mantis prepared to leap away. But fortune was not on its side. Lu Erlong's aim was precise, causing her trajectory to veer and fortuitously land on its claw. For a brief moment, Lu Erlong was taken aback, unable to comprehend the mantis's seemingly foolish move. Yet she quickly regained her composure and dragged the dim-witted giant claw mantis into the poisonous mist. What followed was a thorough beating, due to its hard shell. Lu Erlong employed a relentless barrage of strikes, tossing it repeatedly until it lay on the brink of exhaustion. She then casually handed it over to Tai Long, instructing him to find a secure spot to absorb it. Meng Yiran gazed at a snake for an extended period, ultimately exhaling a sigh and averting her gaze. Why the prolonged stare? Why not claim it? I believe that rapid flash purple bamboo snake would suit you splendidly. Jiang Yuan was initially about to inform Douluo Bo to quietly capture that snake later. The speed of that serpent was astonishingly swift. By the time the dean arrived, he would likely be preoccupied, and there was a chance it could escape entirely. Have you paid attention in your cultural classes? Clearly, this creature exceeds the age limit. Meng Yiran sighed. Yet given Jiang Yuan's propensity for dozing off during lessons, she held little hope that she would discern anything. What she overlooked, however, was that despite Jiang Yuan's lack of attendance, she had never erred when called upon by the teacher. What is the matter? It's merely a 6,000-year-old creature. Isn't it? The maximum age for a fourth soul ring is 5,000 years, Meng Yiran patiently elucidated. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched slightly, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that someone truly believed in the master's so-called 10 core theories? If I may be so bold to inquire. While the maximum age for a fourth spirit ring is 5,000 years, it is commonly accepted that the fifth spirit ring is typically 10,000 years. Does this imply that spirit beasts aged between 6,000 and 9,000 years are entirely safe? Meng Yiran widened her eyes, staring at Jiang Yuan, seemingly perplexed by the significance of his words. The absorption of spirit rings should fundamentally depend on one's own constitution. It is not a matter of merely following what others suggest in terms of how much to absorb. Having consumed celestial herbs and undergone medicinal baths to refine his physique, his constitution is already markedly different from that of an ordinary person. Talon did not exceed the age limit merely by chance. 6,000 years is not exceedingly rare, especially when compared to the tumultuous nature of 10,000-year spirit rings. Jiang Yuan gently tapped Meng Yiran's self-assured little head, pondering whether she could dislodge the flimsy thoughts nestled within. Meng Yiran, momentarily dazed, eventually regained her focus and grasped Jiang Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "Darling, I want that." All right, wait for me to rally some support." "I shall fetch it for you," Jiang Yuan responded, feeling gratified that Meng Yiran was able to comprehend and keep pace with their intellectual advancements. They devised a plan primarily to identify shortcomings and offer reminders for potential pitfalls. 9162-4850-385 Soul Ring Squad 2, Senior Douluo. Please assist in capturing that swiftly darting purple bamboo snake. Jiang Yuan pointed towards the distinctly visible purple delicacy dangling from a tree branch. It seemed quite confident in its speed, otherwise it would not display itself so openly. However, it should feel relieved shortly. For tomorrow its spirit banner would also be suspended prominently. Be cautious, its speed is formidable. Jiang Yuan could not help but explain. Douluo made a gesture of receipt and stealthily approached the swiftly moving purple bamboo snake, taking care to circle around to avoid detection. Its speed was solely attributed to its timid nature and heightened sensitivity. However, Douluo, disregarding martial ethics, instilled fear in most soul beasts under the overwhelming pressure of the formidable Bailin Snake Emperor, causing them to tremble and freeze in place. Tang San hastily directed Lu Erlong to capture the subterranean demon spider he had set his sights on. It was a millennium-old soul beast. And Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment. "The Dean?" Tang San's voice emerged, laced with curiosity. "Never mind," Lu Erlong said as she unleashed her sky-soaring divine claw. After all, she was merely a dean and could not oversee every detail. These children possessed their own thoughts and were well aware of their actions. The subterranean demon spider was dragged in and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. It attempted to struggle, but Chu Yin stepped forward with a cruel smile, eager to engage, embodying his martial spirit. A millennium-old soul beast was still a worthy opponent for him. "Inan, Xiaowu, do you have your eyes on any particular one?" Lu Erlong turned to look at the last two individuals still in need of soul rings. As Jiang Yuan and Xiaowu exchanged glances, they were acutely aware of Xiaowu's true identity. She was utterly incapable of absorbing a soul ring. However, the challenge lay in how to conceal this from the Dean while attempting to absorb one in solitude. Xiaowu playfully prodded Jiang Yuan, urging her to speak swiftly. Dean, I require something that may not be present here. I was originally seeking a pink willow, so Xiaowu and I shall venture to explore elsewhere. Would you mind guarding them in our absence?" Lu Erlong frowned slightly. She realized that Jiang Yuan had her own plans and could not forcibly make her choose from among the options available. Yet, she harbored grave doubts about the wisdom of allowing the two to venture out alone. "No, absolutely not." Lu Erlong firmly rejected the notion. "Once you have completed your absorption, I will accompany you to search. It is far too perilous. I cannot permit you both to go out on your own." Jiang Yuan felt a headache coming on. After a prolonged period of tranquility, she had almost forgotten that she was a fugitive, pursued even by a title de law. "Then we shall postpone," Jiang Yuan suggested, pulling Xiaowu aside. "Why not select a soul beast at random, then retreat to a secluded spot? I can provide cover while you coalesce your soul ring." In such a public setting, it was indeed challenging, primarily due to the Dean's unwavering vigilance. She could hardly trust them to be alone outside. Xiaowu, too, felt the weight of the dilemma. She did not wish for an innocent soul beast to perish due to such circumstances. Moreover, if she refrained from absorbing the soul ring, it would persist for half an hour, and she was uncertain whether Jiang Yuan could deter others during that time. No. The process of coalescing a soul ring creates considerable commotion, significantly differing from others' absorption methods. It can easily attract attention. What shall we do? We cannot delay indefinitely. They had exited without realizing the implications, compounded by the fact that Tang Hao was absent at that moment, leading them to leave without further thought. Upon arriving at the Sunset Forest and encountering Douluo, they had summoned him, but now they found themselves in a predicament. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and Xiaowu herself was equally unprepared. Both were enveloped in a shared sense of frustration. "Tang San, your soul beast." Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yuan instinctively turned to look. "Wait a moment. What have you captured? Is this cave-dwelling demon spider truly a millennium old? What are your intentions? Absorbing at such a disparity? I would have no objections if you were to leap just 1,000 or 2, but to directly transcend 5,000 years?" Jiang Yuan was filled with a desire to pry open Tang San's mind and uncover the thoughts swirling within. Did you not claim that the master's theories lacked credibility? Tang San gazed at Jiang Yuan with innocent eyes. It was not me, nor is it this. Can a millennium truly equate to 10,000 years? Are you unaware that the absorption of a 10,000-year spirit ring is accompanied by soul disturbances? This is a blatant distortion of her intentions. And Jiang Yuan refused to shoulder such an unjust burden. Indeed, Tang San, my dear brother, it is unwise to court danger at such a young age. Especially when you have yet to attain the title of Douluo. Have you wed your beloved? Have you achieved your career goals? What of your aspirations? Why the sudden despair? Douluo, standing nearby, earnestly counseled him, resembling a concerned mother. Tang San understood that their intentions were rooted in care. I am aware of all you say. Yet I am equally cognizant of my own condition. Moreover, I would never embark on a venture without adequate preparation. If I were to enter the Douluo Forest, such recklessness would be out of the question. However, we are currently in the Sunset Forest, where opportunities abound. Are you suggesting we exploit the ice and fire yin yang? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, still feeling hesitant. No, it remains too perilous. Trust me. Will you? I would never place myself in harm's way. I have not even begun to pursue you yet. Jiang Yuan was momentarily bewildered. What had she just heard? Was it a hallucination? What was this pursuit? Shao Wu swiftly covered Jiang Yuan's ears, glaring fiercely at Tang San. You better perish in there. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Rest assured, I won't die. It's impossible for you to gain the upper hand in this lifetime, replied Tang San. As he hoisted the corpse of the subterranean spider, casting a glance at the still-dazed Jiang Yuan, etching that figure deep into his memory. Now, he had someone he wished to protect and cherish dearly. With his soul resonating, he felt an unwavering fearlessness. Jiang Yuan, suddenly aware, felt her cheeks flush crimson. What nonsense was he uttering? Was a confession truly this hasty? Shao Wu released her grip on Jiang Yuan's ear and leaned closer, whispering, No, he did not confess. It was merely a casual remark. Do not take it too seriously. A man's words are seldom trustworthy, and he has yet to pursue you. Even if he did, you could always decline. Why should I refuse? Jiang Yuan's face was a rosy hue, her hands twisting nervously together. Shao Wu, filled with exasperation, cupped her face and earnestly advised, You must learn to reject. Only what is unattainable holds value. If you acquiesce too swiftly, he will fail to cherish you. If he does not cherish you, your time together will be brief, and he may seek solace elsewhere. But isn't that how Huang Yuan and the others became a couple so quickly? They have been together for many years, Jiang Yuan countered. Not in agreement with Shao Wu's assertions. Yet they are often apart, which keeps the relationship fresh. However, you have been with Tang San since childhood. He will soon tire of you, Shao Wu insisted, her tone serious as she attempted to persuade Jiang Yuan. She glanced around for Lu Erlong's figure and whispered, for instance. Look at you, Shao Jiang, what a scoundrel. Jiang Yuan suddenly exhibited a look of realization. Indeed, men often fail to cherish what they acquire. She had momentarily succumbed to the folly of infatuation. How frustrating it was to have nearly been deceived. 86 Fourth Ring. The more Jiang Yuan contemplated, the more she realized that Shao Wu was indeed correct. Tang San's reckless undertaking of such perilous endeavors was nothing short of irresponsible towards himself. Could one truly expect him to be accountable to his family in the future? It seemed that men were indeed rather foolish. Unbeknownst to Tang San, before his emotions had even begun to blossom, he had already unceremoniously cast both Shao Wu and himself into a predicament. Jiang Yuan, in her frustration, had even added further weight to their plight. Though she scolded him, her concern for Tang San remained unwavering. Meanwhile, Tai Long Ming had just awakened after absorbing the soul ring, yet Tang San continued to lie in silence. Jiang Yuan could not resist the urge to gaze into the eye of ice and fire. On the shore lay only Tang San's discarded garments, while she, reminiscent of bygone times, plunged into the depths of the eye. After tidying up the disheveled clothes on the ground and placing them beside the water, Jiang Yuan settled down at the water's edge, awaiting the emergence of Tang San's lifeless form. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she stifled a yawn and shifted a few paces back, anxious that she might inadvertently doze off and tumble into the eye herself. After retreating a couple of steps, overwhelmed by drowsiness, she rested her head against Tang San's clothing and succumbed to slumber. When Tang San resurfaced, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly realized that his attire was missing. Jiang Yuan lay on the ground, somewhat unconscious and utterly still. There was not a soul in sight. And panic gripped him. Disregarding whether he was dressed or not, he hastily rose and pulled on a garment from his soul guide. A vibrant red dress materialized in his hands. Though Tang San remained somewhat pensive, He found the dress surprisingly practical and donned it before proceeding to assess Jiang Yuan's condition. He noticed that his own clothing served as a pillow beneath her head, while she slept soundly, occasionally murmuring softly in her slumber. Tang San exhaled in relief and began rummaging through his soul guide for his own attire. The soul guide had been with Jiang Yuan for quite some time, making it challenging for him to locate his belongings, particularly clothing and snacks. After sifting through 3 or 4 of Jiang Yuan's dresses, he finally unearthed his own garments. Jiang Yuan turned over, and her head bumped against the ground, bringing her to a state of wakefulness. Blinking her eyes in a dazed manner, she beheld an individual clad in a red dress, squatting there and occasionally revealing another layer of her skirt. Jiang Yuan rubbed her eyes several times and looked closely. Was that not Tang San? Why was he wearing her dress? Jiang Yuan glanced at the clothing she had used as a pillow on the floor. It seemed that this person, in a moment of urgency while lying on the ground, had resorted to wearing her outfit without even searching for their own. She couldn't help but feel that this was indeed the case. Strangely enough, the little dress suited her quite well. Jiang Yuan couldn't resist scratching his bottom, his hand accidentally brushing against a nearby stone. Tang San immediately turned around in alarm. Their eyes met, leaving only awkwardness in the air. It's not that I wanted to wear your skirt, but just now, all right, I get it, Jiang Yuan casually interrupted. Even if Tang San truly enjoyed wearing skirts, what could she say about it? If he liked it, she might as well gift him one. She was an open-minded person. What was wrong with a boy wearing a skirt? One shouldn't live with so much prejudice. Watching Jiang Yuan's dismissive attitude, Tang San suddenly felt a pang of frustration. Finding a blind spot where Jiang Yuan couldn't see, he quietly retrieved his own clothes. Jiang Yuan pouted and stealthily followed, attempting to catch a glimpse or two. She merely wanted to see if Tang San had sustained any injuries. After all, what could a young girl like her possibly do? However, before she could catch sight of anything, Tang San abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with her. Jiang Yuan retreated sulkily. So, if we are not together, you refuse to let me see? Humph, men truly are stingy. She tossed Tang San's clothes onto the ground and went out in search of her beloved Xiaowu. Xiaowu was indeed a treasure. She could be embraced, kissed, and touched, allowing for all manner of whims. Xiaowu raised an eyebrow in surprise as Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon the 4 soul rings beneath her feet, plunging her into a state of astonishment. How did you achieve this? She wondered. What transpired while I was asleep? Xiaowu quirked an eyebrow at her. Jiang Yuan leaned closer, and the two began to engage in hushed whispers once more. How about that? Am I not impressive? Not a soul noticed. Xiaowu raised a finger triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Indeed, impressive. How did you manage that? Jiang Yuan applauded, acknowledging Xiaowu's clever deception. Ahem, it was nothing really. I merely told the dean that I had an upset stomach and seized the opportunity to sneak back with some fruit, which is why I returned late. Ah, splendid. As expected of Sister Xiaowu, always spinning a good yarn. Jiang Yuan endeavored to play the role of the witty sidekick. What is nonsense, you ask? I call it cleverness. Xiaowu playfully tapped Jiang Yuan on the tip of his nose. This child truly lacks eloquence. So, how did you explain the soul ring to the dean? Jiang Yuan inquired once more. I told them I was merely picking fruit when a soul beast happened to pass by, fixated on the fruit in my hand, insisting on snatching it from me. In my haste to escape, it collided with a tree and fainted. Upon seeing the situation, I thought it quite convenient and promptly dealt with it. Xiaowu felt that her justifications were rather flimsy, unsure if the dean believed her story. Yet, the truth of the matter was that it mattered little. She had acquired her soul ring without any mishaps. She presumed that others would likely overlook the events that transpired and the reasons behind her actions. TSK. The dean probably thinks you are treating her like a fool, but the fact remains, she is rather simple-minded. Jiang Yuan felt that her remark was rather superfluous and, finding it tedious, rose to her feet. Since Xiaowu was now unharmed, only her own soul ring remained to be accounted for. There was no need to engage in any unnecessary subterfuge. Jiang Yuan called out to the others. While the sky is still bright, and Tang San is unharmed, Senior Douluo, let us two seek out the pink willow together. Having too many people may prove hazardous. They are right here, and it is certain we cannot return today. Let us pitch a tent and endure the night, returning at dawn. Very well, Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. Although the Sunset Forest is relatively close to Heaven Do, it still requires traversing some wild terrain. The wilderness of Douluo Continent at night is far from tranquil, even in towns. There are many deserted alleys where individuals dare to strike. Dugu Bo led Jiang Yuan swiftly forward, embracing the encroaching twilight. There is one advantage to plant soul beasts. Those under 50,000 years are mostly incapable of fleeing, while some of their offensive tactics may catch one off guard. In the presence of a tidal Douluo, the capabilities of a millennium-old soul beast remain insufficient. Jiang Yuan quickly took a liking to a pink willow, which was approximately 8,000 years old. Douluo shook his head, unable to comprehend why the younger generation seemed so eager to challenge themselves. However, recognizing his role as merely a tool, he refrained from further commentary, knowing that both of them, being skilled in healing arts, were well aware of their own physical conditions. With a soul technique, he thoroughly pulverized the interior of the pink willow, and Jiang Yuan drew her great sword, delivering a powerful strike. A deep purple soul ring emerged. A new month has begun. Let the heist commence. Jiang Yuan found a spot, seated herself on the ground, and began to absorb the soul ring. Just before she commenced, she enveloped herself in a protective shield, uncertain of its efficacy but prioritizing caution. As her breathing steadied, the soul ring descended upon her. In the next moment, the shield shattered into fragments. A surge of anxiety gripped her. It was indeed a daunting endeavor, yet having embarked on this journey, she was determined to persevere. If Tang San could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, then surely she could manage an 8,000-year one. She bit down on the soft flesh of her mouth, striving to calm herself and concentrate on combating the chaotic forces twisting within her. The so-called divine mark on her chest began to radiate warmth, inciting a flicker of panic within her. Would this divine mark cause complications at such a critical juncture? Was this how the chosen heirs handled their candidates? Inflicting relentless trials until one was on the brink of collapse? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yuan felt an urge to curse. The temperature of the divine mark continued to rise, yet she could not afford to focus on it. She had yet to subdue the power of the soul ring within her. The struggle between her and the soul ring was intense and reciprocal until suddenly, the soul ring's ferocity subsided. Bewildered, she began to inspect her body. What was happening? Had Douluo forcibly interrupted her absorption due to unfavorable conditions? Surely, such an interruption wouldn't manifest in this manner? The backlash? She was utterly vexed by these occurrences that were absent from her textbooks. The warmth of the divine mark had dissipated, and upon closer inspection, she confirmed the soul ring remained intact. She resumed her absorption, encountering no further issues. Yet, what was truly transpiring? Unable to grasp the situation, Jiang Yuan prioritized the absorption of the soul ring. Douluo observed Jiang Yuan's condition from the side, initially apprehensive. But to his astonishment, the turmoil subsided after a quarter of an hour. However, what shocked him the most was the soul ring. How had it changed to black? He had just seen it as 8,000 years. Douluo rushed to the pink willow tree, scrutinizing it closely, confirming it was indeed 8,000 years. How had it suddenly transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring? He squatted on the ground, pondering for a long time, yet could not comprehend it. He would have to wait for Jiang Yuan to awaken to inquire further. Two four-ring 10,000-year soul rings were exceedingly conspicuous. He feared Jiang Yuan would be kept in reserve as a trump card for a later revelation. Jiang Yuan effortlessly absorbed the soul ring for the first time. Senior Douluo, what has happened to you? Douluo squatted on the ground, unable to suppress his thoughts about Jiang Yuan's peculiar situation. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest in disarray. Ah, you are awake. What is the matter with your soul ring? Douluo urgently sought an answer, as it directly impacted how many bowls of rice he could consume that evening. Soul ring? Did I inquire about the soul ring? Jiang Yuan unleashed her soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The black ring, under the cloak of night, did not seem particularly conspicuous. Yet in Jiang Yuan's eyes, it was overwhelmingly glaring. What on earth is happening? What is this? Jiang Yuan was taken aback, her feet nearly jumping off the ground. Just moments ago, she had been enviously admiring Tang San, and now she too possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. Wait, had she misinterpreted? Did I inadvertently select a 1,000-year pink willow? Surely, my vision cannot be that poor. I must not have misjudged, right? Jiang Yuan retreated to the remnants of the pink willow he had just absorbed, scrutinizing them carefully. Indeed, it was an 8,000-year-old specimen. This was beyond doubt. Yet, something felt amiss. This is precisely what puzzles me, he murmured. I've examined it thoroughly. It's unquestionably 8,000 years old. Douluo materialized beside him, picking up fragments of the pink willow from the ground. After a brief inspection, he cast them aside dismissively. Did you encounter anything unusual while absorbing the spirit ring? He inquired. Jiang Yuan contemplated carefully, noting that the mark on his shoulder was exceedingly warm, increasingly so. And then? Douluo inquired promptly. At that moment, While absorbing the spirit ring, its power was rather tumultuous, so I chose to disregard it. Suddenly, the tumultuous energy dissipated, and the mark ceased to radiate heat. It might be somewhat related to that. Jiang Yuan has now begun to comprehend certain aspects. The mark? Dong Gubo murmured. As he still had not discerned the true nature of this emblem, Jiang Yuan refrained from revealing to Du Gubo that the mark was a divine seal. A directive specifically imparted by Tang Hao, as not everyone is deserving of trust. Does this mark exhibit any peculiarities on a regular basis, apart from the initial occurrence? Du Gubo inquired further. Indeed, this contraption siphons my soul power. It has absorbed far more than a mere fraction. Jiang Yuan recalled the day of her breakthrough. The mark had almost claimed half of her soul power. Typically, this was not so apparent, and she had assumed it was merely due to her slower cultivation. Believing her soul power level was simply elevated. At that time, she was the one with the highest soul power level, and without any comparison. She remained oblivious to the truth. Could it be that what it absorbed from your soul power was merely reflected in the soul ring? How would Du Gubo describe this peculiar situation? Perhaps it is somewhat amusing. While this may sound impressive, the reality was that it severely hindered Jiang Yuan's cultivation speed. Despite enhancing the age of her soul ring, while her contemporaries may have already reached Soul Sage, she found herself still grappling with the realms of Soul Emperor or Soul King, rendering the slight increase in the soul ring's age rather insignificant. Moreover, the elevation of Jiang Yuan's soul ring was not substantial. Originally, it was over 8,000 years, and now it barely reached 10,000. A couple of thousand years might prove useful at lower levels, but at higher levels, such an increase appears rather trivial. He understood all too well how much more advantageous it was to elevate soul power compared to merely extending the soul ring's age by several thousand years. Let us return for now. Jiang Yuan found no amusement in the laughter of Du Gubo. What was there to find funny, truly? She resolved to diligently hone her skills, determined to surpass them. Upon returning to Du Gubo's garden, she discovered that the tent had already been erected, and a fire had been kindled, with meat sizzling on the grill. Feeling dejected, Jiang Yuan found a spot to sit down and began to voraciously devour the roasted meat handed to him by Xiao Wu. Behind him, Du Gubo walked closely, struggling to suppress his laughter. What is going on? Lu Erlong observed the expressions of the two, wondering if they had encountered some embarrassing incident worth sharing for her amusement. Oh, Du Gubo is laughing like there is no tomorrow, Lu Erlong remarked, noticing his shoulders shaking with mirth. No way. Isn't everything quite all right? She couldn't fathom the source of such amusement from her senior. Jiang Yuan observed the situation, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had expended half of her soul power during her usual training. What could be the reason? Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to her. The mark upon her body had been surreptitiously siphoning her soul power, consistently competing with her during her breakthroughs, ultimately leading to a meager enhancement to her soul ring. This was the source of Jiang Yuan's vexation. If it possessed the capacity to directly augment her by 10,000 years, she would be curious to see if her frustration would persist. The onlookers exchanged glances. While they acknowledged that her current condition appeared satisfactory, they were acutely aware that prolonged circumstances could lead to significant complications. As one ages, the pace of cultivation diminishes, whereas the youth find it comparatively easier to sense the surrounding soul power. If a young individual were to experience a soul power cultivation speed inferior to that of someone with innate soul power at levels 4 or 5, it would be a grave waste of their inherent potential. I've always maintained that Anon, despite being the first among us to consume the celestial herb, has achieved a cultivation level akin to ours, Tang San murmured. In truth, the matter had merely been one of timing regarding consumption. The others had engaged in regular training together, making it entirely normal for them to overlook certain details. However, Jiang Yuan had consumed the herb earlier, which facilitated her cultivation, accelerated the absorption of soul power, and purified her body's impurities. Thus, her cultivation speed seemed rather anomalous. Well, at least I reaped some benefits from my efforts. I shall simply endeavor to be more diligent in the future. Jiang Yuan waved her hand, not wishing to burden others with her own discontent. She was inherently someone who took life in stride. If she had already come to terms with her situation, it would be inappropriate for others to continue worrying on her behalf. Just be mindful of your own circumstances, Lu Erlong remarked before falling silent. Jiang Yuan has truly faced numerous tribulations along his journey, perhaps a testament to the heaven's envy of exceptional talents. As they savored the roasted meat, the atmosphere quickly grew lively under Jiang Yuan's intentional efforts to ease tensions. The group was evenly divided into male and female tents, and at this moment, There were no concerns regarding crowding between the tents. In this territory of Douluo, they were fortunate to be spared the duty of night watch, allowing the entire party to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. When dawn broke, the group packed their belongings, finding little amusement in the forest. The necessity of consuming detoxifying elixirs under Douluo's supervision rendered their stay rather mundane. It was far more beneficial to return to their respective pursuits of cultivation or rest. Do I see someone outside the poison formation? Mangiran squinted, the toxic mist casting a green hue that obscured her vision. Stop squinting. There is indeed someone there. Xiao remarked with a slight pout, finding it quite straightforward to discern, unlike Mangiran's puzzling squinting. Ah, yes, of course, you have keen eyesight. They exchanged playful banter before parting to gather their belongings. Douluo emerged from his courtyard, striding towards the figure outside the poison formation. Is there something amiss? At this moment, he bore the demeanor of a titled Douluo, distinct from his previous casual interactions with them. Prince Xuexing has sent me to summon your excellency, stating there is a matter requiring your assistance. Douluo furrowed his brow. There had been no significant events in Tiando City recently, leading him to speculate that it must pertain to the avalanche incident. With a hint of impatience, he inquired, do you know the specifics? The Royal Combat Team has returned, accompanied by another squad. The 3 committee members are quite pleased, but they have encountered the Avalanche Prince. With this revelation, Douluo understood the implications. If they looked down on the Avalanche, it suggested formidable strength, especially given the 3 committee members' esteem for them, who were indeed affiliated with Xuexing. He could hardly accommodate such individuals. I understand. I shall attend shortly. Douluo waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. Did I just hear that the Royal Combat Team has returned? Jiang Yuan observed as Douluo made his way back, his expression one of boredom and reluctance. Yet, her concern lay not with him, but rather whether the Royal Combat Team had returned. Indeed, it was the perfect opportunity to visit Yin Yan. Douluo somewhat half-heartedly reassured himself that this trip had not been in vain, as it had provided him with a diversion. Let us go together. We promised to return and spend time with them, suggested Xiao Wu, joined by Mangiran, both wearing a mischievous grin. Are we going to invite them for a meal again? Tang San interrupted their unrealistic notions. What does our visit amount to? Are we merely delivering gifts? You're foolish. Surely. We intend to enjoy a complimentary meal at their academy. Jiang Yuan felt a profound disappointment regarding the intellect of the 2 individuals. The cuisine at the Tiando Royal Academy could easily rival that of the finest establishments outside, and it was even more exquisite, prepared with prime spirit beast meat. Tang San sighed, realizing that they were not as destitute as they seemed. If necessary, they could simply procure resources from others. It was perplexing that they continually targeted the Royal Combat Team for support. He felt somewhat embarrassed to approach them. Lu Erlong, disinterested in their endeavors, meandered back to the academy alone, while the rest of the group marched toward the Tiando Royal Academy with great enthusiasm. At the entrance, a lavish carriage was stationed, with individuals occasionally emerging to glance around, seemingly awaiting someone. Such an opulent vehicle could only belong to the leisurely Prince Xuexing. Douluo approached, and upon his arrival, the occupants of the carriage hastily disembarked. The entourage trailing behind Douluo was momentarily taken aback, yet they recognized that Lan Ba had also arrived, presumably to socialize with them. Indeed, Your Highness, Tang San replied with a brief salute. Shall we proceed inside? Douluo inquired, well aware of the team that had established a friendly rapport and engaged in training matches with his own. This was common knowledge, and such allies were typically amenable. Xue Bing, walking alongside, wished to strike up a conversation with the group, yet everyone was well aware of his frivolous nature, often marked by insincerity. Jiang Yuan, exasperated by his incessant chatter, discreetly made a face at him, only to be caught in the act. Jiang Yuan offered an awkward smile, gradually retracting his prominent teeth. Upon witnessing this, Xue Bao burst into laughter, noting the presence of an unruly spirit. The occasional sounds of joyous laughter echoed through the hall, prompting Prince Xuexing to quicken his pace. The entrance of the group disrupted the cheerful atmosphere that had enveloped the hall. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Royal Combat Team revealed their smiles, teasingly remarking on their prompt arrival and eagerness to invite them for a meal. Jiang Yuan's smile on her face momentarily stiffened. Could Donggu Yin not consider tempering her vengeful disposition? Accompanying the esteemed Donggu was her beloved granddaughter. Jiang Yuan emphasized the last 3 words, to which Donggu Yin responded with a clenched teeth smile. The 2 engaged in a mutual exchange of barbs, neither emerging victorious. Jiang Yuan gazed at another group of individuals in the hall, surprised yet not entirely taken aback to see Shrek Academy. It had been quite some time since she last encountered Dean Flander. Jiang Yuan exchanged pleasantries with Tang San and Xiao Wu, acknowledging the long absence. Flander surveyed the vicinity, but, upon failing to spot the person he hoped to see, withdrew his gaze with a hint of disappointment. "What about your Dean?" he inquired. "Her? Who knows where she has gallivanted off to?" Jiang Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the aloof Yu Xiaojing beside her. The sight of that scoundrel was enough to ruin her mood for the entire day. Moreover, it reminded her of the casual confession Tang San had mentioned, which had subsequently vanished without a trace, fueling her irritation further. How vexing. I've been indulging in too much fanfiction lately and even unearthed my childhood copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, though the archaic language makes it quite challenging to read. "Do you know the apothecary?" Prince Xuesheng interjected, unable to contain himself. "Indeed, Your Highness. The Dean of Shrek Academy is a sworn brother to our Dean," Jiang Yuan responded, somewhat reluctantly, before adding, "The esteemed master beside him is also an uncle to Tianheng." "I see," came the realization. Initially, the group had intended to confront someone. But with this new information, they found it difficult to proceed, leaving Xuebing to endure an unnecessary reprimand. He had no justification to outright reject a cadre of exceptional students, and the rationale he had previously shared with Prince Xuesheng about becoming a support for Xueqinghe was rendered moot. "May I inquire what brings you here, Your Highness?" one of the three chief educators asked. "It's nothing of great consequence." Xuebing mentioned a group of outstanding students had arrived at the academy, "so I thought I would come and observe. I also heard that the poisoned Douluo has come, as Yin Yin has returned, and I decided to accompany the people from Lanba to visit them," Prince Xuesheng explained casually. Dugabo, upon hearing this explanation, noted how it diverged entirely from the reason he had been summoned and chose not to dwell on it, indifferent to whatever tales were spun, as they bore no impact on him. The three chief educators, relieved to learn that Prince Xuesheng wasn't there to cause trouble, happily began to elaborate on the students of Shrek Academy. However, it was noted that Shrek only had 5 students, although talented. They couldn't even assemble a full team for the Advanced Academy Soul Master competition. The students of Shrek were quite young, all in their teens. With an average age of merely 14, the eldest was 18, yet they already reached a general level of 33, with their captain nearing level 40, promising a bright future ahead. The three chief educators held Shrek in high regard. The members of Shinchi lowered their heads, busily searching the ground for something. However, it could not be said that the students of Shrek lacked talent. Rather, it was implied that Shinchi had numerous external advantages. What arrangements do the three chief educators have in mind for them? Prince Xuesheng, who also managed the Tiando Royal Academy, inquired further. "I propose that they form a battle team, selecting a few individuals from the academy to complete the roster, and then enter as a secondary team in the competition." "What do you think, Your Highness?" "What do I think? To be honest, I don't think much of it," he mused, though he refrained from voicing his true sentiments, deciding to defer to the arrangements proposed by the three educators. Xuebing and Prince Xuesheng had come with intentions that had not borne the desired fruit, and they departed with a sense of suppressed frustration. Jiang Yuan felt little desire to engage with Shrek. They were hardly familiar, let alone with the others from Shinchi. After exchanging polite greetings, she and her companions left, linking arms with the members of the royal battle team as they exited. The subsequent arrangements concerning Shrek were of no concern to them. What puzzles Jiang Yuan the most is Ning Rongrong. Originally, she was supposed to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando without any surprises, yet she insisted on wandering through a rather mediocre institution before ultimately returning. Where are we headed? Then, Jiang Yuan and his companions were led out by the Imperial Battle Team, a departure that starkly contrasted their initial expectations. They had anticipated a leisurely meal at the Academy's cafeteria, yet it appeared they were being ushered away for an outing, presumably to treat their hosts. The promise was made. Upon their return, they would host the gathering. Surely, they wouldn't attempt to evade the bill, would they? Yu Tianheng cast a surprised glance at Tang San, who was linked to him by the arm. Tang San, with a resigned expression, shot Jiang Yuan a glance that spoke of a failed plan. It seemed they were indeed destined for a significant expenditure today. Fortunately, their finances were still relatively ample, making the impending outlay a bit more bearable. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the group reclined on the sofa, and Yu Tianheng began to probe into the strength of their brother team. "So, what is your current soul power level?" he inquired. He felt he had gained quite a bit from this outing, having reached soul power level 42. "Come on, you go first," he urged. Tang San and Yu Tianheng feigned reluctance, but ultimately, they could not withstand Yu Tianheng's desire to boast. I'm currently at level 42. Yin Yin has resolved her toxin issue and has now reached level 46, while Ling Ling stands at level 40 and has yet to acquire a soul ring. Yu Feng and Asuro are both at level 37, and Shimo is at level 39. What about you? Their current prowess positioned them to reach 5 soul sects before the commencement of the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, making their team quite formidable among their peers. Approximately that level, Tang San replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and primarily concerned about discouraging Yu Tianheng. What do you mean by approximately? Yu Tianheng dismissed his evasiveness. It's no big deal, right? Just 5 soul sects, 2 at 37 and 1 at 39. It's nothing to worry about, is it? Tang San hurriedly mumbled his response, so quickly that Yu Tianheng's mind had yet to register it. Did you say 5? Dugu Yin realized that their potential enhancement was likely due to the mystical herb Tang San had previously administered to her. She couldn't help but marvel at his generosity. However, she knew one could only benefit from such a herb once, or else she would have certainly sought more. She understood the adage of a commoner is innocent. But possessing a treasure can bring trouble, so she refrained from revealing to Yu Tianheng that her improvement was a result of the herb, instead attributing it to her resolution of bodily toxins and the absorption of a soul bone. Fortunately, the others remained largely unconvinced. You're asking me to explain. But it's not my concern, Tang San innocently shook his head. Yu Tianheng leaned back on the sofa, enveloped in a profound silence. After a while, he straightened up, draping an arm around Tang San's shoulder, and said as if they were brothers, "Look, we're past being strangers now, so just tell me, how do you train so effectively?" Yu Tianheng had never truly believed in their chances of winning the championship. He had received early news that the Spirit Hall was fielding 3 Soul Kings this time. Thus, rather than fixating on those details, he preferred to focus on self-improvement. Similarly, he had little faith that Shenqi would clinch the title, but the rankings beyond first place were inconsequential. If Shenqi's team cared about the benefits of second or third place, yielding wouldn't be an issue. As for the other teams, he dismissed the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect without a second thought. Well, we could, but Tang San boldly extended his hand towards Yu Tianheng. Pay up. Yu Tianheng's lips twitched slightly, but he readily produced a card, declaring 100,000. Is that sufficient? That's more than enough, Tang San exclaimed, pleasantly surprised at the generous amount. Initially, he had only anticipated a couple of thousand. Receiving so much meant he could procure something of greater value. Although he lacked the mystical herb, he still had access to some high-grade medicinal herbs. Tang San retrieved 2 jade boxes from his soul guide device. Dugu Yin felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if Tang San had truly lost his senses by selling them. However, she soon noticed him pull out a sheet of paper. This is a recipe for a medicinal bath. You should soak in it after your training sessions while simultaneously cultivating. For the first batch, add this purple herb. And after 15 days, incorporate this green one. Maintain the bath continuously with the herbs on this recipe. And it is best to push your body to its limits before the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition begins. You should be able to enhance your level beyond your usual training. Yu Tianheng accepted the prescription, noting the detailed instructions for preparation. He patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks, brother." He planned to have it thoroughly investigated upon his return. If Tang San's claims held true, that 100,000 would indeed be worth it. As they prepared to depart, Tang San bid farewell to Yu Tianheng, and the group strolled leisurely back. Speaking of which, didn't Tianheng mention wanting to buy a soul guide device last time? We should take a look while we're out, Xiao suggested. Eyeing a shop selling soul guide devices, they had enough funds to purchase a smaller item. Tang San's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze towards Xiao tinged with melancholy. Previously, Jiang Yuan's belongings had all been kept with him, but now that they were being taken away, how would he maintain his assertive stance in keeping Jiang Yuan close? Nevertheless, he realized the necessity of having soul guide devices stocked with poisons, antidotes, and concealed weapons. In case of emergencies, it was prudent to be prepared. Tang San handed over the card Yu Tianheng had just given him to Jiang Yuan. Here is your share. Let us buy something a bit more substantial. Jiang Yuan accepted the card, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, money is the one thing that should never be taken for granted. The group did not linger in the CAF. Meng Yiran and Jiang Zhu ventured into the adjacent clothing store, while Huang Yuan took Jing Ling aside to thoughtfully select a gift for his girlfriend. It remains to be seen what dubious trinkets he might choose. As every time Huang Yuan presents a gift, his girlfriend storms into the lounge the following day to give him a couple of whacks. Yes, Huang Yuan's girlfriend. Though she appears to be a delicate young woman, wields the spirit of a wolf's fang, and she does not even require soul techniques. Her blows are excruciatingly painful. Consequently, after so many years together, Huang Yuan dares not act recklessly. Initially, she intended to introduce her friends to Jingling, but the thought of it frightened Jingling so much that she refrained from stepping outside for 3 days, fearing she might encounter someone as formidable as Huang Yuan's girlfriend. Jiang Yuan and Tang San entered the shop, where numerous exquisite items, each valued at tens of thousands of gold soul coins, were securely displayed behind the counter. As they perused the selection, the array of choices was indeed dazzling and overwhelming. Jiang Yuan selected several pieces to try on, ultimately settling on a bracelet. Intricately woven and adorned with delicate blossoms. Once worn, it fit perfectly. The total cost amounted to 40,000 gold soul coins, significantly exceeding her initial budget. However, the bracelet boasted ample space, now measuring 4 cubic units, capable of holding a considerable number of items, and its aesthetic appeal left Jiang Yuan thoroughly satisfied. Had it not been for the necessity of soul power to unlock this item, she would have eagerly purchased one for her parents, who, unfortunately, possessed none. It remains uncertain whether the celestial herb Jiang Yuning utilized would prove beneficial. Jiang Yuan lowered his gaze, contemplating within his mind. The 9th-rank purple mushroom was indeed exceptional, capable of compensating for innate deficiencies. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to discuss this with Tang San. Jiang Yuan has acquired her own soul guide device, and Tang San no longer needs to store her belongings. Upon returning to the academy, they meticulously organized their possessions. Tang San's assortment of hidden weapons, poisons, and various herbs, along with the snacks he had saved for Jiang Yuan, occupied a substantial 2 cubic meters. At last, Jiang Yuan neatly folded her clothes and stored them away, feeling a sense of independence as someone who could hide snacks anytime and anywhere. She was no longer afraid of being discovered by Tang San when engaging in mischief. By the way, can I use that 9th-grade purple fungus? She inquired. Feel free to use it. There's no need to inform me, he replied. While he was delighted that Jiang Yuan sought his opinion on everything, the sensation of attributing their discoveries solely to him, without any acknowledgement of their shared efforts, left him somewhat uneasy. It was evident that they had discovered it together. However, Jiang Yuan was always meticulous, preferring to take losses rather than seize unfair advantages. Despite her usual mischievous demeanor, she exhibited no trace of it when faced with serious matters. What I placed in your soul guide device belongs to you, Tang San reassured her, intending to alleviate her cautiousness. The 9th-grade purple fungus is with you, Jiang Yuan remarked, observing Tang San's sympathetic expression directed at her, which left her speechless. What are you even thinking about all day? Oh, Tang San quickly rummaged through the soul guide device, retrieving the 9th-grade purple fungus and handing it to Jiang Yuan. Discarding the box into the soul guide, she cheerfully skipped out of the lounge. Given the proximity of her home to the academy, taking the main road felt unnecessarily circuitous. She opted instead to scale the back wall of the academy effortlessly. After traversing a couple of alleys, she arrived home without even using the front entrance. Jiang Yuning was preparing the vegetables needed for her stall when she casually glanced at Jiang Yuan, feeling no inclination to look again. Don't busy yourself just yet. Have something to eat first, she said. There's no time now. Just leave it there. I'll eat when I can. As Jiang Yuning picked through the basket of vegetables, she reflected that it hardly mattered whether she ate early or late, for Jiang Yuan always brought back delightful new treats for her. No, wait. Jiang Yuan exclaimed as she snatched the basket of vegetables from Jiang Yuning's hands and set it on the ground. She then retrieved a 9th-grade purple mushroom from her soul guide device and pressed it directly against Jiang Yuning's lips, insisting, eat this, just chew it. Jiang Yuning cast a glance downward, unable to discern what it was. However, Jiang Yuan persistently shoved it toward her mouth, leaving her with no choice but to take a bite. Instantly, her expression contorted. Could it be that Jiang Yuan harbored some grievance against her? Contemplating the unthinkable act of fratricide, this substance was nothing short of the epitome of bitterness. She chewed it expressionlessly, as though gnawing on raw mushrooms were uncooked mushrooms not toxic. After all, Jiang Yuhan observed Jiang Yuning with rapt attention as she finished her meal, her face alight with anticipation. How does it feel? Jiang Yuning rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a piece of candy, placing it in her mouth, only to find it tasteless, leaving her to ponder the bitterness of existence. Wasn't there a sensation of shackles within her body being shattered, followed by the flow of soul power? Jiang Yuan grasped her hair in frustration, unable to comprehend the situation. She began to search through her soul guide device and ultimately retrieved a jade box. Instinctively, Jiang Yuning stood up and retreated to the doorway. She surmised that it contained precious herbs for cultivation, likely of considerable value. Having already consumed one without effect, there seemed little reason to continue wasting her time. However, perhaps this one, the Nirvana Phoenix flower, held the power of rebirth. Jiang Yuan held up the flower, and even from a distance, she sensed it was no ordinary specimen. The fragrance emanating from it instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Jiang Yuan, unwilling to endure her incessant prattle, lunged forward and pinned Jiang Yuning to the ground. With swift, decisive movements, he plucked the flowers and stuffed them into her mouth. The blossoms dissolved instantly upon contact, their essence flowing into her belly, ultimately fading away without a trace. Jiang Yuan repeatedly glanced at Jiang Yuning, ultimately coming to terms with the stark reality that these celestial herbs held no value for her. Tickets, crush me with them. The prestigious Spirit Master Academy competition was mentioned. Yet she had stated that she did not wish to partake, deeming it a waste. Jiang Yuning wiped away the remnants smeared across her face by Jiang Yuan, her downcast eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Yuan took her pulse, slightly overstepping the limits, before feigning nonchalance as she withdrew her hand. With righteous eloquence, she remarked, "Even if it cannot enhance one's soul power, it can still be beneficial for one's health, so it is not entirely wasted." After all, Tang San had already provided it to her, and since she had no need for it, giving it to Jiang Yuning was hardly a waste. Indeed, it served as a tonic for the body. Jiang Yuning leaned against the wall, making her way to the stone bench in the courtyard. And just as she lifted the teacup to quench her dryness, 2 streams of blood cascaded from her nose, dripping steadily onto her skirt. Jiang Yuan approached with a box of tissues, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "I seem to have overdone it a bit. Perhaps you should have something to cool down?" he suggested, reaching again into his soul guide device for something else. Jiang Yuning halted Jiang Yuan's reckless behavior, pinched her nose, and pointed towards the door, commanding her to leave. "Very well, please take your rest." Realizing she had caused trouble, Jiang Yuan hurriedly scrambled away, rolling and crawling along the wall. Upon returning to her dormitory, she remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why Jiang Yuning, who merely lacked soul power but possessed a martial soul, found it ineffective. Could it be that those who inherently lacked soul power would find the herb utterly useless? A sense of frustration brewed within her. It appeared that the legendary herb was not the miraculous entity it was purported to be, capable of transforming one's very essence. Just then, Xiaowu burst into the dormitory, carrying 2 bags of chestnut cakes, while Jiang Yuan lay on her bed, stewing in her inexplicable displeasure. "Didn't Tang San say you had something to attend to? Why are you back so soon?" She had even mocked Jiang Yuan for not bringing Tang San along on this outing. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. The herb was of no benefit to Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuan's grumbling made it clear that she was not in the best of spirits. Xiaowu, caught off guard, found herself at a loss for words. The potency of the herb was evident to all, yet now, when it was needed for her own family, it proved utterly ineffectual. The lifespan of a soul master naturally surpassed that of an ordinary person. To witness one's family age and wither while remaining unchanged oneself was indeed a sorrowful plight. Alas, it cannot be helped. There are always alternative methods. I am currently nourishing them with medicinal cuisine, and they appear significantly rejuvenated. Jiang Yuan received the chestnut cake from Xiaowu, consuming an entire package with tears in her eyes. Half a year slipped by unnoticed. And with only a week remaining until the prestigious Soul Master Academy tournament, Jiangzhu diligently reached level 40 on this very day. Huang Yuanjing and Ling, however, had toiled hard over the past 6 months yet remained stuck at level 39, an inevitable predicament, as advancing 3 levels in half a year proved quite challenging. The celestial herbs could no longer be ingested, and should they wish to reach the soul sect, they would require soul bones, which unfortunately were beyond their reach. Lu Erlong hurriedly took Jiangzhu to the Sunset Forest to acquire soul rings. Unlike the Imperial fighting team, who could comfortably await the finals, they were required to battle through the preliminary rounds. Additionally, Jiang Yuan had been held back, which meant they only had 7 members, unless they encountered a particularly formidable team. Jiang Yuan would not take to the field. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Erlong along with Chu Yin led their group to the venue for the preliminary round. The location was not far from their academy, allowing for a round trip within half an hour. The atmosphere of the Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament was truly vibrant, filled with handsome young men and beautiful women, leaving Jiang Yuan dazzled. She found herself irresistibly drawn to the alluring black and white stockings of the young ladies, unable to suppress the urge to reach out and touch them. After all, one must indulge in some whimsicality in life. As a young girl who neither fought nor caused harm, enjoying a bit of flirtation should hardly be a cause for reproach. Tang San tightened his grip on her hand, fearing she might be tempted to follow someone alluring. While he too considered flirting, he felt limited by his own looks. Allow him a moment to lament the less-than-stellar genes inherited from his father. Soon, all participating teams were to gather for the opening ceremony. Presided over by the esteemed Emperor Xueye, who would also be observing the competition, Lu Erlong, still uneasy, offered a few words of caution before allowing the group to disperse. Along the way, they encountered the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek team. Their interaction was merely a nod of acknowledgement before they each went their separate ways. The master wished to converse with Tang San. Yet Tang San had little interest in engaging. He could not allow an to misconstrue his rapport with the master as a shared affinity for mischief. As they were not of the same ilk, Jiang Yuan would always approach any team featuring beautiful women to exchange greetings and offer flattering remarks, and as a result, she had cultivated amicable relationships with various powerful teams. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu trailed behind her with scowls on their faces, resembling two grim deities. Tang San and Xiao Wu lamented that their sister seemed to have grown indifferent, now favoring novelty and discarding the old, implying that they had fallen out of her favor. Ultimately, Jiang Yuan was escorted away by the two. As teams were introduced and ascended the stage for the competition, the Snow Knight Emperor, alongside Prince Xuexing and Ningfengxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, occupied the high dais. The grand ceremony commenced, and as Jiang Yuan listened to the Snow Knight Emperor speak, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped her. She could not fathom the reason behind her fatigue, yet dozing off in such a public setting was undoubtedly impolite. To rouse herself, she resorted to pinching Tang San's nails, diverting her focus. When questioned as to why she did not pinch her own, she explained that her freshly manicured nails were meant for a planned dyeing session, and she could not afford to ruin them. After what felt like an eternity, the ceremony concluded and the competition commenced. With numerous academies in the Tiando competition area, time was of the essence as the preliminary rounds were to be completed within 3 days. The team they faced was rather unremarkable, even described as vegetable-like, exhibiting a lackluster mentality. More than half of their team members were at the second ring level.